In the eastern region, at the Sect, an old man with waist-length white hair, clad in a black robe and leaning on a cane, stared in disbelief at the reflection in the lake. The weather-beaten, aged face in the water made him cry out in shock. Ah, Eland simply couldn't believe it. He had just dozed off in class, and when he woke up he found he had transmigrated. Staring at the wrinkled face in the lake, he trembled with rage, his eyes turning crimson as he roared. Is there any justice in this world? Other people transmigrate as handsome young heroes or sons of noble families. At the very least they're suave and dashing, but me, I've turned into a decrepit old man reeking of death. From his new memories, Eland learned that this world was called the Kunlun realm, a place where cultivation reigned supreme. Flying on swords and moving mountains were commonplace. The original owner of this body was the Peak Lord of Misty Peak, one of the 6 main peaks of the Sect in the barren state of the eastern region. He was once a supreme genius who had reached the Golden Core stage at a young age, but during a campaign to eliminate evil cultivators he was ambushed. His Dantian was destroyed, his cultivation was lost, and he was reduced to a cripple. From then on he lost all spirit, spending his days confined to his peak, detached from worldly affairs. Everyone in the sect mourned for this fallen genius, but there was nothing they could do. To his horror, Eland discovered that this body was already 110 years old, its lifespan nearing its end. Was I going to die right after transmigrating? However, he quickly calmed himself down, drawing on his experience from reading web novels. Leaning on his cane, Eland called out arrogantly, "System, your father is here, come and pay your respects." Dead silence all around. He immediately changed his tone. "Big brother System, my mistake. Can you at least make a sound?" Still no response. He searched his entire body and found only a simple ancient ring. "Master, are you in there?" Nothing. He then tried to bind it with a drop of blood, but that didn't work either. Exasperated, Eland gripped his cane tightly and began to curse. Just then a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Open black lens bracket ding. Host's language is detected to be vulgar. System activating. Host, please mind your words and act more cultured. Close black lens bracket. Eland froze, so excited he nearly had a heart attack. System, you're so unreliable. I almost thought I was the protagonist of a story without a system. The system replied, open black lens bracket, my sincerest apologies. The system was in a deep slumber. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, it has only just awoken. Close black lens bracket, is this how you treat a transmigrator? Never mind, change your voice, you sound like a robot. Switch it to a lowly voice. Open black lens bracket ding. Lowly voice activated. Is the host satisfied? Close black lens bracket instantly. The cold mechanical voice transformed into the soft sweet voice of a cute little girl. Oh really? Excellent. Don't you dare change it back without my permission, you hear. Open black lens bracket ding. The system understands as compensation. The system is offering a newbie gift pack. Does the host wish to open it? Close black lens bracket. Open it for me right now. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special skill. The stronger the opponent, the stronger I become. Close black lens bracket. Explain it clearly, Eland asked, curious. Open black lens bracket ding. This skill allows the host, when facing any enemy whose realm is higher than their own, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket to instantly gain a cultivation level 1 major realm higher than the opponent's, with no permanent side effects. Close black lens bracket. For real. For example, I'm immortal now. What if I picked a fight with the heavenly Tao? Open black lens bracket ding. This system is completely honest. The host is welcome to try. There will be no issues. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the cute lowly voice in his ear, Eland was filled with doubt. If I test that out, I'll be toast, won't I? But if this skill is real, doesn't that mean I can level up just by picking fights with powerful experts? Why the hell would I need to cultivate? Just as he was lost in thought, the system gave a sudden reminder. Open black lens bracket ding. Friendly reminder. The host has only 1 hour of lifespan remaining. Close black lens bracket. What, so soon? What do I do? Right. Find someone to fight me and extend my life. With this in mind, Eland leaned on his cane and walked down the mountain with determined steps. But his aged body left him gasping for breath after just a few steps. Staring at the long road ahead, he cursed in frustration. This old geezer holed up on this mountain his whole life. Now I'm the one paying the price. Suddenly the sect's alarm bells rang out wildly, shaking the entire Sect. In the sky, swarms of giant black birds approached, their demonic energy surging like a storm within the sect. The mountain protecting formation activated, its energy flaring to life. Disciples and elders held their magic treasures, preparing for battle. Who dares to invade my Sect? The resonant voice of Sect Master Shu Union, filled with authority, echoed in all directions. High above, the leading green rock demon king spoke with a venomous voice. Sect, you didn't expect this king to still be alive, did you? Today I have come to slaughter all of you. So it was you, you vile beast. Shu Union's eyes narrowed, a flash of anger in them. He could never forget how, 10 years ago, the Green Rock clan had massacred a small kingdom in the barren state. That kingdom had pleaded with the Sect for help, and it was he who had personally led the disciples to their rescue. At that time, Shu Union had heavily wounded the Green Rock Demon King, causing it to fall into a bottomless abyss, its fate unknown. He never expected that after so many years his old enemy would return, filled with hatred. I remember every single detail of that year's humiliation. I've come today to bathe your Sect in blood. the Green Rock Demon King roared, a savage grin spreading across its face. Shu Yunyan's white hair flew in the wind as he sneered. HMPH, just a bunch of beasts like you dare to be so arrogant, haha, with just this item. Green Rock Demon King laughed loudly. With a deafening boom, a vast aura erupted from its body, surging like a flood as the pressure of a nascent soul stage expert filled the air. What, you've actually broken through? Shu Yunyan's expression changed drastically. He himself had been stuck at the peak of the Golden Core stage for years, unable to break through. He hadn't expected this beast to have turned a disaster into a blessing and reached the next stage first. In a remote place like the eastern region's barren state, a nascent soul stage expert was already at the pinnacle of existence. Sect Master, what should we do? One of the 7 Peak Lords asked with great concern. Shu Yunyan gritted his teeth, his tone resolute. At this point, our only option is to fight to the death. Slaughter these smelly Taoists, the Green Rock Demon King bellowed. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, its body shot down from the sky like a green comet carrying an aura of destruction. Yes, your majesty. The demon birds immediately launched their attack. Some spat beams of light while others dived like sharp arrows in a relentless assault. We swear to defend the Shuenshin sect to the death, Shu Yunyan shouted, leading the cultivators to charge forward and resist on Misty Peak. Yi-jun watched this scene dumbfounded. He quickly snapped out of it and yelled desperately, "Hey, will someone come hit me, quickly, come hit me." But everyone was too busy fighting, and his shouts were drowned out by the clamor of battle. Open black lens bracket ding friendly reminder. The host has only 50 minutes of lifespan remaining. Please find a way to save yourself as soon as possible. Close black lens bracket. Yi Jianlin was furious. He threw his cane to the ground and roared, "Are you kidding me? Am I in such a hurry to meet my ancestors?" In the sky, explosions thundered endlessly as powerful spells intertwined, blooming in brilliant flashes of light like 1,000 flowers. Demon birds were annihilated one after another, their corpses falling like rain as their shrill cries echoed through the valley. The disciples and elders of the Shuenshin sect fought with all their might. Some formed hand seals to cast spells, while others commanded their flying swords to slay their foes, their eyes filled with the determination to die for their sect. High above, Shu Yunyan and the 7 Golden Core Peak Lords were confronting the Green Rock Demon King with all their might. Boom, every collision released a violent burst of energy, and the resulting gales uprooted trees, creating a scene of apocalyptic chaos. The Green Rock Demon King sneered, its eyes filled with contempt. "Too weak. If this is all you've got, this king doesn't feel a thing. Vile beast, don't be so arrogant," Shu Yunyan shouted, forming hand seals. Tens of thousands of blue arcs of lightning tore through the sky, roaring like furious dragons as they attacked. The 7 Peak Lords also shouted in unison, unleashing their most powerful techniques. For a moment the heavens and the earth trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. A little interesting. This king will let you witness the power of the nascent soul stage. The Green Rock Demon King was seething with killing intent. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, it blotted out the sun. It opened its beak and spat out a massive beam of destructive light, and space itself seemed to shatter. Boom, a blinding light exploded on the ground like a sun. When the terrifying aftershock dissipated, several figures crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and leaving a scene of utter devastation. Cough, cough. Shu Yunyan and the other Peak Lords struggled to their feet, blood trickling from their mouths, their eyes filled with anger and grief. The gap between the Golden Core and nascent soul stages was simply too vast. They were out of options. Ha ha ha, who else wants to resist? Just obediently accept your deaths. The Green Rock Demon King laughed triumphantly. The strongest members of the Shuenshin sect had been easily defeated. Despair filled the faces of countless disciples and elders as the stench of death enveloped the entire sect. Suddenly an aged yet wild and arrogant voice rang out. "Hey you stupid bird, look over here, stop looking around, I'm talking to you." The Green Rock Demon King turned its head, following the sound. It saw on a distant mist-shrouded peak an old man in a black robe leaning on a cane holding a large horn and yelling wildly at it. "Damned human, you dare to insult me?" The Green Rock Demon King couldn't believe its eyes. The other party clearly had no cultivation whatsoever. His chi and blood were failing, and he looked like a candle about to burn out. Shu Yunyan, Junior Brother Yi, and the other Peak Lords were all struck speechless. They never thought that the Peak Lord of Misty Peak, who had lived in seclusion for so many years, would appear at such a critical moment. At that moment, the old man named Yi Junlin brandished his cane and shouted through the horn, "Hey stupid bird, if you're not happy, come and hit me, your grandpa is waiting for you right here." No one understood Yi Junlin's intentions. He had returned to his cave dwelling earlier just to find this specially made sound-amplifying magic treasure. It didn't require cultivation to use, it just needed to be loaded with spirit stones to amplify sound 10,000-fold. His goal was simple: to get hit in this battle by any means necessary. The old man's sudden appearance made both sides pause their fighting. Countless astonished gazes turned towards the white-haired man who had spoken so brazenly. Heavens, that's the legendary figure from Misty Peak. I recognize him. Peak Lord Yi was once the youngest Golden Core cultivator in the history of the Shuenshin sect. After that great battle, his cultivation was crippled, and he vanished from sight. The rumors said he was a cold, arrogant master who had secluded himself from the world. Why is he so hot-tempered now? A wave of discussion swept through the crowd. The Green Rock Demon King was fuming, its nascent soul aura erupting and distorting the space around it, its eyes burning with rage. "I've lived for so long and I've never met someone as arrogant as you, Yi-Jan. lifted his chin in a defiant pose. Well, today you have. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His old body was growing weaker and his vision was starting to blur and see double. Open black lens bracket ding. Friendly reminder. The host has only 10 seconds of lifespan remaining. Countdown beginning 10 9 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 8 close black lens bracket. My god, why isn't this stupid bird attacking yet? Help me, Yi Jianlin roared in his mind, feeling like he was about to meet his ancestors. Arrogant fool, this king will turn you to ash right now. Consumed by rage, the Green Rock Demon King decided to use its full power to obliterate the tiny human before it. Boom, it opened its beak and fired a terrifying beam of energy which tore through the sky with destructive force, heading straight for him. This was the full-powered strike of a nascent soul stage Demon King. No cultivator present could possibly withstand it. Shu Yunyan and the other peak lords were heartbroken, never imagining that the one to die the most heroic death would be the very genius who had broken the Sect's Golden Core record all those years ago. Attaboy, it's finally here. Facing the Green Rock Demon King's world-shaking attack, Yi Jianlin showed no fear, instead a smile of excitement spread across his face. Open black lens bracketing, detecting that the host has encountered an early-stage nascent soul enemy, activating passive ability. The stronger the opponent, the stronger I become. Cultivation raised to mid-stage nascent soul close black lens bracket. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from within Yi Jianlin's body. His withered ancient frame seemed to regain its youth, the shriveled skin vanished, replaced by a complexion as fair as jade, and his old face instantly reverted to its handsome youthful appearance. His sword-like eyebrows slanted upwards towards his temples, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. His features were extraordinarily handsome. Strangely, his snow-white hair did not turn black but instead took on a brighter, more brilliant silver sheen. Just like that, I'm at the nascent soul stage. Yi Jianlin felt the abundant energy within him, a mix of shock and joy. Open black lens bracketing, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, of course. This system is a professional close black lens bracket, the sweet voice prompted. Boom, the destructive beam of light suddenly veered off course as if repelled by a stronger force, shooting into the clouds before exploding violently. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing everyone around to tremble in fear. The Green Rock Demon King felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on its head, its eyes filled with terror. You're also at the nascent soul stage? It had never imagined that another nascent soul stage cultivator would appear here, and one whose cultivation was even deeper than its own. Under countless shocked gazes, Yi Jianlin, dressed in black robes with his hands behind his back, slowly ascended into the air. His long silver-white hair danced in the wind, his eyes gleamed, and a domineering aura that seemed to lord over everything enveloped him. How is this possible? Junior brother Yi is actually a nascent soul stage expert. Shu Yunyan and his companions were thunderstruck, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. What in the world is going on? On the surface he looked like a mortal who had lost all his cultivation, but he was secretly breaking through to the nascent soul stage. So all these years his decadent and self-pitying act was just a cover. Junior brother Yi, you old fox, am I seeing things right? The Peak Lord of Misty Peak is a nascent soul cultivator. In the barren state, you can count the number of people who've reached this realm on one hand, and our Xuanchen sect actually has one. Long live the Xuanchen sect, you demonic beasts are finished. When Yi Jianlin revealed his nascent soul cultivation, the entire Xuanchen sect erupted. Cheers shook the heavens as if the whole sect had been reborn. One must understand that the path of cultivation had distinct realms. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, Mahayana and tribulation, all the way to true immortal. Among the 14 states of the eastern region, the barren state was considered the weakest. In a place like this, a nascent soul cultivator was powerful enough to dominate the entire region. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving nascent soul cultivation for the first time. The system will randomly gift a divine ability. Great desolate imprisoning heaven finger close black lens bracket. Yi Jianlin raised an eyebrow, marveling inwardly at how good this system was at winning him over. Instantly, a massive stream of information flooded his mind. Yi Jianlin had now completely mastered this terrifying technique. Fellow Taoist, everything just now was a misunderstanding. This king has decided to make peace with your esteemed sect and will certainly pay a formal visit in the future. The Green Rock Demon King weighed its options and finally chose to back down, preparing to retreat. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving, Yi Jianlin said coolly, his eyes filled with contempt. Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in the Green Rock Demon King's eyes. Your cultivation is indeed a step above mine, but the gap isn't that large. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Even though it was only at the early nascent soul stage, the Green Rock Demon King believed that its innate demonic talents were enough to bridge the gap in cultivation. From its perspective, offering to retreat was already giving the other party plenty of face. Yi Jianlin shook his head gently, his tone mocking. Truly a stupid bird. You human, you've humiliated me time and time again. The Green Rock Demon King's rage reached its peak. It flapped its wings, channeling all its spiritual power, and a violent aura swept outwards. This was a sign that it was burning its demon core, preparing to fight for its life. Not good. Shu Yunyan and his fellow sect members immediately grew tense. If anything happened to Yi Jianlin, it would be the greatest loss the Xuanchen sect could suffer. But at this critical moment, Yi Jianlin remained calm. His silver-white hair flew as he slowly raised one hand. boom, the sky changed color, and the winds reversed their course as a terrifying pressure descended from the 9 heavens. A giant finger, like a pillar holding up the sky and bearing the marks of ancient eons, appeared out of thin air. The destructive power it contained made everyone tremble in fear. Great, desolate, imprisoning heaven finger, a deep, majestic voice rang out as if branding itself onto everyone's hearts. A terrifying, killing intent locked onto the green rock demon king, making it scream in terror, its very soul feeling like it was about to split apart. The giant finger slowly pressed down and the space around it seemed to freeze, rendering it unable to move. Boom. The earth quaked and dust filled the air. In the center of a deep crater, a giant blood-soaked bird lay silently, its breath gone, its life force extinguished. His Majesty is dead. Everyone run. Seeing their leader killed, the green rock demon birds were terrified and fled in a panic. Leave none alive, kill them, Shu Union roared excitedly, snapping out of his shock. The disciples and elders of the Xuanchen sect were filled with morale and launched a full-scale counterattack. Soon, all the invading demon birds were annihilated. Yi Junlun, the savior who had rescued the sect, became the focus of everyone's attention. The power he had just displayed filled everyone's eyes with admiration and worship. Junior brother Yi, we really owe you this time, Sect Master Shu Union said with a respectful bow, his eyes full of gratitude. We used to think that after your cultivation was crippled, you would fall into despair. Who would have thought you were secretly breaking through to the nascent soul realm? A scruffy, middle-aged Peak Lord from Hidden Sword Peak smiled wryly, his tone complex. What do you know? The Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak, a curvaceous and charming woman, covered her mouth with a light laugh. Her beautiful eyes, filled with a hint of adoration, gazed at Yi Junlun's handsome face and silver-white hair. Junior brother Yi has always been low-key and dislikes showing off. He was secretly protecting the sect. Junior brother Yi's elegance is the same as ever. It seems we were too short-sighted before, the other Peak Lords chimed in, their eyes filled with respect. Yi Junlun just sneered inwardly, thinking, go ahead and fill in the blanks yourselves, it saves me the trouble of explaining. Suddenly, an elder with a pale face rushed in, panting as he reported, Sect Master, something terrible has happened. Shu Union's voice immediately grew heavy. What is it? Speak, the elder hurriedly said. Just now the Wind Thunder sect launched a sudden attack and seized our spirit and our veins. The disciples stationed there fought to the death, but they were almost completely wiped out. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall erupted. The Peak Lords were all furious and the atmosphere became so tense it felt like it could explode. Yi Junlun frowned. From his memories he knew that the Wind Thunder sect was one of the 6 major sects in the Barren State and the one closest to the Xuanchen sect. While there had been friction between them in the past, it had always been manageable. However, this time the Wind Thunder sect had chosen to launch a large-scale attack right after the Xuanchen sect had just fought a major battle against demons. They were clearly taking advantage of the crisis, a truly unforgivable act. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Junlun's eyes as he thought this. Just then the cute lowly voice sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding, a check-in mission has been triggered. Please proceed to the Wind Thunder sect to complete the check-in. The system will provide an unexpected reward. Close black lens bracket. Yi Junlun's eyebrows shot up, a trace of interest in his eyes. It seemed that for reasons of both duty and personal gain he had to make this trip. Wind Thunder sect, you've gone too far, Sect Master Shu Union roared. Everyone, follow me to take back our resources. He then turned to Yi Junlun, his eyes questioning. I wonder what your thoughts are, junior brother Yi. In the cultivation world, the strong are revered. Now Yi Junlun was the person with the highest cultivation in the entire Xuanchen sect, and even Sect Master Shu Union had to respect his opinion. Yi Junlun waved his hand, his tone calm yet full of confidence. You all proceed according to the plan. I will go directly to the Wind Thunder sect. At this moment he was in the state of the stronger the opponent, the stronger I become, and with a supreme technique at his disposal his strength was enough to back up his domineering words. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Junlun's eyes. Wind Thunder sect, since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep this time, I'll take this opportunity to make an example of you. Shu Union was stunned by Yi Junlun's domineering air, then excitedly gave a thumbs up and praised, Junior brother Yi is a true powerhouse. Everyone around was extremely excited. How long had it been since the Xuanchen sect had displayed such formidable might? This time they had to make a name for themselves and let the world know. The eastern region had a total of 14 states, each vast in territory with countless kingdoms and families of all sizes. If the Barren State was a remote backwater, then the Azure State was the unrivaled treasure land of the eastern region. And the Ascension sect was precisely the most prestigious top-tier sect in the Azure State, where only cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above were qualified to establish their own sects. Inside the ancient and grand hall of the Wind Thunder sect, Sect Master Chen Yunhai and several core figures were hosting a distinguished guest. Chen Yunhai asked cautiously, Elder Mu, I've heard that my son Chen Shao has been performing exceptionally well at the Ascension sect and has been accepted as a true disciple by a venerable. Is this true? Elder Mu stroked his goatee and smiled amiably. Sect Master Chen, this matter is absolutely true. Your son Chen Shao has been favored by Venerable Zhu Yang and is being personally taught profound techniques. Perhaps it won't be long before the young master returns to the Wind Thunder sect to visit you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall was in an uproar. Chen Yunhai's face was flushed with excitement, his voice trembling. Venerable Zhu Yang, that is a title only cultivators who have reached the Mahayana realm can possess. my son Chen Xiao is actually fortunate enough to be accepted as his disciple. Sect Master, congratulations. Several elders congratulated him in unison, their eyes full of envy. Chen Yunhai stroked his beard and said proudly, my son Chen Xiao is indeed a prodigy. He will surely become an immortal in the future. Seeing everyone's joy, Elder Mu wore a smile that seemed as warm as a spring breeze, but a hint of contempt flashed in the depths of his eyes. If it weren't for Chen Xiao's status in the Ascension sect and Venerable Zhu Yang's face, he would never have set foot in this land so lacking in spiritual energy. Ahem, this is a top-grade soul formation pill. It's a gift from your esteemed son to Sect Master Chen. A soul formation pill. Chen Yunhai excitedly opened the box, only to see a round lustrous pill inside filled with spiritual energy and shimmering with light. Congratulations, Sect Master. With the help of this pill you will surely be able to break through and become a nascent soul stage cultivator. The elders all rose to congratulate him. Chen Yunhai laughed heartily. Haha, my son is truly my pride and joy. The contempt in Elder Mu's heart deepened. To be so happy over becoming a mere nascent soul stage cultivator. What a country bumpkin, he thought to himself, but on the surface he maintained a smile and cupped his hand, saying, I congratulate Sect Master Chen in advance. If there is nothing else I will take my leave. Please wait, Chen Yunhai said hastily, shamelessly requesting, as for that vile green rock demon king, I would like to ask Elder Mu to deal with it on his way. Elder Mu casually replied, I can. His nonchalant words emboldened Chen Yunhai, who immediately sent people to the Xuanchen sect to seize their resources. Just at this moment, with a loud boom, a figure in a black robe broke through layers of formations and landed in the main hall of the Wind Thunder sect, shaking the entire sect. Yi Junlin's long silver-white hair fluttered as he stood tall amidst the horrified gazes of the surrounding disciples and elders. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly, revealing a playful smile. So this is the Wind Thunder sect? Suddenly, a cute girly voice sounded in his mind. Ding, you have arrived at the check-in location, the Wind Thunder sect. Would you like to check in? Yi Junlin smiled faintly and thought, check in. I want to see what kind of good stuff I can get this time. Open black lens bracket ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine abilities. Human King's Seal and Great Void Technique close black lens bracket. Yi Junlin's eyes lit up, his heart filled with wild joy. In this cruel world of cultivation, strength determined everything. The two rewards he received this time were both top-tier divine abilities, truly adding wings to a tiger, filling him with confidence to command this battle. Chen Yunhai and the upper echelons of the Wind Thunder sect walked out of the main hall. Sensing the powerful aura outside, their expressions were filled with vigilance. When he saw Yi Junlin, he was immediately startled, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Senior, may I ask what brings you to the Wind Thunder sect? He tried hard to maintain a respectful tone, but his heart was full of unease. Yi Junlin's appearance and demeanor reminded Chen Yunhai of the Xuanchen sect's genius who had shaken the eastern region decades ago. At that time he was only in his early 20s and had already cultivated to the golden core stage, striking fear into countless people. He had worried that the Xuanchen sect would soar to unreachable heights because of this. Fortunately, Yi Junlin was later ambushed, his cultivation was crippled, and he had lived in seclusion in the deep mountains for decades. He had thought Yi Junlin had long since died, but he never expected this person to appear again, exuding an imposing aura that made Chen Yunhai tremble. The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth curved up in a cold smile, his eyes as if looking down on an ant. Playing dumb? You dare to invade my Xuanchen sect's territory? Then from this day on the Wind Thunder sect will cease to exist. Boom, this sentence was like a clap of thunder, plunging the entire Wind Thunder sect into panic. Chen Yunhai's face turned deathly pale, but he quickly composed himself. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with gloom. It seems the Green Rock Demon King has been killed. Your Xuanchen sect has hidden its strength really well. He glanced at Elder Mu from the Ascension sect. It was because of this person's presence that he dared to stand here and confront Yi Junlin. Even if Yi Junlin had broken through to the nascent soul stage in front of a mighty figure like Elder Mu, he was nothing but a speck of dust. Elder Mu's expression was indifferent. He shook his head slightly, a hint of contempt in his tone. For a small sect like Xuanchen sect to produce a cultivator capable of slaying a nascent soul stage demonic beast is indeed rare. But to me, the Green Rock Demon King is just a beast. I could crush it with a wave of my hand. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Boy, scram before I change my mind. Elder Mu's arrogant attitude made the disciples of the Wind Thunder sect ecstatic, and Chen Yunhai also breathed a sigh of relief. However, in Yi Junlin's eyes, this complacency was nothing but a joke. He sneered, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Old man, who the hell are you to demand face from me? The air seemed to freeze, and the entire Wind Thunder sect fell into a dead silence. The disciples looked at each other, unable to believe their ears. Insolent, an elder of the Wind Thunder sect shouted. This is a distinguished figure from the Ascension sect of the Azure State. How dare a mere cultivator from the Xuanchen sect like you insult him? Chen Yunhai feigned anger, but inwardly he was secretly pleased, looking at Yi Junlin as if at a corpse. For being so arrogant he was courting death. Elder Mu was enraged, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. His aura swept through the entire Wind Thunder sect like a tempest. Spirit Transformation Realm. All the cultivators of the Wind Thunder sect were horrified, with a spirit transformation expert taking action. Cultivator from the Xuanchen sect was sure to die. The crowd's reverence for the power of the Ascension sect deepened. Elder Mu said sternly, "Very good, don't even think about escaping." But Yi Junlin burst out laughing, his eyes shining, showing no fear but instead filled with excitement. "Whoever runs is a coward, right? I just broke through to the nascent soul stage, and now I have an opportunity to advance to spirit transformation. This is an excellent experience pack." Elder Mu's face turned livid, his anger almost erupting. He was a mighty spirit transformation expert. The other party should have been trembling and begging for mercy on his knees, yet he dared to be so excited as if it were a joyous occasion. "You're courting death?" Elder Mu roared, striking out with his palm, a giant green palm condensed from wood element essence pressed down on Yi Junlin like the hand of a god. This move had enough power to crush a nascent soul stage cultivator no less than 10 times over. "Excellent, this guy is dead for sure today." Chen Yunhai smiled smugly, already picturing the scene of the Xuanchen sect being razed to the ground in his mind. But just then, a familiar voice sounded in Yi Junlin's mind. "Open black lens bracket ding," detecting that the host is being attacked by a late-stage spirit transformation enemy. Passive effect: the stronger the opponent, the stronger I become, has been activated. Close black lens bracket, instantly gaining peak spirit transformation cultivation. A vast energy filled Yi Junlin's body. A terrifyingly powerful aura erupted, spreading in all directions, causing the entire Wind Thunder sect to suffocate. Boom, the giant green palm was shattered by a light wave of Yi Junlin's hand. Specks of light scattered across the sky like meteors, a magnificent sight. Elder Mu's eyes widened, utterly horrified. "You're also at the spirit transformation realm." He looked at Yi Junlin in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment. In just an instant, Yi Junlin's aura had soared from the nascent soul stage to the spirit transformation realm. And it was even more profound than his own. What kind of joke is this? How can a barren land like the barren state produce a spirit transformation expert? Chen Yunhai, who had just been smiling smugly, had his smile frozen on his face, replaced by extreme terror. He shrieked, his voice like a woman's scream. "No, impossible." He was truly so scared his heart raced and his whole body trembled. Not just him. The entire Wind Thunder sect held its breath, staring at Yi Junlin with gazes full of reverence. In the barren state, a single nascent soul cultivator was enough to establish a sect and sustain it for 1,000 years. In the spirit transformation realm, that was an existence capable of living for 10,000 years and destroying heaven and earth. Witnessing Yi Junlin display the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, no one in the Wind Thunder sect could remain calm. Fear and shock enveloped the entire sect. Elder Mu, in the midst of the tense situation, had his eyes flickering as if searching for a way out. Chen Yunhai, now completely devoid of his arrogance, pleaded with a trembling voice, "Elder Mu, what should we do now? If I had known the Xuanchen sect had a spirit transformation expert, I wouldn't have dared to provoke them even if it meant death." Elder Mu gradually calmed down, a cold smile tugging at his lips. "What are you afraid of? Don't forget. I come from the Ascension sect of the Azure State. With the methods of an immortal sect, he has no chance of winning." Hearing this, Chen Yunhai's eyes lit up. "That's right, the Ascension sect. The Ascension sect, the sacred land of cultivation in the Azure State, possessed countless superior techniques. Countless cultivators from the eastern region would fight tooth and nail just to join. In comparison, the Xuanchen sect was just a small sect. Even if Yi Junlin was at the spirit transformation realm, there was still a huge gap in terms of foundation, techniques, and strength." Thinking of this, Chen Yunhai breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze towards Yi Junlin filled with hatred. Thankfully Elder Mu was here today, otherwise the Wind Thunder sect would have really been annihilated. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Old man, are you very confident?" Elder Mu replied proudly. "I admit your talent is not bad, but unfortunately when it comes to Taoist techniques you are no match for me. I am from the Ascension sect, and these 3 words say it all," he continued in a proud tone. "Any cultivator from the Ascension sect, even if thrown into a remote place like the barren state, is a dragon among men. Killing enemies of a higher level is as easy as drinking water, something you country bumpkin cultivators can't even imagine. Die." Elder Mu formed a hand seal, and with a fierce wave of his sleeves a terrifying power emanated from his body. Boom, 100,000 giant green vines surged out, intertwining as if to blot out the entire sky. These vines transformed into a giant hand, covering the sky and sun, rushing straight towards Yi Junlin. Great Yi Azurewood Claw. This was an Earth-rank superior divine ability, enough to shock all the cultivators in the entire barren state. In this land, being able to master a spirit-rank technique was already extremely precious, enough to be a sect's treasured technique, yet Elder Mu unleashed an Earth-rank superior divine ability right from the start, which was enough to show how terrifying the foundation of the Ascension sect was. Elder Mu sneered, saying smugly, "Boy, it's your honor to die at my hands. How can a small cultivator from a remote sect like you possibly resist me?" A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, full of confidence. This great Yi Azurewood Claw had helped him establish a formidable reputation among the outer elders of the Ascension sect. This time he believed he could easily crush Yi Junlin. HMPH, child's play. The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth curved up and he formed a seal with one hand. Boom, a giant figure appeared behind him. As majestic as a god, with an aura like a supreme emperor suppressing all things. The entire space seemed to be overturned by its power. What is this thing? Cold sweat broke out on Elder Emu's forehead, his pupils shrinking to the size of a needle, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and an icy chill spread through him. Elder Mu had never seen such a domineering and unparalleled divine ability. Just one look made him feel the urge to submit. Human King's seal, Yi Junlin's voice rang out as cold as if it came from beyond the heavens, filled with an incomparable majestic aura. Under countless horrified gazes he waved his hand lightly, casting a seal. Boom! The Human King's seal appeared, its power seemingly capable of overturning the sun and moon, twisting heaven and earth. The moment the two forces collided, Elder Emu's great Yi Azurewood claw was instantly crushed to pieces. The Human King's seal hovered above Elder Emu's head like a giant mountain falling from the sky. Not good. Elder Mu was horrified beyond belief. He hurriedly summoned a large number of magic treasures and talismans, trying to block this fatal blow, but everything was crushed to dust by the Human King's seal, feeling his body gradually disintegrating. He roared in despair, "Wait, for the sake of the Ascension Sect, I beg you to spare my life, Senior." Yi Junlin sneered, his eyes as sharp as knives. "What is the Ascension Sect? If they dare to cause trouble, I'll wipe them out as well." Elder Mu was both shocked and furious, never expecting the other party to be so arrogant. He roared at the top of his lungs, "You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A spirit transformation expert can dominate the barren state, but compared to the Azure state, the Ascension Sect is only a mid-tier power. However, compared to your tiny Schwenchen sect, it's still a world of difference. If I die here, your sect will surely face annihilation, and you, the instigator, will suffer an even more miserable fate." Sweat poured down like rain as Elder Emu's body trembled in despair. "HMPH, you still dare to threaten me at this point?" Junlin raised his hand and the Human King's seal pressed down with destructive power, his voice as cold as ice. "Die? Ah!" A shrill scream rang out, accompanied by a deafening roar. Boom! The Human King's seal erupted with a brilliant divine light, a dazzling glow enveloping the entire space, leaving behind a dead silence. Elder Mu was instantly crushed into powder and died on the spot. At that moment, the entire Wind Thunder sect fell into a dead silence. Chen Yunhai collapsed to the ground, soaked in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear. He looked at the white-haired young man before him, who was like a god, and said with a trembling voice, "Divine Lord Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. The Wind Thunder sect is willing to serve you. Please spare our lives." His plea for mercy was filled with despair. In this situation, saving his life was the most important thing. Seeing their sect master kneel, all the disciples and elders of the Wind Thunder sect knelt down in front of Yi Junlin in unison. They didn't dare to resist, because resisting in front of a spirit transformation expert was no different from seeking death. Yi Junlin sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "You want to be my dog? Are you even worthy?" Chen Yunhai's body trembled violently. He slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and gritted his teeth, using his last words to resist. "Divine Lord Yi, my son Chen Shao has the potential to become an immortal. He is now a true disciple of a venerable from the Ascension sect. Do you really want to offend him? Don't seek your own death." A glimmer of hope flashed in his heart, perhaps. These words could make Yi Junlin hesitate and spare his life. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of interest in his eyes. "The potential to become an immortal, you're exaggerating quite a bit, but even if he really becomes an immortal one day, I can still kill him. Do you think I'd be afraid? If he meets me, even if he's the legendary immortal emperor, I can still suppress him. I am fearless." These imposing words made Chen Yunhai almost spit blood. He stared wide-eyed, his face flushed, feeling like he was facing an unrivaled madman. Rumble! At this moment, massive warships appeared in the sky, heading straight for the Wind Thunder sect with world-shaking momentum. A majestic voice echoed in the sky. "Junior brother Yi, we're here." A green light streaked across the sky like dazzling lightning, revealing the figures of Schwenchen sect master Shu Union and the other 7 peak lords. Behind them were countless cultivators, their eyes filled with battle intent, their killing intent soaring to the sky. "It's over, we have no way to escape, run!" The Wind Thunder sect was in chaos, disciples and elders fleeing in terror. Shu Union stood in the air, his eyes cold, his voice as heavy as thunder. "HMPH, if you knew this would happen, why did you start it in the first place?" "Kill them!" Rumble! Beams of light shot out from the warships, frantically bombarding the entire Wind Thunder sect. A great fire raged, black smoke billowed, enveloping the entire sky. Countless Schwenchen sect cultivators, holding magic treasures, charged into the battlefield, their shouts of kill echoing through the clouds. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared before their eyes. Chen Yunhai stood amidst a pile of ruins, his face filled with sorrow and regret. He was heartbroken, his eyes filled with deep resentment, staring deadly at Yi Junlin, the person who had brought him to his doom. If this guy hadn't deliberately hidden his cultivation, how would he have dared to oppose the Schwenchen sect? He was truly despicable. He had already reached the spirit transformation realm and still deliberately hid it. This person was truly too sinister. "Just you wait," Chen Yunhai roared, his eyes bloodshot. "My son has the potential to become an immortal. For today's hatred he will surely repay it 1,000, 10,000 times over in the future." He lost control of his emotions and roared loudly. "Fool," Yi Junlin said contemptuously, extending a finger and tapping lightly. Bang! Chen Yunhai's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse fell, turning into a terrifying pool of blood. Under the powerful offensive of the Schwenchen sect, the Wind Thunder sect was soon uprooted. Pills, magic treasures, and spoils of war were collected and gradually moved onto the warships. We won. Long live the Xuanchen Sect. Cheers echoed through the clouds, every cultivator of the Xuanchen Sect beaming with the joy of victory. Shu Yunyan's face was full of joy and he laughed heartily. Haha, junior brother Yi, look, I just found this. He took out an exquisite brocade box, opened the lid and revealed a pill rich in spiritual energy. This is a soul formation pill. I got it from that old dog Chen. I didn't expect him to be hiding such a precious treasure. With this pill I'll be able to break through to the nascent soul stage in a few days. Shu Yunyan was overjoyed. After being stuck at the golden core stage for many years, he finally saw the hope of a breakthrough. Congratulations, Sect Master. The Xuanchen Sect is about to have a second nascent soul cultivator, a Peak Lord said excitedly. A nascent soul stage cultivator was an overlord in the barren state. If the Xuanchen Sect had another one, it would be enough to rank among the major sects. Yi Jianlun was about to say something but stopped, a trace of contemplation in his eyes. Suddenly a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone, look what I just picked up from the ground. The Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak strode forward holding up an ancient token. On the token, ancient characters like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes flickered with light. Looking extremely extraordinary, Shu Yunyan's eyes widened and he cried out in surprise, This is a token of the Ascension Sect. The Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak was also startled, not expecting this item to have such a significant origin. The Ascension Sect was the sacred land of cultivation in the Azure State, a top-tier power in the eastern region. Judging by the style of this token, its owner's status was by no means low, at least an elder of the Ascension Sect. Shu Yunyan carefully examined the token, his tone filled with astonishment. The owner of this token had to be at least at the spirit transformation stage, but why would it appear in the Wind Thunder Sect? The Peak Lord of Tianqiang Peak asked in confusion. Could it have been dropped accidentally? Everyone fell into deep thought. On one side was a supreme top-tier power, a dragon in the 9 heavens, on the other a mere humble sect. How could they possibly have any connection? Shu Yunyan pondered for a moment, frowning, then let out a light cough. He looked up at the sky and said respectfully, This junior meant no offense. Please, senior, show yourself and take back your token. Everyone raised their heads, their eyes full of anticipation. If that master appeared, perhaps they could even form a positive bond. If the Xuanchen Sect could establish a connection with the Ascension Sect, their future would surely be bright. However, only the cawing of crows echoed in the sky. Caw caw, still not giving up. Shu Yunyan was about to call out again when he felt a hand gently rest on his shoulder. He turned to see the white-haired young man with a troubled expression. Junior brother Yi Jianlun sighed and said, Stop calling. I've already killed him. What? Everyone was stunned. You killed an esteemed elder of the Ascension Sect? Shu Yunyan was greatly shocked, half believing and half doubting. Junior brother Yi, you're not joking, are you, given your cultivation level? This is too incredible to believe. Yi Jianlun shook his head and answered calmly. Actually, I'm not at the nascent soul stage. As he spoke, he intentionally released his cultivation aura. Boom! Shu Yunyan and the others felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cave, a sense of fear creeping into their hearts. In the face of this terrifying pressure, they felt pitifully small. Spirit transformation, utter terror flashed in everyone's eyes. If a nascent soul cultivator was already an overlord who could roam the barren state, then a spirit transformation expert was a top-tier existence who could act without restraint, fearing no power. Even in the entire eastern region, a spirit transformation expert was enough to make all major powers wary. Shu Yunyan had been elated just moments before, but now as he looked at the token in his hand, his joy was gone, replaced by deep worry. Junior brother Yi, what on earth happened? Why did you kill someone from the Ascension Sect? That's a behemoth. A single stomp of their foot would make the entire eastern region tremble 3 times. In front of them, our Xuanchen Sect is nothing but dust. Yi Jianlun did not hide anything and recounted the entire story. What? That old dog Chen's son was accepted as a true disciple by a venerable of the Ascension Sect? Shu Yunyan was startled, then sighed. No wonder an elder would travel thousands of miles to come here. The Wind Thunder Sect truly had a stroke of great luck, but now it's all over. The Wind Thunder Sect has been annihilated and you've killed an elder of the Ascension Sect. This matter can't possibly be resolved amicably. After learning the whole story, the several Peak Lords became extremely anxious. Shu Yunyan sighed heavily. So be it, this is fate, even if junior brother Yi hadn't acted. With the Ascension Sect backing them, that old dog Chen would have found a way to cause trouble for our Xuanchen Sect sooner or later. But what should we do about the current situation? Having offended the Ascension Sect, I'm afraid there will be no place for our Xuanchen Sect in the entire eastern region. The Peak Lord of Tianqiang Peak said worriedly, and everyone's eyes dimmed. After a long silence, Shu Yunyan seemed to have made a decision. He looked at Yi Jianlun seriously and said, Junior brother Yi, your talent is unparalleled and your immortal fate is profound. You must not let this incident ruin your future. In my opinion, you should leave the eastern region for now. If the Ascension Sect comes to hold us accountable in the future, we can face death. As long as you are alive, there is still hope for the Xuanchen Sect. The Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak also nodded solemnly in agreement. The Sect Master is right, the others nodded one after another, their eyes filled with determination. Seeing this scene, Yi Jianlun couldn't help but be a little moved. This sect truly had a strong sense of unity. He smiled to himself and reassured them, "Everyone rest assured. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it." Relying on his ability to grow stronger against stronger opponents, Yi Junlin was not only unafraid but actually looked forward to the Ascension sect coming to cause trouble. This opportunity was precisely the time for him to enhance his cultivation and obtain rich rewards from the system. Ding detected a suitable candidate for discipleship within a 1,000-mile radius. The candidate is suspected to be a true immortal-level demonic cult master. Does the host wish to go and recruit them? Completing the mission will yield unexpected rewards. Yi Junlin was stunned. What is this? The system wants me to take on a disciple, and a true immortal-level demonic cult master at that. How could such an existence appear in the barren state? He muttered to himself, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. If I go and try my luck with the system's help, maybe I can directly reach the true immortal realm. Heavens, I can't miss this opportunity. Just as Yi Junlin was pondering, Shu Yunyan looked at him with a troubled expression, wanting to persuade him further. But Yi Junlin waved his hand to interrupt him. "Do as you please, everyone. I'll be on my way." After speaking, he used the Great Void technique and instantly vanished without a trace, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. In a quiet bamboo forest, the wind rustled and green leaves fluttered down. Amidst this scenery, a tall, slender figure was fleeing in a sorry state, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Hong Tiany's messy hair and incomparably handsome face, though weary, still exuded an extraordinary temperament. He frowned slightly, his clear phoenix eyes filled with grief and indignation. He, beauty, stop running. Let this venerable one dote on you." A sinister voice came from a distance, filled with desire and greed. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, and turned to shout, "Get lost, I've told you countless times I'm a man." "A man?" The pursuing cultivator laughed loudly, his eyes burning with a wicked fire. "How can such a beautiful young lady be a man? Don't try to deceive me." Hong Tianye trembled with anger. Feeling the other party closing in, a wave of sorrow washed over him. He was once the renowned demonic cult master of the Central Region, who single-handedly founded the powerful fire-worship demonic cult, ruling over 100,000 kingdoms and revered by hundreds of millions of followers. His cultivation had reached the true immortal realm, an existence that even heaven and earth had to respect. But fate was fickle. His arch-nemesis united with the major sacred lands to launch a large-scale encirclement and suppression of the fire-worship demonic cult. The once powerful force disintegrated, his subordinates betrayed him, and cult master Hong Tianye became a hunted man. At the critical moment of life and death, he had to use a supreme secret technique, sacrificing all his cultivation to break through the siege and escape with his life. Now he was hiding in the barren state, a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, painstakingly cultivating from scratch, waiting for the day he could return to the Central Region for revenge. But before he could recover, he encountered a pervert who insisted on chasing him for nefarious purposes. "Run faster, I'm about to catch you, hee." The cultivator, with dark circles under his eyes, smiled smugly, riding a golden streak of light as he sped through the bamboo forest, his wicked eyes fixed on Hong Tianye's back. As a golden core stage cultivator, wasn't it as easy as turning his hand to catch an early stage foundation establishment cultivator? With a wave of his hand, several brown nails shot out, aiming to pin Hong Tianye's limbs. Hearing the whistling wind, Hong Tianye immediately formed a seal to cast the scarlet flame protective barrier, but the thin shield quickly shattered. With a miserable cry, his body was sent flying, breaking several bamboo stalks before crashing heavily to the ground. Hong Tianye forced down a mouthful of sweet blood. Before he could steady himself, he wanted to leave quickly, but the surrounding space had been completely sealed by several half-foot-long nails, exuding a terrifying aura. HMPH, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, quite a troublemaker. Taoist Void frowned slightly, a little surprised. He, a late-stage golden core cultivator, had actually used a 5th-grade magical artifact and still couldn't subdue the opponent immediately. With such strength, could this person be a prodigy from some major sect out for training? He thought for a moment, then sneered. "Forget it, who cares? After this venerable one has had his fun, it won't be too late to kill him and erase all traces." "Damn you, you bastard!" Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, his eyes furious, but he couldn't hide his sense of powerlessness. If he hadn't exhausted all his talismans and had all his magic treasures destroyed in the previous great battle, how could he have ended up being hunted down by an ordinary golden core cultivator? Taoist Void revealed a lewd smile, approaching step by step. The several nails continued to dance surrounding Hong Tianye, waiting for an opportunity. "Beauty, stop resisting. My patience is limited. Be good and it won't hurt as much." Forced into a corner, Hong Tianye could no longer hold back. His face turned cold, and his phoenix eyes flashed with anger and despair. "Look carefully, I am a man." In his agitation, Hong Tianye roared and tore open his shirt, revealing a firm chest. The entire bamboo forest fell into a dead silence. Taoist Void was stunned on the spot, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his face written with disbelief. "Really? He really is a man?" As Hong Tianye straightened his clothes, he said coldly, "See clearly now, we are both men, so stop chasing me." He turned to leave, thinking that now that he had clarified his gender, he could finally get away. This world was full of all sorts of strange people. He would have to be more careful next time to avoid being pestered by these old perverts again. But before he could get far, a familiar voice sent a chill down his spine. Actually, a man isn't out of the question either. Hong Tianye froze and turned back to look at Taoist Void, only to see the man's gaze growing even more fervent. With looks like that, I'll take you even if you're a man. Come on, lie down obediently, and let this Taoist have a taste. Taoist Void smirked lewdly, his eyes burning with a raging desire. Get lost, Hong Tianye roared, furiously mobilizing the last remnants of his magical power. His hands quickly formed a seal, and above his head an orange-red flame lotus bloomed brilliantly, carrying a terrifying power. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the fallen leaves on the ground instantly ignited. Taoist Void's face changed drastically. He felt his mouth go dry, his heart filled with horror. What was happening? How could a Foundation establishment cultivator erupt with such might? Was this technique heaven rank or earth rank? You bastard, you've completely infuriated this venerable one. Go to hell. In an instant the brilliant flame lotus descended with overwhelming momentum. The terrifying pressure made Taoist Void's face turn pale, and he hurriedly recalled his magical artifacts to defend himself. However, in just a moment the several magical nails melted under the destructive high temperature. Before he could react, the orange-red fire lotus was already upon him, its flames tightly enveloping his body. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the bamboo forest as Taoist Void's body was frantically incinerated, turning to ash in an instant, completely dissipating with the wind. Leaving no trace behind. You damned pervert, this is what you deserve, Hong Tianye sneered. But then his body swayed and he collapsed to the ground. His dantian was on the verge of cracking, and his entire body was drained of strength, with not an ounce of energy left to support him. That last move was a heaven-rank technique, astonishingly powerful. But for a Foundation establishment cultivator, the price was too great. If that move hadn't been able to finish off the opponent, Hong Tianye would have been truly helpless. To think that back then this venerable one could crush such an ant with a single glance, and now I've fallen to such a state. With his magical power depleted, his body was as weak as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hong Tianye struggled to his feet, telling himself he had to leave this place as soon as possible and find a safe place to heal. That old pervert deserved to die, but this kid was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly a voice sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Hong Tianye immediately became vigilant, his heart unconsciously accelerating. From the depths of the bamboo forest, an old beggar with messy hair, a red nose, and a wine gourd in his hand walked out. In the old man's eyes there was a flash of hard-to-read cunning. Who are you? Hong Tianye asked in a deep voice, his face grim. The old beggar chuckled. His appearance seemed kind, but it couldn't hide the strangeness in his eyes. My young friend, don't worry, this old man was just passing by and happened to see this good show. Although I knew Taoist Void, we weren't close. I don't intend to pursue the matter of his death. Hong Tianye breathed a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands and said, In that case, fellow Taoist, we'll meet again if fate allows. Farewell. Despite this, his intuition told him that this old beggar was extremely dangerous. Just as he turned, a cold wind blew past and the old beggar appeared before him like a ghost. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said in a strange tone, However, compared to Taoist Void, this old man is more interested in the secrets you carry. In an instant, the pressure of a golden core stage cultivator came crashing down, forcing Hong Tianye to his knees. The bones in his body made a terrifying creaking sound. His eyes turned crimson, filled with bloodshot veins and unwillingness. Hong Tianye understood that he would likely not escape this time. He was once a great demonic figure, having clawed his way up from being a nobody to ascending as an immortal, but now, in the face of the treachery of the cultivation world, everything he had gained seemed about to turn to dust. Hee. Let this old man see what secrets are hidden in your mind and why you possess such powerful divine abilities. The old beggar grinned coldly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes as his withered hand slowly reached for Hong Tianye's head. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, his body trembling with powerlessness. In his current state he was like a fish on a chopping block, completely at the mercy of others. Humiliation and helplessness spread throughout his body. I'm not resigned, Hong Tianye roared in his heart, but it was all in vain. The old beggar smiled sinisterly, his palm gently pressing towards his head, preparing to use a soul-searching technique. Just then a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if to crush everything. The space trembled, and the heavens and earth seemed on the verge of collapse. The old beggar's face changed drastically, his eyes showing terror. He immediately turned to look at the distant void, only to see ripples of space rolling up, and from within walked out a black-robed young man with an extraordinary and transcendent air. His long silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, and on his handsome face a pair of sharp eyes like two blades of cold ice shot straight at the old beggar. That gaze made the old beggar dare not move. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and his lips trembled. Sen, senior, he stammered, his voice filled with fear. The black-robed young man, Yi Junlin, frowned, his gaze sweeping past the old beggar before finally landing on Hong Tianye, his expression turning a little strange. System boy, Yi Junlin looked at the half-kneeling Hong Tianye, and said in a mocking tone, You told me he was a demonic cult master, once at the true immortal realm, not a Foundation establishment rookie. Who do you think you're fooling? Open black lens bracketing. The system would not deceive you. This person was indeed a demonic cult master at the true immortal realm. but his cultivation has fallen. Close black lens bracket, an information panel appeared before Yi Junlin's eyes. Open black lens bracket name, Hong Tianye. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket gender, male. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket current cultivation, early foundation establishment. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket spiritual root, fire, immortal rank damage. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket identity, former fire worship demonic cult master, once a true immortal, has undergone tribulation and ascended. Close black lens bracket. Yi Junlin stared intently at the information panel, his eyes filled with surprise. I never expected it was really him. Looking at Hong Tianye again, Yi Junlin felt a mix of emotions. Wait, he's really a man? His gaze lingered on the gender column, and then he carefully sized up Hong Tianye again. Skin as white as snow, smooth and delicate, facial features as exquisite as a painting, a pair of phoenix eyes full of charm, and a crimson flame mark on his brow further accentuating his unique beauty and rare temperament. This face value, Yi Junlin thought, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Truly a phoenix in distress, but no matter what, he's still so beautiful it's hard to look away. Yi Junlin glanced at Hong Tianye, sighing inwardly. With such beauty even women would feel ashamed. Ahem, he's actually a man? At first, Yi Junlin thought this was a guy who liked to dress as a woman, but looking at his clothes and demeanor he realized this beauty was entirely natural, and with that soft long hair, it was no wonder anyone would mistake Hong Tianye's gender. Although he's only at the foundation establishment stage now, with his rare talent, it's entirely possible for him to recover his former realm. Taking him as a disciple is definitely not a loss. Besides, being able to control a former true immortal demonic cult master, just thinking about it is interesting. Yi Junlin thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. At the same time, Hong Tianye felt no joy at Yi Junlin's appearance. His face was filled with despair. The secrets he carried were enough to cause waves throughout the entire cultivation world. He knew very well how many powerful experts would stop at nothing to fight for this immortal opportunity. In his eyes, this white-haired young man before him was no exception. That beggar is dead, and I've only been passed from one person's hands to another. The outcome is no different. Hong Tianye thought, his heart as cold as ice. The old beggar was now trembling incessantly. So scared he almost embarrassed himself in public. He couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How could a spirit transformation mighty figure appear in a godforsaken place like the barren state? Could he be related to this Hong Tianye? Thinking of Hong Tianye's extraordinary background, the old beggar became even more suspicious. Could this white-haired young man be his elder? Filled with regret, the old beggar kept cursing himself for getting into trouble. He prostrated himself on the ground, a groveling look on his face, his voice trembling. Divine Lord, this junior did not know of your relationship with this young friend. Everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. I implore the great Divine Lord to be magnanimous and spare this lowly one this time. In the cultivation world, each realm had a specific title. Golden Core cultivators were called Taoists, Nascent Soul were true lords, and Spirit Transformation cultivators were revered as Divine Lords. Yi Junlin didn't even glance at the old beggar from beginning to end. He just waved his hand lightly as if shooing away an annoying fly. Bang! The old beggar was immediately struck by an invisible force. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. His head hit the ground hard, half his body buried in the mud, and he fainted on the spot. Watching the white-haired young man approach step by step, Hong Tianye smiled miserably. No matter what, he couldn't escape this fate. Just as despair enveloped his heart, a calm voice sounded in his ear. This venerable one sees that your bones are extraordinary. You are a once-in-a-million cultivation prodigy. Today I have decided to take you as my disciple. What do you think? The voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in his ears like a clap of thunder, making Hong Tianye's head buzz. He raised his head, looking at the white-haired young man before him with eyes full of doubt, his mind reeling with suspicion. HMPH. A mere spirit transformation cultivator dares to dream of taking me as a disciple? Could it be that he has his eyes on the secrets I carry and wants to find a way to probe them? But if so, why not just use a soul-searching technique? Is he trying to change his strategy to make me grateful to him so I'll repay him in the future? As a grey demon who once shook the central region, Hong Tianye had seen too many hypocrites. Thus Yi Junlin's sudden kindness only made him more suspicious and wary. You don't want to? Yi Junlin smiled with a hint of playfulness. The change in his tone sent a chill down Hong Tianye's heart. Then I'll have to. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Once my cultivation is restored, I can turn the tables. Besides, bowing my head now is just an act. Hong Tianye immediately knelt down and performed the disciple's formal ceremony. Disciple Hong Tianye pays respects to Master. To be accepted into Master's sect is the greatest honor of my life. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. All right, be good, get up. However, the name Hong Tianye is too much of a mouthful. From now on I'll just call you Little Red. Hearing this, Hong Tianye's eye twitched, a surge of resentment welling up inside him. To think that he, a once-renowned great demonic cult master, would be given such a casual name. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. Reward: automatic cultivation of techniques and divine abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-burying coffin containing 108 layers of seals, which will be gradually unlocked as your realm improves. The current level of the Heaven Burying Coffin is a third-grade spirit artifact. Its function is to bury heaven and earth, and in later stages it can even bury the entire universe. Ding, the system has detected the disciple's aptitude and provides a free upgrade gift pack. Fire Attribute Technique 3000 Blazing Flame Scripture. Fire Origin Pill, which can help him repair his fire attribute spiritual root and forge an unparalleled foundation. In Yi Junlin's mind, the system's sweet voice echoed like that of a cute young girl. Mission complete. Is the host satisfied with the rewards? On the surface, Yi Junlin remained impassive, but inwardly he was thrilled. Not bad, this is what I call good service. You're not needed now. You may leave. Ding, understood. The system immediately went silent, leaving Yi Junlin in this unfamiliar world enjoying the supreme feeling of being revered. Indeed not bad, he mused to himself this time. The rewards included techniques and divine abilities that could be cultivated automatically, saving Yi Junlin a great deal of time in the future. He would only need to leisurely enjoy the results without any further effort. One must know that techniques and divine abilities each have their own cultivation progress, which directly affects the power a cultivator can wield. The cultivation levels are in order: Entry, Minor Accomplishment, Major Accomplishment, Perfection, and Divine Realm. With each stage reached, the explosive power increases tenfold or even 100-fold. While one's cultivation realm is important, with powerful strength, one can completely challenge those of higher levels and achieve victory through surprise. What's more, this reward also included the magic treasure, the Heaven Burying Coffin. The name alone sounded domineering, as if it could bury the heavenly Tao itself if it were displeased, although currently the Heaven Burying Coffin was only a third-grade spirit artifact. As Yi Junlin's realm advanced, the seals within it would gradually be unlocked. With this magic treasure alone, he was more than capable of establishing a firm foothold in the eastern region. In the Kunlun realm, magic treasures were divided into Dharma artifacts, treasure artifacts, spirit artifacts, mystic artifacts, immortal artifacts, and saint artifacts, each further divided into 9 grades. Obtaining a spirit artifact was already extremely rare, reserved for major figures. The Heaven Burying Coffin also possessed evolutionary potential far surpassing ordinary magic treasures, making Yi Junlin look forward to its future power. Hong Tianyé's voice pulled Yi Junlin back from his thoughts. Looking at the complex expression on his disciple's beautiful face, Yi Junlin chuckled lightly, masking his momentary lapse in attention. Ahem, little red, since you've become my disciple as your master, I must naturally bestow a technique upon you as a meeting gift, to aid your future cultivation. Thank you, master. Hong Tianyé bowed, but a hint of disdain flashed in his heart. HMPH, a mere spirit transformation cultivator dares to guide my cultivation? I'd like to see what kind of ordinary technique you can produce. Yi Junlin simply raised his hand lightly, and a stream of light carrying a massive amount of information shot directly into Hong Tianyé's sea of consciousness. The 3000 Blazing Flames scripture. At first, Hong Tianyé merely frowned, not paying it much mind. But as the information about the technique became clearer, his mind seemed to explode, his whole body trembled, his breathing became rapid, and he couldn't suppress the violent shock in his heart. The top-tier fire attribute technique he had always been proud of, the chaotic rage flame art, was like trash compared to the 3000 Blazing Flames scripture. Heavens, this was definitely an immortal rank technique, perhaps even reaching the legendary saint rank. The 3000 Blazing Flames scripture not only opened up a completely new path for fire attribute cultivation, but also contained 3000 fire attribute divine abilities, each one astonishingly powerful. With this technique, Hong Tianyé's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds far beyond what he had ever imagined. True immortal, no, I can have even greater ambitions. Waves of shock and joy surged in Hong Tianyé's heart. All his past arrogance was shattered to pieces at this moment, replaced by a firm belief in the glorious future his master had opened for him. Just as Hong Tianyé was still immersed in his ethereal fantasies, Yi Junlin suddenly tossed him a crimson pill. This is for you. Looking at the pill in his hand, Hong Tianyé was struck by lightning, exclaiming in disbelief, "The Fire Origin Pill." Yi Junlin smiled meaningfully. "Oh, so you know about this thing too." Waves surged in Hong Tianyé's heart. With his past status, he had come into contact with the Fire Origin Pill and knew its value well. It was regarded as an immortal pill exclusively for cultivators of fire attribute techniques, capable of significantly enhancing their strength. The rarity of the Fire Origin Pill was such that even immortals would fight desperately for it, not to mention that his foundation had been severely damaged after he used a secret technique to escape with his life. The appearance of the Fire Origin Pill was like a warm fire in the dead of winter, a savior on his path of cultivation. "These are all for me," Hong Tianyé muttered to himself. Since he was a child, no one had ever treated him so well. The people around him were all about exploitation, struggle, and scheming, yet Yi Junlin had bestowed upon him a technique, and also gifted him an unimaginably high-grade pill, which was tantamount to granting him a heaven-sent grace. Wait, how could a mere spirit transformation cultivator produce these things? Even at my peak, obtaining the Fire Origin Pill and the 3000 Blazing Flame scripture would not have been easy. Hong Tianyé couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. What in the world was wrong with this world? Things coveted by the great figures of the central region now appeared so easily in the hands of a barren state cultivator. Could it be that he possessed an extraordinary immortal fate? At this thought, Hong Tianyé's heart raced and his breathing became ragged. He couldn't estimate the value of these items and could only guess that Yi Junlin had found some ancient ruins and obtained them by a stroke of luck. Little Red, are you perhaps dissatisfied with the gifts your master has bestowed? Watching Hong Tianyé's ever-changing expression, Yi Junlin couldn't help but laugh. Curious about what was going through this demonic cult master's mind, Hong Tianyé was abruptly jolted back to his senses and immediately bowed his head respectfully, replying, "Master, absolutely not. To be accepted by you is the fortune of my 3 lifetimes." He secretly calculated in his heart that since this was the case, it wouldn't hurt to be a disciple for a while. He could both improve his cultivation and investigate this person's secrets. Yi Junlin nodded. Take this pill. I will personally stand guard for you." "Thank you, master." Immediately, Hong Tianyé swallowed the fire origin pill, sat cross-legged and began to refine its medicinal power. In an instant, wisps of green smoke rose from the top of his head, his fair skin gradually turning as red as charcoal, and his face flushed as if it were about to drip blood. His entire body felt as if it were being incinerated by a raging fire, undergoing a world-shaking transformation as his aura continuously soared. Early, middle, late, and peak perfection of foundation establishment, finally breaking through the bottleneck to enter the golden core stage and quickly stabilizing at the early nascent soul stage. The immortal-grade fire attribute spiritual root in his body had been completely restored, and his foundation was more solid than ever before. His future path of cultivation was destined to advance by 1,000 miles a day, in just half an hour to break through from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Such speed was rare even in the central region. But in Yi Junlin's eyes it was nothing remarkable. With the identity of a reincarnated true immortal, coupled with suitable techniques and pills, a rapid increase in cultivation was inevitable. Feeling the changes within his body, Hong Tianyé was ecstatic. He couldn't help but roar at the sky. Ending the joy in his heart, the roar, filled with heroic spirit, echoed through the bamboo forest, startling countless birds into fleeing in all directions. "Just you wait. The day I return to the central region, I will surely wash away this shame." Noticing Yi Junlin's somewhat strange expression, Hong Tianyé realized he had lost his composure. He coughed a few times and said respectfully, "Master, I have been discourteous." Yi Junlin waved his hand lightly and said indifferently, "It's fine. Follow me back to the sect and I'll let you meet your various martial uncles and aunts." "Yes, master." At this moment within the Xuanchen sect, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement, and everyone's face was brimming with joy. They had just experienced a glorious battle and were filled with pride. "It's all thanks to Peak Lord Yi. Otherwise, our Xuanchen sect would have been the one to be annihilated." "That's right, Peak Lord Yi is our savior." "Tisk, it's a pity I was blind back then and missed the opportunity to join Ethereal Peak. Otherwise, I would be a disciple there now. Isn't that the truth? If only I could join Ethereal Peak, I could admire Peak Lord Yi's style every day." Peak Lord Yi is now the #1 expert in the Xuanchen sect. His standards for accepting disciples must be very high. I wonder who will be lucky enough to catch his eye. The entire sect was abuzz with discussion, and countless admiring gazes were cast towards Ethereal Peak. Previously, everyone thought Yi Junlin's cultivation was low and avoided his desolate mountain like the plague, afraid of being implicated. But now Yi Junlin had annihilated a nascent soul with a single finger, shaking the entire Xuanchen sect. "Look, Peak Lord Yi is back," a disciple shouted loudly. In an instant, countless gazes converged as Yi Junlin, with his silver hair flowing and robes fluttering, slowly descended from the sky. His face was radiant, and his temperament was like that of a banished immortal, drawing admiration from all. "Who is the woman following him?" someone exclaimed in surprise. Hong Tianyé was dressed in a fiery red robe, his long black hair like a waterfall, and his face exquisitely beautiful. A flame mark on his brow gave him a cold and detached aura, as if no one could compare. "So beautiful," many male disciples murmured, their hearts racing. "It's over. This is the feeling of being smitten. Damn it." The female disciples, on the other hand, were so angry that they were almost consumed by jealousy. Yi Junlin said with a light laugh, "Little Red, this is my sect, the Xuanchen sect. From now on you will be the head disciple of my Ethereal Peak." "Junior brother Yi, where did you just go?" Shu Yunyan walked out of the main hall. Seeing Hong Tianyé behind Yi Junlin, he asked, "I picked up a disciple on the way. Little Red, come and pay your respects to the sect master." Yi Junlin beckoned. Hong Tianyé sensed the low cultivation of the middle-aged man before him and couldn't help but feel wronged, but for the sake of courtesy he had to cup his hands in a salute. "Disciple Hong Tianyé pays respects to the sect master." Shu Yunyan was stunned. He had just been discussing with the other peak lords about holding a grand disciple recruitment ceremony for Yi Junlin's Ethereal Peak, but he didn't expect him to just casually pick up a disciple himself. The Peak Lord of Tianqiang Peak looked at the handsome and beautiful Hong Tianyé, walked over curiously, her eyes sparkling. "My, what a pretty little girl." As she spoke, she leaned closer. Hong Tianyé immediately glared at her, his gaze as sharp as a sword piercing straight at her, his voice low and cold. "I am a man." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from him. shaking the peak lord of Tianqiang Peak so much that her whole body trembled and her face turned pale with horror. Nas, Nascent Soul, Shu Union and the others were also greatly shocked. What nonsense, this is my senior sister. Yi Junlin frowned, apologized quickly. Only then did Hong Tianye react. He quickly restrained his cultivation and, swallowing his displeasure, cupped his hands and said, "It was my rudeness. It's fine." The peak lord of Tianqiang Peak was extremely embarrassed and dared not get any closer. "Junior brother Yi, where did you find such a disciple? He's actually at the nascent soul stage," Shu Union exclaimed in admiration. "Hey, just good luck. I picked him up." Yi Junlin waved his hand, his tone casual. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss for words. In this day and age had nascent soul cultivators become so cheap that they could be picked up anywhere? Although they were surprised that Yi Junlin had picked up a nascent soul cultivator as a disciple after a short trip, they were still very happy. Hong Tianye's addition meant that the Xuanchen sect's strength would become even more formidable. After everyone dispersed, Yi Junlin took Hong Tianye to Ethereal Peak. "You are the head disciple under my tutelage. Just pick a cave residence here to cultivate." "Don't be polite," Yi Junlin said seriously. Hong Tianye stared at the dilapidated cobweb-covered cave residences, his eye twitching slightly. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and barely managed to squeeze out, "Thank you, master. Compared to this place, even the living quarters of the miscellaneous disciples in the fire-worship demonic cult he founded were much better. Ahem, it is a bit messy. Tidy it up yourself. Remember, only the weak complain about their environment while the strong always know how to adapt," Yi Junlin taught meaningfully. With that his figure flashed and he vanished gracefully. Hong Tianye clenched his fist, trying to suppress his anger, and gritted his teeth. "It's fine, I'll endure it. Those who achieve great things must first learn to forbear. Since I have chosen to enter this sect, I shall adapt to this new identity." In the ancestral hall of the Ascension sect, among the countless memorial tablets, one had shattered, startling a sleeping disciple awake, his face pale with fright. "Heavens, this is Elder Mu's tablet." Elder Mu, an outer sect elder of great renown, proficient in earth-rank divine abilities, had suddenly fallen. This news was quickly reported to the higher-ups of the Ascension sect. The elders were furious. Who was so audacious as to dare lay a hand on an elder of the Ascension sect? A middle-aged man draped in a golden robe opened his eyes, golden light piercing through the void, his aura astonishing. His golden yellow hair was braided into countless small braids hanging down his chest and back, and his entire body emanated an unfathomable killing intent. This person was none other than Venerable Juyang, an elder whose might shook the Ascension sect. Below, a handsome man dressed in phoenix-patterned brocade was kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling. "Master, it's all my fault. I was the one who asked Elder Mu to deliver the pill for my father. This person was Chen Yunhai's son, Chen Shao. Rise. This matter is not your fault." Venerable Juyang lightly raised his hand and an invisible force lifted Chen Shao, helping him to his feet. "Thank you for your magnanimity, master." A faint light flickered in Chen Shao's eyes as he hesitated to speak. "If you have any doubts, feel free to speak," Venerable Juyang said faintly. Chen Shao said in a deep voice, "Elder Mu's death has left me uneasy. I am worried that my father's sect will be implicated, so I really want to go to the barren state to investigate myself." Venerable Juyang shook his head. "My boy, do you know why I took you as my disciple?" "Because I possess the solar immortal body and have extraordinary potential," Chen Shao replied. "In the cultivation world, besides spiritual roots, a cultivator's constitution was also crucial. A powerful constitution could not only unleash greater combat power but also allow one's cultivation speed to advance by 1,000 miles a day. Constitutions were divided into spirit bodies, true bodies, treasure bodies, immortal bodies, and saint bodies. Chen Shao possessed the solar immortal body, which had attracted the great attention of the Ascension sect." Venerable Juyang's expression did not change. "That is only part of it. The other part is because I saw a strong desire in you. How could someone like you, who craves power so much, be bound by petty family ties?" he continued. "The day of the true disciple competition is approaching. You must prepare early. As long as you defeat the other true disciples and take first place, the sect will pour more resources into you. This is the real benefit. As for the Wind Thunder sect, it's no matter. I will send someone to the barren state to investigate this matter." Hearing this, Chen Shao could only suppress the worry in his heart and bowed again. "I will not disappoint your high hopes, master." With that he turned and left. Venerable Juyang gave a cold command. "Someone go to the barren state and check the situation." From the void a low voice immediately responded, "Yes." On Ethereal Peak of the Xuanchen sect, smoke curled up from cooking fires, carrying the aroma of roasted meat. Hong Tianye was skillfully grilling lamb skewers, controlling the heat perfectly. From time to time he would sprinkle on some special spices, and the golden, glistening skewers of roasted meat emitted a tantalizing aroma. He secretly glanced at the white-haired young man lying leisurely on a bamboo chair behind him, basking in the sun, his expression turning a little sour. Hong Tianye, once a notorious demonic cult master, once a man who stirred up storms in the central region and held the lives of hundreds of millions in his hands. His very name was enough to make children stop crying. But now he was doing menial work in a small sect. If his old enemies from back then knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. Eat, eat, eat. What's so good about eating? I really don't understand how a spirit transformation cultivator can be so obsessed with the pleasures of the palate. How shallow, Hong Tianye grumbled to himself. Little Red, is it ready? I can't wait any longer, a voice came from behind. It's ready, master. I'll bring it over to you right away. Hong Tianye carried a plate of meat skewers and placed it in front of the leisurely Yi Junlin, who was waiting to be served. Yi Junlin picked up a fragrant lamb skewer and took a delightful bite. During this time I don't have to worry about cultivation. I just lie down and check in and my divine abilities and techniques upgrade automatically. I have more check-in rewards than I can use, so I have to share them with others. The system's crisp voice echoed in his mind. May I ask the esteemed host if you are satisfied with the reward of the secret roasted meat seasoning? It's all right. The taste reminds me of my hometown, which is famous for its roasted meat, as long as the host is satisfied. Yi Junlin turned to Hong Tianye and said with a smile, Here, you try a skewer too. Don't be polite. Hong Tianye shook his head. Master, I have already achieved Bigu and am no longer interested in worldly food. Oh, what's the fun in cultivating to this point? Listen to your master, just eat. Yi Junlin shook his head in pity. No, master, I'm really not interested. Hong Tianye secretly felt contempt, thinking that Yi Junlin was truly an oddity in the cultivation world. You dare to disrespect your master? If your master tells you to eat, you eat. No more nonsense. Yi Junlin glared at him. In the end, under duress, Hong Tianye reluctantly picked up a lamb skewer. He first sniffed it, then took a bite with a look of unwillingness. Boom! The rich aroma instantly exploded in his mouth, sweeping over his taste buds. Hong Tianye chewed slowly, and a strange sensation seemed to flow through his entire body. At that moment he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his soul floating as if he had entered an immortal realm. Deeply buried childhood memories suddenly flooded his mind. Hong Tianye, this once cold and ruthless demonic cult master, suddenly felt a sting in his nose, his eyes reddened, and two streams of clear tears quietly slid down his cheeks. Delicious, so delicious. Yi Junlin was stunned and patted his shoulder sympathetically. It's all right, eat more, you poor thing. I wonder how long it's been since you've had meat. Hong Tianye lowered his head, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. He remembered his humble origins, the days of hunger in his youth when eating meat even in his dreams was a luxury. Later he embarked on the path of cultivation. He resorted to any means necessary to seize resources, eventually becoming an infamous great demonic cult master. But at this moment a single lamb skewer was enough to stir up a tempest in his heart. As Hong Tianye savored this worldly delicacy, childhood memories flooded his mind, intertwined with the ups and downs of his arduous cultivation journey. The emotions long suppressed within him erupted in an instant. Indeed, what was the point of cultivating until one became like a clay statue, abstaining from all worldly pleasures, even foregoing the simplest joy of satisfying one's appetite? Hong Tianye's state of mind gradually shifted, his thoughts becoming clear and unobstructed as if a ray of light had torn through the dark night sky. Boom! Hong Tianye's cultivation began to skyrocket. Starting from the early nascent soul stage, he successively broke through to the middle, late, and peak stages, reaching perfection, and then, in one fell swoop, broke through the bottleneck and entered the spirit transformation stage. An astonishing aura, incomparably powerful, spread out. Fortunately, the aura-concealing formation on ethereal peak activated in time, preventing a commotion in the county. In the Shuenshan sect, can it really be this easy? Yi Junlin was stunned, but then he came to terms with it. He thought to himself, this person was originally a true immortal, and now he's just recultivating to make up for his deficiencies. It's only natural for his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Hong Tianye's cultivation stabilized at the early spirit transformation stage. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. As someone who had weathered countless storms, he would not become complacent over such a small achievement. He knew in his heart that he was still far from his ultimate goal, Little Red. Congratulations on breaking through to spirit transformation. As your master, I am truly happy for you. Your cultivation is about to catch up to mine, Yi Junlin said cheerfully. Hong Tianye's long, narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing in their depths. Now, with his spirit transformation cultivation, supplemented by the 3,000 blazing flame scripture, the power he could unleash was already extremely terrifying. Hong Tianye was secretly confident that even if he couldn't be invincible at this realm, he would not be much inferior. Is it time to turn on him? The thought had just risen in his mind when it was interrupted by Yi Junlin's familiar voice. What are you standing there for? Eat. Yi Junlin handed over a lamb skewer, urging him on. Hong Tianye silently took it and ate with his head down. The thought of betrayal, like a weed, though buried, continued to spread in the dark. After they finished eating, Yi Junlin leisurely held a toothpick in his mouth and said with a smile, Little Red, come give your master a shoulder rub. You, surnamed Yi, do you really think a mere spirit transformation cultivator can order me around forever? This ridiculous master-disciple relationship should end today. Hong Tianye's eyes were cold and resolute. Just as he was about to make his move, a disciple suddenly came to deliver a message. Peak Lord Yi, the sect master, requests your presence in the council hall for an important matter. Yi Junlin opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Looks like I have to go. His move was interrupted. Hong Tianye hesitated. He could have struck then, but a voice in his heart warned him, don't be rash, the consequences will be severe. As someone who had once surpassed the immortal realm, Hong Tianye's intuition was far keener than that of ordinary people. He felt that while Yi Junlin seemed full of flaws, he was hiding an unpredictable danger. Does this guy have some other tricks up his sleeve? His thoughts were in turmoil, and he couldn't make a decision. Little Red, your master is leaving first. Your skills are not bad. Give me a leg massage when I get back, Yi Junlin said, then leapt into the air and disappeared into the sky. Hearing this, Hong Tianye's nose was almost crooked with anger. He cursed inwardly, do you really think I'm your servant? I should have been decisive and crushed this shameless bastard long ago. Inside the council hall, Sect Master Shu Yunian and several peak lords were in discussion. When they saw the white-haired young man fly in from outside the hall, Shu Yunian immediately broke into a smile. Junior brother Yi, you're here. Shu Yunian had now reached the nascent soul stage, his aura growing deeper, with flashes of majestic lightning occasionally flickering in his eyes. He was extremely grateful to Yi Junlin, not only because he had changed the fate of the Xuanchen sect, but also because he had gifted him an extremely precious heaven-rank lightning attribute technique. With this technique he had elevated his lightning attribute Taoist arts to a new level. The peak lords of Sword Hiding Peak and the others also greeted him with smiles. Their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds due to the new techniques, and they were only a step away from the nascent soul stage. Their current strength far surpassed what it was before, so they were filled with respect and admiration for Yi Junlin. Everyone, has the sect encountered any difficulties? Yi Junlin asked directly. Shu Yunian's smile faded and he said in a deep voice, a few days ago, the state of Wei, which is under the protection of the Xuanchen sect, sent a request for help. Strange things have been happening frequently in their country, with common people dying in droves, their blood completely drained. At first we thought it was the work of demons and sent a group of disciples to investigate, but they have not returned and we have heard nothing from them since. This phenomenon is getting worse and many cities with millions of people have now become dead zones. What's more terrifying is that countries neighboring Wei have also begun to experience similar phenomena. The news we received says that this disaster is spreading throughout the entire barren state. Hearing this, Yi Junlin frowned and asked, how can it be so strange? Did no one see the culprit? Shu Yunian shook his head gravely. Perhaps those who saw are already dead. All that's left are corpses drained of blood, he sighed and continued. For a cultivation sect, if we cannot recruit suitable disciples every year, we will eventually face a shortage of new blood. Over time, the sect will decline. This is why we cannot let the situation in the state of Wei continue. Mortals are the main source of new disciples, and sometimes exceptionally talented individuals emerge from among them. Shu Yunian knew this better than anyone. 200 years ago, he was just an ordinary child from a small village. It was only because he was fortunate enough to be chosen by an elder of the Xuanchen sect that he embarked on the path of cultivation. He paused and said seriously, if we don't act soon, the barren state will fall into chaos. Not just us, but all the sects on this continent will be affected. Yi Junlin pondered. According to the sect master, this phenomenon began in the state of Wei a few days ago and is still concentrated there. In that case, the root of the problem must be there. We should start there. Sect master, let me handle this myself. Just then, the system's familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding, new mission triggered. Please go to the state of Wei and resolve the root of the crisis. A generous reward will be given upon completion. A faint smile appeared on Yi Junlin's lips as he thought, system, you really know how to guide me. Ding, of course. Everyone in the hall focused their gazes on him. Shu Yunian stroked his beard and smiled. If junior brother Yi takes action, I believe everything will be resolved quickly. Yi Junlin didn't say much, just nodded and then left the hall. Watching his receding figure, the peak lord of Sword Hiding Peak asked with some concern, can junior brother Yi really solve it? The peak lord of Tianxiang Peak glanced at him, her tone decisive. You're really foolish. In this small barren state, what could possibly stump a divine being? If even junior brother Yi can't solve it, then the barren state is truly hopeless. Shu Yunian's smile gradually faded and he said seriously, everyone please focus on your cultivation and do not betray junior brother Yi's trust. Yes, everyone responded in unison. In the sky shrouded in clouds and mist, two figures, one in front of the other, flew like streams of light. Yi Junlin hummed a little tune while admiring the magnificent mountains and rivers in the distance. Following behind him, Hong Tianye stared silently at his back. His heart filled with grievances. Recalling what had happened on Ethereal Peak, he snorted coldly, there will be plenty of opportunities on the road. When you fall into my hands, I'll let you know who's stronger. Before long, they arrived above the Great Wei dynasty. Looking down from high above, cities of all sizes were scattered like stars, and the common people moved about like fragile ants. What's happening down there? Hong Tianye glanced down and said nonchalantly, oh, it looks like a group of bandits is robbing a village. Yi Junlin's lips curled into a slight smile, and he sighed, this kind of thing again, alright, let's go down and take a look. With that, he immediately set off flying towards the village. Behind him, Hong Tianye smiled contemptuously and muttered to himself how boring. But he still followed closely. In Peach Blossom Village, flames shot up to the sky and smoke and dust filled the air. The villagers were herded by the bandits into an open space in the center of the village, like livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Anyone who dared to resist or try to escape was mercilessly cut down by them. Cries and pleas for mercy echoed through the once peaceful village. A white-haired old man, the village chief of Peach Blossom Village, trembling, walked forward with a cane and pleaded earnestly. "Honorable heroes, our village is poor. We only have some chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep to live on. If you want them, please take them, but I beg you not to harm the innocent villagers." "Shut up!" An impatient bandit kicked the old man in the back. The village chief cried out in pain, fell to the ground, and coughed up blood. 100 ferocious-looking bandits holding sharp steel sabers surrounded several hundred terrified and trembling villagers. "Chieftain, everyone is here," a subordinate reported respectfully. The chieftain of Blackwind Fortress exuded a powerful aura, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light as he stared intently at the villagers kneeling at his feet. A cruel smile spread across his lips. "Get back, the chieftain is about to use his divine ability." The surrounding bandits quickly retreated, their faces filled with awe. They knew very well that when the chieftain began his ritual, everything would become terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. Threads of blood shot out from the chieftain's chest as if they had a life of their own, rushing towards the villagers. Men, women, the elderly, and children all shriveled up at a visible rate, their vital blood being drained, flowing towards the chest of the Blackwind Fortress chieftain. "That's right, as long as I drain all of them, I'm confident I can break through from the chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage." Feeling the changes within his body, he was ecstatic. "Help, don't kill me, mother, save me. Monster, he's a monster." Heart-wrenching screams rose one after another, shrouding the gloomy sky on the mountaintop. Junlin's eyes turned cold. There is indeed a problem. The strange events in Wei over the years are clearly a premeditated conspiracy, but with the Blackwind Fortress chieftain's strength, he couldn't be the mastermind. He's just a pawn being manipulated. Beside him, Hong Tianye suddenly froze, a strong shock flashing in his eyes. "This kind of technique," he said in a low voice, a sense of unease welling up in his heart. The method the chieftain was using was extremely similar to someone he once knew. But wasn't that person besieged and annihilated by the major sacred lands of the central region 200 years ago? Hong Tianye frowned, his expression constantly changing as he recalled the person whose evil methods had terrified the entire central region back then. Noticing Hong Tianye's abnormality, Junlin raised his eyebrows slightly. "You recognize this evil technique?" Hong Tianye shook his head and immediately denied it. "No, I don't." Junlin smiled and didn't ask further. His figure flashed and he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, Junlin was already standing next to the Blackwind Fortress chieftain. He gently placed his hand on the other's shoulder and sighed. "Little brother, every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. But you were wrong to come here and kill the innocent." The Blackwind Fortress chieftain was immersed in the pleasure of absorbing vital blood when he was suddenly startled by someone appearing next to him. He jumped in fright and roared angrily. "Who are you?" However, before he could react, Junlin's hand was already on his shoulder. A terrifying force erupted, and the chieftain fell to his knees, his body feeling as if it were being crushed, screaming in agony. "Ah!" The chieftain's technique was broken and the surviving villagers escaped disaster. Staring blankly at the scene before them, the surrounding bandits were also stunned, scared out of their wits by the white-haired young man who had easily suppressed their seemingly invincible leader with just one hand. Junlin said coldly, "Where did you learn this evil art?" The Blackwind Fortress chieftain Chen Shui had a bitter look on his face. Knowing he had offended an expert he couldn't afford to provoke, he had no choice but to confess everything. It turned out that Chen Shui was once an ordinary person. After discovering his wife's affair, he punished the adulterous pair. However, the young master of the Su family used his family connections to frame him, forcing Chen Shui to flee his hometown. While wandering, he met a group of strange people. They recruited him and taught him this terrifying evil art, with the only condition being to constantly kill to improve his cultivation. From then on, Chen Shui became brutal, crazily killing innocent people. After achieving some success in his cultivation, he returned to his hometown for revenge but was pursued by rogue cultivators, forcing him to hide in Blackwind Fortress and become a bandit. It seems that behind all this is a large organization that specializes in teaching evil arts to others, creating crazed killers. Junlin looked up at the sky and saw a red-robed figure slowly descending. He said pointedly, "Little Red, what do you think of this matter?" Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Hong Tianye. Her beauty was like that of a celestial fairy, stunning and admirable to all. Although she maintained a calm exterior, Hong Tianye's heart was in turmoil. This method of teaching evil arts, Shaolan Seeking Snow, was extremely similar to the style of someone she once knew. Could he really still be alive? "Master, your disciple does not know." Hearing the answer, Junlin shook his head lightly. He raised his hand and pressed it on Chen Shui's head, beginning to forcibly search his memories. Chen Shui was in extreme pain, his eyes rolled back, feeling as if his brain was being torn apart. In his blurred vision, Junlin saw several strange black shadows standing in a row, and the leader raised his hand to transmit the evil art to Chen Shui. Then the screen suddenly went black. Plop Chen Shui fell to the ground completely dead. "Let's go," Yi Junlin said. Snap. Hong Tianye snapped his fingers. Instantly the bandits were engulfed in raging flames, screaming in extreme terror. In a short while they were all reduced to ashes. Yi Junlin and the villagers watched the scene in astonishment. Hong Tianye frowned slightly and asked, "Master, did I do something wrong? Don't these bandits deserve to die?" He had long harbored grievances and only now had the opportunity to vent his anger by killing these bandits. Yi Junlin gave a thumbs up, his face full of satisfaction. "Very good, as expected of my good disciple." The villagers cheered in unison. "This celestial fairy has punished the wicked and upheld justice for heaven. Our Peach Blossom village will be grateful to the celestial fairy for generations." In the court of the state of Wei, the Wei Emperor, dressed in a dragon robe, sat majestically on his throne, concentrating on the memorial that had just been presented. His aged face was heavy, his brows furrowed into a deep Kawa character. The atmosphere in the court was oppressive. The civil and military officials all bowed their heads, no one daring to speak. After a long time a helpless sigh was heard. The Wei Emperor threw down the memorial, rubbing his forehead, and his voice was bitter. "If this continues, I'm afraid my Great Wei's territory will be destroyed by demons and ghosts." The casualty figures listed in the memorial were chilling. The Great Wei originally had a population of 80 million, but in just a few years the population had decreased by more than 30 million, and the situation was getting worse. The people were in a state of panic and the court was helpless in the face of the crisis. A minister stepped forward and comforted, "Your Majesty, our state of Wei is backed by the Xuanchen Sect. I believe the celestial masters there will not sit idly by." Hearing this, the Wei Emperor shook his head with a bitter smile, his face filled with despair. A few years ago, the Xuanchen Sect did send a team to investigate, but shortly after they arrived in Wei, the entire team disappeared. Since then, the Xuanchen Sect has gone silent with no further activity. Can Wei still count on such a sect? Just then, a clear bell-like voice came from outside the court. "Father Emperor, Father Emperor." Everyone's gaze turned to the little princess about 10 years old who ran in. With skin as fair as jade and a delicate face, this little princess was clearly a future beauty. The little princess ran over, her small face beaming with joy. "Two celestial beings have descended outside." The Wei Emperor was overjoyed and immediately stood up. "It must be the celestial masters from the Xuanchen Sect. Ministers, quickly follow me to welcome them." Within the imperial palace, colorful auspicious clouds covered the sky and splendid light shone in all directions. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, two figures shrouded in brilliant halos slowly descended onto the square. Yi Junlin had his hands behind his back, a look of smugness on his face. He glanced at Hong Tianye and said softly, "Little Red, what do you think? Isn't this entrance style I chose very classy?" Hong Tianye glanced at him lightly, thinking to himself, so childish, but on the surface he still maintained a respectful demeanor. Cupping his hands and replying, "Master is wise, your disciple thinks so too." In front of the main gate of the imperial palace, the Wei Emperor, leading the civil and military officials, hurried out and knelt down in unison. "We welcome the celestial master's arrival." In their eyes, Yi Junlin and Hong Tianye were immortals who could destroy heaven and earth and transcend mortal rules. Yi Junlin cleared his throat, and his majestic voice, amplified by his cultivation, resounded in all directions. "I have come this time to resolve the crisis in the state of Wei. You need not fear any longer." The Wei Emperor exclaimed excitedly, "On behalf of the people of Wei, I thank the celestial master." The entire palace, everyone knelt down in unison, their hopeful gazes fixed on Yi Junlin. He gently raised his hand and an invisible force spread out, gently helping everyone up. "All of you rise." The Wei Emperor stood up straight and said respectfully, "Celestial Master, if you have any instructions, please do not hesitate to command." "Prepare a residence for my disciple and me," Yi Junlin said softly, his gaze sweeping over the Wei Emperor. The Wei Emperor immediately nodded and gestured with his hand. "Celestial Master, please." In Jingtai Palace, the most luxurious place in the Imperial Palace, Yi Junlin and Hong Tianye were led to their residence. "You may all withdraw. I will call you if I need anything." The Wei Emperor and the others bowed and replied in unison, "It is our honor to serve the Celestial Master. We dare not linger." The Wei Emperor respectfully withdrew. The palace doors gently closed, returning the space to absolute tranquility. Yi Junlin collapsed onto a lounge chair made of 1,000-year-old wood, leisurely reaching for a bunch of grapes from the plate, savoring them one by one with great satisfaction. His leisurely demeanor at this moment was a complete contrast to the majesty he had just displayed. Hong Tianye glanced over and couldn't help but feel displeased. He thought to himself, "This is truly the strangest cultivator I've ever seen. Other cultivators focus on meditation and arduous training while this guy just eats, drinks, and plays all day. Does he have no intention of cultivating at all? How can such a lazy person reach the spirit transformation realm? That's fine too. At this rate, I'll soon surpass him in cultivation, and then I'll be more confident when I make my move." If Yi Junlin could hear these thoughts, he would surely laugh out loud. He would think, "Arduous training, I just lie here, and my realm automatically increases, and my techniques and divine abilities upgrade on their own. Are you telling me to work hard? Besides, isn't being consistently lazy a kind of hard work too?" Yi Junlin thought to himself, then took off the cloud pattern battle boots from his feet beside him. Hong Tianye's eyes grew more disdainful. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's lazy voice sounded, "Little Red, come wash your master's feet." Hong Tianye's face froze instantly, almost thinking he had misheard. Veins popped on his forehead and his heart burned with rage. "What did you say? How could I, the magnificent master of the blazing fire demonic cult, wash the feet of someone like you? This is an utter humiliation." A cold, killing intent flashed in Hong Tianye's eyes, but he remained standing, completely ignoring Yi Junlin's request. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow and said impatiently, "What are you standing there for? Come here, why won't you listen to your master?" Upon hearing this, Hong Tianye's anger surged. Seeing this white-haired young man dare to tease him so shamelessly, he could no longer bear it. He had already made up his mind to tear off this man's false mask this time. Just as he was about to speak, an urgent voice came from outside the door. "Venerable Immortals, I have an important matter concerning the strange events in the state of Wei to report." Yi Junlin frowned, his divine sense sweeping outwards as he spoke coldly. "Who are you?" "I am the first prince of the state of Wei." Outside the door, the first prince, dressed in a magnificent brocade robe, respectfully cupped his hands. "Greetings, Venerable Immortals." The first prince bowed respectfully. He then knelt on the ground and said with an anxious tone, "Venerable Immortals, there is a secret matter that I have not dared to tell my father Emperor. I have discovered that the source of those strange phenomena may be coming from the rear mountain of the Imperial Palace. That night, I inadvertently saw several terrifying-looking monsters secretly flying into a cave. Moreover, palace maids and eunuchs often go missing in the palace. I suspect it is related to them." The first prince lowered his voice, his expression incredibly devout. "I have long heard of your great name, Venerable Immortals, and know that you possess immense divine powers. Only you can save the people of Wei this time. I implore you, Venerable Immortals, to take action and suppress that group of monsters." With that, the first prince kowtowed repeatedly to show his sincerity. Yi Junlin silently extended his divine sense and carefully scanned the rear mountain, but found nothing unusual. Yi Junlin said faintly, "Take me to that cave to have a look." "Yes." The first prince immediately stood up. When he glanced at Hong Tianye, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Hong Tianye's expression was icy, and the blood-red flame mark on his forehead added a touch of demonic strangeness. He looked at Yi Junlin's back and sneered inwardly, "Fine, I'll deal with you later." In the corridor, the little princess hid behind a stone pillar, peeking out to observe. Seeing the first prince's actions, she was greatly surprised, her small face filled with disbelief. "Big brother, how could he do this?" she thought to herself. Only she, his younger sister, knew her brother's character best. His conduct was usually atrocious, and even their father Emperor was often displeased with him. Yet now he was secretly meeting with the two immortals from the Shuenshan sect. "I must report this to Father Emperor quickly." She ran off in a hurry. The rear mountain was overgrown with weeds and dotted with grotesque rocks. The first prince led the way. Yi Junlin walked at a leisurely pace, while Hong Tianye frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. Upon reaching their destination, the first prince turned around, a strange smile on his face. "Where is the cave with the monsters?" Yi Junlin asked coldly. The first prince burst into crazed laughter. "You fool, there are no monsters. This is your burial ground." Yi Junlin calmly watched as the first prince took out a jade slip and crushed it. He laughed triumphantly. "Elders, it's your turn to act." As soon as he finished speaking, the space vibrated violently, sending out ripples. 5 figures in black robes appeared, quickly moving to various positions around a formation surrounding Yi Junlin and Hong Tianye. Beneath the hoods, vicious smiles hung on ferocious faces. "Peak lord of the Shuenshan sect, Yi Junlin, you've become quite famous recently," a one-eyed elder said hoarsely. "We anticipated you would come in person, so we laid this inescapable trap. No matter who you are, you will die here," another elder sneered. They were all nascent soul stage cultivators, with the strongest having reached the late nascent soul stage. With this special formation, they were confident they could kill any opponent below the spirit transformation realm. The first prince stood aside, arms crossed, observing. He chuckled strangely. "Elders, kill the man. As for the woman in red, please cripple her cultivation. This prince wants to enjoy her thoroughly." Hong Tianye had remained cool, but upon hearing this, the anger in his heart instantly ignited. A sharp, cold light shot from his eyes, and his long black hair moved without a wind, as if he had transformed into a merciless demon. The earth and rock beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and crimson flames blazed. With just one palm strike, Hong Tianye shattered the seemingly indestructible formation. The 5 elders all spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies struck as if by lightning, retreating repeatedly with faces full of shock. "Spirit transformation realm. This is a spirit transformation realm expert. How can the Shuenshan sect have a spirit transformation expert?" The first prince was stunned. At first he was surprised, then he was so terrified he nearly wet his pants. He fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. "Fairy, spare my life." Hearing this title, Hong Tianye sneered and raised his hand, shooting a flame towards the first prince. "Ah!" The first prince let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body was being burned as if by a fierce fire, his skin turning black and charred. He writhed in agony on the ground, the pain more terrifying than the 10 most brutal tortures in the state of Wei. Yi Junlin stood aside, shook his head, and sighed. "Tragic, truly tragic." Watching this scene, Yi Junlin spoke with an indifferent tone. "You think you can deal with me with just these little tricks? Call out your leader." Hong Tianye flicked his finger, and the first prince's pain instantly ceased. The one-eyed elder gritted his teeth and growled, "We will not betray our master." Yi Junlin smiled faintly. "Then go die." He gently raised his hand and pointed. Bang! An elder instantly exploded and died, turning into dust, his soul completely annihilated. Bang, the second elder exploded into a mist of blood. Bang, the third followed suit. Yi Junlin glanced around disdainfully. With each gentle point of his finger a person turned to ash. This scene sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Heavens, what kind of person is this? This is no man, this is a god. The one-eyed elder screamed in terror. Another elder, frightened, used a secret technique to escape, instantly appearing 1,000 meters away, dripping with cold sweat. But before he could even catch his breath, with a bang, his body also exploded into a mist of blood. The shadow of death loomed over them. The one-eyed elder trembled all over, sweating profusely. Finally unable to bear it, he shouted, "Master, save me!" Just then the ground began to shake violently. A 30-foot-wide crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, shaking the entire space. Hong Tianye was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Could it really be him? Within the pillar of light a tall figure slowly walked out. He exuded an overwhelming aura, his blood-red long hair flying, his face as cold as a deity's. When his gaze met Hong Tianye's, 2 brilliant beams of light erupted and his thin lips moved slightly. A voice tinged with surprise sounding out, "Is that you?" Hong Tianye's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. His eyes were cold, his tone flat. "Long time no see, blood demon. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Shi Tianju." The man called Shi Tianju smiled faintly, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, his tone laced with a bit of mockery. "Blood demon, I haven't heard that name in a long time." Indeed, the person before them was none other than the blood demon, Shi Tianju, the one who had been jointly exterminated by the major sacred lands of the central region and was thought to have perished more than 20 years ago. He was the founder of the Blood Nether cult, who had once stirred up a storm of blood and gore in the central region. His fame at one point even surpassing that of the Blazing Fire demonic cult. Shi Tianju's cultivation path was extremely evil, relying on a frenzied consumption of human blood to consolidate his cultivation. Not only that, he also taught his evil techniques to his followers, inciting them to slaughter the innocent, causing rivers of blood. When the time was ripe, he would turn on his loyal followers, seizing all their cultivation for his own use. His method of cultivation was like a rolling snowball, sweeping through the entire central region like a plague. These brutal acts not only caused heavy losses to the orthodox path but also to the demonic path of the time. In the end, the major top powers could no longer sit by and were forced to join forces to encircle and annihilate the Blood Nether cult. In that battle, Shi Tianju was called the Blood Demon, and everyone believed he had died in battle. It was also because of this event that the central region was able to regain a long period of peace. But no one expected that this person who should have been dead would appear in the remote and forgotten eastern region. If this news were to spread to the central region, it would surely cause a tremendous upheaval. Just then a piercing scream rang out, "Master, save me, this woman wants to kill me." The first prince in his terror cried out desperately upon seeing Shi Tianju, but before he could finish, Hong Tianye's eyes turned cold, his voice sharp. "Are you looking to die?" As soon as he spoke, the first prince instantly turned into a mist of blood, which was absorbed into Shi Tianju's body like a wisp of smoke. "Wasn't that your disciple?" "Just an ant. How could he be qualified to be my disciple? Besides, if you wanted him dead, I would let him die. Do you still not understand the bond between us?" Shi Tianju stood with his hands behind his back, his blood-red long hair fluttering in the wind. His gaze towards Hong Tianye held a strange gentleness. If this scene were to be witnessed by his sworn enemies, their jaws would probably drop. Who could have imagined that the crazed blood demon could also have moments of affection? Hong Tianye sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Back in the central region, Shi Tianju had already shown an unusual interest in him. Despite Hong Tianye having confessed his true gender and repeatedly refusing him, the other party had persisted relentlessly. "It seems my disciple is truly a master of turning people gay. He's probably turned quite a few straight men over the years." Yi Junlin casually stroked his chin from the side, watching while munching on caramel-flavored sunflower seeds. His face was full of interest, as if he were watching a good show. Hong Tianye's eyes were sharp as he asked seriously, "How did you survive back then?" "Many people saw with their own eyes your physical body being shattered by dozens of precious artifacts, your vital blood evaporated with no possibility of resurrection, yet here you are." Shi Tianju laughed loudly, his laughter filled with mockery and arrogance. "Haha, those self-righteous fools, how could they understand that I had already made preparations? Before my fall I had already cast a secret art, hiding a drop of my lifeblood in a secret place. After I died, that drop of blood helped me be reborn. Unfortunately, my cultivation had to start from scratch, and even my immortal blood body had to be recultivated." His eyes darkened and his voice deepened. "To avoid being discovered, I could only flee to the eastern region, hide from the world, and cultivate in secret. Not long after, my presence once again attracted the attention of the sacred lands here. I had no choice but to retreat into the barren lands, relying on plundering the vital blood of weak cultivators to improve my cultivation. Although the progress was slow, it brought me stability." Hong Tianye nodded slightly, sighing inwardly, "Truly the blood demon. Your methods are vicious, your schemes cunning. You even use death to deceive everyone, survive against all odds, and stir up trouble again." Shi Tianju smiled faintly. When he sensed that Hong Tianye no longer possessed true immortal cultivation, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "It seems you've met the same fate as me." Shi Tianju revealed a wicked smile, his eyes flashing with madness. I need to recover my cultivation. Since I've met an old friend, I must naturally give special care. As for you, you've repeatedly rejected my good intentions, so I have no choice but to kill you. Your blood will merge with my body, and then we can be together forever." The smile on his face was chilling, carrying a sense of madness and perversion. From a distance, Yi Junlin cursed inwardly, "What a hopelessly insane madman." But at the same time he also clearly realized that Shi Tianju's cultivation was on par with his own, both at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Hong Tianye sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "You're truly mad. Do you think you can have me?" A powerful aura erupted from his body. He rose like a scarlet comet, 2 golden divine flames burning in his ruby-like eyes. Countless crimson flames blazed around him as if wanting to tear open the endless void. "Stop this pointless resistance. Your cultivation is not yet enough to contend with me," Shi Tianju said with a faint smile, his voice cold. He had reason to be confident. Because Hong Tianye's current cultivation was only at the early spirit transformation stage, far from his peak spirit transformation stage. The gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. For a genius like Shi Tianju, defeating such a weak opponent was only a matter of time. "How would you know if we don't fight?" Hong Tianye replied coldly, his fighting spirit soaring. He secretly circulated the 3,000 blazing flames scripture, and his aura instantly became incredibly terrifying. He formed a seal with one hand, and a brilliant 5-colored divine flame appeared in his palm, which he then fiercely blasted toward Shi Tianju. Sensing that terrifying power, which far exceeded his imagination, Shi Tianju's expression turned grave. Not daring to underestimate it, he immediately gathered his power and struck out with a blood-colored palm print mixed with a monstrous blood wave. Within the blood wave, countless hideous ghostly faces appeared, letting out shrill howls. "Blood fiend palm." A sound of breaking wind was heard as the blood fiend palm collided with the 5-colored divine flame. But upon contact, the blood fiend palm was instantly incinerated, disappearing without a trace. The remaining flames swept over, leaving Shi Tianju in a sorry state, exhausting all his strength to extinguish them. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. "What is this flame? Why is it so domineering? How could it break my blood fiend palm?" Hong Tianye smiled faintly, his eyes sharp. The game had just begun. He formed seals with both hands, and ice-blue flames emerged, like clusters of crystalline spirits dancing in the air. These flames not only carried an icy chill, but also seemed to freeze the surrounding space, a cold chi spreading madly. Shi Tianju frowned, his eyes becoming sharp. He raised his hand and condensed a blood-colored battle spear. The red light spun violently as it thrust straight forward. Tiesla. But as soon as the battle spear touched the ice-blue flames, it was instantly frozen, and even the powerful blood chi covering it showed signs of dissipating. A bone-chilling coldness spread rapidly from the spear tip along Shi Tianju's arm, enveloping half of his body in the icy chi. "What on earth is this flame? How can it be so strange?" Shi Tianju gritted his teeth and roared without hesitation, immediately circulating his power to force the cold chi out of his body. "Where did you learn this kind of technique?" Shi Tianju's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of panic. He clearly felt a suffocating pressure from Hong Tianye, finding it hard to accept that with his own cultivation he couldn't gain even the slightest advantage. "Guess." The corner of Hong Tianye's mouth lifted into a self-satisfied curve. Indeed, his current power was far beyond what it once was. With the enhancement of the 3,000 blazing flames scripture, combined with his ever-changing flame divine abilities, Hong Tianye had become a terrifyingly powerful existence. Even the blood demon Shi Tianju, who had once shaken the central region, was now being suppressed by him. "I, Hong Tianye, will henceforth walk the path of invincibility." Shi Tianju remained silent for a long time, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh that sent chills down one's spine. "If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained some heaven-defying fortune during your time away from the central region. If you're allowed to continue growing, I'm afraid that when you attain immortality, even those old monsters won't be your match." He paused, his voice filled with regret. "A pity, truly a pity." Hong Tianye frowned, his expression wary. "A pity for what?" "A pity that someone like you is about to die at my hands." Shi Tianju laughed loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange suction force erupted from his body. Throughout the entire state of Wei, heart-wrenching screams echoed. "Help, save me, I don't want to die. Heavens, is this a divine punishment? Have we incurred retribution?" Desperate cries rose one after another. Countless streams of vital blood with powerful cultivation rose from all directions, passing through the void and pouring into Shi Tianju's body. A bloody baleful aura rose from him, enveloping the entire sky like a red mist, filling the space with an aura of death. Shi Tianju stood there, his entire body bathed in the berserk bloody light, his crimson eyes filled with madness and bloodlust. Shi Tianju's realm suddenly broke through from the peak of the spirit transformation stage, rapidly entering perfection, and then began to step into the body integration realm. His aura, 100 times stronger than that of the spirit transformation realm, spread in all directions. A terrifying pressure swept out, heralding his successful breakthrough. Shi Tianju had now stepped into the early body integration stage. In the vast sky, a blood-red giant appeared. His blood-red long hair flew, his killing intent soared to the heavens, and he stood like a god or a demon. His eyes emitted a chilling light that made one tremble. and a dark red halo hung behind his head like a blood-colored sun, enveloping all things with an aura of death and despair. Hong Tianyé's face turned pale, his voice was deep, his eyes sharp. "You've cultivated the immortal blood body?" The immortal blood body, one of the top treasured bodies renowned throughout ancient and modern times, was not easy to cultivate. Shi Tianzhu looked down at Hong Tianyé, his eyes full of contempt. His voice was like a great bell, shaking all directions. "Through unremitting effort, I have now recovered 70% of my strength. Once I devour all the living beings in the barren state, this immortal blood body will reach perfection." Back then it was with this treasured body that Shi Tianzhu had fought countless experts from both the orthodox and demonic paths. With its world-destroying power and terrifying self-healing ability, he had once shaken the entire central region. That great battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and it was only when the old monsters of the major sacred lands joined forces and used immortal artifacts that they were able to completely annihilate him. Shi Tianzhu's lips curled into a sneer, his voice icy cold. "Hong Tianyé, I gave you a chance. It's entirely your own fault that you've come to this. Kill." As the word kill was uttered, the very space seemed to tremble. A giant blood-red palm descended from the sky like a great mountain, intending to crush Hong Tianyé into dust. Boom! The terrifying pressure from that giant palm surged like a tide, making anyone who witnessed it feel an urge to submit. Not good. Hong Tianyé had no way to retreat. The mana in his body boiled madly, erupting into soaring purple flames. The purple flames, possessing a strange power, burned fiercely as if they could incinerate the ocean in an instant. Boom! The two forces collided violently, causing a world-shaking explosion. Berserk energy waves spread out in all directions, leveling everything in their path. Hong Tianyé gritted his teeth, unleashing all the fire-based divine abilities he had mastered with all his might. The flames soared into the sky. However, Shi Tianzhu's cold voice, filled with contempt, rang out. "It's useless. Stop this pointless resistance." Hong Tianyé felt a chilling, killing intent envelop his entire body, making him shudder. Without time to think, he immediately formed a seal, and golden flames erupted from his body, forming a golden light shield from a distance. This shield looked like a great sun hanging in the sky, emitting a sacred light that repelled all evil. "Die!" the blood-red giant roared, gathering its strength and throwing a punch of destruction. The huge fist was covered with countless brilliant runes, falling like a meteor, trailing a crimson light that tore through space. Dong! The fist collided with the golden flame shield, causing the surrounding space to distort and form a strange energy vortex on the surface of the light shield. Huge cracks began to appear. "HMPH, break!" Shi Tianzhu sneered and increased his strength, his blood-colored fist erupting with even more terrifying power. Bang! The light shield shattered. Hong Tianyé was knocked from the sky by this astonishing punch, plummeting straight to the ground. A loud bang echoed, and dust flew up, obscuring the entire sky. This scene terrified the Emperor of Wei and everyone around him. In their eyes it was no different from the sun falling from the sky. It was too terrifying. Was this a battle of immortals? Amidst the chaos, Hong Tianyé struggled to his feet from a deep pit, covered in dust, his hair disheveled and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the massive figure in the sky, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. Shi Tianzhu spoke in a haughty tone. "You still can't withstand me after all. At my body integration realm, my power is 100 times what it was before. After activating the immortal blood body, I have almost no opponents in the same realm, let alone a mere spirit transformation stage cultivator like you." Hong Tianyé wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with fury, and roared, "You crazed blood demon, you're like a rabid dog biting indiscriminately." Back then, Hong Tianyé had exhausted all his efforts to escape Shi Tianzhu's pursuit, leaving the central region for this barren land only to fall into the hands of his old enemy in the end. "We cultivators seek immortality. If you are unwilling to walk this path with me, then die, merge with my body, and let me carry your will to complete this long immortal path." Shi Tianzhu's majestic voice was like a great bell, shaking the entire space. The blood-red giant raised its massive palm, from which shot dazzling blood-red light and berserk flames. The hand slammed down, tearing through the void, coming with the pressure of a storm. Hong Tianyé felt a terrifying, killing intent oppressing his entire body, making him shudder. In an instant, his survival instinct awakened, perhaps the last faint hope he subconsciously grasped. Without a second thought, he cried out, "Master, save me!" The giant palm suddenly stopped midair. Shi Tianzhu frowned, a look of doubt in his eyes. "Master, to whom have you pledged yourself?" In Shi Tianzhu's view, for a once proud person like Hong Tianyé to willingly become someone's disciple, that person must be an extraordinary figure. Watching the divine abilities Hong Tianyé had just displayed, he became even more wary. A master with a profound background and extraordinary strength could not be underestimated. "My disciple finally remembered his master," a steady voice sounded, and at the same time a figure flashed into view. Yi Junlin casually tossed aside the sunflower seeds in his hand and instantly appeared in front of Hong Tianyé. "He calls you master?" "That's right, it's me." Shi Tianzhu sized up Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with suspicion. "You are his master?" He soon discovered that Yi Junlin was only a spirit transformation stage cultivator. In the vast central region, those who reached this realm were merely mediocre, nothing special. "Hong Tianyé, I didn't expect you to have fallen so low as to take a spirit transformation stage cultivator as your master. What a disgrace," Shi Tianzhu sneered, his face full of contempt. Hong Tianyé's face flushed with shame. He himself didn't understand why he had blurted out a plea for help to Yi Junlin. He usually harbored some dislike for his master, always being ordered around, but regardless, Yi Junlin had also been his savior. Now, seeing Yi Junlin step forward to face Shi Tianju, a wave of worry arose in Hong Tianye's heart. He was afraid Yi Junlin would be endangered because of him. "You think I'm not worthy of your attention?" Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. "How can an ant comprehend the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth? If I were at my peak, a single spit would be enough to drown you." Shi Tianju sneered, his eyes full of contempt. For someone who had surpassed the realm of immortals, pride was natural. He looked down on everyone beneath the immortal realm. He held no one in his eyes except for Hong Tianye, a peer who had once been his equal, for whom he felt a certain sense of camaraderie. "You should leave quickly, don't mind me," Hong Tianye pleaded anxiously. Yi Junlin ignored him, pointed to the sky and looked at the massive blood-red figure. "What are you afraid of? Let your master kill him for you." This statement left Hong Tianye stunned, too surprised to speak. "Arrogant!" Shi Tianju let out an angry sneer and waved his hand, delivering a terrifying palm strike. The wind surged, the void collapsed, and the terrifying pressure seemed to suffocate everything. "It's over." Hong Tianye's face was filled with despair. But just then, the system's sweet voice sounded in Yi Junlin's mind. "Ding," detecting that the host is under attack from an early body integration stage enemy. Activating the stronger against the strong effect. Cultivation level increased to the mid-body integration stage. The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth lifted slightly, and the aura within his body erupted, a heaven-shaking power surging out. Boom! A mud of explosion like thunder shook the entire space. "What's going on?" A flash of terror crossed Shi Tianju's eyes. His figure, as if struck by lightning, staggered back a few steps. He couldn't believe that his massive palm had nearly been broken in an instant, and an incomparably domineering power had pierced through, almost shattering the entire arm of his immortal blood body. You're not a spirit transformation stage cultivator. You're a body integration stage cultivator." Shi Tianju's voice trembled, filled with extreme surprise. But the one most shocked at this moment was none other than Hong Tianye. He truly hadn't expected this white-haired fellow to have hidden his abilities so deeply. This bastard. So he was pretending to be a spirit transformation stage cultivator. But he's actually a body integration realm mighty one. Thank goodness I didn't make a move against him before, Hong Tianye thought to himself, feeling incredibly fortunate. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Junlin's figure shot into the sky like a meteor. His silvery white hair shone with a brilliant light, his handsome face and immortal-like demeanor, every move carrying a world-destroying aura that instilled fear. Is this the feeling of breaking through to the body integration realm? Yi Junlin felt his entire body filled with energy, every wisp of mana more powerful than ever before. He was extremely excited, a faint smile playing on his lips. HMPH, so what if you're in the body integration realm? Let me show you what true power is. Shi Tianju let out a furious roar, and immediately activated his immortal blood body to attack fiercely. Countless blood-colored fists covered the entire sky like a meteor shower, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Human King Seal. A great shout echoed through the heavens and the earth, and a massive phantom appeared behind Yi Junlin like a majestic ancient god-king standing above the 9 heavens. An ancient seal filled with the aura of vicissitudes was struck, and mana surged like a giant wave, covering the entire sky. Boom! Upon impact, the blood-red giant was crushed, blood splattering as its 2 massive arms were destroyed into fragments, the blood evaporating into steam and dissipating into the air. Shi Tianju's face was filled with horror. That incomparably domineering aura made even a great figure of the demonic path like him tremble in his soul. Yi Junlin smiled coldly and said leisurely, "The human king seal, after years of arduous cultivation, has now reached perfection, its power far surpassing what it once was, but even with all my strength I still can't kill you directly." Indeed, the immortal blood body was truly a terrifying existence. TSS. Immediately after, a strange scene occurred where the blood-red giant's crushed arms were. Flesh and blood grew rapidly, regenerating new arms in the blink of an eye. The 2 massive arms were restored to their original state. "Do you see you can't kill me?" Shi Tianju roared, his eyes filled with arrogance. "Then how about this move?" Yi Junlin smiled faintly, slowly raised his hand, and his voice thundered. "Great desolation imprisoning heaven finger." From the depths of the 9 heavens a huge energy vortex formed, emitting a desperate aura that made one submit involuntarily. 1 finger moves the universe, 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers, 3 fingers extinguish all living things, 4 fingers break the firmament. In an instant 4 massive golden fingers appeared, descending like heavenly pillars, crushing everything with their majestic might. "What is this thing?" Shi Tianju's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with horror. Without daring to hesitate, he used all his strength, activating a torrential river of blood to counterattack. Boom! The sea of blood churned violently, but was ultimately torn apart by the great desolation imprisoning heaven finger. Immediately after, the 4 giant fingers directly collided with the blood-red giant's body. Bang! The 100-foot-tall giant's body was instantly shattered, flesh and blood flying everywhere, revealing Shi Tianju's true form. His face was filled with panic amidst the ruins of destruction. This moment, Shi Tianju's hair was disheveled, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. He trembled as he asked, "Who on earth are you?" Shi Tianju never expected that in a small place like the barren state he would encounter a terrifying monster like Yi Junlin, who could nearly shatter even his pride, the immortal blood body, in an instant. This is a crazy joke. Is it because I've been in seclusion for too long that the geniuses outside have all become so powerful? Beside them, Hong Tiany's eyes widened, too surprised to speak. Now he understood why Yi Junlin was so confident. From the very beginning, Yi Junlin had never taken him seriously. If he had truly wanted to make a move, he would have likely been crushed in an instant. At this thought, a sense of fear spread through Hong Tiany's heart. He sighed to himself. Fortunately, my intuition was accurate. I can only be obedient now. Yi Junlin gently clapped his hands as if everything that had just happened was a trivial matter, and then said indifferently, I am Yi Junlin, the Peak Lord of Misty Peak of the Xuanchen Sect. Hearing this, Shi Tianju felt even more depressed. While in seclusion in the barren state, he had carefully investigated the various sects in the region, and naturally knew of the Xuanchen Sect. But wasn't it just a small sect? How could such a terrifying existence emerge from it? It was too unreasonable. Yi Junlin, I will remember you. At this point, Shi Tianju had to admit defeat. This was perhaps the greatest humiliation of his life. His eyes filled with unwillingness, he performed the blood evasion art, his entire body burning as he turned into a streak of bloodlight tearing through space to escape. Not good, he's trying to escape. Hong Tiany's expression changed. He knew Shi Tianju's character well. For such a deeply vengeful person, he would surely return with even stronger forces for revenge in the future. HMPH, trying to escape in your dreams. Yi Junlin snorted coldly and immediately used the Great Void technique, quickly blocking Shi Tianju's path. Shi Tianju was terrified beyond belief. His proud escape secret art had been easily caught up to by the other party. Die, Yi Junlin shouted coldly, forming seals with both hands. Perform the technique. No, Shi Tianju's piercing scream echoed through the heavens and the earth. This time he truly faced death with no hope of rebirth. His heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness, but everything was torn apart by that terrifying power. Bang! Shi Tianju's body exploded in midair, his primordial spirit completely destroyed. A figure who once shook the central region was now nothing but ashes. Hong Tianye watched this scene and muttered, Shi Tianju is dead just like that. He was, after all, a true immortal level expert of the same era. Seeing him destroyed by Yi Junlin's own hands, he couldn't help but sigh. His path to rising was now forever ended. Excellent, the demon has been eliminated by the immortal. The Emperor of Wei wept with joy and cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The crowd knelt down in unison, kowtowing to the white-haired young man. Yi Junlin frowned slightly as if remembering something and immediately shouted angrily, System, where's my reward? Hand it over, don't make me remind you. This system always prides itself on being top-tier professional. Yet it was so slow in giving out rewards. Ding, coming, immediately issuing the reward for our handsome and dashing host, a cheerful voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Bone. Do you wish to fuse with it immediately? The system explained that the Supreme Bone was a mysterious bone with runes, possessing profound energy and a top-tier talent physique. Whoever possessed it was destined to become an invincible supreme being in the future. Hearing this, Yi Junlin's face lit up with joy, and he immediately thought, fuse immediately. In an instant, a brilliant light emanated from Yi Junlin's chest, and a terrifying aura erupted, the dazzling light like a sun rising on earth. At his chest, a jade-like transparent Dao bone appeared, its surface covered with mysterious patterns, containing infinite energy. Beside him, Hong Tianye felt the surging aura emanating from Yi Junlin's body, and couldn't help but tremble. The aura was too powerful. What on earth had this guy done again? Recalling the invincible power Yi Junlin had just displayed, Hong Tianye was even more terrified. He thought to himself, this person must have obtained a great opportunity, otherwise how could such a peerless, monstrous genius be born in this barren land? Damn it, my strength is still not enough, I must cultivate even harder. Only by breaking through to the body integration realm will I have any hope of contending with him. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. On the other side, Yi Junlin's figure slowly descended, his silvery white long hair fluttered, and a faint smile played on his lips. Emperor of Wei, looking at Yi Junlin now, saw him more like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He kowtowed piously and said loudly, Thank you, immortal, for saving the people of Wei. I will surely record this event in the annals of history, so that future generations will remember the immortal's grace. Having witnessed the battle of immortals, the Emperor of Wei was completely convinced. In his heart, his reverence for Yi Junlin was bone deep. Yi Junlin waved his hand gently, his voice calm. Don't say such useless things. Being a good and wise ruler is better than anything. Treat your people well. The Emperor of Wei's heart trembled, and he bowed solemnly. This humble one will remember the immortal's teachings. Suddenly a soft voice sounded, Immortal, can I join the Xuanchen sect in the future? The clear voice was timid like a newly hatched chick, and it belonged to the little Princess Linger. Yi Junlin smiled slightly and secretly activated the Eye of Insight. Information immediately appeared. Name, Zhao Linger. Gender, female. Cultivation, none. Talent, supreme water-type spirit root. Identity, Princess of the State of Wei. Oh, I didn't expect her talent to be so good. Seeing that Zhao Linger possessed a supreme water-type spirit root, a trace of surprise flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes. Spirit roots were graded from low to high. waist common, low, medium, high, supreme, immortal, and saintly. For Zhao Linger to possess a supreme water-type spirit root, this talent was truly rare. Immortal, are you saying that my Linger is also qualified to enter an immortal sect? The Emperor of Wei asked cautiously. His eyes full of hope, Yi Junlin nodded faintly. Yes, if she is willing I can take her with me. He pondered for a moment, and felt that taking Linger to Tianxiang Peak to become a disciple was the most suitable choice. Linger, why haven't you thanked the immortal yet? The Emperor of Wei's face was filled with joy, so excited he nearly cried. Zhao Linger was overjoyed, her cheeks flushing red. Linger thanks the immortal. She bowed deeply, her voice trembling with excitement. Yi Junlin nodded slightly. The Emperor of Wei cupped his hands and said respectfully, Immortal, you have saved the state of Wei. Please allow this humble one to host a banquet to express the gratitude of all the people of Wei, as you wish. Yi Junlin replied briefly. He was in no hurry to leave, choosing to stay in the imperial palace for a while to enjoy the luxurious hospitality of the royal family. Afterward, Hong Tianye remained on the mountaintop to heal. Hong Tianye let out a light sigh, regulated his true qi, and a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The void around him was torn apart and wisps of flame rose, appearing exceptionally divine. My injuries have finally fully recovered, and I even managed to break through a layer. The man in red stood up, his long black hair cascading down his back, his fair, jade-like skin glowing. A fiery red mark appeared on his forehead, both demonic and mysterious. After the previous intense battle and his personal insights, Hong Tianye's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Such a cultivation speed, even in the ancient sacred lands of cultivation, would be enough to shake the world. But unfortunately, after witnessing Yi Junlin's unfathomable methods, his previously relaxed mood instantly vanished. There is still a long way to go between me and Yi Junlin. He gritted his teeth and told himself that he must endure a little longer. Once I break through to the body integration realm, I will surely return the humiliation you inflicted on me tenfold. The image of that white-haired fellow, Yi Junlin, kneeling before him and begging for mercy appeared in Hong Tianye's mind. Just the thought of it brought a cold, contemptuous smile to his lips. Ha ha, just imagining it is so amusing. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. Little Red, come see your master. Hong Tianye snorted coldly. Do you think I need to give you face? Though he said this, he still teleported immediately, appearing before the grand hall in a flash. Inside the hall, Yi Junlin was comfortably reclining on a chair, one hand propping up his head, the other holding a book, a work by a scholar from the state of Wei. He was reading leisurely, making comments from time to time. This martial arts novel is quite interesting. It seems the people here love stories of the weak overthrowing the powerful and bluffing their way through. If I had transmigrated to this country, maybe I could make a living writing novels. I'll write a book called Ma Breaks the Firmament first. It's sure to make me famous. My pen name will be Wild Wild Potato. That sounds interesting. Hearing this, Hong Tianye, who had just walked in, couldn't help but frown, wondering confusedly, what nonsense is he spouting again? In front of his master, Hong Tianye forced a smile and bowed respectfully. Master. Yi Junlin looked up and smiled faintly. Oh, you're here? He waved his hand and a large wooden basin immediately appeared before him, steaming with hot air. Yi Junlin leisurely placed his feet inside, his tone unapologetic. What are you standing there for? Come serve me. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, anger surging in his heart like a giant wave. He really wanted to tear off Yi Junlin's false mask, but his strength did not allow it. This person could easily eliminate even a powerhouse like the blood demon Shi Tianju, which was enough to prove his terrifying nature. After much thought, Hong Tianye could only bow his head and compromise. He slowly walked over to Yi Junlin, knelt down, and his trembling hands reached into the hot water. Very good, my obedient disciple. The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth lifted, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Hong Tianye trembled with rage, the feeling of humiliation crawling all over his body like countless insects, his heart roaring. I am the master of a demonic cult, who has touched the realm of a true immortal. Countless people have died at my hands, and now I am forced to kneel and wash his feet. He gritted his teeth, his pride refusing to yield, and was about to speak in protest. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up, Yi Junlin urged coldly. Hong Tianye clenched his fists, his last mental defense crumbling. He slowly knelt down and his trembling hands began to wash the young man's feet before him. Very good, very obedient. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction, a meaningful smile blooming on his lips. However, immediately after, Hong Tianye stopped, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he noticed something unusual. His breathing became rapid, his heart like a stormy sea. Heavens, this water is Tai immeasurable water. It is said that just one drop is enough to. If a mortal drinks it, they can live for 200 years with their appearance unchanged. If a cultivator drinks it, it can wash away impurities, purify the physical body, and greatly advance their cultivation. Such divine water is a priceless treasure. A small bottle would be enough to make the cultivators of the central region fight to the death. Hong Tianye stared wide-eyed, horrified to see Yi Junlin using an entire basin of Tai immeasurable water just to soak his feet. This guy must have had a heaven-defying opportunity, otherwise how could he be so extravagant? Hong Tianye couldn't help but swallow, a strong desire surging in his heart. If I drink this basin of divine water, My cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. However, this thought was instantly shattered by a cruel reality. Wait, this is foot-washing water. Realizing this, a wave of nausea rose in his throat. Yi Junlin glanced at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. What's with that expression? Do you think your master's feet stink? Hong Tianye trembled all over and forced a smile. No, not at all. Despite being filled with humiliation and self-loathing, he lowered his head and continued with his task. Hong Tianye roared inwardly. I am the lord of the fire-worshipping demonic cult, who fought my way out of the siege of the great powers in the central region. Yet today I am here washing someone's feet. What a wretched fate. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin leaned back comfortably in his chair, his expression leisurely. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. This tiny immeasurable water was a sign and gift from the system. There was so much of it that I had to use it to soak my feet, I have to say. Paired with the skill of this cheap disciple, it's really comfortable. He lifted his foot, feeling the water temperature gradually cool. The water's a bit cool, warm it up a little. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, silently enduring the anger in his heart, and answered softly, yes. He placed his hand in the basin and gently released a wave of heat, and the water in the basin immediately began to boil. Yi Junlin tilted his head back, feeling his whole body greatly relaxed, and let out a hearty laugh of comfort. Ah, this is so refreshing. It felt as if every pore in Yi Junlin's body had opened up. His expression was full of pleasure, completely oblivious to Hong Tianye's tumultuous emotions. Just then, a petite figure in a gorgeous dress appeared at the door. Zhao Linger ran over excitedly, her face full of joy. During this time, under Yi Junlin's careful guidance, she could already feel the flow of true qi within her body. Finally, she had officially stepped into the qi refining realm. She had a naive and innocent nature, and just wanted to quickly share this good news with the immortal from the Xuanchen sect, hoping for a word of praise. But as soon as she got close, Zhao Linger stopped in her tracks, her round eyes wide with disbelief, her small lips tightly pursed into an O shape. Heavens, what's going on? From her angle, Hong Tianye's back was particularly conspicuous. He knelt before Yi Junlin, his head bowed, his expression extremely focused. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin was leaning back, an expression of enjoyment on his face. This scene made it hard not to have improper thoughts. Inappropriate ideas immediately popped into Zhao Linger's mind, and her small face instantly turned as red as if it were on fire. She never imagined that this master and disciple had such an ambiguous relationship behind closed doors. It was so shameful. She covered her face with her hands and quickly turned to run away as if someone were chasing her. This scene left a huge impact on her young mind. It was likely that years later, whenever she recalled it, the image would still be vivid in her mind. Yi Junlin noticed Zhao Linger's appearance, but since he was enjoying Hong Tianye's service, he couldn't be bothered. He frowned slightly, thinking, what's that child Linger running for? Then his gaze shifted downward, carefully examining the face of his eldest disciple, Hong Tianye. His skin was so smooth it seemed it would break at a touch. His eyebrows were as slender as willow leaves, his phoenix eyes sharp, his nose bridge high and his lips rosy. Every feature was so delicate that it made his entire face unrealistically beautiful. The flame mark on his forehead added a touch of demonic charm. Looking at this face, who would believe this was a man? Yi Junlin sighed and said with regret, Little Red, tell me, why were you born a man? Your master truly feels sorry for you. Hong Tianye was so angry he was about to vomit blood. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. He roared in his heart, This lord has already obediently washed your feet. Are you trying to make this lord castrate himself? However, due to Yi Junlin's strength, he could only grit his teeth and endure the humiliation. Lowering his head to continue the degrading task, he cursed silently in his heart, Bastard, just wait until this lord recovers his cultivation. I'll make you piss your pants in fear. Half an hour later, Yi Junlin suddenly felt a slight vibration from the communication ring in his hand. He took out the communication ring, and Shu Yunyan's excited and urgent voice immediately sounded, Junior brother Yi, quickly returned to the sect to discuss countermeasures. A major event has occurred in the barren state recently. It seems an ancient mystic realm is about to open. If our Xuanchen sect can profit from it, we will surely be revitalized and strengthened. An ancient mystic realm. Yi Junlin frowned slightly, a hint of surprise on his face. Hong Tianye, who was beside him, was also stunned. Even though he had experienced countless storms, he did not dare to underestimate an ancient mystic realm. It was a treasure trove that nurtured countless cultivation resources, enough to change an ordinary cultivator's destiny, helping them ascend to the heavens in a single step and embark on the path of immortality. Hong Tianye couldn't help but think deeply. Perhaps this was a true immortal's mystic realm. If I can seize a great opportunity from it, combined with the profundity of the 3,000 burning flames scripture, my cultivation will surely break through rapidly. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, but he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Yi Junlin was also filled with emotion. He hadn't expected such a desolate place as the barren state to have such a treasure trove. It was truly a blessing for the cultivators here. On the contrary, Hong Tianye sneered inwardly. The news of the mystic realm's appearance surely couldn't be kept secret for long. Soon the forces from the eastern region and other states would swarm in to compete. How could this barren state withstand the invasion of those powerful outside cultivators? At that time, the local cultivators could only watch helplessly. In this world, the strong ultimately ruled. Wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, dogs travel 1,000 miles to eat shit. Just then, a familiar voice sounded in Yi Junlin's mind. Dang, a new sign-in task has been triggered. If the host successfully signs in at the Luotian Mystic Realm, you will receive an unexpected reward. What new trick is this? Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. The system's voice replied with a hint of playfulness. Ding hee, I'm not telling you. Yi Junlin pursed his lips and chuckled to himself. This system was getting more and more mischievous. Nevertheless, he knew clearly that he could not miss this new sign-in task. The Luotian Mystic Realm might also bring him some unique rewards. Afterwards, Yi Junlin went to the Imperial Palace, preparing to take Zhao Linger and leave together, looking at her father, whose hair was now streaked with white and whose figure was somewhat stooped with age. Zhao Linger couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Father Emperor, Linger still wants to stay by your side, she choked out. The Emperor of Wei frowned, forcing back his emotions and pretending to be angry. Nonsense. It's not like Father Emperor is dying. Besides, you've already entered the Xuanchen sect. This is an opportunity countless people dream of. You must cherish this chance and not delay your own future. Zhao Linger lowered her head and said softly, Yes, Linger will listen to Father Emperor. The Emperor of Wei turned to Yi Junlin, bowed and cupped his hands. Immortal, I will remember your teachings, love my people and strive to be a wise ruler. I hope the Immortal can take good care of my humble daughter. Yi Junlin waved his hand, his tone indifferent. Everyone has their own destiny. Since she has entered the Xuanchen sect, she will naturally not be wronged. But how far she can go depends on herself. The Emperor of Wei replied respectfully. The Immortal's teachings are wise. Zhao Linger stood on a cloud manifested by Yi Junlin's magic and slowly ascended into the sky. Her eyes were red as she fought back tears, waving goodbye. Father Emperor, your daughter will come back to see you when I have time. Qingzhou, Yuha Sect. Venerable Zhuyang's majestic voice echoed. According to our scouts, the Wind and Thunder Sect, which your father once belonged to, has been annihilated. The one who did it was the Peak Lord of Misty Peak of the Xuanchen sect. Boom, the handsome young man in a sun-embroidered robe instantly flew into a rage, veins popping on his forehead, his sharp eyes shooting out a cold glare. The aura around his body erupted as if about to tear space apart. The thing he feared most had finally happened. His father was long dead. Chen Shao gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, Master, who killed Elder Mu? This question was not only for his family's feud, but also because Elder Mu was related to his reputation in the Yuha sect. Rumors of Elder Mu's death had already spread within the sect, severely affecting his future development. Venerable Zhuyang shook his head, his tone grave. It's still unclear. All signs point to the Xuanchen sect, but the problem is, how could this small sect have the ability to kill Elder Mu, relying on just one misty peak? If that's the case, the true culprit must be someone else. Hearing this, Chen Shao immediately dismissed the possibility that the rumored Yi Junlin was the one who killed Elder Mu. Given the disparity in cultivation and strength, he absolutely did not believe that a cultivator from a poor and remote place like the Barren State could accomplish this. The Yuha sect was a top-tier cultivation holy land in the eastern region. Cultivators from here all possessed extraordinary skills. How could they be compared to the natives of the Barren State? Regardless, the Xuanchen sect must be annihilated. And as for the source, Misty Peak, everyone must die. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, the determination for revenge deeply etched in his heart. It just so happens that an ancient mystic realm has appeared in the Barren State this time. The sect has decided to send a powerful elder to accompany you. Remember, you represent the Yuha sect, and you will have to compete with teams from various major powers there. As for revenge, it can wait until after the mission is over. Your master hopes you can distinguish between primary and secondary matters, understand? Venerable Zhuyang instructed sternly, his majestic gaze tolerating no defiance. Hearing this, Chen Shao understood the importance of this mission. He immediately cupped his fists, his eyes firm. Disciple accepts the order. Go. Yes. Watching Chen Shao's departing figure, Venerable Zhuyang nodded in satisfaction. This was his most prized disciple. He had already distinguished himself in the sect's grand competition, winning the championship. This was not only Chen Shao's personal pride, but also a great honor for him as his master. With the cultivation resources bestowed by the ancestral master, Venerable Zhuyang believed he could break through the great ascension perfection stage and step into the tribulation transcendence realm. In the cultivation world, spirit transformation was called a divine monarch, body integration a heavenly monarch, and great ascension was called a venerable or supreme venerable, and the tribulation transcendence realm closest to the immortal world was known as a void immortal. The single word immortal was enough to show the terrifying power of this realm. The Barren State, this remote and almost forgotten land, had now become the focus of the entire eastern region due to the appearance of an ancient mystic realm. This shocking news spread rapidly, causing both surprise and joy among the immortal dynasties, cultivation families, and sects of all sizes. Oh my, even the Barren State has immortal opportunities. Isn't that place known as the most backward? They've really hit the jackpot this time. Haha, the cultivators of the Barren State have really struck gold this time. A cheerful voice sounded, but it was quickly refuted. Too naive. The cultivators of the Barren State are so poor, how could they possibly get close to an immortal opportunity? That's right, even the largest powers in the eastern region have already prepared teams to come and seize resources. The cultivators of the barren state can only watch helplessly and do nothing. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over too. If we're late, we won't even get a sip of the soup. The bustling scene was astonishing. Huge warships shuttled through the sky, cultivators flew on swords or rode spirit beasts at lightning speed, all heading towards the barren state. At this moment, although the Luotian mystic realm had not yet officially opened, the surrounding area was already packed with people. The sky and the ground were filled with cultivators, the lively scene like a clamorous sea of people. Of course, the local cultivators of the barren state, being the closest, had already arrived in advance. One person said in a low voice, "With the appearance of this mystic realm, 4 of the 5 major sects of the barren state are already here. Where's the Schwenchen sect? Why haven't we seen them yet? Could they have given up? Impossible. The Schwenchen sect recently destroyed the Wind and Thunder sect. Their strength might now be dominant in the barren state. They will definitely come." Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, accompanied by a terrifying aura that swept over, causing everyone to turn their heads, their eyes filled with fear. Spirit transformation. All the cultivators immediately felt their scalps tingle, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "Sect Master, the ancestor has come out of seclusion," the Sect Master of the Panchen sect shouted excitedly. In the sky, an old man in a wide robe with a rosy complexion and an immortal-like bearing walked step by step with his hands behind his back. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, making it impossible for anyone to look at him directly, and the aura from his body was powerful and profound. The old man said in a deep voice, "This old man just came out of seclusion today and heard that an ancient mystic realm has appeared here. It is truly arranged by heaven. This mystic realm, my Panchen sect will definitely be the first to enter. My fellow Taoists on the mountain top, whoever is not convinced can stand up. This old man will be happy to oblige." The ancestor of the Panchen sect, Ouyang Feng, laughed up at the sky. The laughter echoed in all directions, making many of the surrounding cultivators feel dizzy. After a long period of closed-door cultivation, he had arduously broken through to the spirit transformation realm. His heart was filled with excitement, eager to show off his prowess in front of the world. "The ancestor is mighty. The ancestor is invincible." The cultivators of the Panchen sect cheered in unison, a sense of pride burning like a flame in their hearts, their blood boiling. Ouyang Feng's mouth curled up slightly, his arrogant gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Do you submit or not?" His gaze swept across the surrounding cultivators like a sharp blade. The leaders of the 3 major sects, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Long River sect, and the Xiaoyao sect, were all shaken to their core, unable to hide their reverence. Spirit transformation. That was the spirit transformation realm in the barren state, where even nascent soul cultivators were extremely rare. It was like a giant crocodile appearing in a pond full of small fish. His absolute pressure forced everyone to bow their heads under the gazes of the crowd. Ouyang Feng threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the space, venting the suppression he had felt for a long time. From this moment on, he was the #1 person in the barren state. Just then, a series of rumbling sounds came from the distance, like a thunderclap on a clear day. Rumble. Countless unfamiliar and powerful auras surged in like a tidal wave from all directions. In the sky, rows of huge warships stretched to the horizon. These warships were forged from rare treasures, their surfaces carved with profound formations, exuding a powerful aura that shook one's soul. Banners of various colors fluttered on the warships, each representing a powerful force from different regions. "The Heavenly Martial Sacred Hall has arrived. You natives of the barren state, scram immediately. The Mist Shadow sect is here. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. The first army of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty is clearing the way. Those who obstruct will be killed without mercy. This ancient mystic realm belongs to my Imperial Ultimate Sect. Who dares to compete?" Roars and reprimands thundered across the heavens and the earth, their momentum fierce. At the same time, the gaze of a cultivator from an outer region suddenly fell on Ouyang Feng. "Oh, the barren state actually produced a spirit transformation cultivator?" He looked astonished, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ouyang Feng, the only one who dared to stand proudly in the air, was as conspicuous as a bright lamp in the dark night, immediately becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, hundreds of vast divine senses swept over like a tide, converging on him. Cold sweat trickled down Ouyang Feng's forehead, beads of sweat dripping continuously. His whole body trembled and his hair stood on end. Spirit transformation. They were all spirit transformation. He roared crazily in his heart, as if icy blood flowed through every vein, making his whole body stiff. His worldview collapsed before his eyes. For Ouyang Feng, cultivating for hundreds of years to advance to spirit transformation was already a miracle. In the past 100,000 years, only one spirit transformation cultivator had appeared in the barren state. He was confident he could become an invincible existence here. But now, facing the appearance of hundreds of spirit transformation cultivators from the outer regions, that sense of pride vanished like a bubble. His face was pale, sweat pouring down like rain. He managed to squeeze out a stiff smile, cupped his hands and bowed. My fellow Taoists, I am Ouyang Feng, the ancestor of the Panchen sect. You can all call me Little Feng." Laughter immediately erupted. "The shameless old thing dares to act young. Get down, you have no place to speak here." A commander of an Imperial Dynasty's army legion, clad in dragon-scale armor, shouted, "What is that shameless fellow still doing there? Do you think you're qualified to stand on equal footing with us?" A spirit transformation elder from a large outer region sect spoke, his tone full of contempt. The cultivators of the barren state are just a bunch of lowly natives who don't know the rules. Even if they break through to spirit transformation, they are still not worth mentioning. A green-robed sword cultivator from another Dao state spoke with sharp words. That's right, even if he reached spirit transformation, he's just a lower-class product not worth mentioning. Old man, get down on the ground and stop embarrassing yourself. The mocking laughter rose and fell, each word like a resounding slap across Wu Yangfeng's face. Wu Yangfeng's face turned incredibly ugly, his heart burning as if on fire. Is it just because we are from the barren state that we don't deserve respect? Even those with lower cultivation than me dare to humiliate me like this? His cheeks flushed red, his eyes filled with grievance and anger. Fellow Taoist, this old man is from the barren state, born and raised here. Even if the barren state is barren, the cultivators here are not inferior to others. This old man has already broken through to spirit transformation. Why should I let you trample on me? A voice urged in Wu Yangfeng's mind, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. No, this old man is a spirit transformation cultivator from the barren state, the #1 person here. If even this old man willingly debases himself, what future does the barren state have? Bowing my head today will only leave a heart demon, a life worse than death. A flash of light crossed his mind. He had made his decision. Wu Yangfeng's gaze suddenly became as firm as cold steel, anger erupting in his heart, his hot blood burning like magma throughout his body. Immediately after, Wu Yangfeng threw his head back and roared, his voice like a tiger's roar and a dragon's cry, resounding through the clouds, carrying a boiling passion. Cultivators of the barren state, why fear a fight? Whoever is not convinced, come out and fight this old man. His powerful voice thundered like lightning, echoing across the sky with a do-or-die determination. Clang, the sound of a sword rang through the sky. A simple heavy sword appeared in Wu Yangfeng's hand, its body engraved with layers of mountains, each line exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The sword's body emitted a dazzling golden light like a small sun illuminating the entire sky. Arrogant. Old fool, are you looking to die? Angry shouts rained down like a storm. The cultivators from the outer regions felt humiliated and were clearly planning to swarm him and eliminate Wu Yangfeng. But just then an arrogant voice came from the crowd. Everyone hold on. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a dragon robe, sitting proudly on a magnificent carriage pulled by several huge ferocious beasts that exuded a terrifying bloody aura. It's the Prince of Genin from the Shushan dynasty of Wuzhou, a cultivator said in a low voice, his eyes filled with dread. The Prince of Genin sneered contemptuously. This old fellow is just a minor cultivator from the barren state. If we were to join forces against him, I'm afraid we would become a laughingstock. Very well. This prince will act personally. A single hand is all I need to suppress him. Old dog, let me show you just how vast the gap between us is. The Prince of Genin sneered and raised his hand like lightning. Boom, a giant palm condensed from magical power appeared out of thin air, pressing down on Wu Yangfeng with astonishing force. Kill! Wu Yangfeng roared, swinging the Kunshan sword to unleash an earthy yellow sword light. The tyrannical and peerless sword chi tore through the void with overwhelming momentum. A deafening roar echoed between heaven and earth. When the dust settled, Wu Yangfeng still stood proudly, heavy sword in hand. Wu Yangfeng immediately adjusted his state, gripped his Kunshan sword tightly and shot into the fray like an arrow loosed from a bow, his momentum unstoppable. The sword light was as brilliant as the blazing sun, and every move carried world-shaking power. As the ancestor of the Panchen sect, Wu Yangfeng had brought his swordsmanship to its peak. Combined with the power of the Kunshan sword, he was able to stand his ground against the Prince of Genin. However, as the battle dragged on, the Prince of Genin grew impatient and revealed an opening under the pressure. A sharp sword light slashed across his chest, soaking his dragon robe in blood. You dare! A hint of madness flashed in the Prince of Genin's eyes. The feeling of losing face in public sent him into a complete rage. He completely disregarded his earlier promise and immediately summoned his strongest magic treasure. A 9th-grade artifact, the Chaos Hammer. The giant hammer descended from the sky like a meteor, carrying a terrifying pressure that made the ground tremble violently. Wu Yangfeng, covered in wounds, struggled to support himself with the Kunshan sword. He slowly rose from the ground, his figure swaying slightly, but the determination in his eyes never wavered. His aged face was covered in blood, but his gaze was deep and unusually calm. Wu Yangfeng did not look at the Prince of Genin, but turned his gaze to the countless outer region cultivators filling the sky, his eyes filled with killing intent and contempt. To die for one's principles is a worthy death. This old man just wants to tell you one thing. The cultivators of the barren state are not to be humiliated. His resolute voice shook the heavens and the earth, echoing in all directions and striking a chord in the hearts of everyone present. These words sent shivers down everyone's spine, from the cultivators of the barren state to those from the outer regions. These words were like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into the Prince of Genin's pride. He roared furiously, "Old man, this prince will kill you today." The giant hammer in the Prince of Genin's hand swung once more, carrying a violent force like a raging storm. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Waves of terrifying auras swept in, so powerful that many felt their heads would split open. Endless reverence filled everyone's eyes. Amitabha, a Buddhist chant rang out, steady and majestic. A group of monks in kasaya robes, treading on golden lotuses in the void, slowly appeared. "It's Master Xuankang from the Buddhist state," someone exclaimed. Before the atmosphere could calm down, another burst of hearty laughter arose. "Haha, it's really lively today." A man with waist-length purple hair and a devilishly handsome and bewitching face appeared. He was dressed in a gorgeous robe holding a silk fan, his posture elegant and suave. He sat askew on an azure gold war chariot, pulled by 9 flood dragons. Each dragon exuded a terrifying aura, their cultivation clearly at the spirit transformation realm. Using spirit transformation level flood dragons as mounts, this alone was enough to show the power of his background. The man was surrounded by countless powerful guards, each with eyes as sharp as lightning and auras that were strong and profound. Among them, the 3 leading guard captains had unfathomable auras, as if killing a deity would be as easy as flipping their palms. That's Zon Tianyi, the young master of the #1 cultivation family in the spirit state. Someone gasped in terror. Boom! Just then, another group appeared, their presence completely and undisguisedly overwhelming the previous 2 groups. Heavens, even the Yuha sect from Qingzhou has sent people. The crowd was in an uproar. No one could hide their inner shock. The Yuha sect is the top power in the eastern region, and for millions of years its position has been as firm as a rock, worthy of its title as an unshakable sacred land of cultivation. On the Yuha sect's golden warship, the cultivators aboard exuded powerful and imposing auras, especially the 9 inner sect elders, who stood in prominent positions with majestic expressions and astonishing cultivation levels. "Saint Sun, we have arrived," an elder spoke solemnly to the young man before him. The young man's every breath seemed to merge with heaven and earth. The energy he absorbed and exhaled astonishingly dense. His entire body was shrouded in a mysterious mist, radiating a sacred aura. Every pore seemed to gush with the essence of the sun, dazzlingly bright. He was none other than the Yuha sect's strongest true disciple, the newly appointed Saint Sun. His status was so revered that it even surpassed that of the inner sect elders. Within the Yuha sect he was the absolute symbol of dignity and power. "Heavens, that's the Yuha sect's Saint Sun Chen Shao," someone exclaimed, unable to hide their admiration and astonishment. "It is said he possesses the sun immortal physique and is hailed as invincible among his peers," another cultivator exclaimed in awe. His eyes filled with reverence. Suddenly, a few cultivators from the barren state gradually came to their senses and said in astonishment, "Isn't Chen Shao the young master of the Wind and Thunder sect? He's one of ours from the barren state." As soon as the words fell, the entire area was in an uproar. "What? The Saint Sun of the Yuha sect actually comes from this barren and backward savage land? How is that possible? How could a shithole like the barren state produce such a top-tier prodigy?" This unexpected fact made the cultivators from the other 13 Dao states look at each other in dismay, their expressions filled with confusion and embarrassment. The origin of the Yuha sect's Saint Sun Chen Shao had clearly shaken the entire space, exceeding everyone's imagination. Feeling countless strange gazes on him, Chen Shao remained calm, but a cold glint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Elder Yan," it was just a simple phrase, but the elder immediately understood. He flicked his sleeve and a terrifying force erupted, sweeping the group of barren state cultivators who had just called out Chen Shao's name into midair. In an instant, thousands of cultivators exploded into a rain of blood. Blood splattered everywhere, and a thick metallic smell filled the air. "The Saint Sun of the Yuha sect is not someone you ants can discuss freely. If anyone else dares to speak out of turn, they will be killed without mercy," Elder Yan shouted sternly, his voice echoing like thunder. Chen Shao remained cold and stern, as if everything that had just happened hadn't fazed him in the slightest. At this moment, the Prince of Genin at the side was sweating profusely, overcome with worry. He had continuously humiliated the cultivators of the barren state, not knowing that someone like the Yuha sect's Saint Sun Chen Shao was among them. With such a status, not to mention him, even the ruler of the Shushan dynasty would not dare to offend him. After a moment of thought, the Prince of Genin carefully spoke up. "Saint Sun Chen, I wonder if you would permit me to deal with this group of barren state cultivators?" If Chen Shao intended to stop him, the Prince of Genin would naturally withdraw at once, but Chen Shao merely glanced at him indifferently. His thin lips moved and he calmly uttered 2 words, "As you wish." On a small mountain in the distance, several peak lords of the Xuanchen sect watched everything with worried expressions. "What should we do now?" the Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak asked worriedly. The Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak replied softly, "My guess was right. With the mystic realm appearing, that boy from the Chen family was sure to come." Shu Yunian said in shock, "Fortunately, our Xuanchen sect hasn't shown itself yet. While they are fighting over the mystic realm, we should leave the sect as soon as possible, find a hiding place in the eastern region and plan from there." But just then another Peak Lord said worriedly, "What about junior brother Yi? He's the hope of our Xuanchen sect." Suddenly, the Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak seemed to see something and hastily covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Everyone looked quickly. Everyone followed her pointing finger and saw a familiar figure in the distance. "It's junior brother Yi," she said in astonishment. "What?" Shu Yunian was shocked and immediately shouted, "Bring him back quickly, Chen Shao is right there. If he shows himself, isn't he just courting death?" Just as the great battle was about to erupt, a voice full of anger suddenly came from a distance, as if about to tear space itself apart. "Damn it, letting these outsiders bully us like this. What? The barren state still has me. All of you get the hell out of the way and stay put." Swish, swish, swish. Countless astonished gazes immediately turned in the direction of the voice. Everyone wanted to see which madman dared to be so arrogant. A handsome young man appeared, dressed in a treasured robe with a black base and gold patterns. Every step he took was filled with arrogance. His long silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, a stark contrast to his wild and untamable demeanor. Chen Xiao looked at the newcomer with contempt. "Who are you? State your name quickly." The young man lifted his chin and arrogantly shouted, "Your grandpa, Yi Junlin." As soon as his voice fell, the air seemed to freeze. Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment, then roared, "Yi Junlin, I want your life." In the crowd, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't Yi Junlin the Peak Lord of Misty Peak of the Xuanchen Sect?" The moment the words Xuanchen Sect were uttered, Chen Xiao's expression changed drastically. A towering killing intent ignited in his eyes like a raging fire that could not be extinguished. He let out a great roar, not expecting his father's killer to be right before his eyes. Yi Junlin casually scratched his nose. With an expression that mocked the world, "You got a problem." Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes as red as blood. "The sect master of the Wind and Thunder Sect, you killed him, didn't you?" Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows pretending to think, then replied nonchalantly, "Oh, you mean that old fool? I have some impression of him. He was always boasting that his son had the makings of an immortal." You are Yi Junlin?" Chen Xiao asked sharply, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. Yi Junlin smiled faintly. "That's right, I am Yi Junlin." "And who are you?" "I'm his son," Chen Xiao roared, his voice filled with grief and indignation. Yi Junlin feigned surprise, slapped his forehead and sneered, "Oh, so you're that idiot's son, huh?" Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Chen Xiao's body. Like a violently erupting volcano, his whole body trembled, burning with rage, and waves of dense killing intent spread out, making the surrounding space suffocating. "I want you dead," Chen Xiao hissed, his voice seeming to echo through the heavens. The Prince of Genin was stunned, but then, as if he'd thought of something, he hastily requested to fight. "Saint Sun Chen, let me go and capture this reckless fool and hand him over to you for punishment." He wanted to use this opportunity to prove himself, hoping to curry favor with the strongest prodigy of the Quasi-Immortal Sect. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind tore through space. The Prince of Genin charged straight at Yi Junlin, roaring with a savage expression, "Brat, you're dead this time." Whoosh! Just then, a tall figure completely clad in crimson appeared in the void like a flame. Surrounding temperature instantly soared, as if space itself was about to combust. Hong Tianye stood before the Prince of Genin, his expression cold. "Oh, where did this beauty come from?" The Prince of Genin was taken aback. A flash of lust in his eyes. "Die!" Hong Tianye snapped with disgust and unleashed a fire attribute divine ability with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! Blazing flames burned fiercely, piercing through space and creating a massive heatwave. The Prince of Genin's expression changed drastically. He defended with all his might, but even his chaos hammer was burned to ashes. Arg! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the heavens. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the Prince of Genin was swiftly consumed by the flames, not even a speck of ash remaining. A spirit transformation expert died just like that. Cries of horror rose from all around. Who was it that attacked? The crowd buzzed with discussion, all eyes focused on the red-robed figure. "When did our barren state produce such an expert?" a cultivator exclaimed in amazement. Ouyang Feng at the side was dumbfounded, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He recalled how he had previously proclaimed himself the #1 expert of the barren state, and now he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide. Truly, there is always someone better, and a heaven beyond the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Feng cautiously stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask your esteemed name?" But Hong Tianye ignored him completely. After finishing off the Prince of Genin, he walked straight to Yi Junlin's side, bowed and cupped his fist, saying, "Master, I await your command." This scene made every cultivator's jaw drop. No one could believe their eyes. "That senior is Peak Lord Yi's disciple?" One person said in astonishment. "Heavens, that's a spirit transformation expert. When did the Xuanchen Sect get a spirit transformation expert? Who said before that Peak Lord Yi was only at nascent soul? Can a nascent soul cultivator take a spirit transformation expert as a disciple?" The discussion spread throughout the crowd, and everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Boom! Just then, Shu Yunian arrived on the scene with the disciples of the Xuanchen Sect. "Junior brother, we're here." Shu Yunian stepped forward to greet him. Yi Junlin smiled. "I was just about to call for you, junior brother. Do you know what you're doing?" Shu Yunian said in a panic. "Those are people from the Quasi-Immortal Sect. You'd better leave quickly. We'll buy you time to escape." "That's right. As long as you are here, the Xuanchen Sect has a chance to be revived." "You absolutely cannot take such a risk," the Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak said in a grave tone, his eyes full of worry. Yi Junlin smiled, understanding everyone's intentions. He didn't answer directly, but just waved his hand. In the distance, a cloud slowly drifted over. From the cloud, a small girl stepped down and bowed respectfully. "This humble girl, Zhao Linger, pays her respects to the seniors." Yi Junlin explained calmly, "I have already settled the matters in the state of Wei and brought this child back. She is a talent I happened to discover there. She's the daughter of the Wei Emperor and possesses a supreme water attribute spiritual root. I think sending her to Heavenly Fragrance Peak would be a fitting choice." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Heavenly Fragrance Peak Lord immediately lit up. The more she looked at Zhao Linger, the more she liked her, and she nodded repeatedly. Zhao Linger hesitated for a moment, but in the end she still bowed respectfully. The Heavenly Fragrance Peak Lord smiled in satisfaction. This little girl was indeed gifted. Taking her as a disciple was truly a joyous occasion. Suddenly, a terrifying, killing intent enveloped the area like invisible blades, making the disciples of the Xuanchen Sect feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. "All of you will be buried with my father." A voice full of hatred echoed through the heavens as Chen Shao appeared amidst a brilliant golden light like a deity descending to the mortal world. His eyes glittered with a dazzling golden light, his aura seeming to want to crush everything. Yi Junlin, come and accept your death, Chen Shao roared furiously, his presence imposing like a dragon god descending. Yi Junlin curled his lip and responded in a disdainful tone, HMPH, fight me, you're not worthy, little red, go up and teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Hong Tianye at the side couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling as if he were being used like a hunting dog. However, he had witnessed Yi Junlin's methods firsthand and naturally did not dare to disobey. Swish, Hong Tianye's figure shot up to the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving a brilliant trail of light like a phoenix ascending, both magnificent and majestic. HMPH coward, Chen Shao sneered, looking at Hong Tianye with contempt. To deal with you, I alone am more than enough. Hong Tianye smiled faintly, his expression cold, yet he still maintained an elegant demeanor, his sharp eyes fixed on his opponent. His stunningly beautiful face, even for Chen Shao, who was accustomed to seeing countless beauties in the Quasi-Immortal Sect, was enough to move him. Faced with Hong Tianye's fairy-like temperament and beauty, Chen Shao actually felt a moment of pity and protectiveness. He said in a deep voice, with your strength, why stay in a small sect like the Shuenshan sect and wait to die? As long as you submit, I guarantee the Quasi-Immortal Sect will treat you well. Not interested, Hong Tianye replied indifferently, his tone cold, without a hint of hesitation. Chen Shao was taken aback, then his face darkened as he struggled to suppress his anger. Miss, are you sure you won't reconsider? Hearing this form of address, a look of contempt appeared in Hong Tianye's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a faint smile. My master was right. Your father was an idiot, and you're just another idiot. As soon as the words fell, veins bulged on Chen Shao's forehead and the killing intent in his body erupted like a surging tide. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, very well, you all must die. Boom, a fist imbued with dazzling golden light tore through the void. Powerful magical energy coiled like dragons and snakes, forming a giant golden bell that enveloped the entire space before him. Hong Tianye flicked his sleeve lightly as if he paid the attack no mind at all. In an instant, countless sparks erupted, like a meteor shower falling from the sky. Swish, swish, the golden fist imprint was instantly consumed by the flames and turned to ash. What? Chen Shao was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected the other party to neutralize his attack so easily. The corner of Hong Tianye's mouth lifted, his voice cold and laced with contempt. Is that all you've got? Chen Shao's face turned livid with anger, and he roared, don't get cocky too soon. The battle has only just begun. His entire body immediately erupted with a dazzling golden light. The imposing aura made all the surrounding cultivators tremble. Spirit transformation perfection. The power of Chen Shao's peak realm was on full display. Holding nothing back, he launched massive fist imprints one after another. The dense golden light was like hundreds of suns appearing at once, the pressure like a collapsing mountain and a tsunami, suffocating everything. So strong. Liang Feng at the side was completely astonished. Facing such an attack, he knew that even taking the first blow would reduce him to dust. The Saint Sun is indeed exceptionally talented. This move is the heaven-ranked top-tier ultimate technique. The Sun God Fist, combined with his Sun Immortal physique, the power of Chen Shao's attack is astonishing. Forget killing a god. Even an ordinary body integration realm cultivator would find it hard to withstand. Elder Yan watched from the side, laughing loudly, full of confidence in their victory. In the sky, a world-shaking explosion rang out, as if space itself was about to be shattered. HMPH, you forced my hand, Chen Shao sneered. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Chen Shao's eyes suddenly narrowed, his gaze piercing through the void like a sharp blade. Unbeknownst to him, a brilliant fire lotus had appeared before him. Its petals bloomed, shimmering with a mystical light. At the center of the fire lotus, Hong Tianye stood steadily, completely unharmed, looking directly at Chen Shao with mocking eyes. How is this possible? Chen Shao was deeply shaken. This move, which had helped him sweep through all the true disciples and was considered invincible in the same realm, had been neutralized by his opponent as easily as child's play. I don't believe it. I have the makings of an emperor. My realm is invincible, Chen Shao roared. Killing intent surging from his body, he activated his Sun Immortal physique to its fullest extent. A terrifying power erupted like a volcano, and he instantly charged towards Hong Tianye like a berserk dragon. Hong Tianye just sneered, a devilish glint in his eyes. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. A frog in a well, let me show you what true invincibility is. He was completely unafraid of Chen Shao's fierce assault. Moreover, a cruel thought arose in Hong Tianye's heart. To completely shatter this person's dignity, to make it so he could never hold his head high again. As Chen Shao charged, Hong Tianye remained calm and composed, meeting the attack with a casual wave of his hand. The two clashed, their figures intertwining like phantoms. How can this be? The more Chen Shao fought, the more alarmed he became. No matter how many moves he unleashed, Hong Tianye easily neutralized them. As if his fists were hitting soft cotton, his attacks having no effect whatsoever. You're too weak, you piece of trash. Hong Tianye chuckled lightly. a sharp glint in her eyes. Noticing an opening in her opponent, she immediately channeled her power into a mighty palm strike. The force emanating from her palm swept over everything in its path like a heat wave. Puff! Chen Shao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, stumbling back 100 jong. His eyes were filled with bewilderment, unable to believe what was happening before him. Chen Shao began to feel lost, roaring in his mind, "Such rich combat experience and sharp reflexes, I've never seen anyone in the Yuha sect who could do this." Couldn't understand how a small sect like the Xuanchen sect could produce such a powerful disciple. But Chen Shao had no idea that the person standing before him was no ordinary disciple. Hong Tianye was a true powerhouse, one who had walked the brutal path of cultivation step by step, growing from an unknown nobody into a great power of the demonic path. The combat experience she had accumulated from life and death battles, along with her keen reflexes and perfect combat mindset, were simply not something a wet behind-the-ears kid like Chen Shao could compare to. In Hong Tianye's eyes, Chen Shao was just an arrogant puppet, struggling in his own powerlessness. Elder Yan's face was extremely ugly at this moment. Is that small Xuanchen sect really just a low-level sect? Elder Yan secretly gritted his teeth, his heart in turmoil. He spoke in a deep voice, trying to keep Chen Shao's morale up. "Saint Sun, do not doubt yourself. You were handpicked by the Yuha sect from millions. You possess the makings of a true immortal." These words were like a reviving flame, igniting a spark of hope in Chen Shao's heart. "I have the makings of a true immortal," he muttered to himself, his dazed eyes gradually becoming firm. Chen Shao's Dao heart, which was on the verge of collapse, instantly stabilized again. A resilient light shone in his eyes. "I have not lost yet." Chen Shao roared to the sky, his eyes shooting out a dazzling golden light. His entire body seemed to be forged from divine metal, a brilliant radiance enveloping him, like a dazzling sun hanging in the sky, burning everything around it. "Die!" Chen Shao roared furiously, his aura erupting as a 100-jong-wide golden beam of light tore through the void, shooting straight into the sky towards Hong Tianye. This attack was extraordinary. It was the Sun Eclipse divine ability, a venerable level divine ability that even Bati integration realm experts would find difficult to master, yet Chen Shao had already reached the entry level. Combined with his Sun immortal physique, the power of this attack was enough to annihilate a cultivator in the early Bati integration realm. Hong Tianye gently raised her hand and a 7-colored flame erupted like a violent whirlwind, carrying the power to burn the heavens and boil the seas, filling the entire space. As the two forces erupted in a final collision, the violent energy shot out in all directions as if it would tear the sky to pieces. Such powerful energy, does it really belong only to the spirit transformation realm? Liang Feng muttered to himself, a wave of bewilderment rising in his heart. He felt that in front of a group of true experts he was nothing but an imposter. As the shockwave gradually dissipated, a staggering figure covered in blood slowly fell from the sky. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were empty, and the light of faith in his eyes had been completely extinguished. It was Chen Shao. He had been defeated. It was not just a failure of strength but a complete collapse of his state of mind as well. HMPH, a mere firefly's glow, dares to compete with the bright moon. Hong Tianye sneered coldly, her eyes filled with contempt. In her eyes, Chen Shao was nothing more than a clown from beginning to end, a puppet she could play with in the palm of her hand. "Junior brother Yi, this disciple of yours is truly formidable," Xu Yunyan remarked from the side, unable to hide his surprise. "Little Red," a steady and majestic voice sounded. Hong Tianye quickly walked over and bowed respectfully before Yi Junlin. "Master, what are your orders?" Yi Junlin smiled, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "You performed very well today." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I'll give you an extra meal tonight." In the distance, an elder from the Yuha sect rushed to help Chen Shao up. After Chen Shao swallowed a pill to heal his wounds, his body gradually recovered. The severe injuries healed quickly, and his chaotic aura stabilized, but his mind was still in a dazed state, as if he had lost his sanity. He kept repeating, his voice filled with despair, I lost. Chen Shao's spirit had clearly suffered a severe trauma. Elder Yan at his side, his eyes red with heartache, shouted loudly, his voice carrying a strange pressure, "Saint Sun, stand up." Elder Yan's voice was like a summons, causing Chen Shao's whole body to tremble slightly. His eyes slowly lit up, regaining a trace of clarity. Chen Shao gritted his teeth and forced out each word with difficulty. "Elder Yan, I lost. I am not invincible in the same realm. I have brought shame upon the Yuha sect." Elder Yan looked at him, his voice gentle yet still full of authority. "Saint Sun, do not blame yourself too much. You still have a bright future ahead of you. You possess innate immortal talent and are our hope." Despite this, Elder Yan's heart was still heavy. He glanced at Chen Shao, looking at his dazed expression, his absent-minded look, and couldn't help but sigh. To lay such a heavy hand on the Saint Sun of the Yuha sect, this matter must be answered for. As soon as Elder Yan's words fell, the 9 elders of the Yuha sect immediately erupted with powerful auras. Each of them was a Bati integration realm expert, their momentum surging as if to crush space itself. Opposite them, Master Xuankong and the people from the Xuanchen sect all changed their expressions. A look of apprehension appeared in their eyes. They dared not underestimate the current situation. This was clearly a display of overwhelmingly superior strength. Elder Yan's gaze swept over the crowd from the Xuanchen sect, his voice cold. "Whoever wants to take him down and dispose of him, do it now." As soon as the words fell, a tall elder stepped out from the ranks. his figure flashed, and the powerful aura of the mid-body integration realm descended, oppressing the space and making the entire sky feel heavy. Hong Tianye stepped forward, a troubled look on her face, and said softly, "Master, I'm afraid your disciple won't be able to stop this situation." Yi Junlin smiled, his eyes cold yet calm. "It's fine, let me handle it." As soon as his words fell, Yi Junlin took a light step forward, and at the same time a huge aura erupted from his body, tearing through space like a tornado. Bang! A loud noise made everyone's ears ring, their heads dizzy. Peak Lord Yi of the Xuanchen Sect is at the body integration realm. The crowd was in an uproar, and a cultivator from the Baron State widened his eyes in astonishment. "Our Baron State has produced another heavenly monarch." Liang Feng couldn't hold back, shouting excitedly as if he couldn't believe his eyes. However, the tall elder from the Yuha sect on the other side sneered coldly, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. "So what if you're at the body integration realm? Do you really think you can stand against me?" As soon as his words fell, the old elder executed a divine ability, his hands continuously forming seals, the incantations emitting a dazzling light. In the void, a giant hand of white light appeared, carrying an ancient and vicissitudinous aura, and lunged straight at Yi Junlin. But Yi Junlin remained standing, his expression indifferent, not wavering in the slightest. He gently raised his hand, pointed a finger, and bang, the giant palm immediately shattered into pieces, turning into countless spots of light that scattered into space. "What?" The old elder of the Yuha sect widened his eyes, utterly horrified. A foreboding premonition rose in his heart, but before he could do anything, a figure had already appeared before him. Yi Junlin used the Great Void technique, his speed astonishingly fast. In just an instant he was already close to his opponent. Bang, he threw a punch, the killing intent like a surging wave. Before the old elder could use any movement techniques, protective treasures, or any other means, his body was shattered by Yi Junlin's punch. His primordial spirit couldn't escape either, completely annihilated in a single move. At this moment, Yi Junlin flicked his fingers lightly, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, a mocking smile on his lips. "Is that all you've got?" He possessed the supreme bone, his base combat power having soared to a terrifying level. Even without using any divine abilities, his close combat strength was overwhelmingly dominant. Elder Yan's face was grim as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "All of you attack, kill him for me." As soon as his words fell, the other 7 elders immediately attacked. All of them were body integration realm experts, on the same level as Yi Junlin. They simultaneously unleashed their killing moves, their momentum overwhelming as they surrounded him, intending to annihilate him. But just then a giant phantom suddenly appeared behind Yi Junlin. Majestic as a sovereign, exuding an astonishing pressure that made all living beings tremble and their hearts fill with fear. Seal of the Human King, Yi Junlin raised his hand and slammed out a palm, facing the attacks of the 7 body integration realm elders head-on. Bang, the streams of energy erupted violently, tearing through every inch of space. Puff, 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 several elders immediately spat out blood, their bodies trembling violently as if struck by lightning. One person shouted in terror, What level of divine ability is this? How can this divine ability far surpass all the divine abilities of the Yuha sect? This kid. His strength is too terrifying. Everyone, use your magic treasures to suppress him." Immediately the other elders also roared, simultaneously activating their magic treasures. "Jade Tour Sword Art," Elder Whiteness shouted. Swinging the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, it shot out a fierce sword light that enveloped Yi Junlin. But it didn't stop there. The other elders also took the opportunity to activate their magic treasures, their killing power increasing several times over, their momentum ferocious like tigers and leopards as they pounced on Yi Junlin. At the same time, outside the battlefield, the other forces all hoped for Yi Junlin's demise. In their eyes, the barren state was just a savage land. How could a cultivator from there be so powerful? Daring to offend the Yuha immortal sect, by all rights he should have been annihilated long ago. Amitabha. Good. Master Jingchan of Xuankang Temple stood at the forefront of the 5 major powers contingent, his face compassionate, his hands clasped together as if chanting sutras. Seeing this, Zan Tianyi, the young master of the Zan family, smiled faintly, his heart filled with contempt. This old monk's act was too fake. He looked at the battlefield ahead, a surge of jealousy rising in his heart, and sneered mockingly, "It's best if this kind of monstrous talent dies early." "Oh no, junior brother, Yi is in danger." Shu Yunyan and his fellow disciples shouted anxiously, but among the crowd only Hong Tianye remained calm. Hearing the shouts around him, he crossed his arms and sneered coldly, thinking to himself, "What do you ants know?" Ever since witnessing Yi Junlin's extraordinary feats in the state of Wei, Hong Tianye had been convinced that this person must still be hiding his strength. Sure enough, as if to prove his guess, Yi Junlin, surrounded by 7 body integration realm experts, remained calm and composed, his steps leisurely, his eyes as calm as still water. "Since that's the case, I'll let you have a taste of this move." The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He circulated the boiling magical power in his body, and streams of spiritual energy surged and gathered, pouring into the supreme bone in his chest. Suddenly, bang, a brilliant sacred light erupted from his chest, as dazzling as the rising sun, eternal light, immortal and indestructible. It was as if a new sun had been born from his chest in the sky, its momentum terrifying, as if it would shatter the entire firmament. What's going on? Countless cultivators trembled all over, their faces filled with terror. Bang! A dazzling divine light erupted from Yi Junlin's chest, as brilliant as a divine punishment descending from the heavens, carrying the power to instantly destroy all things. This was the great divine ability of the Supreme Bone, the light of heavenly tribulation. Not good. The 7 body integration realm elders sensed a fatal crisis and immediately activated all their protective treasures, hoping to withstand this blow. Arg! A series of blood-curdling screams rang out. Under the terrifying power of the light of heavenly tribulation, all the low-grade spirit artifacts in their hands shattered, having lost the protection of their magic treasures. The 7 elders shouted in panic, "Elder Yan, save us quickly." Elder Yan, the head of the 5 inner sect elders, could finally no longer remain calm. If he didn't intervene to save them, he would be hard-pressed to explain himself when he returned to the sect. HMPH, the cultivation of the peak body integration realm erupted. Bang! In midair, an ancient stupa suddenly appeared, exuding an unparalleled aura, the Stupa Pagoda. This was a 3rd-grade spirit artifact. Although it was only 2 grades higher than a 1st-grade one, its power was thousands of times stronger. Perish! Elder Yan raised the Stupa Pagoda, releasing a violent energy to meet the incoming light of heavenly tribulation. "Haha, just in time," Yi Junlin sneered, and a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Passive effect triggered. The stronger the opponent, the stronger you become. Facing a peak body integration realm enemy, the host cultivation will automatically break through. Cultivation 1 reaching body integration perfection. Bang! A heaven-shaking power suddenly erupted from Yi Junlin's body, his cultivation breaking through from mid-body integration to perfection in an instant. The already weakening light of heavenly tribulation suddenly shone brightly, its power doubling. You were hiding your cultivation?" Elder Yan felt his scalp go numb, so angry he almost spat blood on the spot. The light of heavenly tribulation swept across, and the 7 body integration realm elders successively exploded into a rain of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed, leaving only Elder Yan to escape by a hair's breadth. But he too was covered in blood, riddled with wounds, his face pale, and his heart trembling with extreme fear. He simply couldn't imagine that such a terrifying figure could emerge from a barren land like the barren state. At this moment, staying alive was the most important thing. Elder Yan gritted his teeth, his face pale, and finally bowed his head in defeat. "Senior, we admit defeat today. The Yuha sect is willing to withdraw from the competition for the Mystic Realm." "Haha, you think you can come and go as you please?" Yi Junlin sneered and threw a palm strike. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body exuded the aura of a hegemon, as if eclipsing the sun, moon, and stars. Elder Yan felt his head was about to split, and he shouted in a rage, "By doing this, are you not afraid of the Yuha sect's punishment?" But just then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically, turning pale. "Wait, I understand. So Outer Sect Elder Mu died at your hands." "That's right." Yi Junlin laughed out loud, his eyes filled with cruelty and arrogance. "Since I've already offended them, what's the difference in killing a few more?" Bang! Elder Yan's aura weakened, his face pale, and he turned to shout, "Why aren't you taking the Saint Sun away yet?" On the Golden Warship, Chen Xiao's face was pale, his heart in turmoil. He had never thought that the man who killed his father would be so powerful. Why would such a terrifying expert appear in a barren land like the barren state? "Quick, take the Saint Sun and leave." The cultivators of the Yuha sect were in a panic, hastily activating their flying ship treasure. "Trying to run? All of you die for me." Hong Tianye sneered, his figure shooting straight towards the flying ship like a bolt of lightning. A furious flame ignited in Hong Tianye's hand, transforming into a burning fire phoenix that roared as it charged. This master and disciple are truly insane. Seeing this, many cultivators broke out in a cold sweat, their hearts pounding like drums. Killing the elders of the Yuha sect wasn't enough, and now they wanted to kill the Saint Sun. Bang! Just as the fire phoenix was about to hit the flying ship, a low Buddhist chant sounded. Amitabha. Hong Tianye's entire attack was blocked by a palm print of Buddhist light. Appearing before everyone was an old monk in a kasaya robe holding prayer beads, Master Jingchan of Xuankang Temple. Whoosh! Taking this opportunity, the golden flying ship erupted with its fastest speed, instantly breaking through the air and hastily leaving the scene. Seeing his prey escape, Hong Tianye was annoyed and said coldly, "Old bald donkey, you're being too nosy." Master Jingchan clasped his hands together, his face full of compassion, and spoke slowly. "Female benefactor, when will the cycle of revenge end? Why must you force people to a dead end?" A cold glint flashed in Hong Tianye's eyes, and his tone was filled with mockery. "Old bald donkey, don't think this venerable one can't see through your Buddhist sect schemes. You just want the Yuha sect to owe you a favor, you hypocrite. This venerable one is already being polite by giving you face. Don't try to lecture me." Hong Tianye sneered, his eyes full of contempt. A flash of anger appeared in Master Jingchan's eyes, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You are obstinately clinging to your errors. In that case, let this old monk enlighten you." Bang! A huge pressure immediately enveloped the entire area. Hong Tianye's expression suddenly changed. This old bald donkey was clearly at the peak of the body integration realm. "Are you trying to bully my disciple?" A voice as cold as the god of death sounded, and Yi Junlin flashed in front of Hong Tianye, his sharp eyes sweeping towards Master Jingchan like a blade. Seeing Yi Junlin appear, Master Jingchan immediately restrained his aura, his expression becoming amiable. "Benefactor Yi, it was just a misunderstanding. This old monk was just trying to give this junior some pointers." "Pointers?" Yi Junlin sneered, his tone full of contempt. "Are you worthy?" A true immortal in training needs pointers from an old bald donkey like you, Master. Hong Tianye bowed respectfully. Your disciple was about to stop that flying ship, but this old bald donkey interfered, allowing the ship to escape. Amitabha, good. Master Jingchan chanted softly, his tone compassionate. This old monk just felt that this matter was going too far and intervened. If your excellency is not satisfied, this old monk can only take his leave. After speaking, Master Jingchan turned to leave. What a fine you want to leave after fighting? Stop right there for me. Yi Junlin roared angrily. Master Jingchan narrowed his eyes, his tone steady. Benefactor Yi, what do you mean by this? Ha. Yi Junlin stared at the old monk and sneered. Old bald donkey, you've calculated well. You play the good guy and I'll be the bad guy. You're so good at this, why don't you calculate which day you'll die at my hands? Master Jingchan's face darkened, his voice cold. Benefactor Yi, those words are out of line. This old monk represents the Xuankang Temple, one of the top Buddhist powers in the eastern region. You've just offended the Yuha sect. Do you dare to offend the Xuankang Temple as well? Bang, a fist imprint shook the heavens and the earth. Descending with world-shaking power. You, Master Jingchan was horrified, both angry and helpless. He formed hand seals to defend himself. Golden bell shield, the sound of the Buddha echoed, shaking the 9 heavens, but with a bang, the golden bell shield shattered on the spot. Master Jingchan was knocked back more than 10 zhang and barely managed to steady himself. His face was grim as he roared. You've gone too far. Do you think the Xuankang Temple is a soft persimmon for you to squeeze and flatten as you please? Whoosh, a staff suddenly appeared in Master Jingchan's hand, a 9-ringed kakara. His aura erupted fiercely, directly breaking through to body integration perfection. Bang, in the sky, a 500 zhang tall Buddha manifestation appeared, its body shining with golden light, its appearance dignified and sacred. It was sacred and inviolable. Everyone's faces changed, their expressions filled with utter shock. Was this Yi fellow a pig brain? How dare he offend Xuankang Temple? Did he think he had lived for too long? Benefactor Yi. Master Jingchan's voice was deep, his eyes filled with killing intent. This old monk has given you a chance, but since you are so bent on seeking death, do not blame me for being merciless. Let this old monk send you on your way. Buzz, Master Jingchan fiercely swung the 9-ringed kakara, a surging force seeming to tear apart heaven and earth. With a thunderous boom, it smashed down towards Yi Junlin's head. Insolent, Yi Junlin raised his hand, his voice as cold as frost. Rumble, the space seemed to collapse as a bronze ancient coffin manifested from the void, carrying with it an endless aura of the underworld. This coffin was 5 zhang high and 9 zhang long, exuding a supreme majesty and the aura of an absolute sovereign. This was the Heaven Burial Coffin. Previously, the Heaven Burial Coffin was only a 3rd-grade spirit artifact. But now, as Yi Junlin's cultivation broke through to the perfection of the body integration realm, it had evolved into a 6th-grade spirit artifact. In just an instant, with a bang, the Heaven Burial Coffin completely blocked the previous attack. What? Master Jingchan's face changed drastically, his heart sinking into an abyss. Yi Junlin's lips curled into a cold smile. The Heaven Burial Coffin suddenly opened, and an unparalleled suction force burst forth as if to swallow everything. Not good. Master Jingchan's hair stood on end, and he resisted with all his might. But he hadn't expected that the monks behind him would be sucked in one after another first. Master, save us, shrill screams echoed, but as soon as they were sucked into the coffin there was only silence, no more movement. Evil object, this is an evil object. Master Jingchan finally began to tremble all over, whether from anger or fear. Master Jingchan's face was pale, his breathing trembled, the feeling of death was close at hand. Everyone, this person is an evil cultivator. Quickly, strike and eliminate him, he shouted for help. But who would dare to strike now? Why aren't you getting in here already? Yi Junlin shouted, his magical power erupting as he urged the Heaven Burial Coffin. Buzz, a suction force 100 times stronger than before, surged forward, fiercely pulling at Master Jingchan. No, the old man roared in despair. Whoosh, his figure was directly sucked into the Heaven Burial Coffin. Bang, the coffin closed, and the world fell into a dead silence. Under the disbelieving gazes of all the cultivators, Yi Junlin stood straight between heaven and earth, his long silver-white hair fluttering, one hand supporting the Heaven Burial Coffin. His majestic gaze swept across all directions, his voice like a thunderclap shaking the 9 heavens. He only said 3 words, anyone else? Witnessing this scene, the cultivators from the outer regions were scared out of their wits. The disciples of the Xuanchen sect were ecstatic, cheering and jumping for joy as if intoxicated by the delight of victory. Shu Yunian was so excited he couldn't control himself, shouting repeatedly, amazing, amazing. The Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak muttered to himself, his face full of confusion. I'm not dreaming, am I? As soon as the words fell, a slap landed directly on his face. The Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak clutched his face, looking blankly at his junior sister. Why did you hit me? The Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak smiled and asked calmly. Does it hurt? It hurts, he replied, frowning. The Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak nodded lightly. Then it's not a dream. At this moment, all the cultivators from the barren state cheered in unison. The wave of sound shook the entire sky, a sense of pride welling up from within. Their gazes towards Yi Junlin were filled with reverence as if they were looking up at a deity descended to the mortal world. Ouyang Feng, the ancestor of the Panshun sect, was in tears, kneeling on the ground and shouting loudly, Heavenly Monarch Yi, your divine might is invincible. The shout surged like a giant wave resounding through the clouds as if to tear the entire sky apart. Zhan Tianyi's face was pale, his whole body as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He muttered to himself, his voice trembling, How is this possible? He began to wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Was this still the barren state? The army once hailed as the strongest in the eastern region was now beaten to a pulp. The Buddhist sacred land of Xuankong Temple, all its people were now buried in that mysterious coffin. Just then, rumble tremors echoed through the entire sky of the barren state, and dazzling beams of light erupted, piercing through the clouds, forming a magnificent and splendid scene that shook one's soul. The mystic realm has opened, a cultivator shouted in surprise, his eyes full of anticipation. The Luotian mystic realm had officially opened, holding endless opportunities that could change anyone's destiny. The cultivators from various factions were restless, their hearts filled with excitement. However, no one dared to make a rash move. They just quietly observed Yi Junlin's movements. Yi Junlin scanned his surroundings, a hint of calculation flashing in his eyes. All I need to do is go in and sign in. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Then he spoke coldly, his voice allowing no opposition. All cultivators from the barren state are qualified to enter the mystic realm for adventure. As for the irrelevant people, get lost. A single sentence was like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up violent waves. The cultivators of the barren state were ecstatic, shouting in unison, "Heavenly monarchy is wise," although the cultivators from the outer regions were dissatisfied in their hearts after the earth-shattering battle just now. Who would dare to stand up and resist? Zhan Tianyi's face was so gloomy it was about to smoke. The leader of the guards beside him sighed and said softly, "Young master, let's go." Zhan Tianyi gritted his teeth, his heart filled with unwillingness. "Is there no way to deal with him?" The guard leader shook his head, a deep look flashing in his eyes. "Young master, this person is audacious, daring to offend both the Yuha sect and Xuankong Temple in succession. This is a monstrous crime. He is courting death and will sooner or later suffer unprecedented and tragic retribution. He can be pleased with himself now, but in the future he will surely be miserable beyond imagination. There's no need for us to bother dealing with a dead man walking." Hearing this, a cruel glint flashed in Zhan Tianyi's eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "You're right. To make an enemy perish, one must first make them go mad. Someone as arrogant as him won't live long." He waved his hand and gave the order, leading his team back to Lingzhou. "As you command, young master." The people of the Zhan family immediately turned around and quickly retreated from the area. Seeing that even the most powerful force had chosen to retreat, the cultivation forces from other states had no reason to stay. They could only leave helplessly, bringing this earth-shattering news back to their hometowns. It was conceivable that soon the entire eastern region would be shaken by this matter. Yi Zunlin glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "Let's go." As his voice fell, he led the team of cultivators from the barren state, full of momentum, and officially entered the Luotian mystic realm. As they stepped through the gate, a flash of light, the scene before them completely changed. Inside was a brand new world. As if it were an ancient land that had never been reclaimed, towering trees soared into the clouds, their crowns dense and vines hung from high above. Each tree was so thick it would take 100 people to encircle it. But most importantly, the spiritual energy here was extremely dense, even far exceeding that of the barren state. Yi Junlin took a deep breath, feeling the purity of the surrounding spiritual energy, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This place was truly wonderful. Just then, he suddenly discovered the sign-in point of the Luotian mystic realm. Before he could think much, a playful voice sounded in his mind. "Do you want to claim the reward?" Yi Junlin didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained the Heavenly Emperor Dharma Idol." The Heavenly Emperor Dharma Idol is a powerful divine ability that allows the caster to directly summon a Dharma idol, greatly enhancing their own strength. Not only that, it also comes with various auxiliary divine abilities, bringing unparalleled power. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Oh, this thing isn't bad either. He had personally witnessed Master Jingchan's Buddha divine idol, a power that could tear the heavens and split the earth. If it weren't for the heaven burial coffin, that battle would probably have been extremely difficult. After completing the sign-in task, Yi Junlin had planned to leave immediately, but the mysterious scenery in the Luotian mystic realm piqued his curiosity. Behind him, Shu Yunyan looked around, his eyes shining like searchlights, and shouted excitedly, "Heavenly spirit grass, pupil crystal vine, golden ginseng, and 10,000-year blood lingzi, they are all treasures." He turned his head and shouted, "Quick, collect them all for me." "Yes, Sect Master." The cultivators of the Xuanchen sect immediately scattered excitedly, quickly picking the rare spiritual herbs around them. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled violently. A giant earthworm of the golden core stage suddenly broke through the soil. Puff! In just an instant it opened its huge mouth and swallowed dozens of rogue cultivators, then immediately burrowed back into the ground and disappeared without a trace. This terrifying scene frightened the cultivators of the barren state. Many were so scared their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. They had originally planned to follow the Xuanchen sect, thinking that even if they couldn't eat the meat they could at least drink the soup. But now they didn't even have the qualification to drink the soup, to stubbornly push their way in to compete for opportunities without the strength. This was the consequence. Hong Tianye watched the group of rogue cultivators die, his face expressionless, and coldly said a sentence full of contempt. Roar, roar, roar. In the dense jungle, a series of urgent roars suddenly sounded, like the command of a bloodthirsty beast pack. rumble from the towering canopies, a group of crimson blood monkeys swung on the vines, forming a large group and charged straight at the cultivator team. Demonic energy surged as dense as a tide, sending a chill down many people's spines. "Be careful, an enemy is attacking," a cultivator shouted in panic. This group of blood monkeys not only had blood-red eyes, but also skin as hard as steel which could actually withstand the attacks of magic treasures. They stretched out their huge palms, grabbing one cultivator after another, and tore them into pieces with astonishing strength. They are at the golden core stage, and there are even some at the nascent soul stage. What was even more terrifying was that this group of blood monkeys seemed to have a particular fondness for young and beautiful female cultivators. Every time they caught someone, they would tear their clothes, roaring as if immersed in instinctive madness. "Sob, sob, who will save me?" A female disciple of the Shuenshin sect was unfortunately caught by a blood monkey. Ripped, the clothes on her body were torn, revealing her fair skin under the firelight. "Let her go, you beast," a male disciple roared furiously, flying over on his sword, clang. But when his flying sword touched the blood monkey's skin, it only made a harsh sound and caused no damage. "No, don't do this." Feeling the scorching breath on the back of her neck, the female disciple was at the extremity of despair. Boom! Suddenly, that blood monkey was swept into the sky by an invisible force. Boom! The raging flames of the red lotus burned fiercely, turning it to ashes. In an instant, from a distance, a figure burning with flames slowly walked over. It was Hong Tianye, his red clothes like blood fluttering in the wind. His indifferent eyes swept over the female disciple who had just been saved, and he asked faintly, "Are you all right?" But in his heart he thought, "Women are really troublesome." The female disciple sobbed and lowered her head, extremely grateful. "Thank you, Senior Sister Hong, thank you." Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a huge blood monkey, clearly the leader of this group of monkeys, jumped down from a tree. It pointed at Hong Tianye with its furry finger, its mouth emitting excited roars. The meaning was very clear. It had already chosen this woman. Ow! In an instant, the entire blood monkey troop rushed forward, vying to perform a meritorious service for their leader. "You're looking for death." Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes, his red hair flying in the wind. The aura of a demonic sovereign descending, a cold, killing intent filled the air as if to tear the entire sky apart. Rumble! A great fire raged to the heavens, enveloping the entire madly charging blood monkey troop. Sizzle! Shrill screams rang out as one blood monkey after another was turned to ash and disappeared into the air. "Senior Sister Hong is mighty. Senior Sister Hong is truly amazing, truly worthy of being Peak Lord Yi's successor. Senior Sister Hong is not only as beautiful as a celestial fairy, but also kind-hearted, lending a helping hand." The surrounding cultivators all ran over, praising incessantly, their eyes filled with admiration. But Hong Tianye's face grew darker and darker, his eyes twitching, and finally he shouted, "All of you shut up!" Elsewhere, Yi Junlin was deep in the dense jungle, his expression filled with interest. "System, are you sure about that special energy fluctuation?" Ding. Host, "Yes, it's in this direction." Hearing this, a trace of interest flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes. Just now, the system had suddenly alerted him that there was an area containing particularly powerful energy fluctuations. This immediately aroused his curiosity, causing him to change his mind and decide to investigate. At the top of a giant immortal tree, a golden halo floated, radiating a light as brilliant as a small sun. Waves of powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing even space to vibrate above. 6 powerful spirit race experts stood majestically, their eyes burning with anger. Each had a different form, representing an independent race. They were the patriarchs of the major spirit races. "Damn it, I never thought that after all our scheming a white-haired rabbit would slip through the cracks." The beast race patriarch gritted his teeth, his voice filled with unwillingness. The stone race patriarch was also furious, his large lantern-like eyes burning with anger, wishing he could tear that beast to shreds immediately. "It's also because the great Luo immortal fruit ripened too suddenly, even we didn't have time to react." The feather race patriarch said in a deep voice, his face extremely ugly. The void race patriarch snorted coldly. "There's no other way now. It has already eaten the great Luo immortal fruit, and the great Luo immortal tree has recognized it as its master. We can't make a move during this time or we'll be attacked by the immortal tree." At this point, the eyes of the 6 patriarchs turned cold. "It seems the only way is to wait for it to digest the immortal fruit. Then we'll join forces to capture it, refine it into 6 portions of medicinal flesh using a secret method, and then divide and consume it. That would be fair and reasonable." The wood race patriarch sneered, saying word by word, "I swear I will make this lowly rat pay a painful price for its greed." This time, the great Luo immortal tree bore an immortal fruit. The 6 races had planned to share it together, but when they rushed over, they watched as a white-haired rabbit, which had appeared from nowhere, had already snatched it and swallowed all the great Luo immortal fruit. "Look, there's movement!" a patriarch suddenly shouted. Rumble. The golden halo gradually shrank, the dazzling light slowly faded, revealing a white-haired rabbit. Its whole body was as white as snow, about a foot tall. It waved its arms, its eyes slightly open, a satisfied smile on its lips, looking very comfortable and quite comical. "Catch it!" The 6 patriarchs immediately rushed forward, roaring in anger. Squeak! The white rabbit was suddenly startled awake, its blood-red eyes wide, and it instantly felt a murderous aura surging towards it like a raging tide. The white rabbit desperately broke through as fast as lightning. "Damn it, chase it!" the beast race patriarch roared, full of killing intent. "It's injured, it can't escape." The wood race patriarch extended 2 vine-like arms, quickly pursuing the white rabbit. Just as the two arms were about to grab it, it tore open the void and escaped in an instant. Fortunately, after swallowing the great Luo immortal fruit, the white rabbit broke through from the foundation establishment stage to the early spirit transformation realm, its strength soaring, far surpassing opponents of the same realm that repeatedly escaped from perilous situations, making the 6 patriarchs so angry their eyes were about to pop. "Stinking rat, don't even think about escaping from my grasp," the feather race patriarch roared, his figure transforming into a streak of light as fast as lightning, his feathers standing on end like swords, exuding a killing intent that could pierce through all things in the world. The white rabbit was hit by the feather race patriarch, its aura gradually weakening, and hideous wounds appeared on its body as it was knocked to the ground. The white rabbit trembled all over, all its fur standing on end, its heart beating like it was about to explode. "No, Bunny doesn't want to be eaten. Bunny wants to live on strong," the white rabbit cried out in its heart, desperate and unwilling. "HMPH, perhaps it's time to end this." The stone race patriarch shouted in a deep voice with a terrifying tremor, forcing the white rabbit to stop. Boom, a loud bang. Pow, the white rabbit was struck as if by lightning, its body flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a towering tree and smashing the entire tree to pieces before it barely stopped. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and it gritted its teeth in pain. "Run, why aren't you running?" the feather race patriarch taunted with his arms crossed. "Haha, a mere rat dares to covet the great Luo immortal pill. Do you know how precious it is? With your status, what right do you have to enjoy it?" The scale race patriarch roared in anger. "Legend has it, in the great Luo mystic realm, a legend has been passed down since ancient times. The great Luo immortal tree that supports the entire mystic realm will one day bear a great Luo immortal pill. Whoever can swallow it will possess the great Luo immortal physique and invincible constitution, ranking first on the Kunlun realm's immortal physique list. After countless years, countless generations of patriarchs had exhausted their efforts, waiting for the moment the great Luo immortal pill would be born. The current 6 patriarchs knew they couldn't monopolize it, so they agreed on a fair distribution. One immortal pill could help each of them condense the great Luo bloodline, and their future cultivation paths would surely benefit immensely. They never expected that an unknown white-haired rabbit would beat them to it. "HMPH, it's not like your names were written on it. Why can't Bunny eat it? Now you're blaming Bunny." The white rabbit's teary eyes widened, its expression extremely wronged. "Bunny, I am so wronged. Still daring to argue at death's door. Watch how I skin you and pull out your tendons, making you regret being born into this world." The stone race patriarch roared, his voice like a great bell, his huge palm crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Boom, just then a terrifying pressure rolled in. "Who is it?" The stone race patriarch was horrified and quickly withdrew his hand, his face filled with confusion. The other patriarchs also turned grim, their eyes flashing, and immediately assumed a defensive posture. In their line of sight, a youth with silver hair reaching his waist, elegant and graceful, dressed in a black robe with his hands behind his back, walked through the air step by step. "System, are you saying that energy fluctuation came from that white-haired rabbit?" Junlin frowned, a strange glint in his eyes. "Yes, this rat has just swallowed the great Luo immortal pill, and has already begun to condense the great Luo immortal physique in its body. Its cultivation potential is enormous. Ding, a mission has been triggered. Take on a disciple. If the host takes the white rabbit as a disciple, you will receive an extremely generous reward." The system's cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Junlin stroked his chin, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "The great Luo immortal physique, interesting. Ever since he took Hong Tianye as a disciple, he had a helper to handle the dirty work for him, which made his life much easier. But thinking about it, it seemed he still lacked a bit of fun. After pondering for a moment, Junlin felt he needed to raise a pet. As it happened, this white rabbit seemed very suitable." The beast race patriarch grinned ferociously, his face savage, his eyes filled with greed. "I see he's got tender skin and flesh. Better to kill it, roast it, and eat it." Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Junlin's expression was calm. He simply raised his hand to block. With just one arm, he effortlessly neutralized the beast race patriarch's incomparably sharp attack. Whoosh, a fierce fist wind tore through the void, creating ripples of distortion, and with a single punch sent the beast race patriarch flying over 100,000 zhong. He fell to the ground, unable to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. "A single punch nearly left me severely injured. One must know that as one of the 6 great king races of the mystic realm, the beast race was renowned for its unparalleled strength, yet today it had been bested by a single punch. Human, you wish to die." The beast race patriarch had a fiery temper. Beaten back by a single punch, he immediately roared in fury. The ancient runes on his body shone, and a murderous aura shot up to the heavens from all around him. Then boom, he charged forward fiercely. "Everyone attack together and kill him." A murderous aura filled the world. The 6 patriarchs' eyes turned red. They either used their innate divine abilities or summoned their ancestral magic treasures, launching their attacks all at once. Rumble, the wood race patriarch, shouted in a deep voice, "As long as we cooperate closely, killing this human is only a matter of time." Instantly, countless vines tore through the void, runes interweaving, covering the sky like a deadly formation. Each vine was as hard as a third-grade spirit artifact, its attack incomparably fierce. Is that so? In a flash, Yi Junlin executed the great desolation imprisoning heaven finger. Swish, swish, swish. Several thousand vines were instantly severed. This old man will block you, the Stone Race Patriarch roared, a dark halo enveloping his entire body, emitting terrifying ripples visible to the naked eye. Boom, he blocked Yi Junlin's attack. But then, bang, the Stone Race Patriarch grunted lightly, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes. Haha, you're indeed tough, Yi Junlin sneered, his eyes filled with ridicule. I didn't expect you to still be standing. Your constitution is quite good. If it were Elder Yan, he probably would have been beaten into a bloody mist by now. This is a good chance to test what's so fun about this reward. In an instant, his aura changed drastically. A terrifying pressure filled the entire space, causing all things to tremble and submit. Boom, behind him, a giant phantom shot up into the sky. Its narrow golden pupils were cold and brilliant, its long hair like the Milky Way cascading down like silver silk. He was clad in an imperial robe that shimmered with starlight, enveloping the universe. Atop the heavenly Emperor Dharma idol's head, an ancient imperial crown stood majestic and immortal. Behind him was a dazzling white halo, as if to illuminate the entire world and dispel all endless darkness. The 6 patriarchs' faces were pale, their eyes filled with terror, their entire bodies as if plunged into an ice cellar. Feeling incomparably small before the giant phantom, the patriarchs could not suppress the trembling from the depths of their souls, and the urge to kneel and worship arose spontaneously. When the heavenly Emperor Dharma idol descended, a terrifying bloodline pressure swept out like a tide, and space and time in the world seemed to freeze. What happened? This earth-shattering scene immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators exploring the barren state. Heavens, what is that? They gulped, their bodies trembling, their livers and galls splitting in fear. This is a Dharma idol divine ability, a supreme great divine ability. Ouyang Feng's eyes were wide, almost bulging out, as he muttered to himself in disbelief. Who on earth cast it? Could it be Heavenly Monarch Yi? In the distance, Hong Tianye stood quietly, too shocked to speak. A trace of bewildered uncertainty flashed in his sharp phoenix eyes. Is this that fellow's doing? Despite his extensive experience, he couldn't help but be astonished in the face of the heavenly Emperor Dharma idol. Compared to it, the Buddhist Dharma idols were simply a pile of dog crap. He had traveled through the central region and seen the Dharma idols of countless powerhouses, but at this moment all of them became mediocre, able only to bow their heads in submission before the heavenly Emperor Dharma idol. At this moment Yi Junlin stood beneath the heavenly Emperor Dharma idol. Feeling the immense changes in his body, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Everyone, let's fight him to the death, the Stone Race Patriarch roared, his momentum erupting as he madly charged towards the black-robed figure. You rotten stone, you're really tough. Yi Junlin sneered, pointing from a distance. Boom, a brilliant golden light tore through the void, its might enveloping the entire sky. The heavenly Emperor Dharma idol executed its ultimate divine ability, the heaven-severing finger. No! The Stone Race Patriarch let out a shrill scream. His entire body was pierced by the tyrannical golden light, and even the remaining stone fragments were ground into dust, completely vanishing from the world. Spare us, Senior, please spare us. The Scale Race Patriarch, Feather Race Patriarch, and Wood Race Patriarch completely lost their will to resist. They knelt on the ground in terror, begging for mercy. Yi Junlin couldn't be bothered to say more. With a wave of his hand, a life was taken. He killed them all directly, without hesitation. When the battlefield returned to calm, Yi Junlin retracted the heavenly Emperor Dharma idol. Feeling that 80% of his magical power had been consumed, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Although this thing is satisfying to use, it really consumes an astonishing amount of magical power. Now it's time to go back and take care of business." Yi Junlin's gaze swept around, and he suddenly frowned. Where's that rat? The white-haired rabbit, which had been on the brink of death, had disappeared at some point without a trace, leaving no clues behind. Meanwhile, a white shadow flashed by like the wind, and the surrounding scenery changed frantically. Too terrifying. That two-legged fellow is truly too terrifying. In the white-haired rabbit's mind, the thrilling scene of the battle appeared clearly. Its heart pounded, and a trembling from the depths of its soul welled up, sending a chill down its spine. If it didn't flee quickly, it feared a worse fate. But strangely, it had been covered in wounds before, so how had they healed on their own now? The white-haired rabbit thought hard, but then cast it aside. No, staying away from that two-legged fellow is the most important thing. It ran east and west, its eyes panicked, its small nose constantly sniffing the surrounding scents. Suddenly it smelled a familiar scent rapidly approaching. Not good, that two-legged fellow is coming to catch me. All its fur stood on end. The white-haired rabbit desperately swung its 4 limbs, rushing through the forest like a gust of wind. Swish, the void suddenly rippled as if torn. A black shadow passed through the void. Yi Junlin used the Great Void technique, instantly closing in on the target. System, that rat is just ahead. Yes, benefactor, go for it. You're almost there, the system's prompt sounded. A slight smile appeared on Yi Junlin's lips, and he shook his head with a laugh. This rat is really good at running. If it weren't for the system, it probably would have escaped. Watching the white-haired rabbit's furtive fleeing figure, a mischievous thought arose in Yi Junlin's mind. He decided it would be quite interesting to catch it and tease it a bit. It's over now. How can he still catch up? How does he know where Bunny is hiding? The white-haired rabbit was panicked to the extreme. It felt like bad luck was clinging to it. Boom! The air suddenly vibrated violently, and an immense pressure descended. The white-haired rabbit felt as if a mountain was pressing down on it, the pressure so great that it couldn't move, its chest feeling like it was being crushed. Squeak, squeak. It struggled with all its might, but suddenly its 4 feet left the ground. Suspended in midair, it turned out its hind legs were being lifted by a giant hand condensed from magical power. Swish! Yi Jianlun landed gently in front of it, observing it closely with great interest. The white-haired rabbit trembled all over, a chill running down its spine. This two-legged beast is definitely going to eat me. The terrifying thought flashed through its mind, and it immediately begged for mercy. Bunny meat is sour and extremely hard to eat. I beg you to spare Bunny. Yi Jianlun raised an eyebrow. Your meat is sour? Yes, please believe Bunny. Bunny's meat is very bad. Eating it will make you fart nonstop. The white-haired rabbit sensed a glimmer of hope and explained enthusiastically. Yi Jianlun stroked his chin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. HMPH, hearing you say that makes me want to try it even more. He slowly approached, his eyes sharp, his expression fierce. I'm dead. The white-haired rabbit's eyes widened, its pupils contracted, and then gradually lost focus. Its head lolled to one side, it foamed at the mouth and passed out from fright. Yi Jianlun was stunned. He gently poked the rat's cheek and found no reaction. His expression immediately turned strange. According to the system, this white-haired rabbit possessed the great Luo immortal physique, one of the strongest immortal physiques. He didn't expect its courage to be so small that it fainted after just a little scare. Yi Jianlun smiled, shook his head, and snapped his fingers. Forget it. Keeping it as a pet is fine too. Half an hour later, the white-haired rabbit's small nose twitched slightly. It woke up groggily. Strange fragrance wafting through the air, waking it up instantly. Great. Is Bunny not dead yet? The white-haired rabbit timidly peeked its head out, curiously observing its surroundings. It was inadvertently stunned. Not far away, a handsome youth was dressed in a black robe embroidered with gold thread, his silver hair cascading down, each strand shimmering like winter snowflakes. At this moment he was skillfully starting a fire and carefully roasting meat. The piece of meat was roasted to a golden brown, its skin crispy, the aroma rich, stimulating the limits of one's sense of smell. Next to it, a large pot was boiling, emitting a rich and tempting aroma. Could it be? The white-haired rabbit looked down in horror, its 2 small hands fumbling over its body. After confirming that its body was intact, it breathed a sigh of relief and saw Yi Jianlun still focused on roasting the meat. The thought of escaping entered the white-haired rabbit's mind. It tiptoed, ready to flee. Come here obediently. Don't make me catch you again. A low but extremely majestic voice suddenly sounded. Although the voice was not loud in the white-haired rabbit's ears, it was no less than a clap of thunder. Say, Senior. The white-haired rabbit approached, both scared and cautious. It stole a glance at the roasted meat, drool unconsciously dripping, its stomach rumbling as if in protest. Yi Jianlun glanced at it and couldn't help but sigh. Look at you, so worthless. Here. He casually threw a piece of crispy roasted meat over. The white-haired rabbit hurriedly caught it and without a second thought immediately began to devour it. The crispy, fragrant, and juicy taste was so delicious its eyes lit up, like stars twinkling in the night sky. Its small tail wagged unconsciously, filled with happiness. What kind of meat is this? Bunny has never eaten anything so delicious before. Yi Jianlun smiled meaningfully. Rat meat. The white-haired rabbit froze, its body stiff, its face filled with extreme horror, the meat in its mouth almost falling out. The white-haired rabbit's face was pale, almost crying. Yi Jianlun looked at its silly appearance, immediately laughed out loud and flicked its forehead lightly. Silly, this is rabbit meat. So it's rabbit meat. The white-haired rabbit licked its lips and muttered, The rabbit is so pitiful but also so delicious. Thinking of something, it hesitated for a moment, then timidly asked, Senior, are you really not going to eat Bunny? Although it was already eating, it couldn't help but worry about Yi Jianlun's true intentions. Yi Jianlun smiled faintly. Why would I eat you, if I really had that intention? He casually pointed to the large pot, where the water was boiling, emitting a tempting aroma. Then you would have been lying in there by now. Looking at the pot, the white-haired rabbit unconsciously swallowed. The heavy stone in its heart finally lifted. Senior, Bunny believes you now. Can you give Bunny another piece of meat? Hearing this, Yi Jianlun smiled. I can, but on the condition that you become my disciple. Are you willing? The white-haired rabbit was stunned. Taking it as a disciple was even more surprising than being eaten. Senior, is being your disciple dangerous? It was a little hesitant, only wanting to live a comfortable and carefree life in the forest. Yi Jianlun cleared his throat and said seriously, As my disciple, you can eat well and drink well. If you encounter danger, you will have your master to protect you. Such a good opportunity, are you sure you don't want it? I want it, I want it. Bunny wants to be Senior's disciple. The white-haired rabbit raised its 2 small hands and shouted excitedly. Yi Jianlun's expression was serious. Hurry up and pay respects to your master. The white-haired rabbit was stunned for a moment, then knelt down excitedly. Disciple by Shaoxi pays respects to master. Yi Jianlun nodded in satisfaction. Get up. Just then the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the benefactor for completing the disciple-taking mission. Reward, Supreme Divine Ability, 5 Extremes Reincarnation Great Annihilation Technique. The 5 Extremes Reincarnation Great Annihilation Technique breaks all things, annihilates all things, can cause large-scale damage, and its power is incomparably terrifying. Yi Jianlun nodded in satisfaction. Another trump card, not bad, but as people often say, you can never have too many skills. At this time, the system's voice continued to sound. Ding. the disciple's aptitude has been detected. The system is giving an extra great Luo Dao scripture. All rewards have been distributed. I hope the host and disciple will get along harmoniously. Please do not abuse small animals. Yi Junlin pursed his lips and snorted, "System, you're really nosy. With my noble character, how could I do such a thing?" The white-haired rabbit next to him raised its head and asked curiously, "Master, are you talking to Bunny?" Yi Junlin gently touched his nose and coughed, pretending to be serious. "Ahem, now Master will teach you a cultivation technique. You must cherish it, study and practice diligently, and in the future become Master's capable assistant. Ah no. A good disciple." As he spoke, he gently extended his hand, and with a light tap, a beam of light entered Bai Shaoxi's sea of consciousness. Boom! Bai Shaoxi's body trembled, her eyes widened, filled with surprise. The cultivation technique Great Luo Dao scripture was all-encompassing and incomparably profound, like a bright lamp lighting the path ahead, dispelling all confusion. Only then did it realize that it had obtained a great fortune. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing the cultivation technique upon Bunny." This time Bai Shaoxi knelt down in sincere gratitude. "The meat is ready, hurry up and eat." Yi Junlin smiled and served the white-haired rabbit a bowl of meat soup. Bai Shaoxi carefully took it, sniffed the aroma with its small nose and immediately began to drink it with gurgling sounds. So delicious! After drinking the soup, Bai Shaoxi felt warm all over, a satisfied smile on its lips. It was used to living alone in the deep mountains and old forests, a place full of danger and hunger where it rarely had such a stable and full meal. Looking at Yi Junlin, a hard-to-describe feeling suddenly welled up in its heart. Master is so good to Bunny. Being Master's disciple is truly lucky. From now on, Bunny will definitely repay Master with all its heart. Bai Shaoxi secretly vowed. Rumble! Suddenly the entire Luotian mystic realm began to shake violently. In the azure sky, huge cracks gradually spread like a shattered mirror. "What's going on?" Yi Junlin stood up abruptly. "Dang, it has been discovered that the great Luo immortal tree has reached the end of its life and is no longer able to maintain the mystic realm. The mystic realm is currently collapsing. The host needs to leave as soon as possible. Master, Bunny feels so sad." Bai Shaoxi was startled by the sudden situation, but strangely it wasn't afraid. Instead, an indescribable sadness welled up in its heart, its eye sockets turning red and tears quietly slid down. Yi Junlin frowned, feeling that Bai Shaoxi's reaction was a bit abnormal. But the top priority was to leave here as soon as possible. "Let's go." Swish! Yi Junlin pulled Bai Shaoxi, tore open the void and flew rapidly towards the mystic realm's exit. The surrounding scenery changed constantly. Mountains collapsed, trees fell in rows, the ground cracked, and the sky was like shattered glass. Desperate roars of demonic beasts came from all directions. "Retreat, retreat quickly." Countless cultivators rushed towards the exit in a panic, crowded like a swarm of ants. It was chaos everywhere. "Sect Master, I didn't expect such a change to happen here." The Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak's face was pale as he spoke in a deep voice. Shu Yunyan's gaze was solemn. "What we need to do is to escort the disciples of the Xuanchen sect to evacuate and minimize casualties." "What about junior brother Yi?" the Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak asked anxiously. As soon as the words fell, a beam of light tore through the void and Yi Junlin appeared. "Everyone, the situation is critical. Let's leave here quickly. Junior brother Yi." Everyone's spirits were lifted, but then, what's that big rat?" the Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak exclaimed in surprise. He saw a giant white-haired rat with red-rimmed eyes and a listless expression being held in Yi Junlin's hand. "This is my newly accepted disciple," Yi Junlin introduced calmly. Everyone was stunned. Junior brother Yi used to have high standards for accepting disciples. Last time he took a woman who was as beautiful as a celestial fairy and had outstanding talent. This time he took a silly and ordinary white-haired rat. It was truly hard to understand. "Forget it, let's go quickly." Shu Yunyan suppressed the doubts in his heart and urged seriously. At this time, countless cultivators from the barren state and creatures from the mystic realm also rushed out in a hurry. Everyone followed the guidance of their elders, fighting for a chance of survival. Suddenly, rumble! Outside the mystic realm, countless figures appeared. "Heavenly Monarch Yi is out, Heavenly Monarch Yi!" Cheers resounded through the clouds. Hong Tianye understood, his figure flashed, and he hurried forward respectfully saying, "Master." Yi Junlin nodded slightly, picked up Bai Shaoxi and gently threw it out. "This is my newly accepted disciple. In the future, you two must love and live in harmony with each other. Do you understand?" "What?" Hong Tianye stared at the white-haired rabbit in front of him, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. A feeling of resistance unconsciously welled up in his heart, but forced by the situation he could only grit his teeth and nod. "Yes, Master." Bai Shaoxi stared with its round eyes, looking around blankly. "Bunny, where is this?" It was both curious and a little scared, remembering something. It looked back at the mystic realm and said sadly, "Bunny has no home anymore." Boom! At this moment, countless strange creatures poured out of the mystic realm. Their powerful momentum swept past like a storm, causing the faces of the barren state cultivators to change drastically. A creature with horns on its head said in a deep voice, "Is this the world outside the mystic realm?" Another feather race creature frowned in displeasure. "Why is the spiritual energy here so thin?" Another powerful creature spoke, its eyes sharp. "Forget it. Since we've arrived in a new environment, we must learn to adapt. I suggest we first occupy this land and then divide the territory." Suddenly a primitive creature sneered, its fierce gaze sweeping over the cultivators. "These two-legged things are the legendary human race. How is their cultivation so ridiculously weak?" Ha ha ha, in that case let's enslave them first. As soon as the words fell, the primitive creatures that had escaped the Luotian mystic realm set foot in the outside world, their hidden wildness erupting. They stared at the cultivators, their hearts filled with the desire to invade. Not good, they're going to attack us. Liang Feng's heart raced, his face pale. In the Kunlun realm, 10,000 races coexisted, and the variety of living beings was extremely diverse. The creatures that survived in the Luotian mystic realm more or less carried the bloodline of ancient races. In the superior cultivation environment of the mystic realm, they formed a force of foreign creatures with extremely high cultivation levels. Now, Liang Feng could clearly feel that in this group alone there were over 1,000 auras at the spirit transformation realm, dozens reaching the body integration realm, and countless more at the nascent soul and golden core stages. If they gathered together, they would be enough to contend with the 10 top cultivation forces in the eastern region. We don't need to worry. At the moment of extreme tension, a cultivator shouted, "We have Heavenly Monarch Yi." Countless fervent gazes immediately turned to the silver-haired youth standing there, because only Yi Junlin here had reached the body integration realm, and he had already displayed his invincible divine might, which everyone had witnessed with their own eyes. But could he solve it this time? 1,000 thoughts raced through Hong Tianyé's mind. He glanced at Yi Junlin, only to see him with his hands behind his back, his expression as steady as a rock, looking perfectly composed as if everything was under his control. It seemed there was nothing to worry about. Ding, activating a new mission. Incorporate the 100,000 creatures from the Luotian mystic realm into the Shuenshan Sect. The host will receive a desirable reward. Yi Junlin was stunned, almost spitting blood in anger. System, do you really think this is possible? Heavenly Monarch Yi, a powerful creature with silver wings on its back, suddenly roared. Who is Heavenly Monarch Yi? Everyone pointed their fingers at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin, you are the Heavenly Monarch Yi they speak of, the strongest person here, the silver-winged creature asked in a deep voice, its expression hostile. Boom, Yi Junlin did not answer. He merely took a single step forward, immediately unleashing the full power of his perfect body integration realm cultivation. This undeniably shocked the group of foreign creatures. After all, the perfect body integration realm was also the peak of cultivation in the Luotian mystic realm. What are you afraid of? A body integration realm creature roared. He's just one person. That's right. Instantly, over a dozen body integration realm creatures stepped forward at the same time. Rumble, they released their pressure, blanketing the entire world. But Yi Junlin, at the center of the storm, merely twitched the corner of his mouth. All right, this move seems useless, but if this continues, something bad is bound to happen sooner or later. Just as Yi Junlin was racking his brain, a strange change suddenly occurred in Bai Shaoxi's body. Boom, an ancient and sacred aura violently erupted from within it. Its eyes, originally as brilliant as rubies, turned golden, and an ancient sigil appeared in the center of its forehead, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Shaoxi, you! Yi Junlin exclaimed in shock. What's wrong with this rat? Hong Tianyé's expression changed. Under countless astonished gazes, the white-haired rabbit's figure suddenly levitated into midair, its entire body seemingly enveloped by a dazzling golden sun. This is the aura of the great Luo immortal tree. A creature from the six-legged race suddenly realized, its eyes filled with reverence. One must know that in the Luotian mystic realm, the supreme and inviolable existence was the great Luo immortal tree. It alone guarded this entire mystic realm. In the hearts of the various races of the great Luo immortal tree, it was no different from heaven itself. They had thought the collapse of the mystic realm also meant the demise of the great Luo immortal tree. They never expected to feel that familiar aura from the white-haired rabbit, like a lost child suddenly finding its mother's embrace. Woo-woo, the great Luo immortal tree hasn't abandoned us. We implore the great Luo immortal tree to guide our path forward. Where should we go? We beg for the immortal tree's blessing. The sounds of prayer echoed through the clouds. The 100,000 foreign creatures all knelt down, worshipping at Bai Shaoxi's feet. Even the powerful body integration realm experts were no exception. All of them bowed their heads, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. Damn it, Shu Yunyan and the people around him were dumbfounded, almost thinking they were hallucinating. I never thought the disciple junior brother Yi just accepted would have such an incredible background. Even the well-traveled Hong Tianyé was shocked by the scene before him. Only now did he realize the immense opportunity hidden within this white-haired rabbit. He quietly glanced at Yi Junlin. Hong Tianyé thought to himself, as expected, everything was within your calculations. I still underestimated you. At this moment, a storm was also raging in Yi Junlin's heart. Recalling Bai Shaoxi's various abnormal signs before, countless speculations flooded his mind. Could it be that the great Luo immortal tree cultivating the great Luo immortal fruit was actually another method of rebirth through possession? And after Bai Shaoxi ate the great Luo immortal fruit, while gaining the great Luo immortal physique, it also inherited a trace of its residual will. Now that the will belonging to the great Luo immortal tree has awakened, is it trying to seize control of Bai Shaoxi's body? Yi Junlin frowned in thought. To be honest, this white-haired rabbit was quite cute. If his disciple were to be possessed by another will, his attitude would probably change completely. Shaoxi, are you alright? Answer me quickly. Yi Junlin transmitted his voice secretly, asking with concern. Bai Shaoxi floated in the air, its eyes cold and merciless. But after hearing the voice transmission, its consciousness suddenly jolted. Master is calling me. Bunny can't sleep. Its eyes gradually became lively. Bai Shaoxi landed beside Yi Junlin and obediently lowered its head. As long as you're okay, Yi Junlin felt a little relieved and gently stroked its head. What? The great Luo immortal tree actually acknowledged that person as its master. The 100,000 natives were dumbfounded, their worldview completely shattered. Seeing this, Yi Junlin came up with a plan and secretly transmitted his voice, Shaoxi, do as I say. Bai Shaoxi was a little confused, but it still nodded. A moment later it coughed a few times and said in a deep voice, the collapse of the mystic realm is the will of heaven, but there is no need for you all to panic. You are my people and I will never abandon you. The group of foreign creatures' spirits were lifted as if they had found their pillar of support again. Just then, Yi Jun spoke calmly. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. Since that is the case, let your people join the Xuanchen sect and receive its protection. Bai Shaoxi bowed. Thank you for your grace, Master, Lord Immortal Tree. Why is this? The silver-winged creature was stunned, not expecting the situation to change so quickly. Bai Shaoxi crossed its arms, its golden eyes staring coldly at the other. Are you questioning me? The silver-winged creature trembled and immediately lowered its head. This lowly one dares not. The other foreign creatures were also silent out of fear. After all, having lived in the Luotian mystic realm for many years, their reverence for the great Luo Immortal Tree was already deeply ingrained. If even the great Luo Immortal Tree submitted to Yi Junlin, would they still dare to resist? A monstrous disaster was thus nipped in the bud in an instant. Ding. Congratulations to the benefactor for completing the mission. The reward sundial has been distributed. Sundial. 100 years in the open cultivation space is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Yi Junlin's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, it's done. He really had to thank this rat disciple of his this time. He never expected it to play such a huge role at a critical moment. As for the sundial reward, although he wasn't overly excited, he was quite satisfied. This kind of cultivation space with a different time flow rate seemed very useful. But for a system user like him who was on easy mode, this thing was just a bit of a chicken rib. He transmigrated to this world just to enjoy life. With the system's help, his cultivation could automatically improve even if he lay there and did nothing. Why bother going into the sundial to cultivate painstakingly? But although he didn't need it, others might. He had it figured out. This space could be used by the people around him. Anyway, his cultivation realm was always higher than others. Am I dreaming? All these powerful beings are going to join our Xuanchen sect. Sectmaster Shu Union almost fainted from this unexpected joy. His hands trembled uncontrollably with excitement, and tears welled up in his eyes. More than 1,000 spirit transformation realm experts, 60 body integration realm cultivators, nascent soul cultivators as numerous as a forest, and golden core cultivators falling like rain. Such a huge force now submitted to the Xuanchen sect. Sectmaster, from now on, our sect will be ranked among the top 10 immortal sects in the eastern region. A Peak Lord shouted excitedly. The disciples of the Xuanchen sect cheered thunderously, their hearts filled with excitement. From now on, the sect would officially enter an era of supreme prosperity. What's going on? Ouyang Feng's eyes widened, unable to believe the Xuanchen sect's meteoric rise. Too strong. I knew Heavenly Monarchy could resolve this crisis. The cultivators of the barren state all knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with admiration. Master, Bunny did it. They all listened to Bunny. Bai Shaoxi secretly transmitted its voice to take credit. Yi Junlin nodded and chuckled, well done. Master is very satisfied. Then he asked with concern, but does the will of the great Luo Immortal Tree have any effect on you now? Not anymore. After Bunny woke up, it hasn't made a move again. Yi Junlin thought for a moment and nodded. It seemed that inheriting a part of the great Luo Immortal Tree's will wasn't a bad thing for his disciple. At least it could be used to intimidate that group of foreign creatures. Afterwards, the crowd gradually dispersed, each returning to their sect to digest what had just happened. The Xuanchen sect also quickly began to arrange accommodations for the newly joined foreign creatures. Azure State. Suddenly, a golden flying boat tore through the sky, rushing straight towards the Feather Transformation sect. Aboard the flying boat, the haggard-looking Chen Shao was helped down, attracting the curiosity of countless disciples. In their impression, this holy sun was spirited and like the midday sun. But now, after returning from a trip to the barren state, he was dejected as if he had lost his soul. Holy Sun, what happened? An elder from the law enforcement hall hurried forward. He noticed that several important figures were missing from the returning team. A bad premonition instantly rose in his heart. I want to see my master. Chen Shao's lips were pale as he answered weakly. The elder's expression was grave. Reporting to the Holy Sun, Venerable Juyang is in seclusion. May I ask what exactly happened? Where are Elder Yan and the other fellow disciples? Chen Shao smiled miserably and did not answer. A disciple beside him sobbed uncontrollably and said sorrowfully, They're all dead, all of them. What? Not only was the law enforcement hall elder's face pale with shock, but even the surrounding Feather Transformation sect cultivators couldn't believe their ears. One must know that the 9 inner sect elders were all body integration realm experts. How could such a powerful lineup be completely wiped out on a trip to the barren state? Holy Sun, who did this? Please tell me clearly. This old man must report it to the sect. Chen Shao raised his head, his eyes crimson, his face twisted with hatred, and he ground out each word through clenched teeth. Xuanchen Sect Yi Junlin. When this news reached the Feather Transformation Sect, the entire sect was immediately in an uproar. Impossible, even Elder Yan was killed by the enemy. Damn it, who dares to kill the elders of my Feather Transformation Sect and almost get the Holy Sun killed? They are looking down on us. Declare war. We must declare war. We must wash that barren land with blood and uproot everyone involved. Angry roars echoed throughout the entire sect, the killing intent soaring to the heavens so violent that it made space itself tremble. The Feather Transformation Sect, this immortal sect that had stood for endless years and was revered by countless cultivators in the eastern region, now erupted with a momentum that seemed to want to flatten everything. At the same time, the news spread like a wildfire, shaking the other states of the eastern region. This was because countless outside cultivators were present when it happened. After they returned, they immediately spread what they had seen and heard. Get your paper, get your paper. The latest hot news in the eastern region, cultivation world. Only 2 low-grade spirit stones per copy. Give me one. I want one too. In various restaurants and tea houses, groups of cultivators gathered together, their eyes focused on the cultivation world daily in their hands, constantly muttering, This. The front page headline was emblazoned with several large characters. Shocking. Feather Transformation Sect's Holy Sun defeated by a mysterious woman in red. Feather Transformation Sect loses 9 body integration realm experts. The culprit is from the Xuanchen Sect's Misty Peak. Revealed. Xuanchen Sect is an ancient immortal sect hidden in the barren state. Breaking news. Feather Transformation Sect officially declares war on the Xuanchen Sect. Obviously this matter had become the hottest topic in the cultivation world. The barren state of the eastern region was once considered a desolate and backward place. Now, because of the emergence of the Xuanchen Sect, the name of the barren state resounded throughout the entire eastern region. The status of the Xuanchen Sect also rose accordingly, becoming a force that attracted everyone's attention. As for Yi Junlin, at this moment he had become the focus of everyone's attention. It felt like a small pond full of shrimp had suddenly produced a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, which was utterly terrifying. Heavens, times have changed. I'll never dare to look down on people from the barren state again. They even dare to kill the experts of the Feather Transformation Sect. Despite this, some people still didn't believe in the Xuanchen Sect's strength. The Xuanchen Sect is a bit powerful, but to go against the Feather Transformation Sect HMPH, this battle doesn't even need to be fought. They are doomed to die. The Feather Transformation Sect, as one of the top cultivation forces, had produced true immortals since ancient times, and its foundation was terrifyingly profound. The major imperial dynasties, aristocratic families, sects, and even rogue cultivators from all over unanimously believed that the Xuanchen Sect was destined for destruction. Yi Junlin's fate would be incomparably tragic. In the vast 14 states of the eastern region, who could withstand the wrath of the Feather Transformation Sect? Buddha State, Xuankang Temple. Within the main hall, several high monks sat cross-legged, their hands forming mudras, their entire bodies exuding an otherworldly aura filled with great compassion and great perfection. Amitabha. Since the Feather Transformation Sect has already declared war, our Xuankang Temple will naturally punish evil and promote good and make the Xuanchen Sect pay for their crimes with blood. The Buddha is merciful, but he also has the wrath of a Vajra. Subduing demons and devils is the responsibility of us cultivators. Not long after, Xuankang Temple officially announced to the entire eastern region. The Xuanchen Sect was a demonic path, and Yi Junlin was branded with the title White-Haired Demon Lord, calling on all righteous people to join forces to vanquish the demons. As the leading force in the Buddha state, Xuankang Temple's call to arms was extremely powerful. Many Chan sect cultivators were already filled with righteous indignation, preparing to send troops vowing to flatten the barren state and slay demons. At this moment, the eastern region was filled with the intent of war, and countless cultivators were shocked because they knew that a widespread war was about to break out, and the barren state would become the battlefield. After the Laotian mystic realm shattered, the rich spiritual energy within it poured out crazily, transforming the barren state from a barren land into the focus of the entire eastern region. A whale fall nourishes all things. This barren and impoverished land was instantly revitalized, filled with life. The rich spiritual energy spread everywhere, benefiting countless living beings whose cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In the past, the spiritual energy in the barren state was thin, causing most cultivators here to only reach the golden core realm, and those who could break through to the nascent soul realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. But now everything was different. After the Xuanchen Sect accepted thousands of foreign creatures as its disciples, its overall strength soared like a skinny person suddenly becoming a fat one overnight. Despite this, when news from the outside world arrived, the sect's upper echelon was still worried. This move was tantamount to pushing themselves into the eye of the storm. Within a few days, the Feather Transformation Sect would launch a major offensive. Not just the Feather Transformation Sect, even that group of monks from Xuankang Temple dare to slander us as a demonic path. Their intentions are so malicious. It's been several days and several elders and the sect's top experts haven't shown up. I heard they are all in seclusion cultivating. Sigh. Elder Yan's strength is already so formidable, yet he's still constantly cultivating. He's truly carrying the entire Xuanchen Sect on his shoulders. Many people couldn't help but sigh. Misty Peak. Under the bright sunlight, a black-robed youth leaned back on a lounge chair, his long silver hair draped down, his eyes covered by a pair of sunglasses, creating a strange temperament that was both modern and classical. He closed his eyes to rest, leisurely enjoying this moment of tranquility. Behind him, a white-haired rabbit was busy with something with a focused expression. A moment later, it brought its nose closer to sniff and revealed a satisfied smile. "Master, Bunny succeeded. You can finally drink super boba milk tea." Bai Shaoxi ran over happily, holding a cup of fragrant milk tea. Yi Junlin's expression moved slightly, eager to insert the straw. "Come." Bai Shaoxi deftly helped him insert the straw and handed it over. He took a deep sip and immediately let out a sigh of satisfaction. This is the taste. Recently, by completing the daily check-in mission, Yi Junlin had obtained a comprehensive guide to making milk tea. Just the recipes for different types of milk tea alone numbered 9,999. If this were in his previous life, this could definitely be built into a globally renowned milk tea brand. In a short time he could create a top-tier brand, even making Snow King hand him a cigarette and willingly be his underling. This made Yi Junlin ecstatic, and he immediately gave the practical task to his disciple Bai Shaoxi. Bai Shaoxi threw itself into the work with great enthusiasm, carefully preparing the ingredients according to the recipe and meticulously making it step by step. After a period of dedicated preparation, this cup of milk tea was finally completed. This was not just an ordinary cup of milk tea, but one of the most difficult recipes. Yi Junlin took a sip, enjoying it with intoxication. "Shaoxi, well done. Master allows you to make another 50 new products, but this time you can choose one to drink for yourself." "Really, Master?" Bai Shaoxi jumped up with joy and quickly ran off to prepare the milk tea. Witnessing this scene, Hong Tianye couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. This stupid rat was practically being exploited voluntarily. If it were sold one day, it would probably be happily helping to count the money. "Little Hong, look at how motivated Shaoxi is. You're not even as good as a rat." "Master, where's my spicy grilled squid? Why isn't it ready yet?" A trace of displeasure flashed in Hong Tianye's eyes, but he quickly concealed it with a smile. "This disciple will present it to you right away." He respectfully carried a plate of steaming hot spicy grilled squid to Yi Junlin's side. He half knelt on the ground. "Please enjoy, Master." Yi Junlin slowly picked up a skewer of squid, put it in his mouth and chewed with satisfaction. Seeing this scene, Hong Tianye still had a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "He looks like a grand master, but he eats like a mortal." Hong Tianye pondered for a moment and tested the waters again. "Master, can you let this disciple enter the sundial to cultivate? This disciple really wants to improve." This was the 5th time he had asked since learning about the power of the sundial. If he could enter the sundial, his breakthrough speed would definitely be several times faster. However, Yi Junlin had been refusing all along. Facing his eldest disciple's seemingly humble request, Yi Junlin frowned slightly, took a sip of milk tea and then said coldly, "You're getting anxious again." "Hong Tianye, Master, I want to become stronger, so that I can protect the sect." Hong Tianye answered firmly. Yi Junlin just waved his hand lazily. "No need, my protection is enough. But I also want to become stronger and share Master's burdens. You can stop dreaming." Hong Tianye finally realized that his master was clearly doing it on purpose, preferring to let those mediocre people enter the sundial to cultivate rather than giving him a chance. "Damn it, he's afraid I'll surpass him." Hong Tianye gritted his teeth in secret. "Master, if senior brother Hong really wants to go, just let him. Bunny can do the rest of the work." Bai Shaoxi's tender yet firm voice suddenly sounded after thinking for a moment. Yi Junlin coughed a few times and then slowly said, "All right, Master allows you to cultivate in the sundial." The capacity of the sundial was very limited, and each time it was opened it consumed a huge amount of resources. It wasn't something one could enter just by wanting to, but the more important issue was that he didn't want to waste a free laborer like Hong Tianye. But since Bai Shaoxi voluntarily took on these chores, he could only agree. "Thank you, Master." A flash of joy appeared in Hong Tianye's heart. Yi Junlin reminded him, "Why thank me? You should be thanking your junior brother." Afterwards Hong Tianye turned and left, the corner of his mouth inadvertently curling into a cold smile. The ambition in his heart burned like a raging fire. "You just wait. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day you bow your head to me." Yi Junlin watched Hong Tianye's departing figure and just shook his head slightly. He certainly knew what the other was planning. "Want to get stronger quickly. Then overthrow me and take the #1 spot for yourself. What a pity. I get stronger every day while you are just an ambitious puppet. How can you overthrow me? How ridiculous." At the same time, Bunny finally finished 50 new cups of milk tea. "Which one should it choose to reward itself with? I'll take this one with grass jelly." Bai Shaoxi held the milk tea, inserted a straw and took a sip. A satisfied expression immediately appeared on its small face. "Shaoxi, come over and let Master pet you." "Yes." Bai Shaoxi, this obedient white-haired rabbit, hopped over. Yi Junlin gently stroked its velvet soft fur and couldn't help but sigh. "Other people pet cats, but I'm petting a rat. Where's there a cat? Is there a cat?" Bai Shaoxi looked around in a panic, on high alert, looking quite comical. Yi Junlin couldn't help but laugh. "What a waste of a great gift." He shook his head, his tone helpless. "To possess a grade Luo immortal physique and command 100,000 loyal foreign experts, yet be afraid of a cat. With such a powerful physique and the support of 100,000 foreign experts, anyone else could easily walk the path of an invincible overlord. But Bunny is just Bunny, Bai Shaoxi said, scratching its head in embarrassment. Yi Junlun stroked his chin and suddenly suggested, why don't you try cultivating in the sundial? A year inside is only a day outside. Bai Shaoxi shook its head repeatedly. Bunny didn't want to. A day outside was a year inside. Not seeing Master for so long would make Bunny sad. Besides, cultivating was boring. Bunny just liked staying by Master's side and eating delicious food. Hearing this, Yi Junlun burst into laughter. It was indeed more to his liking than that demon Hong Tianye. He raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering something. Don't all demon races gain the ability to shapeshift when they reach the spirit transformation realm? Why have I never seen you in human form? Although Yi Junlun didn't mind, he couldn't help but feel curious. He really wanted to know what this foolish white-haired rabbit would look like after transforming. Bai Shaoxi answered foolishly. Because Bunny forgot. In truth, Bunny had always maintained its original form, and its cultivation had improved too quickly, so it had never tried to transform into a human. Yi Junlun smiled wryly. What a silly rat. Then transform now and let me see. Yes, Bai Shaoxi obediently complied. Instantly a ball of milky white light burst forth, enveloping its entire body. Within the halo of light a petite figure gradually appeared. When the light dissipated, a girl in a slip dress appeared before Yi Junlun. Yi Junlun had just taken a sip of his milk tea, but when he saw the sight before him clearly he almost spat it out, crying out in sheer terror. What the hell is this thing? Before him was a petite and delicate body. Skin as white as milk and as smooth as fine jade, with long slender legs and a vibrant posture. Clearly a cute little loli. In his past life, just seeing this appearance was enough to get someone sent to prison. Life imprisonment at best, the death penalty at worst. Yet at this moment a strong sense of physiological discomfort rose in Yi Junlun's heart, because atop that small and cute body was a rat's head. A pair of large dark round eyes and a small trembling mouth asked, "Doesn't Bunny look good like this?" "It's not that you don't look good, it's that you're terrifying." A loli's body, as perfect as a fairy from a painting, was paired with a rat's head. Anyone could tell this was a female rat, but by human aesthetic standards this appearance was simply too bizarre. Yi Junlun rubbed his forehead in frustration. "Shaoxi, are you doing this on purpose to mess with me?" Bai Shaoxi waved its hands frantically and lowered its head in dejection. "No, Bunny tried its best to transform, but for some reason I can only maintain this form. Bunny feels so wronged." Yi Junlun's mouth twitched. It seemed his disciple was indeed missing a few screws. He shouldn't have held such high expectations. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Forget it. Change back. You're better off in your original form, yes." Bai Shaoxi clenched its small fists, took a deep breath, and after half an incense stick's time it was as if crows were flying overhead. Yi Junlun was about to go mad, roaring, "Hurry up and change back." Bai Shaoxi was on the verge of tears from the injustice. "Master," Bunny suddenly forgot how to change back. "Are you sure you're a rat and not a pig? Your intelligence truly astounds me." Bai Shaoxi patted its chest, determined. "Don't worry, Master. Bunny will practice hard these next few days and will definitely be able to change back." You do your best." Yi Junlun felt mentally exhausted. He really shouldn't have brought this up. Who could have imagined the result would be so bizarre? Master, are you going to keep petting Bunny's head?" Bai Shaoxi came over cheerfully, its round eyes shimmering with anticipation. Yi Junlun stared stiffly at the strange creature before him. A perfect young girl's body topped with a rat's head. The milk tea in his hand suddenly tasted bland. "Go away, I want to be alone." Bai Shaoxi was deeply hurt, feeling that it was being disliked. It dejectedly ran to the lakeside, looked at its reflection in the water, scratched its rat head with its two small hands and muttered, "Strange, isn't this very cute?" 2 days later, Yi Junlun reluctantly accepted reality. "Forget it, I'll get used to it. The more I look, the more unique it seems," he comforted himself. Boom! Just then, the entire eastern region trembled violently, and countless cultivators looked up at the sky in terror. A massive fleet of warships, blotting out the sun and sky, advanced toward the barren state with a ferocious and unparalleled momentum. The magnificent warships, like a school of carps crossing a river, tore through the clouds and pressed straight ahead. From a distance, battle flags flew high, fluttering in the wind. Each warship was a ninth-grade treasure, inscribed with countless formations, its entire body radiating a brilliant light. Ha ha ha, the Shuenshin sect is doomed this time. No one can withstand the wrath of the Eastern region's #1 immortal sect, however domineering Yi Junlun was before. That's how miserably he'll die this time. He's probably already wet his pants in fear. These natives from the barren state are only now understanding that some people absolutely cannot be offended. Discussions erupted everywhere, with the major powers of the Eastern region paying close attention. Spirit state inside a luxurious room. A shrill scream suddenly rang out. The bed shook violently, and behind the red curtains 2 figures were faintly visible. "Young Master, they're fighting outside." A panicked and urgent voice came from the doorway. An attendant excitedly pushed the door open but was immediately stunned. His eyes swept over the chaotic scene, and the attendant felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing hard. "The young Master is truly valiant." The shrill scream stopped abruptly, and a roar came from within the curtains. "You bastard! Tell me clearly who is fighting outside, otherwise this young master will twist your head off and throw it into a latrine pit to feed maggots." The attendant trembled with fear and immediately bowed his head, hastily reporting, "It's the Feather Transformation Sect, young master. The Feather Transformation Sect's army has already stormed into the barren state." "What did you say?" The red curtains were violently thrown open and a man walked out, his face filled with joy. Xuanchen Yi, the young master of the Zan family, was one of the infamous profligate sons of the Eastern Region Spirit State. Ever since his defeat and return from the barren state, he had harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Junlin, wishing only for the other's miserable death. "It's absolutely true, young master," the attendant continued excitedly. "The word outside is that the Feather Transformation Sect is serious this time. They are determined to annihilate the Xuanchen sect to establish their dominance." Hearing this, Xuanchen Yi's lips curved upwards, revealing an arrogant and triumphant smile. "A bunch of lowly natives daring to act arrogant in front of me. They truly deserve to die. I knew he wouldn't live long." After speaking, Xuanchen Yi turned and went back to the bed. The shrill screams rang out again, mixed with crazed and triumphant laughter. The bed shook more violently than ever before. "What are you still standing there for? Get out of here for this, young master." "Yes." The attendant trembled, lowered his head and quickly retreated. The Feather Transformation Sect's massive fleet of warships continued to press forward unrestrained, their imposing momentum like a torrential storm blanketing the area and casting a suffocatingly terrifying pressure over the barren state. Such a terrifying scale. Just how many cultivators have they mobilized? Can the Xuanchen sect still hold on this time? The local cultivators' faces were pale. Looking up at the dark, oppressive army, they felt their bodies turn cold as if their blood had frozen. Although they had heard the rumors when they witnessed the Feather Transformation sect's overwhelming display with their own eyes, the last sliver of hope in their hearts was instantly shattered, leaving only fear and despair. At the Mount Pan sect, Liang Feng, the white-haired old man, stood frozen, his eyes constricted, his aged face filled with terror. How could they possibly resist such a terrifying force? His withered hands trembled slightly, an unprecedented fear welling up from the depths of his heart. The last time the Feather Transformation sect's jackals invaded, Liang Feng had bravely drawn his sword to meet them. But now, facing such a massive expeditionary force, would he dare to charge forward alone as before? No, he dared not think about it any longer. "Heavenly Monarch Yi, I beg you." Liang Feng's voice was hoarse, his expression grave. "Please don't be reckless this time. If you truly can't hold them back, then run." In everyone's eyes, Yi Junlin was the strongest person in the barren state, the spiritual leader of all local cultivators. If he were to be eliminated, the loss would be immeasurable. Even if he had to flee to save his own life, it would be understandable. Clang, 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 the alarm bells resounded throughout the sect. "The enemy is here." All disciples assumed defensive positions immediately. Even though the young cultivators were prepared, they still couldn't hide their trembling. It would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. After all, they were facing the strongest immortal sect in the Eastern region. The sect was in turmoil, and powerful figures reappeared. "The enemy is at the gates. Where is the sect master?" the elders asked anxiously, their eyes filled with unease. Just then, boom, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the back mountain. The space within the sundial trembled slightly, and figures gradually emerged. The Peak Lord of Sword Hiding Peak was the first to walk out, his expression complex. "After 500 years of hard cultivation, I was just one step away from breaking through to the body integration realm, yet I just can't seem to find the feeling. Perhaps there is a limit to cultivating in seclusion. You should be content." Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak glanced at him, her tone sharp. "If it weren't for the techniques and pills bestowed by junior brother Yi, forget 500 years, you probably wouldn't have reached the nascent soul realm even if you exhausted your lifespan." "Where is the sect master?" another Peak Lord asked, puzzled. "Hasn't he come out yet?" The 7 Peak Lords had cultivated diligently in the sundial for 500 years, and now their cultivation had all reached the perfect spirit transformation realm. Boom! Suddenly, a vortex appeared and Venerable Shu Yu descended upon the world. His long hair flying, his eyes as sharp as lightning, his body flickered with electricity, exuding an astonishing aura. "Sect Master, you've broken through to the body integration realm." Everyone was overjoyed, but Venerable Shu Yu showed no joy, his eyes instead filled with worry. If it were in the past, the body integration realm was already a top-tier level, enough to walk with his head held high even in the other states of the Eastern region. But now, facing the Feather Transformation sect's overwhelming offensive, what did this small achievement count for? "The great battle is upon us. We can only fight to the death." His voice was low and powerful, his eyes determined like a war god ready to sacrifice everything. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, the sundial abruptly stopped operating, and a figure was forcibly teleported out. "There's someone else!" Venerable Shu Yu and the others were all startled in an instant. A terrifying pressure descended, and their hearts felt as if they would stop beating. This is Hong Tianyi." He walked out step by step, his hands behind his back, his beautiful face as cold as frost, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. The crimson flame sigil on his forehead added a touch of demonic mystery. A man with a feminine appearance. With every step he took, the flame sigil burned brightly, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly, as if the entire sect were plunged into scorching magma. "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's junior brother Yi's eldest disciple." The Peak Lord of Sword Hiding Peak walked up with a broad smile. Like father, like son indeed, you and your master are both heaven-defying geniuses. Tell your martial uncle, what realm has your cultivation reached now? Like father, like son? Hong Tianye felt offended. Veins bulged on his forehead and his sharp gaze swept over his voice like a 1,000-year-old ice. Insolent, what nonsense are you spouting? Peeved. The Peak Lord of Sword Hiding Peak shuddered as if he had taken a heavy blow to the chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps. Senior brother Jian. Everyone was shocked and quickly supported him, their eyes filled with astonishment and anger. Junior brother Yi's disciple is far too brutal. The Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak frowned in displeasure. Hong Tianye, your martial uncle Jian just misspoke. We are all family. Why resort to such a vicious move? Family, Hong Tianye sneered. This venerable one is a true immortal-level demon path expert. Are you ants worthy of claiming kinship with me? In Hong Tianye's heart, apart from Yi Junlin who had some value, the entire Xuanchen sect was just a group of insignificant shrimps and crabs. If it weren't for that person, he wouldn't bother feigning civility here. How dare you take such an attitude? Believe it or not, I'll go tell junior brother Yi. The Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak stomped her foot in anger, and the peaks on her chest trembled along with it. Be my guest. Hong Tianye crossed his arms, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. This venerable one never took him seriously in the first place, let alone now when he can't even protect himself. These words were utterly arrogant. Everyone present was stunned, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Was this the same disciple who had been so loyal to junior brother Yi? Hong Tianye didn't bother with the people around him. He just tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the direction of the forbidden area. A flash of greed crossed his eyes. Such a treasure is wasted here. It would be better if it belonged to this venerable one. As soon as the words fell, he immediately made a move. A giant hand burning with fierce flames took shape and shot towards the forbidden area, intending to snatch the sundial. Insolent, what do you think you're doing? This scene horrified everyone. Several figures immediately rushed forward to stop him. All of you get lost, a cold and merciless voice rang out, and a terrifying aura erupted. Boom, the several peak lords trembled violently, their faces pale. The terrifying pressure crashed down like a collapsing sky, pinning their bodies firmly to the ground. Even spirit transformation experts couldn't move a muscle. Only venerable Shu Yu, with his early-stage body integration realm cultivation, managed to barely hold on. But even then he was only able to maintain a half-kneeling position. Cold sweat dripped down as his eyes filled with shock. This person was too terrifying. What was the background of this disciple that junior brother Yi had taken? Hong Tianye sneered softly, his eyes full of contempt. He didn't even bother to look at the people at his feet, focusing all his efforts on seizing the sundial. But at the moment he struck, the sundial remained completely motionless, as if completely unaffected by any external force. What's going on? Anger flared in Hong Tianye's heart. If Yi Junlin were present, he would surely laugh out loud because the sundial was a special item rewarded by the system. No one but him could take it away. Hong Tianye, you are junior brother Yi's disciple, the most outstanding genius of the sect. The sect will definitely nurture you with all its resources. Why must you do such a despicable thing? Shu Yunian gritted his teeth. He struggled against the pressure and slowly stood up. Who do you think you are to dare lecture this venerable one? Hong Tianye lost his patience. With a light wave of his hand, boom. Venerable Shu Yu's body was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. He crashed to the ground, clutching his chest and kneeling, his eyes filled with terror. With just a casual wave, he was utterly powerless. At this moment, looking at the red figure in the sky, venerable Shu Yu couldn't help but tremble. He was too terrifying. Compared to before he entered the sundial, he was now unfathomably deep. Sect Master, the crowd cried out anxiously. No one had expected that junior brother Yi's disciple would betray them at this most critical moment. HMPH, a group of ants dares to point fingers at this venerable one. Sparing your lives just now was already my greatest mercy. His voice was cold and ruthless, his eyes filled with contempt, his condescending attitude treating them all as dust. Shu Yunian and his group felt the pressure intensify, as if they were facing a terrifying existence. An ominous premonition rose in everyone's hearts. Just then, a battle cry filled with killing intent came from outside the sect. The Feather Transformation Sect's army has arrived. The culprit, Yi Junlin, come out and face your death now. Hearing this, Shu Yunian and the others' faces instantly changed. Hong Tianye, however, just smiled faintly. It's finally time to deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into thin air. Sect Master, what should we do now? The Peak Lord of Sword Hiding Peak was hesitant, but Shu Yunian didn't hesitate and immediately gave chase. On Misty Peak, a silver-haired youth was lounging lazily on a long chair, propping his head up with his hand, looking relaxed. A long curved straw was held between his lips. As he sipped his milk tea, the liquid slowly flowed into his mouth. He squinted his eyes, savoring the moment. Yi Junlin stretched comfortably, sighing in his heart. It's so wonderful to be able to drink milk tea freely. Suddenly a figure appeared in the distance, exuding a powerful aura. Seeing Yi Junlin's leisurely appearance, Hong Tianye couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes. He was a disgrace to the cultivation world. With such a lax attitude, what was the point of cultivating immortality? How would he contend for the great Tao in the future? He lowered his eyes, thinking to himself that Yi Junlin was just a lucky guy who had stumbled upon some fortunate encounter in a ruin. That was the only reason he had obtained techniques and heavenly treasures that others could only dream of, but now all of this would belong to him. Noticing Hong Tianyé's arrival, Yi Junlin still didn't bother to move, continuing to sip his milk tea, and said in a lazy voice, "Good disciple, your master missed you." "Missed my head." Hong Tianyé gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing his displeasure, and said coldly, "They've already broken in and they're here to take your life. How can you be so relaxed? What, aren't you afraid of death?" Yi Junlin rolled over and sat up with a bewildered look on his face. "What, they broke in? How come I didn't know?" Hong Tianyé frowned slightly, as if he had realized something. His face darkened, and he waved his hand to break the sound-insulating barrier around them. Instantly, the shouts of battle from outside echoed through the sky, shaking the entire space. It was clear the enemy was preparing for a final assault. Yi Junlin quickly sent out his divine sense to investigate. When he saw the dense formation of warships pressing in, he raised an eyebrow, his expression a little strange. "Whoa, they're really fighting." Seeing his lazy appearance, Hong Tianyé couldn't help but feel displeased, his tone forceful. "You see the situation now, but if you hand over everything you stole, I can make a move and save your life." Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. "What? Stop playing dumb. We're all smart people here, it's best to be honest." Before he could finish, Hong Tianyé suddenly froze, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the distance, a strange figure rushed over. It was a petite creature in a pure white dress, with smooth jade-like skin and slender, well-proportioned limbs, but with a rat's head on its neck. This creature ran over quickly, holding a dinner plate, and shouted excitedly, "Master, this is Bunny's New Orleans grilled wings. They're spicy and delicious. You have to try them." After speaking, it turned its head, saw Hong Tianyé, and happily ran over to greet him. "Oh, senior brother Hong, you're out of seclusion so soon?" Hong Tianyé's scalp tingled, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. "You stay right there." He stared intently at the creature before him, feeling a sense of disbelief. Wasn't this that white-haired rabbit? How did it become like this? A thought flashed through his mind, causing him to unconsciously glance at Yi Junlin. A strange feeling rose in his heart. "I never thought you'd have such a strange fetish." Yi Junlin was stunned, his eyes full of confusion. "What? I am a man of integrity. How can you slander someone out of thin air?" Hearing this, Bai Shaoxi lowered its head, aggrieved, realizing it was being disliked because of its strange appearance. Several figures quickly landed on Misty Peak. "Hong Tianyé, what are you trying to do to your master?" "Junior brother Yi, you have to be careful," Shu Yunyan and the others called out anxiously. But their gazes were soon drawn to the bizarrely shaped creature, their faces filled with astonishment. They were all stunned. "Everyone, don't be afraid. It's me, Bunny," Bai Shaoxi explained. Hearing this, Venerable Shu Yu nodded slightly. It was junior brother Yi's little disciple. This appearance was indeed surprising. The other peak lords looked at each other, sighing in their hearts. Not only was junior brother Yi exceptionally talented, but even his tastes were so unique. Hearing this, Yi Junlin felt that something was off. It seemed as if everyone thought he had some special fetish. "Wait, what were you just saying?" Yi Junlin quickly changed the subject, not wanting to continue discussing Bai Shaoxi. Venerable Shu Yu said with a serious expression, "Junior brother Yi, your eldest disciple intends to rebel. He dared to covet the sundial just now and even attacked us." Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes filled with profound meaning. "My good disciple, is what they said true?" Dared out by Yi Junlin's gaze, Hong Tianyé's body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He was no longer the same person he was before. There was nothing to fear. "So what if it is?" He raised his chin, his tone arrogant. "What can you do to me? The army is at the gates, your time of death is near. Can't you see the situation clearly?" Venerable Shu Yu and the others angrily rebuked. "Bastard, what a wolf in sheep's clothing. Junior brother Yi has not treated you poorly, yet you betray the sect. In all major sects, the most taboo thing was a disciple betraying their master." As it posed a great threat to the stability of the sect, Hong Tianyé said coldly, "What do you people know? With my venerable status, I was exploited by a junior, ordered around from back massages to shoulder rubs, and even had to wash his feet. Every time I think of it, I feel humiliated." Hearing this, Yi Junlin's face looked as if it had been struck a heavy blow, and he muttered to himself, "It's not his fault, it's my fault, it's mine." His eyes were red, his expression sorrowful, and his heart was filled with remorse. Bai Shaoxi looked at the scene before it, an indescribable emotion welling up in its heart. Venerable Shu Yu and the others were also very surprised, never having seen that silver-haired youth Yi Junlin look like this. Hong Tianyé just sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. If he hadn't known this person's true nature, he would have been deceived long ago. "Little Hong, my dear disciple, Master really knows he was wrong. Can you forgive Master? After all, we were once Master and disciple. Why don't we start over?" Yi Junlin's eyes were expectant, his tone sincere. "Shut up!" Hong Tianyé shouted sharply, feeling his skin crawl and goosebumps rise. How could there be such a shameless person? It was a real eye-opener. "Stop disgusting me," he said in a cold voice. However, Yi Junlin seemed completely unfazed. At that moment his expression suddenly became indifferent, as if he were a different person from the pained figure just now. A faint, satisfied smile graced the corner of his mouth. No one knew that the system's voice had just sounded in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Reward: Indestructible Tyrant Body Technique. Indestructible Tyrant Body Technique." a supreme technique that combines strength and physical body. If cultivated to its peak, one can forge an indestructible body shaking the ages. Yi Junlin smiled to himself. This reward was quite good, not a waste of his efforts to put on a show and complete the mission. Previously, the system had given him two choices. Choice 1, facing Hong Tiany's betrayal, angrily rebuke him, with the reward being an immortal grade grand body pill. Choice 2, take the initiative to admit fault, show genuine emotion, and move others to tears, with the reward being the indestructible tyrant body technique. Although the immortal grade grand body pill was extremely precious compared to the indestructible tyrant body technique, its effect was not worth mentioning. A technique far surpassing the immortal grade, only a fool wouldn't know which to choose. So, Yi Junlin chose the second option without hesitation. In front of everyone, after Yi Junlin finished his act and obtained the technique, he immediately took off his mask and returned to his leisurely demeanor. He leaned lazily on the long chair, picked up his milk tea, put the straw in his mouth, and enjoyed it with big gulps. Hong Tianye frowned, puzzled. What kind of trick was this guy playing now? Venerable Shu Yu and the others also looked at each other, their expressions filled with confusion. Could it be that junior brother Yi's mind was a little unstable due to the pressure? The Peak Lord of Sword Hiding Peak muttered under his breath. Shut up, the Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak said coldly. Xiaoxi, come over and give me a shoulder rub. Yes, Bai Xiaoxi immediately ran over and obediently massaged Yi Junlin's shoulders. He squinted his eyes slightly, a look of contentment on his face, and said in a lazy voice, Little Hong, you've been in seclusion in the sundial for 2 years. Do you think you're stronger now that you're out? Hearing this, Hong Tianye replied coldly, Cut the crap. Hand over everything you've obtained and I'll help you once, otherwise just wait for death. In the cultivation world, the weak are prey to the strong. Killing and plundering are perfectly normal. Hong Tianye believed that as a demonic cultivator, yielding to this extent was already quite benevolent. As long as he got what he wanted, he would repel the enemy army and then slowly torture Yi Junlin to vent his resentment, after which they would go their separate ways. Sect Master, it seems he still has some conscience. At least he's willing to help, a Peak Lord said softly. After all, a great battle was imminent, and they all knew Hong Tianye's strength. If they could borrow his power, the Xuanchen sect might have a chance to survive this calamity. This matter still depends on junior brother Yi's decision. Venerable Shu Yu coughed a few times, his heart wavering. From the techniques and pills Yi Junlin possessed plus the sundial that could change the flow of time, they had long believed he had a great fortune. But out of respect for their fellow sect member, they dared not ask directly. Now Hong Tianye had openly made a request and even set conditions. This made everyone even more curious to see how Yi Junlin would choose. But he just smiled faintly. He was well aware of Hong Tianye's intentions, but it was simply impossible. He was bound to the system, and more importantly, he had never taken the current crisis seriously. Are you so confident that your strength now far surpasses mine? Yi Junlin smiled, his eyes filled with ridicule. Exactly, Hong Tianye replied proudly. Although you exploited me before and wasted my precious cultivation time, I have been in seclusion in the sundial for 2 years. My cultivation and strength are now far beyond yours, he continued in a louder lecturing tone. You've fallen to such a state entirely because you lack ambition. We cultivators are supposed to contend with the heavens, constantly surpassing ourselves, not like you, idling away your time every day. So hand over everything you've obtained and let me bring it to glory. Only I am worthy of inheriting that fortune. Yi Junlin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Was this once mighty demon lord serious? He had the system, so why would he need to cultivate painstakingly? As long as he lay back and enjoyed life, techniques and treasures would come to him automatically. Hand it over, stop dawdling. Do you want me to take it by force? Hong Tianye crossed his arms, took a step forward, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Boom, a terrifying pressure erupted, enveloping the area emanating from senior brother Hong. Bai Xiaoxi trembled, feeling that the person before it had become a stranger. Junior brother Yi, don't be stubborn. Venerable Shu Yu and the others were covered in cold sweat, anxiously calling out. Just then, with a loud crash, a huge sound came from outside. The Xuanchen sect's protective array had been broken. Terrifying energy cannon tore through the sky, carrying an aura of destruction, and headed straight for Misty Peak. Insolent, Hong Tianye suddenly waved his hand and shouted, HMPH? The astonishingly powerful energy cannon was suddenly twisted by a huge force, and in an instant, boom, it immediately struck back, heading straight for the dense crowd of cultivators in the sky. A brilliant light exploded and screams tore through the sky. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Come and face your death, reprimands rang out one after another, as at least 10 body integration realm divine senses swept over simultaneously, completely focused on Misty Peak. HMPH, Hong Tianye rose into the air like a cold star, his hands behind his back, his body exuding an unfathomable aura. His eyes were as sharp as a sword as he said coldly, I did it. What can you do to me? A mere woman dares to be so arrogant, let this old man teach you a lesson. A withered hoarse voice rang out like a bell. A skinny old man in the robes of an inner sect elder revealed a cruel smile, his figure rushing over like a ghost, striking out with his palm, an ant-like creature knowing no better. Hearing himself being called a woman, Hong Tianye's face turned icy cold, veins bulging on his forehead. He sneered. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Before the old man could react, his body was engulfed in black flames. In an instant, bang, his entire body was burned to ashes in midair. A renowned late-stage body integration expert was killed so easily. What? The cultivators of the feather transformation sect's faces changed drastically. Their terrified gazes fixed on the majestic red figure, filled with extreme fear. The wind blew through Hong Tianyé's long hair as he stood proudly in the air, facing the army of cultivators in the sky, and said coldly, "I'll give you half an incense stick's time to get out of the barren state, or you will die." The cold voice resounded through the heavens and the earth as if piercing through everyone's heart. Some of the elders hesitated slightly, but the killing intent in their eyes quickly ignited. They shouted in unison, "How arrogant! Who do you think you are to command the #1 immortal sect of the eastern region? Everyone, kill this she-devil and bathe the Xuanchen sect in blood." Swish, swish, swish. 60 to 70 body integration realm elders immediately attacked at the same time. Some using spiritual artifacts and talismans, others using their own divine abilities. "In that case, I will go on a killing spree." Hong Tianyé's eyes were as cold as winter. Hong Tianyé formed hand seals and countless eerie blue flames erupted from his body. The sound of wailing ghosts and howling wolves echoed in all directions, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Immediately after, millstone-sized skulls appeared one after another, their shrill roars filling the entire space like an army of demons sweeping through a land of death. "Ah, my hand, dodge, don't get bitten, they're poisonous, stop them." The body integration realm elders were beaten into a sorry state. In just one exchange they had lost a third of their strength, but that wasn't enough. Hong Tianyé didn't feel satisfied. Hong Tianyé continued to control the countless skulls burning with eerie blue flames, sweeping across the battlefield like a swarm of grazed locusts. Suddenly the sound of scriptures came from the horizon, and Buddha's light illuminated the land, making people feel reverence for the Buddha. Amitabha. Boom, boom, boom. On the ancient flying ships, countless Zen cultivators put their hands together and chanted Buddha's name. A powerful monk in a kasaya walked out solemnly. "Fellow benefactors, the Xuankang Temple has come to assist." Hong Tianyé's lips curled up slightly, revealing a contemptuous sneer. "Another group has come to die. She-devil, don't be so arrogant." The Zen cultivators immediately flew up, formed hand seals to cast Buddhist techniques and attacked in unison. "A bunch of damn bald donkeys." Hong Tianyé's eyes were filled with killing intent, his face covered with a layer of frost. Hong Tianyé raised his hand and formed a seal. Boom. The remaining skulls suddenly merged into one, crazily gathering into a huge entity like a surging river. A strange laughter echoed through the space. In front of this huge entity, people were as small as dust, and a terrifying pressure swept out like a giant wave. "Go play with them." Hong Tianyé grinned coldly. "Boom, Amitabha, ancestor, it's coming." Awe screams echoed through the clouds like pigs being slaughtered. The ridiculous thing was, as soon as the Xuankang Temple's Zen army appeared, they were crushed to pieces. Tens of thousands of monks were swallowed by the huge skull in an instant. This terrifying scene made everyone present's hair stand on end. "Demon, the Buddha will not let you go." Master Weiji, the head of the perfect body integration realm, roared with red eyes and fury. His whole body burst with boundless golden light and he formed hand seals. Arhat's palm, it shone with a myriad of lights like the sun, vowing to suppress this lawless madman. "Even if the Buddha himself descended, I would still kill him." Hong Tianyé's eyes were proud. Hong Tianyé stretched out his palm and a giant hand burning with fierce flames appeared out of thin air, blocking the Arhat's palm print. Then, with a bang, the giant hand transformed into countless ferocious fire dragons, crazily pouncing on Master Weiji. "Wretch, how dare you!" Master Weiji was so angry his lungs were about to explode. He used all his power to struggle free from the fire dragon's encirclement. But before long his entire body was burned to ashes, forever disappearing from the world. "Head monk," the monks of Xuankang Temple cried out in grief. "This venerable Shu Yu swallowed hard, his whole body turning cold. He knew that facing the combined forces of two major powers he would be instantly crushed to powder. Any body integration realm cultivator would surely die. However, Hong Tianyé's expression remained as calm as ever, and he just sneered coldly. Hong Tianyé stretched out his hand, performed a technique, and summoned the divine ability he had just comprehended. Fire Sparrow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A massive pitch-black flame ignited, burning the void like a huge abyss that swallowed everything. Under the churning of the huge energy waves, everything suddenly calmed down as if nothing had happened. The best in the world, Fairy Hong, is invincible. As expected of Peak Lord Yi's disciple, his strength is astonishing, with Hong Tianyé guarding the Xuanchen sect. "We have nothing to worry about." The disciples and elders of the Xuanchen sect looked at each other, unable to believe their eyes. "Junior brother Yi, this disciple you've taken is truly a heaven-defying genius. I'm afraid our Xuanchen sect can't accommodate this great Buddha." Venerable Shu Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sighed with a wry smile. "Yes, his strength is unimaginable. We should try our best to satisfy whatever he wants. We must not make an enemy of him. Our lives are more important." The Peak Lord of Sword Hiding Peak remembered that he had unintentionally offended him before, and now his heart grew cold. Hong Tianyé had betrayed his master, a stain that could not be erased. But at this moment Hong Tianyé stood up to resist the foreign enemy and defend the Xuanchen sect, which could be considered a form of compensation. There was nothing more to complain about. More importantly, even if they were resentful, no one could defeat Hong Tianyé. What could they do? Everyone who had witnessed Hong Tianyé's performance had changed their minds. Senior Brother Hong is so amazing, go Senior Brother Hong. Bai Shaoxi clenched its small fists, its face showing excitement as it cheered. Yi Junlin stroked his chin and pondered, no wonder this guy dares to be so arrogant. Killing body integration experts is indeed like killing dogs. He carefully sensed the cultivation aura displayed by Hong Tianye. It wasn't the body integration realm, nor the Great Ascension realm. It seemed to be somewhere in between. Yi Junlin activated his clairvoyant eyes, a sharp light flashing in them as he stared at the powerful figure. Instantly, a virtual information panel appeared before his eyes. Cultivation, half-step Great Ascension. Yi Junlin immediately understood it was indeed half-step Great Ascension. After all, Hong Tianye's foundation was already solid, and his combat power was strong. Now that he had reached an even higher realm, it was no wonder he could easily sweep through the army of cultivators. Haha, if Hong Tianye really wants to deal with me, won't I be able to break through smoothly? Yi Junlin thought to himself. This leek has been raised so fat, isn't it time to harvest it? Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a series of terrifying auras erupted in the sky, sweeping across the battlefield like a torrential flood. In midair, 18 figures appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring, their entire bodies radiating a brilliant light. Just one breath from them was enough to cause the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to tremble violently, spreading for thousands of miles. From a distance they looked like 18 golden suns, illuminating the entire mortal world. Below, the cultivators of the Feather Transformation Sect were both terrified and excited to the extreme. Everyone looked up as if they had grasped a life-saving straw and cheered loudly. The Core Elders have come to help us. Core Elders, the figures in the sect who held the supreme power and authority, they were the sturdy trees, the pillars that supported the entire Feather Transformation Sect, revered as gods by countless disciples, this time to suppress the Xuanchen Sect and prove the strength of the #1 immortal sect in the eastern region. 18 Core Elders had come in person. The high-ranking body integration realm elders of the Feather Transformation Sect now had to bow in salute, their tones filled with reverence. We disciples respectfully welcome your majesties. Although they were also elders compared to these figures, they were like fireflies to the bright moon. The gap between them was like the difference between clouds and mud. At this moment, not only the battlefield, but the entire barren state was frighteningly silent. There was not a whisper of wind, not a single sound. The birds and beasts in the deep forest trembled, and the entire world seemed to hold its breath under this terrifying pressure. On the summit of Misty Peak, Venerable Shu Yu and the others were pale. He stuttered, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, because in this world anyone who reached the Great Ascension Realm was revered as Your Majesty, a title that symbolized supreme power. A Great Ascension Realm expert could live for 50,000 years. In any sect, they were immortal old monsters, living legends. Yet today, the Feather Transformation Sect had sent 18 Great Ascension Realm experts. Just how terrifying was the Feather Transformation Sect's foundation? No wonder people called them the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region, indestructible and eternal. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of the 18 Majesties' appearance, Yi Junlin's eyes lit up, his joy unable to be concealed. Half-step Great Ascension was already good enough, but a true Great Ascension realm was even more valuable. Seeing the Feather Transformation Sect deliver a feast to his doorstep, Yi Junlin just smiled faintly, as if opening a treasure trove full of cultivation experience. But in midair, a voice full of anger suddenly thundered, "A bunch of trash, you've completely disgraced the Feather Transformation Sect." The speaker was a short old man with a face full of wrinkles, but his aura was still incredibly imposing. His voice made the cultivators below's minds buzz, their faces pale. The grand army of the #1 immortal sect in the eastern region was beaten into such a sorry state by a mere woman. If we hadn't come in person, wouldn't we be laughed at by the whole world? Beside him, an old woman in a yellow robe, holding a snake-headed staff, stared gloomily at Hong Tianye. But when she saw Hong Tianye's flawless face, a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. "Damn it," the old woman gritted her teeth. "Why is she even more beautiful than I was in my youth?" Hong Tianye sneered contemptuously, his eyes as cold as a blade. "Where did this old scallion pop out from, daring to be rude to me?" "What did you say?" The white-haired old woman instantly flew into a rage, her eyes wide open, filled with killing intent. But a calm voice interrupted her anger. "Golden Snake Majesty, why bother arguing with a person who is about to die?" The speaker was a tall, tower-like middle-aged man, his entire body exuding a domineering aura, his tone arrogant, as if victory was already in his grasp. He was one of the highest-ranking core elders in the Feather Transformation Sect, and also the strongest among them. But Hong Tianye just sneered. "You think you can kill me?" What a joke. He had once been besieged by immortals and still managed to fight his way out. What was such a small scene? On the other side, a core elder said coldly, "HMPH, this Yi Junlin is too arrogant, sending his disciple to deal with us. Does he look down on our Feather Transformation Sect so much?" Another elder grinned. "In that case, let's kill her first and see if he feels the pain. I'd like to see how long he can hide in the dark." Hearing this, Hong Tianye's face immediately turned icy, his voice like a 1,000-year-old ice. "Get lost, I have nothing to do with him." The Golden Snake Majesty smiled sinisterly, a vicious light flashing in her eyes. "Haha, what a deep bond between master and disciple. Who will go and capture her for me? I will personally destroy its face and then cut out its tongue. I'll do it." A core elder immediately rushed forward, wanting to seize the opportunity to distinguish himself. The mana in his body erupted, and as he formed hand seals, a rumbling sound like grinding millstones echoed in the void. The one who attacked was an expert in the early Great Ascension realm, determined to suppress Hong Tianye with absolute power in a single move. Elder Wu, I'll lend you a hand. Another elder immediately rushed forward, unleashing the Golden Sun Chaotic Fist. Instantly, countless dense golden fist imprints swept towards Hong Tianye like a torrential storm, but he just smiled faintly and casually raised his hand, striking out with a palm print full of flames. Bang! The flames surged, spreading across the entire sky, and the terrifying heat wave seemed to melt the ground below. The golden fist imprints collided with the flames, creating an astonishing shock. The energy erupted violently, but after just a few breaths, the opponent's fist imprints began to crack and were then slowly burned to ashes by Hong Tianye's flames. This scene stunned everyone present. This she-devil had actually blocked the attack of a majesty. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell across the battlefield. Did you all feel that? Her cultivation is half-step Great Ascension. The short, white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and declared grimly, a half-step Great Ascension cultivator dares to face a Great Ascension realm expert head-on. In this barren land, such a heaven-defying genius has actually appeared? A core elder gritted his teeth, his tone filled with killing intent. Damn it, this woman must not be allowed to live. The Golden Snake Majesty's eyes were cold as she shouted sharply, everyone attack, kill her. The core elders immediately took action. Unable to delay any longer, countless massive streams of energy erupted at the same time, surging forward like a tsunami. The space in the sky warped and shattered in large swaths, the terrifying power seeming to want to destroy everything. HMPH, let's see what you can do to me. Hong Tianye sneered and stomped his foot hard. His fiery red robes blazed like flames fluttering in the strong wind. He gently turned his hands and immediately roared. Dozens of fire dragons roared and charged out of the void, carrying a world-destroying might. The sound of dragon roars resounded through the sky, shaking the entire battlefield. Rumble, the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce clash. The sun and moon dimmed, the mountains and rivers changed color as the core elders attacked simultaneously. Great compassion palmed sunder the K1 finger. Star-plucking hand, dragon subduing evil, dispelling art, soul extinguishing seal. Countless divine abilities and grand techniques rained down frantically, the killing intent soaring to the heavens, their momentum astonishing, vowing to annihilate the enemy before them. Bang, bang, bang. One by one the fire dragons charged forward, but they were all dispersed. The attackers were 9 early-stage Great Ascension experts and 6 mid-stage Great Ascension experts. Hong Tianye's eyes were icy as he stared fixedly at the figures gradually tightening their encirclement. Without hesitation, he crazily mobilized the mana in his body. At that moment, with a whoosh, the purple flames around his body suddenly changed from an eerie purple to a pitch-black flame. Hiss, hiss. Strange wisps of black chi emanated from the flames, making one's blood run cold just by looking at them. That was the Annihilation demonic flame, a flame that could devour all things and destroy all living creatures. The Annihilation demonic flame boiled around his body, like a giant black hole, swallowing all the incoming techniques. Buzz, 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 the energy fluctuated violently, the space trembled, the ground shook, and the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. What? The participating core elders were all horrified to the extreme, and even the spectators could not believe their eyes. He single-handedly withstood the attacks of 15 majesties. How is this possible? The short, white-haired old man's expression was grim, his voice heavy. Such talent, even I have never seen it before, but the Golden Snake Majesty did not hesitate, her eyes filled with killing intent as she roared angrily, are you all blind? This is clearly an evil technique. We must eliminate this she-devil immediately, or she will become an endless source of trouble. As soon as his voice fell, he immediately attacked. With a whoosh he gripped his snake-headed staff, drew a profound array diagram in the air, then pointed it at Hong Tianye. With a boom, a giant snake-shaped beam of light tore through space and shot straight at Hong Tianye. At the same time, attack. The other 2 elders could no longer hold back. They unleashed their strongest ultimate moves at the same time. A heaven-shaking battle had completely erupted. Let's see what you can do to me. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, the immense pressure causing sweat to pour down his face. With these 3 experts joining the battle, the burden on his shoulders had increased 100-fold. Although the Annihilation demonic flame had unparalleled devouring power, its mana consumption was too fast. If he dragged it out, he would exhaust his power and be unable to continue casting. By then his combat power would be greatly reduced and there would be no way out. Damn it, it's all Yi Junlin's fault. If he had given me the treasures sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. Who would have thought that the Feather Transformation sect would come out in full force, mobilizing 18 Great Ascension cultivators just to eliminate this small sect in a barren land, using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? How ridiculous. Break for me! A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. Guerin's whole body shone with light, the white light converging on his fist as he threw a sudden punch. Bang! Tyrant Sky Fist. The fist's force tore through the sky. A dazzling light exploded, and a red figure was sent flying into the sky, then fell straight onto Misty Peak. Boom! The rolling dust rose like a mushroom cloud, and the entire mountain peak shook violently. Cough, cough! Hong Tianye staggered to his feet, covered in dust, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother Hong Bai Shaoxi shouted anxiously. In another corner, Yi Junlin was leisurely holding a fragrant roasted chicken leg, gnawing on it while shaking his head and sighing. My good disciple, didn't you say you could beat them back? Why are you being beaten like a dog now? Master is so disappointed. Hearing this, veins popped on Hong Tiany's forehead, his face flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to mock me? At least I can retreat with my life while you can only sit and wait for death." A look of determination flashed in his eyes. He couldn't get entangled any longer. As long as he used a secret technique to escape, let the rest of them accompany Yi Junlin to their graves. But just then, boom, a bronze-colored compass shot straight into the clouds. Emitting a dazzling light, swish, a profound energy spread out, and in an instant the entire world was sealed. A faint curtain of light descended, enveloping the entire area. "With this old man here, don't even think about leaving," the old man sneered, his voice sinister. "Just accept your death obediently, don't waste any more effort." In the sky, the 18 great Ascension Realm experts stood like judges deciding life and death. The immense sense of oppression plunged the disciples of the Shuenshin sect into despair. "How can we fight this?" Venerable Shu Yu looked up to the sky and sighed, his voice sorrowful. "Two yellow millet dreams. I thought the Shuenshin sect could rise from this and walk towards a glorious path, but I never expected it would still be unable to escape the fate of destruction. Sect Master, let's fight them to the death." The disciples' eyes were red as they roared in unison with indignation. Hong Tiany's expression turned extremely ugly. "Damn it, am I going to be buried with this bunch of ants? I am not resigned." His eyes were cold as he glanced at Yi Junlin, who was still leisurely gnawing on a roasted chicken wing as if nothing had happened. "Eat, eat, eat. What time is it to still be eating?" Hong Tiany's heart burned with anger. Clearly holding countless cultivation resources, yet he indulged in these mundane pleasures all day long. If it were him, he would have long been invincible. To die with such a person was a great humiliation to him. "Master, try this. Next time, Master wants to try the honey flavor." "Master, will we have a next time?" Bai Shaoxi was stunned. Yi Junlin did not answer. His gaze reluctantly moved away from the remaining roasted chicken wing in his hand. "So I forget it. I'll eat after I've dealt with this." With a whoosh under everyone's astonished gazes, the young man in black clothes took a light step into the sky, confronting the 18 great Ascension Realm experts. "Yi Junlin, you finally deigned to show yourself," Huiran narrowed his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them, his voice low and filled with killing intent. "You beat my useless disciple like a dog. As his master, of course I have to stand up for him." Yi Junlin puffed out his chest, his tone righteous, but his words were filled with undisguised mockery. Hong Tiany's mouth twitched, his chest heaving with anger. This bastard, he himself had been defeated so miserably. Yi Junlin definitely had no chance of winning. "Your fate is sealed. This old man will flay your skin, pull out your tendons, grind your bones to dust, and make an example of you." A sky-high killing intent erupted. The old man revealed a cruel smile, his eyes as cold as frost. "Yi Junlin has appeared. Why aren't you capturing him?" The Golden Snake Majesty's voice was sinister, filled with caution. Although she could sense that Yi Junlin was only at the peak of the body integration realm, even his disciple had reached half-step great ascension. So had he also hidden his cultivation? The core elders ordered to fight were indignant. They knew very well that this was just a move to use them to probe his strength and push them into the line of fire. But the Golden Snake Majesty's status was higher and her strength was greater, so they had no right to resist and could only grit their teeth and obey. "Kill!" An angry roar resounded through the clouds. More than 10 core elders attacked at the same time. Boom, a cold killing intent erupted, and a dazzling cyan sword light tore through the long sky, slashing straight at Yi Junlin's head. Host has been attacked by an enemy of the early Great Ascension realm. Triggering the passive effect, "The stronger the foe, the stronger I become." Cultivation has reached the mid-Great Ascension realm. In just a split second, Yi Junlin broke through from the peak of the body integration realm directly to the mid-Great Ascension realm. Boom, a boundless momentum erupted, shooting straight into the clouds and tearing through the mist. Whoosh, the originally tyrannical cyan sword light was like a weak flame in Yi Junlin's hand. With a gentle wave of his hand, he easily neutralized it. At that moment, his silver hair flew, his handsome face was extraordinary, and his eyes were as bright as stars. "Awesome, this is so awesome. Is this the feeling of suddenly gaining power? With this body, who would still cultivate?" Boom, the momentum continued to expand, pressing down on everyone, causing them to tremble. "Junior brother Yi has reached the Great Ascension realm." Venerable Shu Yu and the people of the Shuenshin sect were first stunned, then cried out in unison, "Are you kidding me? So our Shuenshin sect has had a majesty in charge all along. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Hong Tiany's mind was about to explode. He staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. This feeling was like you studying day and night, waiting for the results with full confidence, only to find that the top student was the guy who slept all day, didn't hand in his homework, and only cared about playing. "Damn it, what the hell is going on? Damn it." Hong Tiany's eyes were red, his whole body trembling with anger. His hands clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. "How much more of your cultivation have you hidden? Do you have to play like this?" He felt his intelligence had been ruthlessly stomped on the ground and then ground into powder. He had never seen someone who liked to hide their strength so much. When they first met, he was only in the nascent soul realm, but now he had leapt to the Great Ascension realm. To hide it to this extent in one go, do you have any sense of shame? Great Ascension, so you were already Great Ascension. The core elders were furious upon hearing this. "We were so foolish. He was never in the body integration realm." Junlin's mouth curled slightly, his tone filled with ridicule. "You're all too delusional. I was never in the body integration realm." With a whoosh, as soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared. Boom, the next moment he had appeared above a core elder. "Go to hell." With his silver hair flying, he slammed his palm down fiercely. Bang, before the man could react, his entire body exploded, turning into a cloud of flesh and blood. Whoosh, Junlin rushed out, his fist wrapped in spiritual power, striking another core elder directly. Crack, the protective magic treasure instantly shattered like glass. The elder's eyes widened. In his last moment he could only watch as his body was smashed to pieces, his primordial spirit extinguished. At this moment Yijun was like a primeval beast, and with the great void art he could still move freely and be invincible even while surrounded by more than 10 great ascension experts. A punch, a palm, a kick, a finger, all moved the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming unparalleled killing moves that were unstoppable. Rumble, in an instant 9 core elders died tragically. Some were pierced through the body, some had their heads shattered, and some were beaten into a pulp. The remaining 6 mid-stage Great Ascension elders had pale faces, their eyes filled with terror. They had never seen such a brutal fighting style. But what was even more terrifying was that every Great Ascension expert here was a famous figure in the eastern region. Even if defeated, they should have had a chance to escape, yet he easily killed them with his bare hands. Impossible. What the hell is going on? A white-haired old man roared in despair. 16 purple-gold flying swords circled around his body, dragging dazzling lights as they tore through the air and charged straight at him. Clang, 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 dazzling sparks erupted from Yi Junlin's body. Though it was a body of flesh and blood, the collision produced the sound of clashing metal. "How can this be?" Elder Qingshu cried out in alarm. The 16 purple-gold flying swords hovered in the air, each a 6th-grade spiritual artifact of incredible power, yet they could not pierce the opponent's body. "Not bad, it hurts a little," Yi Junlin replied calmly. Since cultivating the indestructible tyrant body technique, his body had been tempered 10,000 times, making it as hard as divine iron. He had just wanted to test how strong he was. Boom, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from his fist's wind, shaking the heavens and the earth. The skinny old man was terrified, every hair on his body standing on end. A terrifying impact seemed to want to tear him into 1,000 pieces. The explosion was deafening, but there was no expected bloody scene. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. He saw Elder Qingshu breathe a sigh of relief and immediately bow his head in thanks. "Thank you, Majesty Hongwu, for your intervention." In front of him, a burly figure appeared. Majesty Hongwu stood with his arms crossed, an ancient beast seal appearing, exuding a wild pressure that suppressed the heavens and the earth. It was with this seal that he had blocked the heaven-shaking punch just now. "Interesting." Yi Junlin smiled faintly, a light flashing in his eyes. "Can you block a serious punch from me?" On the surface, Majesty Hongwu remained as calm as an old god, but in his heart, a storm was raging. A surge of blood rushed to his throat, and he had to secretly swallow it to hide it. "Body refinement is my specialty, and with the beast soul seal's enhancement I was almost breached." A sense of indescribable fear rose in Majesty Hongwu's heart. The next moment countless huge wind blades whistled over, tearing space into terrifying black cracks. That was Wind Majesty's chaotic breath, great annihilation. The faces of the core elders changed drastically. Although this move was only a mid-level divine ability of the Majesty level, the most terrifying thing was that it had been cultivated to the point of transformation by its master. Once unleashed, its power could be 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary person's. "Haha, then I'll join in the fun too." The Golden Snake Majesty let out a sinister laugh. He gripped his snake-headed staff, his yellow cloak fluttering. Terrifying energy gathered at the tip of the staff, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly a huge snake shadow appeared. Its forked tongue hissed and a pair of huge wings that blotted out the sun grew from its back. Whoosh, the snake shadow coiled around the staff and in a flash charged out with world-destroying power around it. A black mist roiled containing a horrifying poison. Seeing his companions attack one after another, Majesty Hongwu no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and clenched an ancient seal, his entire body erupting with a brilliant light. Tyrant Sky Fist, a punch that shook the universe. The fist's force like a volcanic eruption, squeezing space and destroying everything in its path. In a brief moment, 3 late-stage Great Ascension experts attacked together, vowing to crush Yi Junlin into dust. However, not only was Yi Junlin not afraid, he even showed a hint of an interested smile. Ding, detected that the host is being attacked by a late-stage Great Ascension enemy, triggering the passive mechanism. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Acquiring Cultivation, peak Great Ascension. Boom, Yi Junlin's momentum surged again, stronger than ever before. "Ha!" Yi Junlin waved his hand coldly, and the 3 figures were sent flying at the same time. As soon as they stabilized themselves, all 3 spat out a mouthful of blood, their auras becoming chaotic and their faces pale. The Golden Snake Majesty gritted her teeth, her expression extremely ugly. The Sect's intelligence was wrong. "This guy, he's at the peak of the Great Ascension." Majesty Hongwu clenched his fist and said angrily, "Damn it, we were tricked." When Majesty wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sinister. "There's only one way now. Use the Sect's secret technique. At all costs we must kill him today." Agreed, this battle must be won. It concerns the face of the Feather Transformation Sect. Upon hearing this, the core elders behind them immediately changed their expressions, a look of infinite reverence flashing in their eyes. The sect's secret technique, they had clearly decided to use that move at this moment. At the same time, feeling the sudden surge of power in his body, Yi Jianlun squinted slightly, a hint of satisfaction on his face. So that's how it was. My punch was blocked by Majesty Hongwu just now, but it didn't trigger the stronger the foe, the stronger I become mechanism. Well, because the trigger condition wasn't met. That is to say, to trigger it, the opponent must attack first. Just as he realized this, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a surging aura erupted. Wind Majesty, Hongwu Majesty, and Golden Snake Majesty all had their momentum surge at the same time, like three towering mountains standing between heaven and earth. Their entire bodies radiated a brilliant Zon light, more powerful than ever before. A series of shining silver runes appeared on their skin, spreading up their necks and then covering their entire faces. Oh my god, how did the three majesties become like this? Could it be that they are using the Feather Transformation Sect's unique secret technique, the Feather Transformation Ascension Art? The entire army of cultivators was in an uproar. The combat power of someone who uses the Feather Transformation Ascension Art will be raised to a new level. Hong Tianye was silent, his expression grim. This profound secret technique was in no way inferior to that of the great sects in the central region. The person who created it must have been an astonishingly talented prodigy. Rumble in the sky, three powerful figures appeared, sacred silver light sprinkling across the space as if they were about to ascend to immortality. Majesty Hongwu looked down at his hands, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. So this is the state of using the secret technique. Why do I feel my whole body is filled with infinite power? Wind Majesty said in a deep voice. Don't waste time. You all know that the longer this secret technique is maintained, the more tragic the price. We have no way out now. The Golden Snake Majesty gritted his teeth, his face frantic, his eyes filled with killing intent. As long as we can bloodwash this sect, what does it matter if our cultivation regresses and our foundation is destroyed? Kill! An angry roar tore through the long sky. Boom! The three attacked at the same time, unleashing their divine abilities and techniques with all their might, their power several times stronger than before. In addition, several core elders also attacked, working together to form an impenetrable formation. A huge killing array had been laid. Yi Jianlun narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, his tone calm and indifferent. Interesting. Only now did he truly take them seriously. From behind Yi Jianlun, a surging pressure rolled out, sweeping across the sky like a flood. A huge phantom appeared, obscuring the entire sky. The person wore an emperor's crown, his eyes as deep as an endless abyss. He stood with his arms crossed, quietly standing in the endless river of time, his majesty like that of the ruler of all ages. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that figure, an indescribable reverence welling up in their hearts. Some even trembled involuntarily, wanting to kneel and worship. It's the Dharma idol from the secret realm back then. Hong Tianye took a deep breath. The look of utter shock flashed across his eyes. In that instant, Yi Jianlun seemed to have transformed. With the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma idol supporting him from behind, his aura instantly changed, becoming so majestic that it was almost blasphemous to look at him. With a single wave of his hand, a torrential force surged out like 1,000 rivers, crushing wave after wave of killing moves and repelling all the core elders in a blink of an eye. Wind Majesty cried out in horror. A Dharma idol, divine ability, but I've never seen a Dharma idol like this. Majesty Hongwu's face turned pale, his body trembling instinctively. Beneath the massive phantom, they were as insignificant as ants, no different from mortals facing a god. Yi Jianlun smiled faintly, his eyes calm yet filled with majesty. The real show was just beginning. The Golden Snake Majesty gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain calm, and shouted loudly to dispel the fear in her heart. It's just a phantom. I have fought 100 battles. Haven't I seen? HMPH. Yi Jianlun snorted lightly, slowly raising his right hand, extending his index finger and pointing it directly at the Golden Snake Majesty's brow. In that instant the world suddenly darkened. Heaven, earth, space, and all things seemed to freeze, leaving only Yi Jianlun's finger, which contained the supreme great Tao. The Golden Snake Majesty trembled violently as an intense sense of death surged into her heart, a chill spreading from her marrow to her entire body. In her eyes that finger rapidly grew larger, each inch seemingly capable of burying heaven and earth, swallowing the universe. She wanted to retreat, but to her horror she found her body had stiffened, unable to move an inch. The surrounding space solidified, the spiritual energy fell silent, and everything seemed to be locked by an invisible rule. Endless golden finger light surged from his fingertip, descending like a divine sword, flashing with golden light, tearing the sky apart, and stirring the rules of heaven and earth. The Golden Snake Majesty cried out in alarm, flustered and panicking. Heaven's sundering ruler! She desperately cast all her protective spells, but no matter how she struggled, she could not escape the fate of destruction. With a loud bang, the Golden Snake Majesty turned to ash in midair. Wind Majesty and Majesty Hongwu were terrified to the extreme. After exchanging a glance, they immediately turned and fled. In that instant they understood that their will to fight had completely collapsed. Continuing to fight was simply courting death, but still trying to escape. A light voice echoed in the air, cold and mocking, like the tolling of death's bell in their hearts. The two fleeing figures suddenly felt a killing intent from behind and turned around in horror. In the sky, two sacred silver hands crossed thousands of miles of void, reaching for them from afar. Divine light spread like the hand of heaven covering down. Impossible to evade. You demon, the Feather Transformation Sect will never let you go, Wind Majesty roared, blood pouring from his 7 orifices as he struggled madly. But it was all in vain. The barren continent has emerged and a great demon has descended. Majesty Hungwu roared in despair, his voice hoarse and filled with fear. Yi Junlin shook his head calmly. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, bang, the two leaders instantly exploded, their blood turning to ash, their primordial spirits crushed into nothingness, leaving not a single trace behind. Venerable Shu Yu watched from a distance, his body stiff, his heart shaking violently. He looked at Yi Junlin's back and murmured to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. Junior brother Yi's strength is truly unfathomable. Master is so great, Xiaoxi cheered excitedly. Her eyes filled with adoration, but among everyone present the most shocked was Hong Tianye. He stood motionless, his body as if petrified, his eyes staring blankly at the figure. No one knew how great the impact was on him this time. Wait, what's going to happen next? Hong Tianye was suddenly startled, his face changed drastically, and an unprecedented sense of unease welled up in his heart. After annihilating the army of the Feather Transformation Sect, Yi Junlin silently turned around and returned to the sword-hiding peak of Misty Peak. The peak master hurried forward, his tone respectful. Boss, are you still looking for a pendant for your leg? What? A voice interrupted him. The sword-hiding peak master hadn't finished his sentence before he was pushed aside. The heavenly fragrance peak master walked over gracefully, her gentle autumn water-like eyes gazing at the silver-haired young man before her, her voice soft and charming. Junior brother Yi, you've worked hard this time, let me give you a shoulder rub. Her eyes shifted as if she wanted to embrace Yi Junlin. Venerable Shu Yu, standing beside them, could only smile wryly. This battle has finally shown us your true cultivation. How long were you planning to hide it from us? Yes, yes, the other peak masters echoed excitedly, full of praise. Yi Junlin coughed lightly, his eyes calm. Keep a low profile, we must keep a low profile. Then he leisurely sat down in a chair, took out a roasted oolong chicken wing, and began to savor it. Amidst this lively atmosphere in another corner, Hong Tianye stood quietly, his face pale, his body stiff, with only one thought in his mind. Escape. Can I escape? Looking at Yi Junlin before him, Hong Tianye felt a wave of despair. Hong Tianye's heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. He gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, this old Yi is a real piece of work, clearly at the peak of the Great Ascension realm, yet he's pretending to be in the body integration realm. I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. His emotions were in turmoil, and Hong Tianye was sweating profusely, with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Thinking of the consequences he was about to face, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his limbs cold. On the other side, Yi Junlin slowly finished Tick's roasted oolong chicken wings, then picked up his milk tea and took a leisurely sip, a look of satisfaction on his face. Suddenly his gaze fell on Hong Tianye, who was still standing there like a stone statue. He raised an eyebrow and asked casually, "Oh, you're still here? Senior brother, I'll trouble you. Mince him, then throw him under the jade dragon tree in my courtyard as fertilizer." "Thank you," Yi Junlin said lightly, his tone so sincere that it didn't seem like he was joking. A dead silence fell all around. The sword-hiding peak master was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Oh, all right." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. A cold light flashed, sharp and menacing. "Wait!" Thump! Hong Tianye knelt down without hesitation, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. "Please spare me, master. I am willing to accept any punishment. I only ask for master's forgiveness." The sword-hiding peak master immediately stopped, looked back at Yi Junlin, and showed a difficult expression. Yi Junlin chuckled, his smile tinged with a faint mockery. "Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you suddenly so cowardly now?" Hong Tianye's face turned beet red, so ashamed he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He lowered his head, his voice choked with sobs. "Master, this time it was your disciple who was arrogant and conceited. Please give your disciple a chance to repent and start anew." Yi Junlin replied faintly. "Slap yourself, don't stop until I tell you to." Hong Tianye raised his trembling hand, gritted his teeth and slapped himself hard across the face. Slap! Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But he dared not stop. As long as he could live, he could endure anything. Slap, 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 the crisp sounds echoed on the mountain peak. Senior brother Hong Bai Xiaoxi's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. She wanted to step forward and help him up, but as soon as she moved, she was stopped by Yi Junlin's cold gaze. Venerable Shu Yu and the others looked at each other, only able to sigh. Betraying the sect was indeed an unforgivable crime, but no matter what, at the critical moment, Hong Tianye had still acted to protect the Xuanchen sect, showed that he had not completely lost his loyalty. Venerable Shu Yu's steady voice sounded, "I suggest we send him to the back mountain to reflect." As the sect master, Venerable Shu Yu valued Hong Tianye's potential greatly. Although he knew his personality was somewhat extreme, as long as Yi Junlin was around he could be suppressed. With proper guidance he might not be unable to integrate into the sect in the future. The atmosphere quieted down. Seeing that the time was right, Yi Junlin nodded slightly and slowly said, "You are spared the death penalty, but you cannot escape punishment. From today on you will face the wall and reflect." Hearing this, Hong Tianye's body trembled slightly. He raised his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and was stunned for a moment, but he soon stood up slowly and bowed deeply with his fists clasped. Disciple Hong Tianye thanks Master for his forgiveness. After speaking, he staggered away from Misty Peak. Watching his swaying back, Venerable Shu Yu shook his head lightly. This disciple is truly not simple. Only junior brother Yi can suppress him, otherwise we would be nothing in his eyes. The sword-hiding Peak Master snorted coldly. After all, he is exceptionally talented. The Xuanchen sect was able to keep him entirely because of junior brother Yi. The heavenly fragrance Peak Master covered her mouth and chuckled, her meaning profound. Yi Junlin listened and just shook his head and sighed. It's all because of my poor discipline that he became so presumptuous. Rest assured everyone, I will continue to teach him. In fact, he quite enjoyed seeing his disciple's expression of extreme displeasure, yet having to endure it and force a stiff smile. Shaoxi, Master wants to eat hot pot today. Bai Shaoxi immediately nodded. Okay, what kind does Master want? The sword-hiding Peak Master suddenly frowned and asked curiously. Junior brother Yi, is hot pot a pot burned with fire? Can that be eaten? Yi Junlin's lips curled up and he smiled. Haha, since you are all so curious, why don't you stay and try some? In the back mountain, a red figure stood quietly in the shade of a tree. Hong Tianye looked at his swollen face reflected on the water's surface, tears unconsciously rolling down his body, trembling slightly, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. I never thought the path of a counterattacker would be so difficult. He clenched his fists, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. I don't believe you can be so smug forever. As long as I cultivate hard, I will soon reach the great ascension and even surpass it. Yi Junlin, you just wait. Soon after, news of the end of the Barren Continent battle spread everywhere, sweeping across the other 13 provinces like a storm. Holy crap, Yi Junlin of the Xuanchen sect is actually a great ascension realm master. He even killed all 18 majesties of the feather transformation sect. What, an army of 1,000,000 cultivators was completely wiped out? Oh my god, my brother was in there too, sigh. Looks like I'll have to take care of my sister-in-law for him. Such a brutal murderer, this old demon will surely be punished by heaven. Truly the #1 butcher of the eastern region. Chants of salvation echoed throughout the Buddhist continent. The monks, with sorrowful faces, piously prayed for the souls of the fallen from afar. At the same time, in a pavilion in the Spirit Province, an incredulous exclamation suddenly rang out. Impossible! How can a native from the barren continent be so strong? Could he be a reincarnated immortal from the celestial realm? In the room, Zhan Tianyi, who was vigorously exercising, was suddenly disturbed. Hearing his subordinate's report, his charming face immediately darkened, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The guard kneeling on the ground said with a pained expression, Young master, this matter is absolutely true. Zhan Tianyi felt a chill all over. He took a deep breath and thought, good thing I didn't make a move that day, otherwise I'm afraid even my father couldn't have saved me. He clenched his fist, then waved his hand coldly. Quickly go find a few more female cultivators. I need to relieve my worries. The guard trembled and hesitated for a moment. Zhan Tianyi immediately frowned, his voice cold. What are you still standing there for? Don't you understand my words? Go when I tell you to, or I'll drag your mother here to make up the numbers. Hearing this, the guard's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. He would rather die than let his mother fall into the hands of this villain and be tortured to death. Zhan Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief, then fiercely pounced onto the bed and continued to bury his head in his work. Shrill screams like a pig being slaughtered came from behind the curtain again. Meanwhile, news of the great defeat spread back, and the entire feather transformation sect was thrown into a violent tremor. From disciples to elders, everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe what had happened. For so many years, the feather transformation sect had won every battle, and now for the first time they had been defeated so tragically. Is everything you said true? In the secret hall, Chen Xiao, who was originally recuperating, was struck by lightning upon hearing this disastrous news. He staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with terror. Before him, Elder Mo of the Law Enforcement Hall bowed his head, his voice hoarse. Saint Sun, I would never dare to lie. This matter has already spread throughout the eastern region. This time our feather transformation sect has truly lost. Chen Xiao was stunned, his body trembling violently. He stumbled back and sat down on the ground with a thud. He looked up at the sky and smiled bitterly. Yi Junlin, you are truly well hidden. So you reached the great ascension long ago and deliberately hid your cultivation to play with me? All this time he thought he had cultivated diligently, and finally reached the body integration realm enough to contend with Yi Junlin. But reality had given him a resounding slap in the face. Elder Mo looked at the dejected Saint Sun and hurriedly encouraged him. Saint Sun, you must not lose heart. That white-haired man has lived for tens of thousands of years, so it's only natural that his cultivation is profound. But you are still young, and your future is long. The great ascension realm is his endpoint, but for you it is merely a stage. After all, you have the potential to become an immortal. Chen Xiao's originally dim eyes gradually brightened. That's right, I am destined to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal in the future. How can I give up so easily? The Great Ascension Realm. I will surpass it sooner or later. Seeing this, Elder Mo nodded vigorously. Suddenly, a hint of determination flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Elder Mo, please report this to the higher-ups. I have decided to refine the Supreme Young object ahead of time to raise my cultivation and strength as soon as possible." These resounding words caused a huge shock in Elder Mo's heart. After a long time he took a deep breath and sighed, "All right, I will report this matter, but I hope the Saint Son is mentally prepared." Watching Elder Mo's gradually retreating back, Chen Xiao took a deep breath and slowly sat cross-legged on the cattail mat. His thoughts suddenly became clear and a thought arose in his heart. No destruction, no construction. Find life in a desperate situation. In the turbulent sea of his heart, the figure of a red-robed girl suddenly appeared. The shame of being defeated filled his heart with hatred. With cold eyes, Chen Xiao murmured, "Next time I will definitely take your life." A few months later, on the peak of Misty Peak in the Xuanchen Sect, the sun was bright and the birds were singing. Yi Junlin wore sunglasses, comfortably lying on a deck chair, holding a 1,000-year-old glazed cup in his hand, his posture leisurely. He gently raised the cup and casually said aloud, "Get me a glass of 8,000-year-old Lafite." "Yes, master." Hong Tianye was already used to this scene. Although his face was stern, he still bowed his head respectfully, slowly took out a bottle of fine wine brewed from Xuanwu stone and gently poured it into a high-stemmed glass. The rich aroma of the red wine drifted out, intoxicating the senses. Yi Junlin took a light sip, a satisfied expression on his face, and slowly praised, "Very good." Hong Tianye remained expressionless but cursed inwardly. "He's going crazy again. This guy is really sick in the head. I wonder when these bitter days will end." Although he found Yi Junlin's behavior extremely strange in the face of his terrifying strength, he could only bow his head and obey. Yi Junlin couldn't be bothered with Hong Tianye's scornful gaze. He just gently swirled the wine glass, closed his eyes, and hummed a song, immersed in his own world. At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice sounded. "Ding, the daily check-in count has been refreshed. Does the host wish to check in?" Yi Junlin's heart stirred, and he silently thought, "Check in, ding. Congratulations to the host, your luck has exploded and you have obtained a supreme-grade mount, the Kun Peng." "What?" The cup in his hand snipped from his fingers and fell to the ground, red wine pinned on the cold stone slabs. "This disciple is guilty." Hong Tianye was startled and reflexively knelt down, thinking he had done something to displease Yi Junlin again. But at this moment all of Yi Junlin's attention was focused on the reward he had just received. His breathing quickened, and he couldn't wait to ask, "System, be more specific. What kind of mount is that, ding?" "It is a Kun Peng. Although it is currently only a cub, it has already reached the Great Ascension Realm. Please take good care of it, master." The Kun Peng, an ancient divine beast with infinite growth potential, is one of the most powerful beings in the myriad worlds. It can both soar freely in the high sky and swim in the ocean. Yi Junlin was thrilled. How could a handsome cultivator like him go out without a magnificent mount? Even if he could fly and travel underground on his own, wouldn't that be too uncool? This system is quite sensible, giving me a divine beast to make up for it. With an ancient Kun Peng as a mount, not only is it a powerful weapon, but it can also help me show off my might. Hong Tianye raised his head, looking at the overjoyed Yi Junlin with a puzzled expression. Seeing that he showed no signs of anger, his heart became even more resentful. "Damn it, I don't know what he's going crazy about again." "Master!" Suddenly, a creature with a rat's head and a human body ran over excitedly, holding an invitation in its hand. It was wearing a pink dress, its skin fair and as tender as white jade. Its figure was petite and delicate, full of youthful vitality, but the furry white rat head on its neck was too conspicuous. The rat's face had a strange anthropomorphic smile. "Xiaoxi, what are you holding in your hand?" Yi Junlin asked curiously. Bai Xiaoxi shook the invitation in her hand and answered excitedly, "This is an invitation from the sect master asking me to pass it on to master." Yi Junlin took the invitation, opened it, and a strange look immediately flashed in his eyes. So it's the old ancestor of the Zan family in the Spirit Province. After years of seclusion, he finally broke through from the Great Ascension to the Tribulation Crossing realm, shaking the entire eastern region. The Zan family is overjoyed and has sent out invitations far and wide, gathering famous cultivators from all walks of life to attend a banquet. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin, a playful smile on his lips. To invite the Xuanchen sect to a banquet at this particular time, it seems they want to awe the world and take this opportunity to consolidate the Zan family's old ancestors' prestige. A quasi-immortal? Is that so impressive? Believe it or not, I'll go to your place later and wreak havoc. Ding, the system has randomly triggered a mission. The host will take the ancient mount to the Zan family's banquet. If you can shock the entire audience, you will receive a special reward. The system prompted immediately. Yi Junlin's lips curled up slightly. This system mission came at just the right time. My hands have been itching to show off for a long time. If I don't go out and show off my might, wouldn't it be a waste of the divine beast I just got? "Master, are we really going?" Bai Xiaoxi asked with wide eyes. "Depart immediately," Yi Junlin ordered, while thinking to himself. "System, summon my supreme mount, the Kun Peng, quickly." Ding, summoning for the master immediately. Rumble, from the depths of the endless clouds a terrifying pressure rolled in. and a huge figure slowly passed through the clouds and appeared before everyone. It was a giant beast with a body like a whale but with huge wings that blotted out the sun. Boom, with a sudden flap of its wings it stirred up a hurricane that swept across the 9 heavens. The spiritual energy in a 100-mile radius instantly became chaotic. The wind howled, shaking the entire world. All the spirit beasts in the sect prostrated themselves on the ground, feeling an unprecedented bloodline suppression. Terrified, they trembled nonstop, and some even lost control of their bowels in fear. Countless disciples and elders looked up at the sky in horror, unable to believe their eyes, their whole bodies as if plunged into an ice cellar. The chill piercing to the bone. What's going on? Is a demonic beast attacking the mountain gate? Frightened cries rang out everywhere, fear spreading with every passing second. Whoosh, 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 several figures shot out from the main peak. It was the sect master, Venerable Shuyu, and the elders. They looked at the giant beast that blotted out the sun, their eyes filled with horror. Sect master, this is a great ascension-level demonic beast. How could it appear here? Could it have been sent by the Feather Transformation sect? The top priority is to immediately activate the sect protecting formation to deal with it. Quick, activate the sect protecting formation, Venerable Shuyu shouted anxiously. Boom, the Xuanchen sect's protective formation immediately activated. Countless dazzling halos shot into the sky, shrouding the void like a canopy of stars. The light interwove, forming a mystical light screen that resisted the terrifying pressure from the giant beast. However, even though this formation had recently been modified by Yi Junlin, and was strong enough to fend off a great Ascension realm enemy, it was still trembling incessantly against this fearsome creature. It seemed unable to withstand its overwhelming aura alone. Ah, monster! Xiaoxi immediately covered her head and squatted down upon seeing the sight, her small rat face filled with fear. Could this be? Hong Tianyé's eyes widened in disbelief, his breathing ragged. With his discerning eyes he immediately recognized the origin of the giant beast. It was one of the most powerful ancient divine beasts in legends, the Kun Peng. Yi Junlin stood quietly in the air, his eyes flashing with a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, although this Kun Peng was still in its infancy, its aura was already so terrifying. Even the 18 core elders from before would likely be torn to shreds by it. If it were allowed to continue growing, one could only imagine how terrifying it would become. Hong Tianyé instinctively took 2 steps back, his expression shifting, seemingly preparing to flee. What kind of joke was this? An ancient divine beast of this caliber suddenly descending upon the sect. If he got caught in the fight, he would surely die. He secretly glanced at the silver-haired young man, a cold smile forming in his heart. See, this is your retribution. He refused to believe that Yi Junlin could fight a Kun Peng, even if he had reached the great Ascension realm. Was the most powerful ancient divine beast so easily subdued? At this moment, amidst the tense atmosphere, while people's hearts were still wavering, Yi Junlin suddenly soared into the sky like a brilliant rainbow straight into the clouds. Look, Peak Master Yi is making his move, a disciple exclaimed with delight. Junior brother Yi, be careful, Venerable Shuyu and the elders shouted in concern. At this moment, the only one who could possibly fight that demonic beast was the Peak Master of Misty Peak, the face of the Xuanchen sect. But to everyone's surprise, Yi Junlin waved his hand and deactivated the sect protecting formation. Then, with his hands behind his back, he stood still, quietly waiting for the Kun Peng to approach. Whoosh, the Kun Peng circled in the air, its wings flapping, exuding a kingly aura that oppressed all. Its eyes glinted with a sharp light. When it saw Yi Junlin appear, its speed suddenly increased. Boom, it came crashing down with a howling gale like a monstrous tidal wave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, as the Kun Peng drew nearer, countless people on the ground were so terrified their faces turned pale. Is he trying to get himself killed? Hong Tianyé muttered in astonishment, but in the next moment he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Hong Tianyé's eyes widened, his pupils contracting sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "WH what?" Under countless astonished gazes, the Kun Peng, which had just been full of aggressive momentum and as majestic as a god descending to earth, suddenly retracted all its pressure. It became as docile as a kitten. It even lowered its head to gently nuzzle Yi Junlin's body, appearing incredibly affectionate. This scene was a stark contrast to its massive body. Yi Junlin smiled and gently patted its body, his tone like he was coaxing a child. Good, very good. From now on you'll follow me. The Kun Peng excitedly shook its body, opened its mouth, and let out a series of loud joyous cries. Seeing this, the entire Xuanchen sect fell silent. Countless people stood frozen in place, their mouths agape, speechless. My goodness, what's going on? Am I seeing things? Peak Master Yi tamed it with just a wave of his hand. The disciples' faces were filled with disbelief, their voices full of awe. The sword-hiding Peak Master spoke in surprise. Sect Master, it seems this demonic beast knows junior brother Yi. A clear shriek made everyone turn to look. The heavenly fragrance Peak Master clutched her ample bosom, her eyes fixed on the behemoth before her, filled with shock. She hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Everyone, this demonic beast bears a striking resemblance to a description in an ancient text I once read. It is an ancient divine beast, a Kun Peng." A Kun Peng. The moment these 2 words were spoken, everyone immediately gasped, their hearts racing. Venerable Shuyu swallowed hard, trying to compose himself. I remember now too, but according to ancient records, an adult Kun Peng is immeasurably vast, capable of swallowing stars and roaming the myriad worlds. This Kun Peng is clearly far from what the legends describe. perhaps because it is still in its youth at that moment. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Such a rare ancient divine beast had appeared in the Xuanchen sect and had even obediently submitted to Yi Junlin. What on earth was going on? Yi Junlin turned around and smiled. Everyone, no need to panic. This is my exclusive mount, the Kun Peng. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place was in an uproar. My goodness, such an ancient divine beast is willing to be junior brother Yi's mount. The sword-hiding peak master and the other elders looked at each other, their hearts filled with astonishment and jealousy. Venerable Shu Yu sighed. Junior brother Yi, even the heavens favor you. Perhaps this is fate. Hong Tianyé's expression grew even darker. Compared to the others, he had a higher level of understanding. He had once been an immortal, hailing from the center of the Kunlun realm and had come into contact with countless worldly secrets. As far as he knew, the divine beasts of this world had long since gone extinct, let alone a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Kun Peng. Yet now a pure-blooded Kun Peng had not only appeared out of nowhere but had also voluntarily become Yi Junlin's mount. This was completely inexplicable. Hong Tianyé clenched his fists, his heart trembling violently. It was rumored that those blessed with great fortune and favored by the heavenly Tao would receive incredible opportunities, and even divine beasts would seek them out to acknowledge them as their master. Could this guy really be such a person? Thinking of everything that had happened before, Hong Tianyé found it hard to breathe, feeling as if a storm was raging in his heart. Yi Junlin possessed a treasure trove full of mysteries, suspected to be an ancient ruin. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, reaching the Great Ascension realm in a short period. He also mastered many mysterious and great divine abilities that were difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. And now even a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Kun Peng, had taken the initiative to appear and willingly acknowledge him as its master. If this wasn't a person blessed with great fortune, then who else could be? But why, a guy who was lazy all day and always stooped to lower his status, was able to receive such favor from the heavens? And he, a demonic cultivator who devoted himself to arduous training, was easily trampled underfoot by this guy and suppressed at will. In the sky, Yi Junlin gently patted the Kun Peng's head and sighed with a smile. From now on I'll call you Ah Kun. Hearing this affectionate name, the Kun Peng was overjoyed, and its huge body swayed with happiness. At that moment gusts of wind howled, kicking up clouds of sand and dust. The cultivators below didn't have time to react. They staggered and nearly fell. Yi Junlin thought for a moment and felt that something was still missing. He raised his hand, pointing two fingers in one direction. Boom! Under the effect of his spiritual power, a magnificent palace slowly rose from the mountain peak and then gently landed on the Kun Peng's back. Under countless astonished gazes, Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. There, now I can lie down inside. The entire sect fell into a dead silence. The sword-hiding peak master stared blankly at the empty space where his palace used to be, clutching his head with both hands and screaming like a chicken that had been stepped on. That's my home, my palace. Venerable Shu Yu's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. Not far away, Yi Junlin beckoned to his disciples. Hurry up and get on. I'm about to leave. Bai Shaoxi looked at Hong Tianyé, who was standing beside her with his head bowed in silence, and gently pointed, cautiously reminding him, Senior brother Hong, master is calling us. Hong Tianyé slowly raised his head and responded indifferently with a non-committal, He looked up at Yi Junlin's back, a cold, sharp glint flashing in his eyes. HMPH, he admitted that a person blessed with great fortune was indeed powerful, but he didn't believe he had to live by clinging to others. As long as he waited patiently for an opportunity, sooner or later he too could seize Yi Junlin's fortune for his own use. Boom! The Kun Peng flapped its wings fiercely, its huge wings stirring up a violent gale. Its enormous figure tore through the clouds and soared into the sky. The turbulent airflow swept in all directions, obscuring the view of the people below. Will junior brother Yi really be safe attending the Zan family's banquet? The heavenly fragrance peak master frowned, her tone full of worry. After all, the Zan family has a quasi-immortal ancestor. Venerable Shu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, a meaningful smile on his lips. Don't worry, with an ancient divine beast protecting him, even a quasi-immortal can't do anything to him. I'll be thankful to the heavens if junior brother Yi doesn't cause any trouble. He looked up into the distance, a profound light flashing in his eyes. The Zan family might be trying to pressure us, but if this tiger delivers itself to their doorstep, I think they will regret it. Spirit province in the sky, layers of clouds swirled and dispersed. Boom! From within the clouds, floating islands suddenly appeared. They varied in size, but were all magnificent and imposing. On each island stood rows of palaces connected by cold iron chain bridges. In the center, a massive island of vast expanse exuded a majestic aura. The spiritual energy here was so dense it was visible to the naked eye, forming hazy halos in the space. The buildings on the main island were even more splendid, with carved beams and painted rafters showcasing the glory of a long-standing cultivation family. That's right, this was the territory of the Zan family. All these floating islands belonged to the Zan family, the gathering place for their descendants for generations, and that largest island was the Zan family's main courtyard. Whoosh, 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 brilliant streaks of light flashed across the sky like meteors streaking through space, landing on the central island. Male and female cultivators, dressed in magnificent attire, either rode on flying boats, controlled flying swords, or commanded spirit beasts, speeding across the sky. These were all honored guests invited from the major sects and cultivation families of the eastern region to attend the grand banquet at the Zahn family's main courtyard. Guests arrived in an endless stream, a throng of people all offering their congratulations. Congratulations to the Zahn family for having a quasi-immortal. For the next 300,000 years the family will be protected by a quasi-immortal. It's truly enviable, a sect elder said, clasping his hands in congratulations. Ha, is that all? Another person laughed heartily. Today it's a quasi-immortal, but in the future it might not be a true immortal. A true immortal can live for 1,000,000 years, an existence that transcends heaven and earth, an empire's crown prince cleverly flattered. Young Master Zahn, you think what I said makes sense? Young Master Zahn, he was the eldest son of the Zahn family's main lineage, with an orthodox bloodline and a prominent status. Not only was he the young master of the #1 family in the Spirit Province, but he could also walk sideways anywhere in the eastern region without anyone daring to stop him. A famous sword cultivator raised his cup and laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed, in the future I hope young Master Zahn will look after me. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd immediately echoed in agreement, the atmosphere growing more heated. Of course, young Master Zahn smiled smugly, his face somewhat demonic. He fanned himself with a folding fan, walking with a leisurely gait, enjoying the flattery coming from all directions. I wonder if the Zahn family has sent an invitation to the Schwenchen sect? Amidst the lively atmosphere, a guest suddenly spoke, and instantly the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to Zahn Tianyi. Zahn Tianyi sneered, a sharp glint in his eyes, and said word by word, "Of course there's an invitation, but I don't know." He curled his lips slightly, his tone laced with mockery. "If the Schwenchen sect dares to send someone, they'd better not send some nobody to fool the Zahn family, or they won't even get past the door." "What if Yi Junlin comes in person?" a guest asked loudly. Hearing this name, Zahn Tianyi couldn't help but shudder, but then a look of pride appeared on his face. He smiled faintly, gently fanning himself as if it were nothing. "Hey, a country bumpkin from the backwoods." His voice was loud, full of contempt. "Fine, let him come. Let him see the strength of our Zahn family in the Spirit Province. Young Master Zahn is so domineering." The surrounding crowd all gave him a thumbs up in praise, and voices of agreement resounded through the hall. A guest smiled fawningly and clasped his hands. "Although Yi Junlin is a majesty, he can only obediently offer a toast to young Master Zahn. After all, young Master Zahn's ancestor is a quasi-immortal. No matter how powerful a majesty is, how can he be compared to a quasi-immortal? Ha ha ha." "Well said," laughter erupted, echoing through the hall, being constantly flattered by the crowd. Zahn Tianyi felt like he was about to float to the sky, feeling incredibly smug. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Yi Junlin, so what if you're famous? In front of me, even a dragon has to coil up." Just then, screams of terror suddenly came from outside the residence. "My God, what is that?" Boom in the sky, a vast kingly pressure suddenly spread out, sweeping over the Zahn family's floating islands like a tidal wave. Some of the smaller islands shook violently, the ground trembling visibly. Countless residents were terrified, their scalps tingling, their faces as pale as paper. They stared wide-eyed, their gazes filled with extreme shock. The clouds in the sky churned, and a 1,000-jong-long giant beast revealed itself. Its body was as towering as a mountain range, shaped like a giant whale in the ocean. Its huge wings blotted out the sun, and with a slow flap boom the entire world trembled, and an endless torrent of energy howled, shaking the long sky. "A Kunpeng," someone screamed, their face changing drastically. "I've heard of it. It's a legendary ancient divine beast, an existence that has been gone for tens of thousands of years." At this time, countless cultivators recognized its origin. Their eyes were filled with terror as they stared fixedly at the sky. The Zahn family was holding a grand banquet, but right when the banquet was at its liveliest, a giant Kunpeng suddenly appeared in the sky. Is this a sign of good fortune?" someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with suspicion. "But then, wait, look closely. There's a palace on its back." Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, gasps were heard from all directions. "The Kunpeng has a master," a cultivator said with a trembling voice, his body stiff. "Using a majesty-level divine beast as a mount. Which great power is this? In the entire eastern region is there anyone this powerful?" Young Master Zahn. "Look," someone pointed at the sky, trembling, their face filled with fear. "A great power has come to the banquet riding a Kunpeng. My heavens, using a majesty-level divine beast as a mount. What kind of scene is this? It's too exaggerated. Who on earth is that person? What is his relationship with the Zahn family's ancestor?" Discussions rose one after another, with everyone guessing. Amidst this clamor, Zahn Tianyi was suddenly stunned. A flash of doubt crossed his eyes, followed by a spark of inspiration. He remembered something, coughed twice, and then said calmly, "That's right, this guest indeed has an old acquaintance with my ancestor." He squinted, his tone leisurely as if recalling a distant past. "My parents once said that when I was just born, this great power personally appeared and wanted to adopt me as his godson. At that time, my parents felt that this honor was too great and tactfully refused. Thinking back on it now, it's truly a moment of deep reflection. There was such a thing." A simple sentence caused everyone's expression to change instantly, and their reverence for the Zahn family deepened in a flash. Even this big shot riding a Kunpeng had a past with the Zahn family, and even wanted to adopt Zahn Tianyi as his godson. Just how terrifying was the Zahn family's strength? Just as the uproar began, boom, the Kunpeng gently flapped its wings, and waves of pressure rolled down like thunder from the 9 heavens, carrying an unrivaled momentum as it charged straight towards the Zahn family's main residence. landing on the giant island in the center of the archipelago. Just as everyone was immersed in astonishment, a loud bell-like voice suddenly rang out. "I wonder which fellow Taoist has come from afar." Gracing today's banquet, whoosh, a tall, middle-aged figure strode through the air, his robes fluttering, his eyes as deep as the sea, his aura vast and unfathomable, as if heaven and earth were moved by him. Boom, waves of invisible pressure spread out, causing all the Zon family cultivators to tremble. "Greetings, ancestor." All members of the Zon family bowed respectfully in unison. That's right, this person was the ancestor of the Zon family, a quasi-immortal of boundless power, someone that even a joint force of multiple majesties could not match. This was also why the Zon family dared to be so domineering, because they truly had the capital to do so. But at this moment the earth-shattering appearance of the Kun Peng had actually drawn out the Zon family's ancestor himself. He couldn't help but wonder, which big shot had such a great face? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, boom, the Kun Peng slowly descended, pressing down like a giant mountain. Then, from the palace on its back, 3 figures slowly walked out, and the whole place instantly erupted. It really is Yi Junlin who shook the eastern region in the Battle of the Barren Continent now. He had appeared in person, even riding a majesty-level Kun Peng, which truly overshadowed the entire Zon family. But the most astonished of all was Zon Tianyi. When he saw Yi Junlin casually walk down from the Kun Peng's back, his mind buzzed as if it was about to explode. Then an unprecedented sense of shame, like a bolt from the blue, welled up from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had just been shamelessly making up stories, and had even deliberately emphasized his relationship with this big shot. Who knew that this big shot was actually Yi Junlin? "Young Master Zon, you were just..." Countless guests looked at him with strange expressions. Someone tried hard to cover their mouth but couldn't help but gasp. "HMPH," Zon Tianyi sneered, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared viciously at Yi Junlin. At this moment, when the Zon family's ancestor heard that name, his figure paused slightly. His eyes became distant, a trace of surprise and contemplation flashing through them. All the recent rumors were about him. He really hadn't expected that the one who could command a Kun Peng would be a junior. If it weren't for the Xuanchen sect and the terrifying origin of the Kun Peng, he himself would have wanted to snatch it. After all, it was a descendant of an ancient divine beast, with a pure bloodline and immeasurable potential. But now that the person had come to his door, he had to maintain his dignity no matter what, and at the same time probe the other's true identity. "Your Majesty, Yi Junlin's personal arrival truly brings glory to my humble Zon family." The Zon family's ancestor clasped his hands and smiled, his tone very polite. With his status as a quasi-immortal, a mere majesty was not worthy of his personal condescension. But Yi Junlin was an exception. Ding. "Congratulations to the master for completing the mission. The cultivation speed of all techniques is increased by 50 times, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "It seems having a magnificent mount is not bad." Yi Junlin secretly marveled and politely returned the gesture with clasped hands. "On behalf of the Xuanchen sect, I congratulate Senior on successfully crossing the tribulation." The Zon family's ancestor nodded slightly and waved his hand, inviting him into the residence. Yi Junlin followed calmly, and the group slowly walked into the Zon family's grand residence. Look, a stunning woman in red next to him is Yi Junlin's first disciple, known as the Red Fairy. My goodness, she's so beautiful, an absolute stunner. Initially, all attention was focused on Yi Junlin, but soon many guests' eyes turned to Hong Tianyi. After all, a stunning woman in red with a cool temperament and a delicate, flawless face was simply too dazzling. As for Bai Shaoxi, she was afraid of the world's gaze and had deliberately worn a hood this time, covering her face and only revealing her petite and cute figure. Since she always followed closely behind Yi Junlin, outsiders assumed she was his handmaiden. Through the thin fabric her eyes sparkled. When she saw the neatly arranged platters of pastries, she couldn't help but wave her small hands and cheer. "Wow, there's so much to eat. Senior brother Hong." Look, Hong Tianyi's mouth twitched slightly, looking at this silly girl with a complicated expression, at a loss for words for a moment. Yi Junlin smiled and said, "Shaoxi, eat whatever you want." "Really? Then I won't be polite." Her eyes lit up instantly, and she happily ran towards the banquet. Meanwhile, Zon Tianyi squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment, deciding to take the initiative. He fanned himself with a folding fan, walking with a calm gait, a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. "Brother Yi, how have you been lately?" Yi Junlin heard the voice, stopped and turned back. He sized him up from head to toe with a strange look, thinking to himself, "Who is this fool? Do I know him?" Seeing no reaction, Zon Tianyi smiled awkwardly, coughed a few times, and emphasized again, "I am the young master of the Zon family, a direct descendant of the ancestor." The meaning was clear. "This young master's status is so noble, you should hurry up and flatter me." Yi Junlin nodded perfunctorily. "Oh, I see," Zon Tianyi smiled, preparing to receive the upcoming flattery. But in the next second, not interested, Yi Junlin dropped the words indifferently and walked away without looking back. The smile on Zon Tianyi's face froze instantly. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared crazily in his heart. "I am the young master of the Zon family, the future heir. My ancestor is a quasi-immortal, and you're just a country bumpkin. How dare you be disrespectful to me?" How dare you? The surrounding guests watched this scene in astonishment, surprised. This Zon Tianyi was truly shameless. Although he gritted his teeth in hatred due to the banquet occasion, Zon Tianyi could only forcibly suppress his anger and adjust his emotions. His gaze unconsciously fell on Hong Tianyi. She was that peerless prodigy who had once defeated the holy son of the Feather Immortal Sect, the chief disciple under Yi Junlin. Under the lights of the banquet she was like a flame burning in the dark night, her red dress further accentuating her cold and peerless temperament. The longer Zon Tianyi looked, the faster his heart beat. So beautiful, this temperament, this face. The female cultivators he had trifled with before were like mud compared to clouds when compared to her. I am a handsome and romantic young master, so many female cultivators have fallen for me. As long as I make a move she will surely be captivated by me. Zon Tianyi had toyed with countless women and conquered many arrogant female cultivators. Now, with the prestige of a quasi-immortal, he refused to believe that Hong Tianyi could remain calm in front of him. He had a perverse pleasure in taking away Yi Junlin's female disciple, a feeling that was no less than a sweet revenge, not to mention that just thinking about the scene of her being pressed beneath him after his success made Zon Tianyi's blood boil. At this moment Hong Tianyi was standing in front of an exquisite vase, his gaze fixed on one of the gorgeous flowers inside. He reached out and plucked it. The petals were like tiny stars, their light flowing and twinkling, carrying a mysterious beauty that soothed the mind. "Fairy Hong, do you like flowers too?" a voice suddenly came from behind. Zon Tianyi slowly walked over, dashing and elegant, his folding fan gently swaying, his voice gentle but full of confidence. "This flower is called the demonic capital flower, the best variety for viewing. Moreover, this flower is extremely rare. Our Zon family has only collected 6 of them. Just as a fine sword is a gift to a hero, a beautiful flower is a gift to a beauty. If Fairy Hong likes it, please take it as a small token of my affection." He was absolutely confident in this tactic of his. This move had never failed before. However, Hong Tianyi looked at the flower petals in his hand, a clear look of disdain in his eyes. He put the flower back in the vase, thinking, what a fool. This flower is called the star flower in the central region. It is a top-grade material for refining pills, capable of enhancing spiritual power, yet here it is being used as a decoration in a vase. What a country bumpkin. Seeing that the other party did not accept it, Zon Tianyi was slightly stunned, but he soon smiled again and asked softly, "Fairy Hong, don't call me Fairy." Hong Tianyi's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes sharp as a knife. "I'm a man." Zon Tianyi was momentarily stunned, but then he laughed out loud, trying hard to maintain his composure as if nothing had happened. "Fairy Hong, you're quite a joker. It's rare to be both beautiful and have a sense of humor. May I have the honor of discussing cultivation insights with you in the room next door?" As soon as the words fell, "Get lost," Hong Tianyi coldly spat out 2 words, but in an instant an invisible pressure erupted. Boom, the space seemed to collapse, and a terrifying killing intent permeated the air, pressing down on Zon Tianyi. In an instant he felt as if his head was about to explode, his ears were ringing, and his heartbeat was chaotic. Before his eyes an endless sea of blood appeared, with mountains of corpses and skeletons everywhere. In this tragic scene a red figure stood quietly, arms crossed over his chest. Around him were destructive flames, burning the entire world. A single glance made even a quasi-immortal feel like an ant. Thump! Zon Tianyi's knees went weak and he knelt on the ground, completely losing control. "Master," the Zon family head's face was grim. He walked over step by step. His words exploded in Zon Tianyi's ears like thunder, making him shudder and wake up from the nightmare. He quickly stumbled to his feet, his lips trembling as he stuttered, "Father." Slap! A loud slap was thrown, a crisp sound echoing through the hall. Zon Tianyi's half-face was swollen and in excruciating pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The Zon family head angrily rebuked, "You're a disgrace." Although it was just a slap, with his great Ascension realm cultivation, if he had really been ruthless, Zon Tianyi would probably be dead by now. Hee. Hong Tianyi crossed his arms, a sneer on his lips. His sharp gaze swept over the kneeling Zon Tianyi, then rested on the Zon family head. The Zon family head was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, "Fairy Hong, it's all my fault for not disciplining him well, allowing this wicked son to be insolent in front of you." Hong Tianyi immediately put away his smile, his face turned cold, and his voice was sonorous and forceful as he emphasized word by word, "I'm a man." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The Zon family head was slightly taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and let out a few dry laughs. "Fairy Hong, you're quite the joker." Hong Tianyi clenched his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, Shaoxi ran over. "Senior brother Hong, master asked me to bring this wine for you to taste. You should try it. This wine is delicious." The Zon family head frowned slightly, but in the end he didn't pursue the matter further and cupped his hands in farewell. After all, the other party was Yi Junlin's disciple. Someone even the Zon family ancestor had to treat with respect, let alone him. There was no need to look for trouble. Hong Tianyi didn't want to cause trouble either. After all, the Zon family ancestor who had just broken through to the quasi-immortal realm was still here. He picked up the wine jar and turned to leave, leaving Shaoxi alone. But unbeknownst to him at this moment, Shaoxi's eyes were only filled with the 2 jars of wine before her. A moment later a commotion arose. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Shaoxi, their expressions a mix of surprise and horror. "Good heavens, what is that?" A petite figure with skin as white as jade was seen holding a large wine jar in both hands, frantically pouring it into her mouth, making glug 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 sounds of enjoyment as she drank. The hood on her head slipped off, revealing a snow-white rat head. A rat head, but the body of a cute little girl. This strange contrast was dazzling, leaving people unsure whether to be astonished or to laugh. After drinking the last drop, Bai Xiaoxi hugged the wine jar, her rat face flushed red, her eyes hazy, and she mumbled, "Delicious." Yi Junlin walked over from a distance, picked up the hat for Xiaoxi. He shook his head with a bitter smile, and then left with Xiaoxi. Just then, Hong Tianye frowned slightly, seeming to have sensed something. His cold gaze swept towards a dark corner of the hall. A middle-aged man wearing a worn-out conical hat stood there quietly, radiating a murderous aura, his blood-red eyes like those of a beast about to prey. His target was none other than Zhan Tianyi. At the same time, Zhan Tianyi, completely unaware, left the main hall with his subordinates. Zhan Tianyi felt no relief in his heart. The more he thought about the humiliation at the banquet, the more his anger burned, making him extremely uncomfortable. He roared at his subordinates, "Quickly bring some girls for me. I need them urgently right now." That middle-aged man also concealed his aura and quietly followed behind. Hong Tianye squinted his eyes, a mocking curve on his lips. His eyes were like those of a beast about to tear its prey apart. Hee, looks like there's a good show to watch. Zhan Tianyi arrived at the imperial garden where two maids were already prepared, waiting to pour him wine. But he immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Get lost, all of you get lost." The maids were so frightened they quickly retreated, no one daring to provoke this young master again. But just then a bone-chilling, killing intent struck. His vision blurred and a pitch-black sword light tore through space, descending with a destructive force. Fast, precise, and ruthless, in the blink of an eye the sword light was already near his head, but at that moment a layer of dazzling purple light erupted from Zhan Tianyi's body, deflecting the sword light. A powerful force rebounded, causing the assailant to spit out a mouthful of blood. Staggering back a few steps, the middle-aged man gripped his sword hilt, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "Who are you? How dare you assassinate me?" Zhan Tianyi was both shocked and furious. This was the Zhan family's territory, and there was even a quasi-immortal ancestor presiding. Under such circumstances, who would dare to be so audacious as to assassinate him? Did they not want to live anymore? At the same time, whoosh, 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 the commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the Zhan family guards. From all directions countless divine senses swept over and powerful auras rapidly approached. "Who dares to cause trouble?" Angry shouts rang out one after another. Seeing the guards swarming in, the middle-aged man's aura suddenly became incredibly terrifying, his voice deep as if from hell. His killing intent was monstrous. "As long as I can kill you, so what if I'm never reincarnated?" Boom, a burst of blood chi erupted violently. The middle-aged man's entire body turned crimson as blood, his killing intent boiling. The longsword in his hand drew a pitch-black streak of light spanning across the sky, slashing straight at Zhan Tianyi. Not good. Zhan Tianyi's scalp tingled with fear. He tightly gripped the folding fan in his hand, which was his protective spiritual artifact. Whoosh, a brilliant cyan light shone, carrying a destructive force, meeting the sword light. But rip, the pitch-black blade cut through all obstacles, tearing everything apart. Heavenly burial steps. At the critical moment, Zhan Tianyi used all his strength to perform the Zhan family's strongest movement technique. His figure shuttled through the void, gliding like a ghost, dodging the fatal sword strike. However, with a squelch, an arm with fresh blood flew into the air, then fell into the lake. Under the hazy moonlight, a piercing scream tore through the night sky. "Ah!" Zhan Tianyi clutched his blood-soaked shoulder, his face twisted in agony. But the will to survive still drove him madly forward, disregarding the heart-wrenching pain. "Don't harm the young master." A group of guards rushed in from all directions, surrounding the man in black. The leaders were several integration realm experts, their imposing auras erupting, attempting to stop this suicidal assassin. "Whoever blocks me dies," the man in the conical hat shouted, his killing intent soaring. The sword in his hand slashed down like a torrential rainstorm. Blood splattered and figures were torn to shreds, their screams endless. "Damn it, don't run if you have the guts. Today I will take your dog's life." A bone-chilling killing intent swept over him. Zhan Tianyi trembled all over, his face ashen, and he stammered, This hero, how have I offended you? Why do you want to take my life? HMPH, the sins you've committed you can't repay in a lifetime." The cold voice was like it came from hell. "I swear I will take your dog's life today. Don't come over, don't come over." Zhan Tianyi roared, his voice distorted with fear. He had never felt so desperate. The commotion outside was so great that it alarmed the entire Zhan family. "What's going on? Is someone fighting? At such a grand banquet, who would be so bold as to cause trouble? I heard just now that an assassin is trying to kill the Zhan family's young master, and the guards are doing their best to stop him." As the news spread, the entire banquet was suddenly in an uproar. Guests flocked outside to watch the excitement. "Oh, I didn't expect such a good show." Yi Junlin stroked his chin lightly, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. He suddenly glanced at Hong Tianyi, a meaningful smile on his lips. "Little Hong, you've already figured something out, haven't you?" Hong Tianyi was startled and quickly bowed and clasped his hands. "Master, your disciple was just guessing." Hee. Yi Junlin chuckled lightly and didn't expose him. After all, this was someone else's banquet. He had originally just planned to come eat and drink and show off a bit. Now that there was a big show to watch, how could he miss it? He said faintly, "Take your junior sister and let's go take a look." Yes, Hong Tianye immediately took Bai Shaoxi's hand and quickly followed behind. Drink, want more? Bai Shaoxi's face was flushed red, drunk and mumbling nonsense. Just as the blade of the man in the conical hat was about to fall on Zhang Tianyi's head, a hand suddenly gently grabbed the blade and the entire clear sky instantly darkened. Who dares to be insolent in the Zhan family? The majestic voice thundered through the sky. The Zhan family ancestor's eyes were icy, shooting out a cold light. Then his aged body moved with extreme speed, and in an instant he had suppressed the middle-aged man to the ground. Damn it! The man in the conical hat was forcefully pressed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his spirit listless. He gritted his teeth and roared with unwillingness. A quasi-immortal. The Zhan family ancestor waved his hand, his voice as loud as a bell. Speak! His cold gaze swept over the man in the conical hat's scarred body, carrying an irresistible majesty. Who sent you? How dare you openly cause trouble at my banquet? Do you really not take our Zhan family seriously? The ancestor had just broken through to the quasi-immortal realm and announced it to the world. Yet at this critical juncture, someone dared to openly assassinate his direct grandson. This was a blatant provocation. No matter who the mastermind was, he would surely retaliate with thunderous means. Who sent me? Ha ha ha. The man in the conical hat laughed loudly, his laughter wild, both sarcastic and sad. He grinned, his eyes filled with resentment. I'm just a person who has done a lot of evil and is not tolerated by heaven and earth. But compared to him, his trembling finger pointed at Zhan Tianyi, this scum is the one who truly deserves to die. If you hadn't intervened, I would have taken his dog head long ago, he roared. Furious to the extreme, the Zhan family ancestor frowned slightly after hearing this and turned to Zhan Tianyi. Do you know him? Zhan Tianyi said angrily, gritting his teeth. Ancestor, he's just a madman. I don't know him at all. Damn it, he's crazy. He's hell-bent on killing me. In his eyes, this was a complete disaster that had fallen from the sky. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with pride, and said coldly, Listen up, my name is Li Wuji. I won't change my name even if I die. What? The surroundings instantly exploded. Li Wuji, the surrounding crowd exclaimed, their faces pale. Someone whispered, He is the Blade Demon. Li Wuji in the eastern region, his reputation was so infamous that it was enough to make people tremble with fear because his blade was extremely fast, cruel and peerless, and he didn't follow any rules. Anyone he targeted, regardless of their status or background, would be killed by his blade. Once he appeared in Yunzhou like a madman, constantly challenging experts from all over to hone his blade Dao. Those he sought out, no matter how strong, only had two outcomes: their reputation ruined or their life ended by his blade. For this reason he was called the Blade Demon. Unexpectedly today, someone as infamous as the Blade Demon would appear to assassinate the young master of the Zhan family. Damn it, how did the Zhan family's invitation fall into the hands of such a demonic cultivator? The Zhan family head's face was livid, his anger soaring, and he shouted at his subordinates. But at that moment, stop shouting. Li Wuji's voice was as cold as ice. I stole it. Zhan Tianyi's face was pale. Tried to calm down and said through gritted teeth, Blade Demon Li Wuji, I've heard of your name, but we've never met and have no enmity. Why are you trying to assassinate me at the cost of your life? No enmity, Li Wuji roared, his eyes as red as a crazed beast's. My sister died at your hands. Your sister? Zhan Tianyi was stunned. Li Wuji sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. My sister's name is Xiaofei. We grew up together, relying on each other, and embarked on the path of cultivation together. When she broke through to the Golden Core realm, she said she wanted to travel to the Spirit Province to see the most beautiful sea of flowers in the eastern region. But at that time I had just obtained a fortuitous opportunity and was engrossed in practicing my blade techniques, so I didn't accompany her. As a result, he clenched his fists, his voice hoarse with regret. A few months later I only received a shattered jade slip. That was when I learned that she had met with a mishap in the Spirit Province. Li Wuji gripped his blade hilt tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. His voice was low and pained. I immediately rushed to the Spirit Province and searched everywhere, spending almost all my wealth just to get a piece of news. She had a dispute with you at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Anyang City. After that, she was taken away by the Zhan family's guards and never appeared again. My sister was a Golden Core cultivator. I dare not imagine what would happen to her if she fell into your hands. Li Wuji roared, his voice filled with grief and overwhelming killing intent. From that day on I swore to take revenge no matter the cost. I trained hard in my saber techniques, sought out strong opponents for duels everywhere, and constantly improved my strength. 100 years ago, I broke through to the integration realm, but when I went to find you, you were always surrounded by powerful guards every time you appeared. If I had acted rashly, I would have been defeated, so I could only endure and wait for an opportunity. And this time, he sneered, his eyes as cold as frost, the Zhan family's banquet is the best opportunity for me to strike. But then he gritted his teeth, his killing intent exploding. But I didn't expect at this point. Li Wuji roared, his voice hoarse and filled with hatred. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth and his figure staggered, but his eyes still burned like flames in the dark night. You're really lucky, so hard to kill. I was so close, just that close. Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Li Xiaofei. Zhan Tianyi frowned slightly. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed, a playful curve on his lips. Oh, so that's how it is. He leaned down, looking at the wounded Li Wuji kneeling on the ground. His voice was full of mockery. I remember now, was that little firecracker your sister? He laughed out loud, his eyes indifferent, as if talking about an old toy. I've played with many female cultivators. I've probably forgotten most of them. But he squinted, his tone becoming excited. But there are still a few who left a deep impression on me, worth savoring even after many years. For example, he slowly said word by word, your sister. A wicked glint flashed in his eyes. She did have a fiery figure, but unfortunately her temper was like a firecracker, exploding at the slightest touch. But that kind of woman is more interesting when she's conquered, he laughed. He seemed to be relishing an extremely pleasant memory. I saw her at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and wanted to get to know her, but she didn't appreciate my offer. He dragged out his words, his eyes full of ridicule. So I had my men grab her and tie her to my bed. At that moment, her expression was truly spectacular. She steamed, she cursed, she struggled. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes as if savoring that wonderful taste. It wasn't long before she was crying and begging for mercy. Ah, that sound of crying was truly beautiful, he chuckled, his tongue lightly licking his lips, his eyes like a wolf watching its struggling prey. She was very spirited, but in my hands she was ultimately just a fiery mare for me to ride, truly exciting. Stop talking, Li Wuji roared, his voice trembling, his whole body shaking violently as tears streamed down his blood-streaked face. He clenched his jaw, but he couldn't suppress the heart-wrenching pain, yet the man opposite him only grew more excited. Zhan Tianyi looked at him and laughed out loud, a perverse pleasure in his eyes. After 3 days and 3 nights her spiritual energy was depleted and she lost consciousness. I was starting to get bored. He gently raised his hand, making a choking gesture. I ended her life in a very merciful way. Li Wuji, he tilted his head, smiling, his voice full of mockery. After what I did to your sister, do you have the heart to kill me? Or perhaps you should thank me? Ha ha! Boom! Li Wuji completely broke down, tears mixed with blood, sliding down his face which was contorted with pain. He shrieked, a sharp cry tearing through the space filled with endless resentment. You're a beast, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Why is someone like you still alive? I'm going to kill you, kill you. The grief-stricken roar echoed throughout the hall. In the center of the hall a harsh voice sounded. Blade Demon Li Wuji, a mere demonic cultivator like you dares to bark in the Zhan family's home? The Zhan family head stepped out, his eyes sharp, his voice as cold as iron. In my opinion, you're nothing but a low-class demonic cultivator. As soon as his words fell, the Zhan family head waved his hand and pointed lightly. Instantly an invisible force shot from his fingertip, flying towards Li Wuji. Peeved, a mouthful of blood sprayed out mixed with shattered internal organs. It's your sister's honor. To be used as a cultivation vessel by my son. Her worthless life isn't worth you coming to kill my son for, is it? Hong Tianyi's expression turned grim. The killing intent in his heart fully ignited, not out of sympathy, but simply because he despised people like Zhan Tianyi. His gaze swept over the Zhan family ancestor, frowning slightly, and he forcibly suppressed his killing intent. After all, the other party was a quasi-immortal expert. There was already a gap between him and the Great Ascension realm, and the difference between a quasi-immortal and a Great Ascension cultivator was fundamental, not to mention he hadn't broken through yet. Li Wuji trembled, his eyes crimson, trying to stand up, but his entire body was exhausted. Ah, he struggled only to fall back to the ground, rage burning in his chest, but what he hated most was his own weakness, comparing my sister to this beast. You are not worthy, you're an old beast, an old dog, ha ha ha, a cold voice sounded, filled with soaring anger. Shut up. Zhan Tianyi roared, his face contorted with rage. How dare you insult my father? What are you to be barking here? It was your sister's honor to die at my hands as for you. He sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. A demonic cultivator like you is someone everyone has the right to kill. What right do you have to speak so wildly here? After speaking, he just gave a slight signal. His subordinates immediately understood and shouted in unison. Li Wuji, it was your sister's blessing to receive the young master's favor. Even in death she is fortunate. You are being ungrateful. The young master's status is noble. How can a filthy demonic cultivator like you tarnish it? You are just a dog while our young master is the heavens. The shouts echoed in the hall. Some guests who wanted to curry favor with the Zhan family also joined in, constantly accusing Li Wuji, condemning him for his rudeness and eccentric behavior. See, it's already clear who is right and who is wrong, the Zhan family head sneered in the air. Yi Jun watched with his arms crossed. A man who was fighting desperately to avenge his sister was branded a demonic cultivator, and a young master who had committed all sorts of vile deeds was revered as a righteous cultivator. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering an option mission, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Option 1. Step in to save Li Wuji, take him as a disciple, and at the same time make the Zhan family ancestor willingly kill Zhan Tianyi. If successful, the Zhan family ancestor will even have to thank you. Reward. A peerless technique, War Saint Fist. Option 2. Remain silent in the face of injustice. Reward. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Junlin was startled. What? He was not only surprised that the system had triggered an option mission, but also by the content of the mission. He could get 10 low-grade spirit stones just by remaining silent. Heavens, what a huge sum of money. He immediately gritted his teeth and glared at the sky. System, I curse your entire family, don't give me this kind of charity money. 10 low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't even be bothered to look at such a paltry sum. Now there was only one path left. Choose the first option. Step in to save Li Wuji and take him as a disciple. At first, he thought this choice seemed normal, but the further he read, the more he felt like the whole world was playing a trick on him. Make the Zan family ancestor willingly kill Zan Tianyi and then have him thank him for it. What kind of trick was this? At this moment, Zan Tianyi saw that the time was right and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Li Wuji, it's all over. Live a better life in your next life. He snatched the longsword from a guard's hand and walked over step by step, killing intent permeating the air. Zan Tianyi's face was ferocious as he slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, thwack, a dark shadow appeared before him. With just a light flick of a finger, boom, a burst of energy erupted. Crack, the sword in Zan Tianyi's hand shattered and he staggered back several steps, his face filled with shock. What do you mean by this? At this moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was that Yi Junlin who just acted? What's going on? Why would a disciple of the Zan Tian sect step in? Does he want to protect the Blade Demon, Li Wuji? But Li Wuji is a demonic cultivator. How could this be? This is the Zan family's territory. Is he trying to publicly slap the Zan family in the face? Discussions erupted all around. The Zan family head's face turned livid, his eyes darkened, and he spoke coldly. Venerable Yi, what is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping my son from dealing with this demonic cultivator? Yi Junlin gently flicked his hand, his tone as light as the wind. On a whim, I've decided to take this person as my disciple. Whoever dares to touch him is my enemy. As soon as the words fell, the entire Zan family residence seemed to explode. Countless people widened their eyes, unable to believe their ears, almost thinking they had misheard. Has this guy gone mad? How dare he say such a thing? Li Wuji stared blankly at the figure standing in front of him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Hailing from the agricultural domain, he had naturally heard of Yi Junlin's name, a legendary figure who had recently shaken the world and struck fear into the hearts of many powerful individuals. However, he never imagined that Yi Junlin would dare to take him as a disciple, disregarding all consequences. The Zan family ancestor's face darkened, his eyes as cold as frost. When did a junior dare to be so insolent in front of a quasi-immortal? Yi Junlin, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. A cold warning sounded. The Zan family ancestor's entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Boom, the entire sky trembled. Senior, you should leave quickly, Li Wuji said urgently, his voice hoarse. Your kindness. I will remember it in my heart. If there is a next life, I will surely repay you by being your ox and horse. At this moment, Hong Tianyi was also stunned, his handsome face filled with disbelief. What's wrong with this guy? Does he think he's invincible, that all cultivators have to give him face? This is a quasi-immortal. Hong Tianyi took a deep breath. In his opinion, to risk one's life for a stranger was the height of stupidity. Yi Junlin tilted his head slightly, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Little Hong, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come over with your master to protect your new junior brother. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Hong Tianyi's face turned as black as charcoal. Are you insane? If you want to die, don't drag me with you, he roared inwardly. But under Yi Junlin's pressing gaze, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly walk forward, standing by with his head bowed. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, very obedient. Hong Tianyi's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly, wanting to rush up and kill someone to vent his anger. HMPH, do you two, master and disciple, really think my Zan family is easy to bully? The Zan family ancestor snorted coldly. Boom, a cold light flashed in his eyes, his voice thundering through the sky, shaking for thousands of miles. Countless beings on the surrounding floating islands trembled. A quasi-immortal's wrath was like the heavens descending. Hong Tianyi felt a pressure like Mount Tai crashing down, the spiritual energy in his body almost stagnating. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, is this the gap in strength? No more drinking. I'm not drinking anymore. Bao Shaoxi was scared sober from her drunken state, her two small hands waving wildly, her rat face full of terror. But facing the pressure from a quasi-immortal, not only did Yi Junlin not retreat, but a strong sense of excitement welled up in his heart. That's right, just like this. Hurry up and attack me. Whether the mission is completed or not is still unknown, but leveling up is definitely a sure thing. Boom, suddenly, the sky darkened, and another terrifying aura spread out, its power so strong that it changed the color of the mountains and rivers, directly overwhelming the Zan family ancestor's pressure. Who? The Zan family ancestor's eyes widened, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and he cried out in horror. Another quasi-immortal, but this person's aura is even stronger than mine. Where is Yi Junlin? A majestic voice came indifferently from high above. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows, feeling an extremely strong hostility. Who's barking? Whoosh, a powerful figure appeared in the sky, radiating with a brilliant light, dazzling like a golden sun illuminating all things. A feeling of sacred inviolability enveloped the heavens and the earth. The Zan family ancestor took a deep breath, his eyes filled with apprehension. He couldn't describe his feeling at this moment. Damn it, I just broke through to quasi-immortal, and today I wanted to show off my might, standing high above to be revered by all. But a stronger expert suddenly appeared, stealing all his thunder. What made him most uncomfortable was that the other party's cultivation was also at the early stage of tribulation transcendence, just like him. But the difference in aura between the two made him feel like a cheap counterfeit. What the hell is going on? Who is putting on a show here? Yi Junlin took out a pair of specially made sunglasses and put them on. Only then could he barely make out the figure as bright as the sun. It was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, his entire body radiating an unfathomable aura of destruction. This humble Taoist is from the Feather Immortal Sect with the Taoist name Zhuyang. The powerful voice echoed between heaven and earth as if a god from the 9 heavens was speaking. Upon hearing this, many people's faces immediately changed. I know him. He is the strongest venerable of the Feather Immortal Sect. I heard he is also the master of the Feather Immortal Sect's holy son. Venerable Zhuyang? No, it should be Quasi-Immortal Zhuyang now. If he has come here in person, I'm afraid there's only one purpose. He wants to take matters into his own hands. Yi Junlin is probably in danger this time. The Zan family ancestor instantly understood. He sneered inwardly. Yi Junlin was truly digging his own grave. It seems I don't need to act. He will surely pay the price today. That's good too. The responsibility will fall entirely on the Feather Immortal Sect and my Zan family can stay completely out of it. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled, stepped forward and said in an extremely friendly tone, "Ha ha ha, congratulations fellow Taoist on breaking through to Tribulation Transcendence. Like myself, you are now a quasi-immortal." But Quasi-Immortal Zhuyang just glanced at him coldly, his voice icy and merciless. "This humble Taoist is looking for Yi Junlin. I heard he also came to attend the Zan family's banquet." Yi Junlin casually wore his large sunglasses, pointing directly at the golden figure in the sky, his tone arrogant and cold. "I'm right here, what do you want?" As soon as the words fell, the entire place went dead silent. The cultivators' expressions immediately turned to horror and despair, looking at Yi Junlin as if he were a madman. Rumble, the crowd, once as dense as a sea, scattered in an instant like frightened birds and beasts. Everyone avoided Yi Junlin as if he were a plague. Even the paralyzed Li Wuji on the ground shivered. He thought to himself, should I crawl a little further away? He had always considered himself crazy enough, but compared to this one he was truly insignificant, not worth mentioning. It's over. Hong Tianye stood frozen in place, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The Zan family ancestor hadn't been dealt with yet, and now another expert even stronger than him had arrived. It would be difficult to escape death this time. Boom! A destructive beam of light tore through the long sky. High above, Quasi-Immortal Zhuyang was enraged, his golden hair flying wildly in the wind, his eyes like 2 burning suns scorching the space, his power terrifying. His gaze alone made countless cultivators dare not look directly at him. "Arrogant, this brat dares to provoke me." Quasi-Immortal Zhuyang shouted sternly, his voice echoing in all directions. But Yi Junlin just lazily raised his middle finger, his face full of provocation. "What are you barking about? I'm asking you, what are you barking about, brat?" Quasi-Immortal Zhuyang was furious. "Go to hell right now!" Boom! He raised his hand and condensed a golden ball of light. As soon as it formed, it emitted a terrifying heat, causing the space to distort. In an instant, the ball of light shot out like a meteor, emitting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, it expanded rapidly in the air. Runes intertwined and wrapped around it, like a small sun descending, aimed straight at Yi Junlin. The rolling pressure, like a tsunami, enveloped an area of 100 miles. Not good. Hong Tianye felt a chill all over his body. The golden ball of light before him was expanding rapidly. He wanted to run, but the space was sealed, and his body felt as if it were imprisoned, making it difficult to even lift his foot. This was the power of a quasi-immortal. On the other side, the Zan family ancestor was still watching, his mouth twitching constantly, his eyes filled with fear and unease. If this ball of light were to fall, would my Zan family's residence still exist? Rumble, the huge golden ball of light whistled over, carrying a terrifying heatwave crushing the space. But just then, boom, Yi Junlin suddenly felt his blood boil as if a flame was burning fiercely within him. Ding detected that the host is being attacked by a quasi-immortal at the early stage of Tribulation Transcendence. The passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I am, has been triggered. Obtained mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence Realm Cultivation. As the notification sound rang, boom, an earth-shattering energy erupted like a volcano. Rumble. Yi Junlin's entire body underwent a complete transformation. His skin became like white jade, emitting a crystalline luster like a priceless divine object. His eyes were like 2 stars, deep and endless, shining with the brilliance of the Milky Way. His long hair turned silver white, each strand crystal clear like a brilliant river of stars. At this moment, from this black-clothed youth an immortal aura permeated, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal world. You're also a quasi-immortal? Hong Tianye's mind went blank, dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing, but Yi Junlin just sneered. "Just a little trick." He flicked his finger lightly. Boom, an invisible force suddenly erupted, and the huge golden ball of light was flicked away like a glass bead. Whoosh, it pierced through the long sky, turning into a destructive tornado. What? Quasi-Immortal Zhuyang's eyes widened, and he roared in horror. Boom, the golden ball of light exploded in the air, a dazzling light erupting like a solar flare, the destructive aura sweeping in all directions. All the cultivators were shaken. They were like petrified statues, their mouths agape, their faces filled with incredulous horror. What? Mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence? The Zan family ancestor trembled, his entire body as if struck by lightning. A storm raged in his heart. He's actually, without a sound, reached a higher cultivation level than me. The Zan family head next to him was pale as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Quasi-immortal. How could he be a quasi-immortal? But the most shocked of all was Zan Tianyi. Boom, his mind completely collapsed. For so many years, because he had the Zan family ancestor, a quasi-immortal, behind him, he had always looked down on Yi Junlin. But in reality, Yi Junlin was a quasi-immortal himself. The cultivators everywhere were completely stunned. Their perception was completely subverted. Heavens, isn't he a venerable? No, he is a quasi-immortal, a real quasi-immortal. No wonder he was so arrogant, there was a reason for it. We were all deceived by him. The crowd looked at each other, feeling as if they had just experienced a nightmare. Boom, in the air the dazzling ball of light dissipated, and a golden figure still stood proudly in the void. Quasi-immortal Juyang, his golden hair danced wildly, his eyes burning with raging flames, looking at Yi Junlin with overwhelming killing intent. Quasi-immortal Juyang's eyes were crimson as he roared furiously, "Shameless to have the cultivation of a quasi-immortal and still hide it. You've shamed all of us cultivators." Yi Junlin still stood calmly in the air, his face sincere, his voice resonant. "I've been wronged, I only just broke through. I was really only at the Great Ascension realm before. If there's a single word of falsehood, may I be struck by lightning." The oath was earth-shattering, but nonsense. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Quasi-immortal Juyang was so angry he almost spat blood. His eyes were crimson, having never heard such a shameless lie. Yi Junlin shrugged, his tone filled with helplessness. "Sigh, if you don't believe me then forget it." The onlookers looked at each other, their mouths twitching incessantly. To have such a thick skin was truly rare in all of history. Roar! Quasi-immortal Juyang let out a long howl, his entire body emitting a brilliant light. Golden rays of light erupted like the heaven's sun descending. In just an instant a giant hand nearly 1,000 jong tall appeared in the air, a huge ball of light resting on its palm, its brilliance dazzling, shaking the 9 heavens. Rolling heat poured out, scorching the space, but just then, Yi Junlin stood with his arms crossed, relaxed and at ease, a mocking smile on his lips. "Die!" Quasi-immortal Juyang roared. A giant golden hand suddenly slapped down, the ball of light erupting violently. Boom, the sky trembled. Energy swept in all directions, the dazzling light like a solar eclipse, the space distorted, the earth shook. The Zan family ancestor's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, his face pale. Both were at the early stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. Why was the gap so vast? He thought if he were standing there, he would probably have been turned to ash. HMPH, just because your cultivation is high, you're arrogant. Let's see how you die this time. The Zan family ancestor sneered, a trace of pleasure welling up in his heart, but in the next moment, what? His eyes widened like bronze bells, his whole body trembling. The smoke dissipated. Yi Junlin still stood there in the void unharmed, not even a single hair out of place. The Zan family ancestor was terrified to the extreme, a chill running down his spine. How is this possible? Yi Junlin looked down and glanced at quasi-immortal Juyang. He smirked, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "With just this much skill, you dare try to kill me, with the indestructible tyrant body technique active. My defense is peerless, combined with the absolute advantage in my cultivation, hurting me is nothing but a fool's dream." You? Quasi-immortal Juyang was both shocked and enraged. The move he had just used was no ordinary one, yet his opponent had taken it head-on with just his body and remained unscathed. His eyes darkened as he immediately reassessed Yi Junlin's strength. It was clear that he had reached a whole new level. Sunflare wheel. Quasi-immortal Juyang waved his hand and a dazzling crimson gold ring appeared in the air. Infused with surging magical power, it radiated light like a sun. This was a rare treasure-grade artifact. Although it was of the lowest grade, its power far surpassed the combined strength of 10,000 ninth-grade spirit artifacts. Once a spirit artifact was promoted to a treasure-grade artifact, it was like a carp transforming into a flood dragon. The two were no longer on the same level. This treasure artifact was the fruit of their sect's painstaking efforts. Even a late-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator would have to face it with caution. Quasi-immortal Juyang sneered. "Let's see who's tougher, you or me," he roared, channeling all his power into the Sunflare wheel. The Sunflare wheel emitted boundless divine light. Its brilliant radiance tore through the void, heading straight for Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin sneered and secretly activated the indestructible tyrant body technique. Boom, his entire body erupted with an imposing aura as vast as a mountain. White vapor rolled like a tsunami rushing towards the heavens. Clang, a piercing sound rang out. The Sunflare wheel spun wildly, unleashing rings of light, but they were all blocked by Yi Junlin's palm. Sparks rained down, each drop capable of burning the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. The scene was spectacularly grand. "Damn it, I don't believe you're really that tough," Quasi-immortal Juyang roared and once again channeled all his power into the Sunflare wheel. The light from the Sunflare wheel suddenly grew brighter, its power instantly surging. All its force converged, carrying an indomitable killing intent as it slashed fiercely towards Yi Junlin's forehead. A scorching gale swept forth, the sharp killing aura seeming to tear everything apart. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of seriousness finally appearing in his heart. HMPH, he raised both hands, clamping down on the Sunflare wheel like iron pincers. Crack, crack, under the terrifying force, the treasure artifact in his hands groaned as if it couldn't bear the strain. Seeing this, all the cultivators from the various sects were stunned. Is this guy even human? Catching a treasure artifact with his bare hands? Is he an ancient beast cloaked in human skin? The Zan family ancestor broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Such terrifying defensive power, if it were me, I would have been torn into a bloody mist by the Sunflare wheel long ago. There's no way I could survive. Quasi-immortal Juyang's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock. Yi Junlin smiled faintly, his expression proud. My toughness is something you can't compare to. He now had a relative assessment of his own defensive capabilities. He bent his body slightly, secretly gathering power. Boom, a single punch shook the void violently, sending the sunflare wheel flying. Clack, the sunflare wheel was knocked out of Quasi-Immortal Juyang's hands. The golden light shattered into pieces before quickly reassembling and spinning in the air. Quasi-Immortal Juyang's heart was filled with shock. This was a treasure artifact, second only to an immortal artifact. The power it contained was incredibly terrifying, specifically designed to slay Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivators. Yet Yi Junlin had caught it with his physical body and even sent it flying. I have never seen such a tough person. Yi Junlin shook his head and sighed. Seeing as you helped me break through, I can give you one more chance. Hearing this, Quasi-Immortal Juyang felt mocked, his pride trampled. Yi Junlin, between you and me, one of us will not rest until the other is dead. A violent killing intent emanated from his body. His eyes turned blood red like a wild beast's, and his aura surged dramatically. Swish, 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 silver-white patterns suddenly appeared on his skin, emitting a dazzling sacred light. The rolling aura seemed poised to pierce the heavens. A downward-pointing triangular pattern appeared on his forehead, and his eyes shone with silver light like two small suns. His aura surged several times over, becoming countless times stronger than before. Kill, a heaven-shaking roar. Hum, the sunflare wheel immediately emitted a myriad of divine lights, spinning wildly and instantly splitting into several thousand phantoms, forming a massive vortex that enveloped Yi Junlin. At this moment, Yi Junlin truly felt a threat. He didn't dare to be careless. His magical power surged like a tsunami, and all the strength within his body erupted. Boom, he raised both hands and the seal of the human king descended. In an instant, countless phantoms of the sunflare wheel were crushed. The king's seal suppressed the entire void, rolling towards Quasi-Immortal Juyang. Impossible, Quasi-Immortal Juyang roared, resisting with all his might. His entire body shone brightly, every pore erupting with dazzling golden light. His body expanded as if he were about to incinerate himself. Boom boom, the seal of the human king shattered, but immediately after, 9 dazzling suns rose. Quasi-Immortal Juyang was bathed in blood, his skin covered in cracks, his eyes wild and ferocious. His body began to change, the patterns on his skin continuously shattering, but the power he gained in return was unimaginable. Boom, the sky suddenly lit up. 9 golden suns hung in the sky, each one like an ancient sun, its dazzling light enveloping the entire world, a rolling heat scorching the space. Ah! Below, countless residents billowed black smoke, letting out wretched screams. Quasi-Immortal Juyang, he's gone mad. Hundreds of experts' legs went weak. They hurriedly summoned their magical treasures, desperately resisting the soul-searing light. Quasi-Immortal Juyang sneered, I admit you're strong, but how will you deal with this ultimate technique? This was Quasi-Immortal Juyang's strongest ultimate technique, enhanced by his Sect secret method, powerful enough to shatter heaven and earth. The 9 suns were dazzling, their killing intent filling the world, their pressure oppressing the space as if wanting to destroy everything. However, facing this earth-shattering power, Yi Junlin just smiled faintly. He raised his arm and said softly, Open your dog eyes and watch carefully. Boom, a ball of purple light slowly condensed above his head. In an instant, the purple sphere expanded wildly. The space vibrated, and the heavens and earth trembled. Boom, a massive purple sun appeared in the sky. Its dazzling purple light seemed to illuminate all of eternity, an aura of eternal indestructibility permeating the air. Quasi-Immortal Juyang's eyes widened, his voice trembling. The 5 extremes samsara great annihilation technique, but immediately after, the shock in his eyes was replaced by madness. His bloodline boiled and his veins bulged like frenzied pythons. Today either you die or I live. As soon as his words fell, boom boom, 9 golden spheres of light like 9 ancient suns came crashing down simultaneously. However, Yi Junlin just sneered contemptuously, his eyes filled with disdain. You think you're worthy of fighting me? With that, the purple sphere of light in his hand instantly erupted. Boom, the purple light shook the heavens and earth, transforming into an endless sea of light, colliding head-on with the 9 massive suns. Boom boom boom, the earth-shattering vibrations tore the sky apart. The purple divine light swept like a flood, devouring the incoming golden spheres of light one by one. The violent energy surged, rapidly sweeping towards Quasi-Immortal Juyang. No, impossible. Quasi-Immortal Juyang froze for a moment, his expression stiff as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Then he suddenly grabbed his hair and laughed maniacally. It's fake, it's all fake. This can't be happening. How could a newly ascended Quasi-Immortal beat me to this state? How is this possible? Boom, before he could think further, the sea of purple light had already swept over, engulfing his entire figure. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. Soon, the sky was azure, the sun was brilliant as if nothing had happened. Quasi-Immortal Juyang had completely vanished. Yi Junlin nonchalantly took off his sunglasses, squinted at the sky and said softly, Finally, it's not so glaring. As his words fell, his gaze swept over a trembling figure in front of him. At this moment, the Zan family ancestor was still immersed in his terror. Suddenly meeting Yi Junlin's gaze, his face turned pale, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and shouted, Quasi-Immortal Yi's divine abilities are vast. I am thoroughly impressed. Was this a joke? Even a powerful Tribulation Transcendence cultivator like Quasi-Immortal Juyang was easily annihilated by him. How many moves could an old man like me last? It's better to surrender quickly than to be turned to ash in an instant. However, Yi Junlin floated over to the Zon family ancestor's side, patted his shoulder, and a cold smile played on his lips. Little Zon, I was taking a disciple just now. Do you have any objections? No, I wouldn't dare. The Zon family ancestor's cold sweat poured down like rain as he stammered a forced smile. Quasi-Immortal Yi, how would this humble one dare to have any objections? Please feel free to take him. Ha ha. Yi Junlin chuckled, his hand gripping the ancestor's shoulder tightly. Crack. The sound of bone cracking was chilling. A sharp pain shot through him, and the Zon family ancestor nearly screamed out, "Ah, Quasi-Immortal Yi, spare me, spare me." The Zon family ancestor cried out in pain, his heart filled with terror. After the lesson he had just learned, how would he dare to resist now? He could only tremble and endure, allowing this white-haired youth to decide his fate. Yi Junlin said indifferently, "My disciple Li Wuji was bullied like this by your Zon family. As his master, it's only natural for me to seek justice for him. Don't you think that's reasonable?" The Zon family ancestor swallowed, nodding repeatedly. "Reasonable, very reasonable. I just don't know how Quasi-Immortal Yi wishes to handle this." His voice was filled with bitterness. "What else can I do? I'm just a lump of clay now, to be kneaded as he pleases." Yi Junlin slowly narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly turning cold. "I want you to personally kill every Zon family member here." The icy killing intent instantly permeated the void. The temperature plummeted, as if the entire world had been plunged into ice and snow. "What?" The Zon family ancestor was as if struck by lightning, his face pale without a trace of blood. "Is this demand excessive?" Yi Junlin asked calmly. The Zon family ancestor's face was ashen, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Excessive? It was utterly insane. There were at least several million Zon family members living on these floating islands. To ask him to kill them all with his own hands, was there any justice left in the world? The Zon family ancestor lowered his head and pleaded in a humble tone, "Quasi-Immortal Yi, could you lighten this request? Many of the Zon family members are innocent." Yi Junlin snorted coldly, speaking with righteous indignation. "You only lost your family members, but my disciple lost his sister. Do you, old man, have any conscience left?" The Zon family ancestor froze, his mouth twitching. These words sounded a bit strange. Yi Junlin stood with his hands behind his back and said slowly, "Does the situation need to be escalated to this point? You've already broken through to Quasi-Immortal. Your lifespan has been extended by hundreds of thousands of years. Isn't that enough time to remarry, have children, and bring glory to your ancestors? What are you still clinging to?" The Zon family ancestor's face was grim, his heart like dead ashes. "If I really do this, I'm afraid I'll be plagued by inner demons for the rest of my life. How can I continue to cultivate? Yi, Quasi-Immortal Yi, please have mercy." The Zon family ancestor knelt on the ground, begging bitterly. Yi Junlin stared at the Zon family ancestor for a long time, his eyes deep and unreadable. Finally, he sighed, tilting his head back slightly and shaking it. "Forget it. I suppose I am a reasonable person after all." With his hands behind his back, he continued nonchalantly, "In that case, just take care of the main culprit." Hearing this, the Zon family ancestor was stunned for a moment, but then joy flooded his heart. From slaughtering the entire Zon family to now only needing to kill one person to atone, could there be anything better? He immediately cupped his hands in a salute, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Quasi-Immortal Yi, for your mercy." As his words fell, his eyes suddenly turned icy. He turned his head to look at a middle-aged man standing in the distance. "Zon family head." The man was slightly startled, his face pale. An ominous premonition like a cold blade scraped across his neck. "Ancestor, you—" Before he could react, boom, a ruthless palm strike descended. Blood gushed out like a spring as the Zon family head's body flew through the air. His chest caved in, his breath instantly ceasing. "Father?" Standing nearby, Zon Tianyi was dumbfounded, his whole body trembling. He couldn't believe his own ancestor would suddenly strike, killing his father on the spot. "Why, ancestor, why did you do this?" Zon Tianyi's eyes were bloodshot as he roared frantically, but the Zon family ancestor paid him no mind, merely turning to ask respectfully, "Quasi-Immortal Yi, are you satisfied with this?" The space fell into a dead silence. Yi Junlin's gaze was as cold as frost, and his voice deepened a few shades. "Satisfied? Are you a pig?" The Zon family ancestor was startled, his face stiffening. "I told you to kill the main culprit. Why did you kill his father?" The Zon family ancestor stared with innocent eyes. Answering seriously, "You said the main culprit. I thought, when a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. The responsibility naturally lies with his father." After a moment of silence, Yi Junlin stared at the old man before him, his expression unreadable. Finally he just sighed. "Forget it. Let's make it a pair then. Trouble you to kill him as well." Boom! Before Zon Tianyi could recover, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped his entire body. His bones cracked, his internal organs burned like fire, and his face instantly twisted, turning as white as a pig's liver. His eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets as he stared in horror at the one who had attacked him. It was the ancestor again. His entire world collapsed. He never thought that he would one day die at the hands of the person he admired most. "You beast, you almost caused the entire clan to be buried with you." The Zon family ancestor gritted his teeth. His voice filled with resentment. He tightened his grip. Boom! Zon Tianyi was crushed on the spot. Blood splattered and flesh flew everywhere, like a blood-red flower blooming in despair. "All right," Yi Junlin nodded calmly, his eyes without a ripple. The Zan family ancestor hurriedly bowed, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Quasi-Immortal Yi, for your mercy. The entire Zan family will remember this great kindness. At the same time, ha ha ha, a burst of wild laughter rang out. Li Wuji clenched his fists, laughing up at the sky. After years of forbearance, the hatred in his heart was finally vented. Sister, did you see that? That beast finally got what he deserved. Swish, Yi Junlin appeared before him in an instant, his gaze as sharp as a blade, as if it could see through his very soul. He asked sternly, now that your great vengeance has been exacted, are you willing to enter my tutelage? Li Wuji was stunned. He looked at the white-haired man before him with trembling eyes, tears silently streaming down his face. Under the gaze of countless eyes he fell to his knees, his voice hoarse but firm. Li Wuji is willing to enter your tutelage. From now on my life belongs to Master. I will not hesitate, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. If I betray the sect, may I be condemned by heaven and earth and die without a burial place. His voice was as loud as thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone around. Yi Junlin smiled slightly and nodded. At that moment, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 1 top-tier ultimate technique, War Saint Fist, ding, detected that the disciple's aptitude is exceptional. The system is gifting a free upgrade package. Reward, 1 Supreme Saber Technique, Chaotic Heavenly Saber Art. Reward, 1 Qian Yuan Human Blood Pill to activate the Berserker bloodline within the disciple's body. Berserker bloodline, an extremely rare constitution among all the heavens and realms. In a short period, one's combat power can surge to an earth-shattering degree, but the price is that one's mind is prone to falling into chaos, becoming a madman who knows only slaughter and destruction. Once control is lost, they will transform into a true demon until their life force is exhausted. Yi Junlin was slightly surprised, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect to pick up a treasure. He quietly observed Li Wuji, faintly understanding that his reckless all-or-nothing behavior was not just due to his personality, but also because an evil bloodline lay dormant within him. Once awakened, his strength would erupt like a storm. But it would also mean descending into madness, becoming a puppet of endless slaughter. The thought flashed through his mind. Yi Junlin gently raised his hand, his fingertip lightly tapping Li Wuji's forehead. His voice was steady, both cold and gentle. Li Wuji, as your master, I will pass on a saber technique to you. Li Wuji was stunned, his heart skipping a beat. The technique he currently cultivated was a low-grade venerable level saber art left by a great Ascension Realm senior. To him that was already a priceless treasure, but the man before him, Yi Junlin, a tribulation transcendence expert, what level of saber technique would he impart? As the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but hesitate. Yi Junlin didn't look like a saber cultivator. Could he also be proficient in the way of the saber? How could one person be so perfect in all fields? But in the next second he knew he was wrong. Chaotic heavenly saber art. Boom! An invisible storm raged in Li Wuji's mind. Countless images flooded in. Slashes of saber light tore through the universe. Figures swung their blades, their saber momentum crisscrossing, shattering heaven and earth. Li Wuji froze. He felt like a blind man who had suddenly seen the light. Like a humble ant for whom the heavens had suddenly been unveiled. What level of saber technique is this? Li Wuji clenched his hands, his eyes filled with shock. Li Wuji trembled all over, his gaze fervent. Then he immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times heavily. Your disciple Li Wuji thanks Master for bestowing this supreme saber technique. He had never been so excited. To him, a powerful saber technique was more precious than life itself. But just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled. His throat felt dry, and then he suddenly started coughing violently. A mouthful of black blood gushed from his mouth. His aura weakened to the extreme, and his face turned as pale as paper. Yi Junlin frowned slightly. Li Wuji managed to stand up, but his eyes were filled with gloom. Master, I'm afraid your disciple has failed to live up to your expectations. His voice was hoarse, filled with sorrow. In his desperate fight earlier, he had recklessly burned his blood essence and used a forbidden secret technique. Now his body was severely damaged, his foundation almost destroyed. Even if he were lucky enough to survive, his future cultivation path would be fraught with difficulties. But Yi Junlin just looked at him and suddenly smiled faintly. What nonsense are you talking about? Swallow this pill and you will witness a miracle. The moment he saw the pill, Li Wuji was stunned. His hand froze in midair, his mouth twitching. This is, in Yi Junlin's hand was a dark, lopsided pill that also emitted a strong foul odor. It looked for all the world like a piece of dog droppings. Li Wuji felt his head spin. If he took this thing to any auction house, he would surely be kicked out for causing trouble. He swallowed hard and managed to ask, Master, are you really giving this to me to eat? His eyes were filled with terror, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yi Junlin was also stunned. He really hadn't expected the pill rewarded by the system to be so ugly, and even emit such a disgusting smell. He was silent for a moment, then frowned and asked inwardly, System, are you kidding me? Can this thing really activate the Berserker bloodline? A tender voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of grievance. Is Master doubting the system's abilities? The system is very sad. Sob, sob. The voice was as soft and sweet as a little girl's, even carrying a hint of tears, as if it had suffered a great injustice. Yi Junlin frowned. After switching to a lowly voice, had the system's personality changed as well? All right, I believe you. Yi Junlin sighed helplessly, but then his gaze turned sharp, looking directly at Li Wuji as he asked sternly, "What do you mean by this? You don't trust your master? What about the oath you just swore?" Hearing this, Li Wuji's entire body trembled. He felt extremely ashamed. How could he doubt his master? As long as it was his master's command, what did it matter if it was dog droppings? He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with determination. "Master, it is your disciple's fault. Your disciple will eat this piece of dog droppings right now. Oh no. I mean this pill." After speaking, he no longer hesitated. Forcing down his nausea, he stuffed the pill into his mouth and swallowed. The moment the pill went down his throat, boom, its medicinal power exploded. A tremendous energy surged through his body like a raging tide, rushing into every blood vessel, every inch of flesh and blood. He felt as if flames were burning inside him, his whole body scorching hot like a red-hot iron block. "Ah, master, ah, I feel so terrible," Li Wuji cried out, clutching his head as his body trembled violently. The countless wounds on his body healed instantly at an astonishing speed. His blood vessels bulged, the blue veins on his body writhing like flood dragons, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. Crack, his face twisted and contorted, fangs sprouting out as sharp as a wild beast's. At this moment, Li Wuji had completely lost his sanity. He gripped his hair tightly, his body trembling, and his blood-red eyes flickered with a terrifying, killing intent. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows slightly. "Has the Berserker bloodline been activated?" "Ding, yes, but in the initial stage, the activator will fall into a brief state of frenzy, unless an overwhelming power forcibly awakens them," the system explained calmly. Kill you all must die." A hoarse voice rang out, filled with madness and endless, killing intent. Li Wuji's aura exploded wildly. His cultivation, originally at the early stage of the synthesis realm, instantly soared to the mid-stage, late stage, and then the peak of the synthesis realm, just one step away from the great ascension realm. At this moment his forehead emitted rays of red light, his body seemed to be burning, and his killing intent surged like a tidal wave sweeping in all directions. The surrounding cultivators were shaken back repeatedly, their faces pale. The Zan family ancestor trembled all over, his voice hoarse. This is impossible. He was clearly only at the early synthesis stage. How could he give me this sense of fear? It's as if what stands before me is no longer a man but a demon born for slaughter. Hong Tianye also took a deep breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. What on earth did he eat? How did he become like this? But at this moment, Li Wuji ignored everyone. He gripped his long saber, his eyes blood red, his killing intent boiling. With a swing of his blade, his move erupted. Instantly, boom, the chaotic heavenly saber art. The saber chi howled, tearing through space as if to sever heaven and earth and challenge the heavenly Tao. After activating the Berserker bloodline, Li Wuji's strength was indeed like a tiger that had grown wings. Yi Junlin nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. But just then, whoosh, a gust of wind swept over, as frantic as a storm. Li Wuji's eyes were blood red, his killing intent soaring to the heavens, the long saber in his hand flashing with a cold light as he fiercely slashed down at Yi Junlin's head. Li Wuji's eyes were blood red, his killing intent soaring to the heavens, the long saber in his hand flashing with a cold light as he fiercely slashed down at Yi Junlin's head. But just as the blade was about to touch his body, Yi Junlin gently raised his hand. Rumble. In midair, a giant palm appeared. The palm was as white as jade, with sacred flames dancing on every line, radiating a brilliant light. Like a mountain range collapsing from the 9 heavens, like the 5-fingered mountain-suppressing sun Wukong, the palm descended abruptly, directly suppressing the frenzied Li Wuji. Boom, the ground trembled violently. Dust and sand rolled up like a tsunami, obscuring the entire sky. Under the giant palm, Li Wuji roared madly. Struggling with his whole body, he exhausted all his strength to break free, but in front of Yi Junlin, the power he prided himself on was nothing more than a spark in a storm. "Li Wuji, your master orders you to awaken immediately." Yi Junlin spoke faintly, his voice echoing like thunder, carrying supreme magical power that went straight into Li Wuji's mind. Boom, Li Wuji stopped immediately. His blood-red eyes suddenly trembled, his mind instantly fell into chaos. The thick killing intent that enveloped his body gradually dissipated, and his crazed eyes slowly returned to a state of confusion. A moment later, the blood-red color in his eyes completely faded. Li Wuji looked around blankly, his face pale, his voice hoarse. "Master, what happened to me just now?" An endless sense of panic rose in his heart. Yi Junlin replied faintly, "Examine yourself carefully and see what's different." Hearing this, Li Wuji immediately examined himself. A moment later, his eyes lit up, a clear look of surprise on his face. "I've broken through to the peak of the synthesis realm, but that's not all." He soon discovered that the damage to his body, including his severely damaged foundation, had all been completely healed. Not only that, but his foundation had also become unprecedentedly stable, as if he had been reborn. Li Wuji was ecstatic. He knew very well that all of this was his master's doing. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. "Disciple thanks master." Yi Junlin nodded slightly and transmitted his voice into Li Wuji's mind. "You possess the Berserker bloodline. Once activated, your power will reach an incredible level, but this power cannot be sustained for long. You must learn to exercise restraint." Li Wuji's whole body trembled. He recalled his frenzied state just now, and his face immediately became serious. "Yes, disciple will remember master's teachings." This scene made the surrounding cultivators show expressions of envy. They knew very well that the saber devil Li Wuji had obtained a great opportunity, and this opportunity was bestowed by Yi Junlin. Ha ha ha, congratulations Quasi-Immortal Yi on accepting a good disciple. Before the atmosphere had completely calmed down, the Zan family ancestor walked over with a big laugh, his face full of smiles. Today is a happy occasion, why not go in for a drink? As soon as his words fell, the surrounding crowd immediately showed strange expressions. Who would have thought that this ancestor had just killed 2 of his own people with his own hands, and now he had turned around with a grin to invite them for a drink? Yi Junlin glanced at him and said faintly, "Wouldn't this delay important matters?" The Zan family ancestor smiled slightly, his attitude unchanged. "It's all right. Being happy is the most important thing." As he spoke, his amiable gaze turned to Li Wuji and he smiled friendly. "Little friend Li, what do you think?" But Li Wuji just sneered. He couldn't be bothered to answer. In his heart, the Zan family ancestor was nothing but a disgusting old dog. Moreover, this guy had once tried to stop him from killing Zan Tianyi. For this matter alone he was disgusted to the bone. Yi Junlin didn't want to waste any more time. "Enough, this matter is settled. There's no point in staying." He glanced faintly at the Zan family and said indifferently, "You can continue your celebration. Remember to arrange the funeral afterward." With that he turned and left. "We'll see Quasi-Immortal Yi off." Countless guests respectfully cupped their hands and bowed their heads in farewell. The Zan family ancestor still maintained a brilliant smile, cupping his hands and saying, "Quasi-Immortal Yi, please come to the Zan family for a visit when you have time. My door is always open for you." A loud rumble came from the deep mountains. From the misty clouds a giant kunpeng bred its wings and flew out, carrying Yi Junlin and his disciples, tearing through the sky and soaring among the clouds. Watching the group's figures gradually recede, the smile on the Zan family ancestor's face also slowly disappeared. Thinking of the turmoil he had experienced today, his face became extremely gloomy, and the hand hidden in his sleeve trembled slightly with anger. His good mood was completely ruined. Family head, family head." A burst of excited cheers suddenly came from a distance. A guard rushed over excitedly, holding a severed arm high in his hands, his face full of pride. "I finally found the young master's hand." The people around them all tried their best to hold back their laughter, their faces red from the effort, but no one dared to make a sound. The guard ran over excitedly, but as soon as he looked up he suddenly stopped. Where did the family head go? The atmosphere, something's not right. Just then a thunderous roar sounded. "Throw that beast's hand into the back garden to feed the dogs." The Zan family ancestor's voice descended like thunder, his face contorted with anger. The guard was so frightened that he trembled all over. His face pale, not understanding why he had angered the ancestor. An elder of the Zan family timidly spoke up. "Ancestor, the banquet, let's dismiss it. All of you get lost." The Zan family ancestor almost lost control, roaring in anger. The entire venue immediately descended into chaos. The guests present were terrified, not daring to stay a second longer, and hurriedly fled the Zan family's floating island. The luxurious banquet ended in chaos like this. What happened today would surely spread quickly throughout the various Taoist prefectures of the Eastern Domain, becoming a hot topic of discussion in the cultivation world. In the azure sky, white clouds rolled as the giant kunpeng glided through the void carrying a sacred aura. Li Wuji stood on the kunpeng's back, the wind fluttering the corners of his clothes. He felt that everything that had just happened was like a dream. Suddenly his gaze froze. A fiery red figure stood elegantly in front of him, floating gracefully in the air. It was her, that person, with a graceful posture, exquisite features, brows like a painting, and a beauty as if she did not belong to the mortal world. Her skin was as white as jade, and her every move exuded a temperament that made it impossible to look away just by standing there. Hong Tianyi possessed a peerless charm that could topple nations. Li Wuji praised inwardly, "Fairy Hong is as beautiful as the legends say." In the Zan Tian sect today, apart from the renowned Yi Junlin, the most discussed person is his disciple, Hong Tianyi. Some rumors said that she despised men to the extreme, treating anyone who tried to talk to her with extreme coldness. Others said she had very high standards, and only extraordinary individuals could catch her eye. Li Wuji hesitated for a moment, then decided to go over and say hello. After all, they were fellow disciples, and it was inevitable that they would see each other often in the future. Ahem, he coughed a few times, forced a smile, and walked over. "Senior sister Hong is not only exceptionally talented but also devastatingly beautiful. On the path of cultivation in the future, I hope senior sister will give this junior brother much guidance." Hong Tianyi glanced at him, her gaze as cold as ice and snow. Ever since she had witnessed Yi Junlin easily annihilate Quasi-Immortal Duel, her mood had been extremely poor. That meant the distance between her and her master had widened again. Now he had even taken on a junior brother with a special constitution, which made a sense of crisis rise in her heart. She sorted coldly, flicked her sleeves, turned and left, leaving Li Wuji standing stunned in the wind. His mouth twitched and he murmured with a bitter smile, "Did I say something wrong? You don't like being praised for being beautiful either?" Shaking his head and sighing, he said to himself, "A woman's mind is truly as hard to fathom as a needle in the sea. Hello, new junior brother." A clear and lovely voice suddenly came from below. Li Wuji looked down and saw a small spirit creature with a mouse's head waving at him friendly. He immediately cupped his hands in a salute. "Greetings, senior sister Bai." Li Wuji knew the identity of this little demon, so he naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful. Being called senior sister Bai, Shaoxi's face turned bright red, her furry mouse face a little shy. She wrung her hands together and said softly, "Aya, don't be so polite with me." Li Wuji said seriously, "Senior sister Bai, etiquette must be observed." Bai Shaoxi nodded seriously. Then she said mysteriously, "Actually, I'm here to remind you that Master's first disciple is actually a man. You should call him Senior Brother Hong or he'll get angry." "What?" Li Wuji was as if struck by lightning, his whole body trembling, his eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, unable to believe his ears. If it wasn't Bai Shaoxi who said it but someone else, he would have already drawn his saber, thinking it was blatant slander. The legendary fairy Hong, renowned throughout the world, was actually a man. It took a long time for Li Wuji to come to his senses. His face twitched, the corner of his mouth trembled. He scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Then wasn't I just flattering the wrong person?" Speaking of which, an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Recalling the words of admiration he had just spoken, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. Since things had come to this, he could only accept reality. As expected, those around Master are all extraordinary people. Such a handsome man and a cute senior sister mouse. Not at all. Actually, I also want to be like my senior brother and sister, but for some reason I'm stuck in a half-human, half-mouse state, so sometimes I cause trouble for Master. Actually, isn't senior sister intentionally keeping this form? I think it's very cute and special. Oh right, if it's about transformation techniques, I obtained a secret art when I was traveling in the Eastern Domain before. Perhaps it can help senior sister fully recover her human form. If senior sister doesn't mind, please take it. Really, that's great. If it works, then I won't cause trouble for Master anymore. Master, I can fully return to my human form. I won't cause trouble for Master anymore. Don't worry, Master, from now on I can change my form at will. Whatever Master wants to see, I'll become it. Oh, there's such a good thing, but Master will also miss your cute furry mouse head. Shouts echoed in the sky. I can charge. My warhorse is so handsome, of course I have to show it off everywhere. A few months later, the Kunpeng circled in the skies of the Eastern Domain, taking a group of people on a carefree tour. During this period, the events that occurred at the Zan family ancestors' banquet had already stirred up the entire world. Yi Junlin, once thought to be an unfathomably profound venerable, was revealed to be a true quasi-immortal. What's more, the supreme venerable Juyong of the Ascension Sect, having just broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, immediately came to challenge him, only to be killed in return. When this news spread, the entire cultivation world of the Eastern Domain was shaken. Was this a joke played on the world? Who would dare to provoke him in the future? I have cultivated for many years and have never seen such a bizarre event. With this incense I mourn for Juyong. Sigh, it's just that Yi Junlin is too shameless. Tea houses and restaurants everywhere were abuzz with discussion. Some sighed, some mocked, and many cultivators discussed in low voices, with some even making absurd guesses. Could Yi Junlin be an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years just toying with the world? Others narrowed their eyes slightly and asked doubtfully, "He has revealed his cultivation, but is that really his full strength? This matter cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes." Shang Province, a land rich in spiritual energy and resources, where powerful forces constantly vied for dominance. At this moment in Penchi City of the Great Zhou Dynasty, an unprecedented crisis was erupting. Rumble, the sound of war drums shook the heavens, and roars were like thunder. 100,000 elite soldiers in silver armor, full of killing intent, charged on roaring beastly tigers and leopards. The long sabers in their hands were held high, the cold steel reflecting a harsh glare. This was no mortal army. They were the elite of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the tiger and leopard cavalry. Each soldier had reached the Golden Core realm, but this time the enemy was not a human army, but a group of ghost race beings. They were bizarre in shape, filled with ferocity, their evil aura rising like flames, dyeing the entire sky red. Kill, kill all these humans. Tens of thousands of ghost race beings roared, charging straight at the tiger and leopard cavalry's position. A soldier covered in wounds, his eyes blood red, swung his saber down and roared, "Defend Penchi City, no one is allowed to retreat." He didn't know how long he had left to live, but he knew this city could not be lost. Penchi City was in chaos everywhere. The common people were crying out, women were holding their children tightly, and young men clenched their fists, their eyes filled with anger. Far away, 10,000 feet in the air, a figure quietly watched the battle. The Kunpeng circled in the sky, streaking across the white clouds like a stream of light. Li Wuji stepped forward and respectfully cupped his hands. "Master, there are ghost race beings attacking the city below." A loud bang echoed in the space, but it wasn't from the battlefield. It came from the chessboard in front of Yi Junlin. He raised his hand, picked up the cannon, and smashed it down on his opponent's general without hesitation. Hong Tianye, who was sitting opposite him, immediately felt his mouth twitch, his face turning ashen. He had never seen such a shameless person. How could a cannon jump over the Chu River and Han border, no matter how many pieces were in the way? It was a direct checkmate in one move. During this time, besides cultivating, Hong Tianye had to serve Yi Junlin and accompany him in all sorts of pastimes. This time playing chess, he had thought he could easily control the situation, but he never expected this person to break the rules time and time again, casually capturing his opponent's pieces. This is too unreasonable. What's the point of playing? Hong Tianye was so angry he almost flipped the table and left. Yi Junlin calmly folded his arms, shook his head, and sighed. Little Hong, you're really too bad. I haven't even tried hard and you've already lost. After speaking, he gently pushed the chessboard aside, his face full of regret. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, forcing down his anger. Master, a cannon needs to be mounted on a cannon carriage and has limited movement. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. Yi Junlin immediately glared, his tone serious. What do you know? This is a mortar. To hell with your mortar. Wait, what's a mortar? Hong Tianye was dumbfounded, almost spitting blood. Without a doubt, this was definitely something this guy had made up himself, just to justify his blatant cheating. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows, his tone filled with warning. What, you're not convinced? Are you doubting your master's chess skills? An invisible pressure instantly filled the air, making the space heavy. Hong Tianye was suddenly startled and hurriedly lowered his head. Disciple wouldn't dare, although he had already broken through to the Great Ascension realm and considered himself unrivaled in his realm. In front of this person he was still just a tiny ant. Yi Junlin snorted lightly and turned his head and asked the little spirit creature behind him, Shaoxi, what do you think of master's chess skills? Bai Shaoxi was concentrating on massaging his shoulders. Hearing this, she immediately nodded like a pecking chicken, cheering without a second thought. I think master is the best. Seeing this, Hong Tianye couldn't help but curse inwardly. This damn mouse really knows how to suck up over there. Yi Junlin showed a satisfied expression and nodded in appreciation. Sai Shaoxi still understands my level the best. As he spoke, he slowly turned to the bearded middle-aged man in front of him, his eyes indifferent yet hiding an elusive majesty. Little Li, what did you just say? Li Wuji looked at the master and disciple before him, trying hard to hold back his laughter. After following his master for so long, he had increasingly discovered that this legendary ancestor was nothing like the rumors. What cold and stern 1,000-year-old monster. On the contrary, his master was very strange, his thinking different from ordinary people and his actions even more unpredictable. Thinking of senior brother Hong, Li Wuji couldn't help but feel sympathy. In this world there was probably no one who had endured more than him. He cupped his hands and respectfully reported, Disciple just discovered that a group of ghost race beings are attacking a city not far away. The situation is very critical. The ghost race, Yi Junlin stirred slightly. Searching his memory, scenes of information appeared in his mind. The ghost race, a major clan among the dark races, hailed from the eastern domain, a place known as the Nether Abyss. The Nether Abyss was an ancient forbidden land, a habitat for countless evil races. Legend has it that in ancient times the beings of the Nether Abyss waged a war, invading the outside world. At that time, human cultivators united, and a heaven-shaking war broke out, ultimately defeating the Nether Abyss and forcing them back into the darkness. Since then, the two sides had maintained a balance, not infringing on each other. Unexpectedly today, the ghost race had openly attacked a human city. Could it be that the stalemate that had lasted for millions of years had been broken? Yi Junlin stood up gently and said faintly, Let's go take a look then. He flicked his sleeves and immediately gave an order. Akan, go lend a hand. Below, the flames of war soared to the sky. The sounds of slaughter echoed in all directions. The world was dyed red with blood. Flames raged. The city was in ruins, and a deathly aura permeated the air. A cold voice suddenly sounded, overpowering all the shouts on the battlefield. Don't waste your energy resisting. Taking this city is just the beginning. The other human strongholds will soon be razed to the ground by us. The great Zhou dynasty will be annihilated in a sea of fire. The one who spoke was a ghost race general, tall in stature. His face was ferocious as he sat arrogantly atop a skeletal horse burning with green flames, his blood-red eyes flashing with killing intent. In his hand he held an ancient long spear, its shaft carved with sinister runes, and his body emanated an astonishing pressure. Shut up, don't even think about it. Wang Defa, the middle-aged commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, roared, his eyes burning with fury. He rode his beast, gripping his long spear tightly, his figure radiating a vigorous will to fight. His power was amplified by a formation, his aura erupting like that of a peerless prodigy. HMPH, this is where it ends. The ghost race general brandished his spear. A thick black poisonous aura billowed out, and the runes on the spear's shaft shimmered with a horrifying light. He suddenly thrust straight at Wang Defa, a sharp spear tip tearing through the void, its momentum so powerful it seemed as if it would cleave the sky. Not good. Wang Defa was greatly alarmed and immediately raised his spear to block. Boom. The force was too great. The impact sent his entire body flying, knocking him out of his saddle. He tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Peeved, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Defa's face was pale, his chest hurting as if pierced by a knife. Commander Wang! The remaining soldiers roared, their eyes wide with fury, and immediately rushed forward to rescue him. But before they could get close, a group of ghost soldiers charged out to block their path, their twisted, ugly faces breaking into grotesque smiles. Wang Defa, barely propping himself up with his spear, stood up, his hand gripping the weapon tightly, dripping with fresh blood. He looked up to see the terrifying figure of the ghost race general approaching on his burning skeletal horse. Insignificant human, the ghost race general sneered, his tone filled with arrogance. Kneel before me. Wang Defa's eyes widened, his gaze as sharp as a sword's edge. Though his body was heavily injured, he stood ramrod straight, resolute and unyielding. I am the commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, infeft by the great Zhou Emperor. I represent the honor of great Zhou. How could I kneel to a beast like you? Kill me or torture me, do your worst. Very well, I will grant your wish. But just then, from high above, a massive figure slowly appeared, carrying an endless majesty that shocked all living beings. What is that? the ghost race general cried out in horror, his voice hoarse, his entire body trembling involuntarily. But before he could find an answer, boom, a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted from the Kunpeng's mouth. All the ghost race beings' eyes widened, their faces pale as they found they could no longer control their bodies. No, they struggled in panic, but one by one they were sucked toward that bottomless maw. The ghost race general struggled desperately, trying to escape the suction, but to no avail. Boom. He too was swept inside. Screams rang out one after another, but in the blink of an eye, all the ghost race beings were devoured by the Kunpeng. HMPH. The Kunpeng playfully shook its body, then let out a loud burp, plunging the entire battlefield into a dead silence. The people of Punchi City and all the defending soldiers were completely frozen. Many of them nearly bit their tongues, wondering if they were dreaming. Has a divine beast descended to protect Great Zhou? Wang Duffa muttered to himself, forgetting the pain in his body. Rumble. The Kunpeng rode a powerful air current, sending waves of air rolling across the ground. The soldiers, just coming to their senses, knelt in unison, throwing down their weapons and kowtowing respectfully toward the divine beast. We thank the divine beast for protecting the people of Great Zhou. The shouts were as loud as a tidal wave echoing in the sky. Just then, a clear voice came from the divine beast back. Who is the commander here? Not daring to be slow, Wang Defa immediately bowed with his hands cupped, his tone filled with reverence. This humble one, Wang Defa, commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, pays his respects to the seniors. Yi Junlin casually held a straw between his teeth, elegantly savoring his milk tea. He glanced faintly at Wang Defa, his tone neither fast nor slow. Which dynasty does this place belong to? And why are the ghost race attacking you? Wang Defa respectfully cupped his hands, his tone filled with reverence. Reporting to senior, this is the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. This humble one does not know why the ghost race suddenly attacked us, but according to a ghost race general before he died, Great Zhou will face a full-scale invasion soon. It will be a great war. Hearing this, Yi Junlin frowned slightly. The Nether Abyss, the beings there dare to openly invade a human nation. Are they not afraid of provoking a crusade from the human race? Li Wuji said in a deep voice, the ghost race is one of the major clans of the Nether Abyss. If they dare to attack so openly, I'm afraid the other dark races are nurturing the same ambitions. The ghost race prefers yin and humid environments. I don't understand why they've set their sights on the Great Zhou this time, Hong Tianye replied calmly, his tone without the slightest ripple. Why think so much about it? If they come, we'll just kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Defa couldn't help but be overjoyed. He immediately asked the beautiful red-robed figure tentatively, this fairy, could it be that you two intend to help Great Zhou overcome this calamity? On behalf of the people of Great Zhou, I thank you for your great kindness. Hong Tianye sneered, his indifferent gaze glancing elsewhere. Clearly having no intention of interfering, Wang Defa's face became a little awkward. Yi Junlun gently stroked his chin, feeling that there was something hidden behind all this. Just then, ding, the familiar notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, Master, for triggering a mission. Defeat the ghost race army invading the Great Zhou dynasty. Completion will grant a generous reward. All right. The ghost race is causing chaos and slaughtering the innocent. As a great power of the human race, how can I stand by and not help? Inform everyone that I will take action. Wang Defa had thought all hope was lost, but upon hearing this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He excitedly dropped to one knee, cupped his hands and said, Senior, the countless people of Great Zhou will forever remember your kindness. Master is wise, Li Wuji said admiringly, a sense of respect rising in his heart. He truly wanted to stay and help Great Zhou. As a native cultivator of the eastern domain, he had long held an extreme aversion to the invasion of beings from the Nether Abyss. Hong Tianye raised the corner of his mouth slightly, thinking to himself, what a busybody. Suddenly, Wang Defa hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, by the way, may I ask for Senior's name, and where are you from? While sipping his milk tea, Yi Junlin replied faintly, Zan Tien Sect, Yi Junlin. Boom, Wang Defa was struck by lightning, his head buzzed, his mind a complete blank. Combining the rumors he had heard before with the image of the person before him, he finally understood. The person before him was none other than the recently famous white-haired god of slaughter who had shaken all directions. Let's go, take me to see your emperor, Yi Junlin said softly. His tone was plain yet as inviolable as a heavenly mandate. Yes, Wang Defa prostrated himself on the ground. Raising the banner of Great Zhou high, his body trembling with excitement, he led the way. Rumble the Kunpeng soared across the sky of Punchi City. With a gentle flap of its wings, a gale swept up and currents of air descended like thunder. 1,000 li from the imperial capital, the entire army of Great Zhou had assembled. In the main tent of the military camp, the generals gathered around a map, their expressions grave. The front line has fallen. Some of the ghost race legions are closing in, heading straight for the imperial city. They intend to fight a decisive battle quickly, a low voice said, filled with killing intent. There are reports of ghost generals who may have reached the synthesis realm appearing among the enemy ranks, one person spoke slowly, his voice dry. We can't even rule out the appearance of a great Ascension realm ghost marshal. The atmosphere in the tent instantly became heavy. A dead silence fell. A general hesitantly spoke up. Everyone, could it be that they are attacking so frantically because the Great Zhou possesses something they covet? In the center of the tent, a man in golden armor with a bright red dragon robe draped over it stood with eyes as deep as the sea. This was the Crown Prince of Great Zhou, the rightful heir to the throne. The Crown Prince was silent for a moment before speaking, his voice as deep as a bronze bell. "This prince understands what you mean. It is a pity that even I do not know the specific reason." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the tent's expression changed. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. "Your Highness, this subordinate was rude just now. Please forgive my offense." The Crown Prince waved his sleeve, his tone calm. "It's nothing. The most important thing now is to stop the ghost race's advance. If we truly cannot hold them back, then we must do our best to preserve life and move more civilians out of danger. As long as our people remain, there is still hope for Great Zhou." Upon hearing this, the generals in the tent were all deeply moved, bowing their heads in admiration. The Crown Prince is benevolent, thinking of the people. This is truly a blessing for Great Zhou. At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the tent. The Crown Prince felt uneasy and immediately walked out with several great generals. As soon as they reached the entrance of the tent, they saw the scene in the sky and everyone's expression changed at once. Boom! A fierce wind raged. The sky was shrouded by a giant black shadow. A strange beast, its entire body glowing with a dazzling golden light, was diving down from high above like a bolt of lightning. What is that? What kind of beast is that?" A general took a step back, his scalp tingling, his eyes filled with terror. When did Great Zhou acquire such a terrifying existence? What was even more surprising was that from the back of that divine beast someone was holding a banner high. The banner of Great Zhou was fluttering among the clouds. A general's mouth fell open. "Isn't that Commander Wang's tiger and leopard cavalry?" After confirming again, the entire military camp erupted. Boom! The divine beast, the Kunpeng, landed in front of the military tent. A figure jumped down from its back, cupped his hands and knelt on one knee. "Wang Defa, commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince strode closer, his eyes full of confusion. "Commander Wang, what is going on? Could it be that this divine beast was invited by Great Zhou?" Wang Defa straightened up, his gaze firm, and said seriously, "Reporting to your Highness, this divine beast is the mount of a senior. He has already agreed to help Great Zhou overcome this calamity. That senior's name is Yi Junlin." As soon as he finished speaking, a dead silence fell within the tent. The Crown Prince was slightly stunned, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes as he muttered, Yi Junlin. Could it be that white-haired god of slaughter from the Zan Tian sect?" Wang Defa was greatly alarmed and quickly lowered his voice. "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Venerable Yi is actually very easygoing, not at all as brutal as the rumors say." The Crown Prince composed himself, slowly walked to the front, cupped his hands and spoke with a tone full of respect. "The Crown Prince of Great Zhou pays his respects to Venerable Yi. He didn't dare show the slightest neglect. If that man so much as frowned, this capital city and his 600,000 troops probably wouldn't be enough for him to practice on." Boom! Suddenly, from the distant horizon a sarcastic voice came, resounding through the clouds. "If you humans know what's good for you, surrender quickly. Sooner or later you'll become sacrifices for my ghost race." The Crown Prince clenched his fists, his face ferocious. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Junlin's low and cold voice sounded tinged with displeasure. "You too. Go clean them up, as you command, master." Swoosh! The moment he finished speaking, Hong Tianye and Li Wuji shot out like two red and silver rainbows streaking across the sky. Behind the ghost soldiers, 10 ghost generals hid within the dark clouds, their expressions grave, continuously communicating via voice transmission. "How laughable. A mere dynasty has actually forced us to dispatch hundreds of thousands of troops. Don't underestimate them," another person snorted coldly, a wicked light flashing in his eyes. "I heard that Great Zhou is blessed by the fortune of its nation, which is no less than that of a 1,000-year-old sect. The Ghost King has already warned that this is a probe, to see just where the limits of that Zhou Emperor lie. Regardless, with 800,000 against 600,000, the situation is already in our favor. HMPH, more importantly, the 100 races of the Nether Abyss have awakened. Our ghost race must seize this opportunity to ascend to a new peak. That's right, when the human race declines. The order of the Eastern Domain will change and its rulers will be replaced. The opportunity to earn merit is right before our eyes." At this moment, 2 figures gently landed before the Ghost Race army, their clothes fluttering in the dense killing intent. In the distance, waves of ghosts rolled forward like beasts from a deep forest devouring the world. Li Wuji squinted at the dark mass of ghost soldiers and sneered, "Senior brother, this junior brother's skills are still shallow. I will go first and make a fool of myself." His smile carried a hint of wickedness. In an instant, his killing intent erupted like a bursting volcano, pressing down on the heavens and earth until they fell silent. In that moment, Li Wuji's entire aura changed, transforming from a weathered swordsman into a world-destroying demon. Boom! With a horizontal slash, the cry of the blade redounded through the clouds. The blade's edge seemed to transform into a giant mouth of the netherworld, opening amidst the howling of a sinister wind, swallowing the heavens and earth for several li in front of it. Ah! Screams rose like a tidal wave as swaths of the ghost race had their souls torn apart and were reduced to ashes. With a single move, none of the 100,000 ghost soldiers were spared, instantly annihilated. Li Wuji sheathed his saber and sighed softly. That move just now wasn't perfect enough. The moment he finished speaking, boom! A violent aura erupted beside him like volcanic magma. Hong Tianye's eyes were closed, his entire body emitting a majestic magical power. His black hair flew in the gale that resembled a thundercloud. He formed a seal with one hand, pointing 2 fingers straight ahead. Fire heaven world break arise, the void trembled. Golden flames filled the entire sky, every spark was like a falling star, every spreading flame like a cascading waterfall, scorching the air in all directions until it was parched. Rumble wherever the flames passed. Ghosts wailed, their flesh and blood turning to ash. The ghost soldiers disintegrated and the heavens and earth changed color. In the blink of an eye, 400,000 of the 700,000 ghost soldiers had been annihilated. The scene was terrifying enough to suffocate anyone who saw it. Beside him, Li Wuji took a deep breath, his gaze toward Hong Tianye filled with reverence. Senior brother's move was truly terrifying. This junior brother is thoroughly impressed. Heh heh. The corner of Hong Tianye's mouth curled up, a trace of pride on his face. He thought to himself, so what if that shameless person took on a heaven-defying monster? I, Hong Tianye, am still the strongest senior brother. He glanced at Li Wuji and said coldly, finish this quickly. Don't let outsiders laugh at us. After speaking, his entire body erupted with magical power. Violent flames covered his body, and his aura was like a descending dragon king as he roared and charged toward the ghost camp. In his wake, only ashes and scorched earth remained, a truly shocking sight. Li Wuji nodded, his voice steady. That's right, we can't bring shame upon master. He lifted his black saber and soared into the air. His saber chi crisscrossed, transforming into streaks of cold light that reaped lives in the military camp like the descent of the god of death. Under the overwhelming assault of the two, the ghost race army quickly collapsed, their numbers dwindling at an unbelievable rate. If this continued, the entire army would be annihilated shortly. On the Great Zhou's side, all the soldiers' faces were pale, their hands and feet cold. Some subconsciously swallowed, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. The crown prince trembled slightly, his face stiff, every hair on the back of his neck standing on end. So these are the disciples of the white-haired god of slaughter. They truly carry on his style. He had thought this would be a world-shaking, bitter battle, but he never expected that the moment the fight began, the ghost race would already be on the verge of collapse. In the rear of the ghost race army shrouded in black mist, 10 synthesis realm ghost generals trembled in unison, their killing intent extinguished by terror. Damn it, who are those two humans? Are they masters in the service of the great Zhou dynasty? One of them roared, his eyes blood-red, his body trembling. Our plan cannot be ruined. No matter who it is, they must be suppressed. Boom, the heavens and earth shook. 10 burly figures walked out of the black mist, each wearing ancient armor covered in the dust of ages, their bodies carved with ancient sinister symbols. Some held sabers, some swords, some spears, and some hammers, all radiating a terrifying, suffocating aura. They shot out like meteors streaking across the sky, their majestic momentum pressing down on the entire battlefield. In the sky, Hong Tianye was in the middle of annihilating tens of thousands of ghosts when he suddenly stopped. He frowned slightly, his gaze piercing through the void to look into the distance, the corner of his mouth curled up as he sneered. Oh, something interesting has finally shown up. What a terrifying aura. The crown prince of Great Zhou and his generals' faces changed drastically, and they exclaimed in unison, they are great Ascension Realm ghost marshals. The weakest is at the mid-stage and the strongest has already reached the peak. Damned human race. Go die for this, commander, green-haired ghost marshal roared, his eyes blood-red. Holding a great halberd as black as a dragon, he bellowed and swung it down like a clap of thunder. Ha, you've come at the right time. Let me practice on you, Li Wuji shouted excitedly. He gripped his black saber with both hands, his eyes burning with killing intent. With a single swing, a cold light tore through the void like a heavenly sword slashing down from the 9 heavens, its power shaking the universe. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. The ghost marshal's eyes widened in disbelief. The great halberd in his hand was severed by a single slash. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Green blood poured out like a fountain as he was knocked back hundreds of zhang, his eyes filled with terror. Impossible, since when could a human at the synthesis realm shatter my weapon in one blow? Fear spread throughout his body. The ghost marshal trembled. Such power to challenge a higher realm was unheard of in the nether abyss for 100,000 years. You didn't die in one slash, Li Wuji frowned, his voice cold. Then I'll just have to slash again. Boom, he unleashed his full power, swinging down with another destructive slash, its light streaking across the sky like a meteor. Before the green-haired ghost marshal could even scream, he was turned to ash, completely disappearing within the light of the blade. Impossible! The remaining 9 ghost marshals were struck as if by a bolt from the blue, their faces pale, their auras in chaos behind them. The crown prince trembled, muttering as if he had lost his soul. Are all of Venerable Yi's disciples this strong? Haha, how satisfying. Li Wuji laughed heartily, his aura surging. He gripped his long saber and continued to charge toward the remaining ghost marshals. Kill him! Another purple-haired ghost marshal roared like a wild beast. He soared into the air brandishing a trident. Accompanied by a bizarre sinister wind, he stabbed forward with ghostly speed. The other ghost marshals also channeled their power at the same time. Their sinister magical power transformed into 9 streams of energy, blotting out the sun and sky. Boom, boom, boom. 9 streams of killing intent struck directly at Li Wuji. Li Wuji's face sank as he felt the astonishing power contained within this combined attack. Damn it, I was still too careless. Should I try activating the berserker bloodline? He gritted his teeth, his eyes gradually turning blood-red. A violent and sinister yet majestic aura began to manifest. Just then the heavens and earth shook, the temperature soared, and an azure flame suddenly appeared in the air containing a sacred, pure, and supreme aura. Azure jade glazed fire, a steady and cold voice rang out. Hong Tianye waved his hand. The flame poured down like a waterfall, covering the entire sky and instantly burning away the evil aura. Boom, the azure fire swept up, forcefully intercepting all of the 9 Ghost Marshals' attacks, devouring the evil miasma, breaking the magical arts, and incinerating the spiritual bodies. The 6 mid-stage Ghost Marshals let out blood-curdling screams. Their bodies burned fiercely in the azure jade glaze fire. The sacred and destructive flame incinerated their flesh and bones in an instant. Their souls burned away and turned to ash. "Human bastard, I'll make you pay with your life," the purple-haired Ghost Marshal roared, his eyes blood-red, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. He raised his trident high and a dark energy surged out. The sky immediately darkened, and a fierce wind blew like the coming of an apocalypse. A peak Great Ascension purple-haired marshal. If he went all out, he could destroy a country in an instant. Li Wuji broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly retreated, his gaze toward the purple-haired marshal filled with pity. "Haha, you're only scared now, it's too late," the purple-haired marshal roared. "You and this bastard will both die without a complete corpse." The 2 late-stage Ghost Marshals beside him sneered, their eyes glinting with cruel ferocity, like starving wolves that had scented blood, ready to tear their prey to shreds at any moment. Li Wuji continued to retreat for several hundred zhang, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body stiff. That aura was indeed impossible to resist. Boom, a terrifying aura exploded in the void. The dense killing intent seemed to solidify, pressing down on the heavens and earth until they trembled. Hong Tiany's long hair whipped about wildly, his face as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Killing intent condensed in his eyes like a god descending to the mortal world, his voice pierced through souls like a sharp sword. "You will all die here." He waved his hand and the heavens and earth shook. Black flames appeared in the void. Not mortal fire nor magical fire, but a flame that could devour life force, soul, and will. The black flame seemed to come from the netherworld hells, carrying the power to devour all things. It rolled forward like a black sea of fire, roaring like a starving beast. The eyes of the 2 late-stage Ghost Marshals instantly filled with extreme terror. The killing intent vanished, his legs trembled, and he nearly fell to his knees. "No, what is this?" Before they could react, the black fire covered their bodies, instantly devouring them until not even a speck remained. "Impossible." The purple-haired Ghost Marshal's face was as white as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. In this moment of crisis he roared, thrusting his trident forward, unleashing countless bolts of purple lightning. Each bolt carried a destructive force akin to a thunderclap, but every single one was swallowed whole by the black fire. Not a single trace survived. No, impossible. The purple-haired Ghost Marshal acted like a madman, but his eyes were filled with despair. His killing intent shattered, his will to fight completely gone. He turned and fled. "A pity, too late," Hong Tianyi coldly declared his verdict. The black fire descended from the sky like a surging wave, enveloping the purple-haired Ghost Marshal's trembling figure. His entire body, flesh, sinews, bones, and divine soul, was devoured by the black fire. The pain was beyond words, a pain that bored into his marrow and soul, as if he were being cruelly sliced piece by thousands of blades. A blood-curdling scream resounded through the sky, tearing through heaven and earth, chilling all who heard it. In just a few breaths, the purple-haired Ghost Marshal at the peak of the Great Ascension realm completely vanished within the sea of black fire. Not even a single hair left behind. As for the surviving Ghost Race members on the bloody battlefield, not one could escape the fate of being consumed by the black fire. The battlefield fell into a dead silence, with only the cold wind whistling through every crack on the ground, like the sighs of resentful souls at this moment. Hong Tianyi retracted the black fire, and his icy expression softened slightly. A disdainful smile touched the corner of his mouth. "A bunch of ants who don't know life from death." Li Wuji watched from a distance, sighing to himself, as expected of senior brother. Senior brother Hong's wrath is truly unmatched. In the same realm he was truly invincible, worthy of being the master's first disciple. In the next second, however, a hint of madness flashed in Li Wuji's eyes. He gripped the hilt of his saber, and a wicked smile curved his lips. "Heh, this is good too. If we ever spar, I'll have a reason to cut him up good." A sudden chill ran down Hong Tianyi's back. He stopped and looked back, only to see Li Wuji giving him a thumbs up in praise. Was it an illusion? One after the other, the two landed where their master was in seclusion. Both respectfully bowed with cupped hands. "Master, as per your instruction, everything has been resolved." There was only silence, no response. Li Wuji began to break out in a cold sweat. Crap, his master not satisfied. Hong Tianyi tried to look up and nearly became crooked-nosed with anger. Why? Because the master had fallen asleep. "Master, wake up!" Bai Shaoxi leaned close to his ear and called out softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze caressing a pebble. Yi Junlin frowned slightly, his eyes half open. "Is it resolved?" Hong Tianyi nearly collapsed on the spot. He forcefully suppressed his killing intent, gritted his teeth, and said word by word, "Yes, the enemy has been completely annihilated by us." Yi Junlin slowly walked forward, patting each of them on the shoulder like a leader conducting an inspection. "Well done. Keep up the good work next time." At this moment, the Crown Prince and a group of officials and soldiers also hurried over to pay their respects to Venerable Yi. The Crown Prince bowed and the crowd cupped their hands in salute. Yi Junlin smiled, tilting his head to look at the Crown Prince, his tone lazy yet dignified. "Why hasn't Great Zhou invited me in for a cup of tea?" The Crown Prince was drenched in sweat. "Venerable Yi, you are the most esteemed guest of Great Zhou. We will certainly give you a grand welcome." Yi Junlin nodded and said no more. The group traveled toward the capital like a bank of clouds. In the imperial palace, all the civil and military officials had already gathered, standing respectfully in the great hall to welcome Venerable Yi. When the crown prince entered with the white-haired youth, the expressions of all the officials changed. They hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed deeply, their eyes filled with reverence. The crown prince spoke in a deep, serious voice. "Venerable Yi, Father Emperor is waiting for you in the palace." Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. "Oh, that old fellow seems to have quite the air about him." Just then a gentle and dignified yet weary voice sounded. "Venerable Yi, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you personally. My body is truly unwell." Yi Junlin walked into the great hall, his eyes slightly stunned. On the white jade dragon throne ahead sat a middle-aged man in a deep yellow dragon robe, his figure tall and his aura steady. That man was the current Zhou Emperor of Great Zhou. "Zhou Emperor, what on earth is going on?" Yi Junlin frowned, his gaze as deep as the sea, cold and calm. Based on the impressions left in his memories from his past life, a key difference between an imperial dynasty and a sect or family lay in its national fortune. That mysterious power did not come from spiritual roots or bloodlines, but originated from the hearts of the people. It could enhance cultivation, heal injuries, and even unleash astonishing power at the brink of life and death. National fortune was the spiritual energy that condensed the merits of a dynasty, with the people's will as its foundation and the mandate of heaven to secure the nation. Only when the people were convinced could the monarch receive this blessing. Yi Junlin's gaze swept over the Zhou Emperor before him. The old king's internal energy was in disarray and his face was pale. It was clear he had used the national fortune to heal his injuries, yet his entire body remained on high alert, ready to guard against any unforeseen changes. The Zhou Emperor forced a smile and cupped his hands in salute. "Ahem, I have made a fool of myself before Venerable Yi." This was the first time he had met Yi Junlin, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. From the various rumors circulating in the cultivation world, he had thought Venerable Yi would be an old man with bone-white hair, an ancient temperament, and a pensive, reserved demeanor. He never expected the person before him to be so young, his aura as vast as an abyss or the heavens, making one dare not act rashly. What was even more terrifying was that, even with his own peak Great Ascension realm cultivation, the Zhou Emperor could not see through the other's cultivation level. Yi Junlin got straight to the point, his voice indifferent and decisive. "Your Majesty, can you be clear? What on earth happened to Great Zhou?" The Zhou Emperor sighed, his voice hoarse. The sudden attack on Great Zhou by the ghost race of the Nether Abyss was completely unexpected. He looked up at Yi Junlin, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Yi Junlin was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that even the Zhou Emperor, a monarch at the peak of the Great Ascension realm and blessed by the national fortune, wouldn't know what had happened. "So even His Majesty doesn't know." His gaze was cold and calm with a hint of deep thought. "Then where did your injuries come from?" "A Great Ascension realm cultivator, and the ruler of a dynasty at that, protected by the national fortune. Who in all of Great Zhou could injure him?" The Zhou Emperor was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, his voice as hoarse as the wind over ancient jade. "Before the ghost race launched their attack, a mysterious person broke into my ancestral mausoleum. I immediately went to the scene myself and barely managed to repel him by using the national fortune." Mentioning this, the Zhou Emperor's face unconsciously darkened, a trace of indescribable apprehension in his eyes. "Strangely, that person was clearly much stronger than me. In that situation he could have easily defeated me." But he hesitated as if he was wary of something. After a probing move he retreated. Not long after, the ghost race launched a full-scale invasion. A cold light flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes from the Zhou Emperor's words. He had almost pieced together the clues. That mysterious person was not alone. He was the instigator behind the ghost race's attack, and his main target was the ancestral mausoleum. He pondered, without immense benefits at stake, why would the ghost race mobilize a large army to attack the heart of Great Zhou? This couldn't be a small matter. But what interested him even more was that the person who clearly had the strength to crush the Zhou Emperor chose to retreat. Why? What secret was hidden in that ancestral mausoleum? The more Yi Junlin thought about it, the more intrigued he became. "There's definitely something strange going on." Li Wuji frowned, his eyes deep as if a dark current was hidden in his heart. Beside him, Hong Tianye narrowed her eyes slightly, a sharp light suddenly flashing in her beautiful pupils. She seemed to have remembered something, a rumor she had once heard by chance in the central domain. While everyone was still lost in thought, Yi Junlin had already gotten straight to the point. "Zhou Emperor, if it's not too presumptuous, could you take me to the ancestral mausoleum for a look?" The words were casual, but the aura was like a bolt from the blue. The entire hall instantly fell silent. The Zhou Emperor sat on his dragon throne, his expression complex, silent for a long time. This was indeed a difficult request. The imperial ancestral mausoleum was the resting place of generations of ancestors, where countless celestial secrets and national fortunes were buried. How could an outsider be allowed to enter at will? Seeing the situation, the crown prince hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over, respectfully cupping his hands and saying, "Venerable Yi, the ancestral mausoleum is a sacred place, and its yin energy is heavy. If you were to enter, I'm afraid you might be tainted by something unclean." Then he changed his tone, politely inviting, "Thanks to your intervention this time, Great Zhou was saved from annihilation. To show our gratitude, we have prepared a state banquet in the Tianhe Hall." I wonder if you would grace us with your presence for a celebratory drink? The Zhou Emperor also followed up. Venerable, please forgive me. The Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum cannot be opened at will. However, you are an honored guest of Great Zhou. I am willing to gift you the most precious treasures from the national treasury. You may choose as you please. Every word was respectful and sincere without a hint of falsehood. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting, a trace of indifference in his eyes as he inwardly sneered, I have a super system. Signing in daily is enough to crush an entire national treasury. What do I need your toys for? Yi Junlin waved his hand gently, his expression faint. No matter if it's inconvenient, I will not insist. His voice was plain, neither high nor low, yet it carried a lazy and arrogant air. Like the great momentum of heaven and earth, even without a raging wind, it made people not dare to underestimate it. The crown prince secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of joy on his face. He immediately smiled and bowed. Venerable Yi is indeed understanding. Everyone this way, please. The state banquet has been prepared in Tianhe Hall. At that moment, tens of thousands of li away from Great Zhou, at the end of the northern barren plain stood a mountain shrouded in yin energy named Yulin Mountain. Deep within the mountain's belly a gloomy palace was revealed. In the great hall the banquet tables were laden with raw meat and human entrails, with eyeballs rolling around and blood flowing freely. The thick putrid smell would make even a demon shudder. On a throne made of human skin sat a ghost king, 8 feet tall, his entire body covered in grayish-white skin. A single horn grew from the center of his forehead like a sharp blade piercing the sky. He was known as the One-Horned Ghost King. He pulled a female cultivator into his arms, his hand tightly gripping her neck as if holding a toy. So many years, finally a chance, he roared, his eyes flashing with greed. If I can occupy Great Zhou, my reputation among the ghost race will soar. Once I gain the recognition of those few HMPH, I will have a foothold in this eastern domain as well. In his arms the human female cultivator shivered. She was originally a Golden Core Realm cultivator from Kangzhou who had unfortunately fallen into the hands of the ghost race. Every day she endured terrifying torture, witnessing all sorts of barbaric scenes with her own eyes. Her spirit was on the verge of collapse. She had sought death but was not allowed. A simple magical art had forbidden life and death, leaving her like a puppet, unable to live, unable to die. Now, in the arms of the villain, she could only weep silently, waiting for her body to be crushed, or for her sanity to completely collapse. The One-Horned Ghost King narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. With the strength of Purple Hair and his group, they should have been able to force the Zhou Emperor to show himself. Why was there still no news? Just then a thick black mist surged into the great hall, its yin energy swirling, its chill biting to the bone. From within the mist a figure draped in a black robe gradually appeared. He was the black-robed emissary. A hoarse voice mixed with anger and majesty came from under the deep hood. Trash, you still dare to sit here? Boom! The One-Horned Ghost King's face instantly drained of color, his whole body trembling. He leapt from his throne and fell to his knees. This humble one pays his respects to the Lord Emissary. At this moment the Ghost King's majesty was gone. He was like a dog trembling at its master's feet. The black-robed emissary stepped forward, his dark aura like a devouring abyss. Every word was as cold as red-hot steel. The entire nether abyss is now mobilizing for the holy war. Yet you, a mighty Ghost King, are hiding here feasting and drinking. Do you want me to understand this, as the ghost race has already given up? The voice was not loud, but it was as heavy as Mount Tai, making the Ghost King break out in a cold sweat. He trembled as he explained, his voice almost a sob. This is an injustice. This humble one has already dispatched an army of 800,000 to attack Great Zhou directly. As long as the Zhou Emperor appears, he will surely reveal a flaw. Only then will I have sufficient grounds to deal with him. His voice grew quieter as he spoke because he knew that if he let the emissary misunderstand that he was delaying the grand plan, the other Ghost Kings would join forces to tear him apart on the spot. Just as he thought, the black-robed emissary suddenly laughed. A cold laugh like the piercing wind of winter, devoid of any humanity. Fool, your army of 800,000 has already been completely wiped out at the capital city. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the Ghost King's mind was struck by lightning. What? He jerked his head up, his eyes bulging as if they were about to explode. Impossible. An army of 800,000 with over 10 great Ascension Ghost Generals and dozens of Synthesis Realm Masters. If the Zhou Emperor didn't act, how could they have been defeated? You're wrong, the black-robed emissary said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. The one who annihilated the 800,000 troops was not Great Zhou but a nameless cultivator who happened to be passing by. He paused for a moment, his voice sinking slightly. The people of the capital call him Venerable Yi. Boom! The One-Horned Ghost King's mind was violently shaken as if struck by lightning. Not knowing whether he was dead or alive, he gritted his teeth and roared, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. In his view, even if the opponent was a great Ascension Realm cultivator, they couldn't compare to a Tribulation Crossing cultivator like himself. The black-robed emissary didn't let him rage for long. With a wave of his sleeve, a deep purple pill floated in the air. On the surface of the pill, patterns coiled like dragons and snakes, its aura sinister and strange. Nether Abyss Pill, the voice was as cold as an icicle. This is your last chance. Take it and sweep through Great Zhou. I will not allow you to fail again. The One-Horned Ghost King reached out to take it, his voice deep. This time, this humble one will definitely complete the mission. The man in black said no more. his figure gradually turned into a wisp of black smoke, slithering away like a poisonous snake, disappearing into the void as if he had never been there. The hall returned to silence, but the cold sweat on the Ghost King's forehead had not yet dried. He wiped his forehead, his eyes cold. The plan was almost ruined, all because of that fellow named Venerable Yi. The one-horned Ghost King soared into the air, his long robe fluttering, his killing intent rolling like a tide. His roar shook the sky. All soldiers, follow this king to war. Yes, yes, yes. The ghostly shadows of the demonic soldiers were densely packed, following close behind like a tide. Streaks of black energy like pillars holding up the sky blotted out the sun. A new battle had begun, and this time the one he intended to crush was none other than Yi Junlin. Inside Tianhe Hall the music was melodious, the sounds of zithers, lutes and flutes weaving together like an undercurrent flowing between the palaces. Several palace maids with delicate features, veiled in thin gauze, moved with the grace of dancing butterflies. With each dance and note they created an atmosphere of movement within stillness, both light and somewhat fantastical. Li Wuji raised his cup. The wine as clear as glazed glass. He downed it in one gulp, a slight flush appearing on his handsome face as he laughed heartily. Good wine, it's as cool as snow yet burns like fire in the belly. With just one cup my qi and blood are already circulating. Bai Shaoxi, on the other hand, was flushed with excitement. While picking up a piece of spirit beast meat she exclaimed, "This dish is so delicious it's like my whole body is bathing in a hot spring after just one bite." Only Hong Tianye stopped after a few sips of wine. She crossed her arms, her eyes slightly closed, as leisurely as if she were in meditation. The Crown Prince watched from the side, a little worried, and asked softly, "Fairy Hong, is the food not to your liking?" She didn't open her eyes, only replying faintly, "Mundane food, delicacies of the mountains and seas are not enough to move my heart." The cold reply made the Crown Prince a little awkward. Yi Junlin smiled and came to the rescue. "Don't mind her. She's on a diet." Hong Tianye's mouth twitched slightly, her face stiffening. She was clearly suppressing her anger, only letting out a soft grunt too lazy to bother, and swallowed her rage. The Crown Prince gave a couple of awkward dry laughs, then raised his cup and stood up. "It is my honor that Venerable Yi could accept Great Zhou's invitation to this banquet. I'll toast you first." He drained his cup and bowed respectfully. An old man with a long white beard dressed in a gray outer robe was thin, but his back was as straight as a pine. He carried an ancient zither on his back, his steps as steady as the wind, yet faintly revealing an extraordinary temperament. "This is Master Nangang Chongfeng," the Crown Prince introduced with a smile. "He is the foremost musician of Great Zhou, famed throughout Kangzhou, his reputation spreading for thousands of li. The music he plays is not just melody, it also contains profound Taoist meaning that allows cultivators to gain enlightenment. There was once a cultivator on the verge of his Tao perishing who traveled 1,000 li just to hear one of his songs, and then gained enlightenment and broke through, reversing life and death." Nangang Chongfeng bowed, cupping his hands without being subservient, his posture gentle yet still revealing a pride in his every move. "Nangang Chongfeng pays his respects to everyone." The Crown Prince cupped his hands and said, "Master, please begin." Nangang Chongfeng said no more. He sat cross-legged in the hall, placed the zither on his lap and stretched out his long arms, sweeping across the strings like a gentle breeze. Ding! A clear, crisp sound rang out, like a clear spring trickling in a mountain stream, or a crane's cry in the ninth heaven, clear and far-reaching. The music went from slow to fast, from calm to passionate, each note seeming to strike the listeners' hearts. The long-lasting melody seemed to wash away all dust, cleansing the souls of worldly people. Inside the great hall the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Li Wuji frowned slightly, his expression serious, concentrating on every part of the piece. Bai Shaoxi's eyes curved into crescents, her body swaying gently with the music as if immersed in a beautiful dream. Only Hong Tianye remained with her arms crossed, her eyes slightly closed as if isolated from the world. As for Yi Junlin, when the music reached its latter half he let out a soft yawn, his hand propping up his chin, his expression dazed as if he was about to fall asleep. Nangang Chongfeng's gaze sank slightly. The music didn't deviate in the slightest, but his hand trembled faintly. Is it contempt? How many cultivators had been moved to tears by his music as if they had heard the descent of the heavenly Tao? Why had this piece become a lullaby today? The music ended. He stood up, said nothing, slung the zither over his shoulder and looked straight at the Crown Prince with a calm gaze. His voice was hoarse and cold. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, if there are occasions like this in the future, please spare me. Nangang Chongfeng cannot afford to lose this face." The Crown Prince coughed a few times, trying to regain his composure. "Master Nangang, what do you mean by this?" Nangang Chongfeng clenched his sleeves, his angry gaze converging like a storm, his hand pointing straight at Yi Junlin. "You ask him?" The Crown Prince frowned and turned to ask, "Venerable Yi, I wonder if there was something about Master Nangang's music that you were not satisfied with?" Yi Junlin lazily twirled his fingers and replied nonchalantly, "It was all right." He raised his cup, took a sip, and then smacked his lips. "I was never fond of this kind of gentle, water-like music to begin with. It's so slow it makes me want to sleep. The zither is played slowly and you're old. Just looking at you makes me want to sleep." The atmosphere in the hall sank slightly. Everyone's gaze froze. Nangang Chongfeng was now so angry his face had turned white, a chill rising up his back. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Silence, you vulgar person are not worthy of hearing the Tao of the zither." As the sharp cry fell, the entire hall shook. Boom! A heavy killing intent suddenly erupted, pressing down on Nangang Chongfeng's head like a collapsing mountain or a tsunami. Li Wuji's face sank. He shot to his feet, his hand already on the hilt of his saber, his eyes sharp, and said word by word, "Old man, you're courting death." He was only waiting for his master's nod to draw his blade and see blood. The crown prince was greatly alarmed, cold sweat pouring down his body, his mind a stampede of 10,000 horses. It's over. Is someone really going to die over a piece of music today? Suppressed by the killing intent, Nangong Chongfeng trembled all over, beads of sweat dripping down. Although he regretted it, his gaze did not waver in the slightest. He held his head high and gritted his teeth, saying, "I am not convinced." His words held the pride of a man who had dedicated his life to the Tao of the zither, the self-respect of an artist who would not allow anyone to belittle his character. Nangong Chongfeng suddenly roared, his voice like thunder. "I cannot bear such an insult. Even if I die, I must speak." He pointed at Yi Zhang, his eyes crimson as he spoke word by word. "This man knows nothing of the Tao of music. What right does a brute who only knows how to fight and kill have to judge whether my zither music is good or bad?" The crown prince's brow furrowed. He sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. Nangong Chongfeng is, after all, the foremost zither master of Great Zhou. At the very least, he should be allowed to step down with dignity. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, on the verge of exploding. Li Wuji's eyes were cold, his hand still on the hilt of his saber, his breathing steady, ready to draw at any moment. Yi Junlin, however, found the whole thing utterly amusing. Just as he was about to speak, a ding sounded in his mind. The system suddenly chimed in. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice mission. Choice 1. For Nangong Chongfeng's offense, order his execution. Reward, 10 high-grade spirit crystals. Choice 2. Personally play a piece to make the other party utterly ashamed. Reward, 10 bags of high-quality spirit beast milk which can promote development, breakthrough physical forms, and greatly increase combat power." Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. Order his execution? He almost laughed out loud. Killing him would be simple but too ostentatious. If word got out, the world would see him as a narrow-minded, petty and ungracious person, and the reward wasn't worth him personally shedding blood. On the other hand, 10 bags of high-quality spirit beast milk. The corners of Yi Junlin's mouth turned up and a glimmer of interest appeared in his eyes. If he fed it to Bai Shaoxi, she might just grow wings and fly into the sky overnight. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sweeping over Nangong Chongfeng as if looking at a child throwing a tantrum in the market, his eyes cold and full of amusement. "Master Nangong, is it?" He slowly rose, his voice like a gentle breeze brushing past everyone's ears, yet it made the entire hall feel a few degrees colder. "I don't understand music, then let me play a piece and see. It's just playing a tune. All you need is hands." The clear voice echoed throughout the hall, casual yet silencing everyone into a frozen stillness. Nangong Chongfeng looked as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, his face turning the color of pig liver. Trembling with rage, the crown prince's expression changed, a look of doubt in his eyes. He thought to himself that this statement was far too arrogant. If all it took was a pair of hands, then who in this world would be worthy of being called a master? Indeed, everyone has their own specialty. No matter how high one's cultivation, it was difficult to master all fields. Yi Junlin's disciple Li Wuji stood tall, his eyes filled with pride. Though he didn't understand why, he believed and supported whatever his master said. Nangong Chongfeng sneered, his eyes full of provocation. "If you have the guts, I'll lend you this Fuyang zither. Let's see what earth-shattering piece you can play. If you can play one, then pigs can climb trees. What could a cultivator like you, who only knows how to fight and kill, possibly know about the Tao of the zither?" Unexpectedly, Yi Junlin didn't get angry at all. Instead, he smiled. "All right, then I'll give it a try." He gently took the Fuyang zither. Each string emanated a brilliant light, looking extraordinarily remarkable. Yi Junlin gently caressed the body of the zither, thinking to himself, "System, what level is my zither skill at now?" He remembered that when he signed in at a certain place, he had unlocked an experience pack related to learning the zither, which was equivalent to upgrading with a single click without the need for painstaking study. "What? Scared now? I knew you were all talk." The crown prince lowered his head, cold sweat dripping down. He had thought it would be a simple banquet, but he never expected things to escalate to this point. He stole a glance at the white-haired youth, afraid that he would fly into a rage and start a massacre. "Listen carefully, all of you, and judge my skill. This is also a good opportunity to let this world hear an ancient melody once more. Quan Yang Tian Sha." The sound of the zither began to ring out, its tone descending from the ninth heaven. Deep, powerful and majestic, with a heaven-shaking momentum, Hong Tianye, who had been looking cold and indifferent all along, was struck as if by lightning. Her eyes widened, her heart tightened, and her very soul trembled. This, how can he play such a transcendent holy piece? This level of skill was enough to dominate the entire central domain with no one daring to challenge him. Nangong Chongfeng, who was recovering in the back, trembled all over. How is this possible?" He clenched his hands, cold sweat pouring down like rain. That melody was not just a tune, it was the Tao, it was the grand order, it was the will of heaven. Li Wuji stood up almost trembling, his eyes crimson from the overwhelming shock. "This is the Tao of the zither and Guzheng. I can feel the unparalleled mystery in this piece. Heavens, it's truly profound." His chest heaved, his heart feeling as if it would leap out of his chest. I think I'm about to attain enlightenment. This is already the realm of the heart, no longer just music. Once again, Hong Tiany's eyes showed extreme shock. His cultivation broke through one level after another, crossing the mid-stage, late stage, and peak of the Great Ascension realm, all the way to completion. He was now just one step away from the Tribulation Crossing realm. A fire burned in Hong Tiany's chest. He didn't know whether to be shocked or jealous. A single piece of music could actually allow someone to break through the boundary of life and death. In the back, the Crown Prince of Great Zhou was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, wanting to say something but unable to make a sound. Venerable Yi, broke through from the Synthesis realm to the Great Ascension realm, no, to the mid-stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm. He's not a venerable, is he a legendary immortal? He felt his worldview being shattered and reshaped in an instant. In the silent space of Great Zhou, the sound of the zither was like a tolling bell, wave after wave, like crashing tides, rapid and fierce. Below the spiritual dais, a group of soldiers covered in blood and on the verge of death from their injuries suddenly emitted a brilliant light when the music began. Their wounds healed and their spiritual power surged. One of them sat up abruptly, his gaze shifting from dazed to bright. What's happening with this music? My injuries are all healed and I've actually stepped into the soul formation realm. He started crying like a child, pressing his palms together towards the heavens. It's a miracle, a true miracle. May the heavens bless Great Zhou. But for the one-horned Ghost King, this entire process was nothing short of extreme torture, a pain like an unhealable wound. Who is it? Who is it? The one-horned Ghost King roared, his cries tearing through heaven and earth. He did not retreat, his heart filled with a monstrous rage. He charged forward desperately, knowing there was no way back. It had become a choice between life and death. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. His army of 1,000,000 had invaded Great Zhou and been annihilated in a single fierce assault, but if he did nothing, he would be punished even in death. White smoke rose from the one-horned Ghost King's body. The excruciating pain tore at every inch of his flesh as if suffocating him to his very soul. Yet the Ghost King could not retreat. In his despair, a purple pill appeared in his hand, exuding a strange aura. It was the Nether Abyss pill, a gift from the Lord Emissary. There was no other choice. He gritted his teeth, swallowed the pill, and let out a long howl to the sky. As if calling upon heaven and earth, or perhaps challenging fate, two beams of purplish-black light shot from the Ghost King's eyes, so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at them. The power within his body surged like a tsunami, his cultivation breaking through from the early stage of tribulation, crossing to the late stage in a single leap. A rumbling sound like thousands of troops and horses echoed in all directions. The Ghost King's entire body emitted a purplish-black light like a bizarre star, soaring into the sky, overcoming all obstacles. The one-horned Ghost King could clearly feel that the increase in his cultivation was gradually weakening the power of the zither music in his heart. This was all thanks to the Nether Abyss pill, but the Ghost King knew in his heart that this effect was only temporary. No one knew what the consequences would be in the future. There was no turning back, only one path: complete the mission given by the Lord Emissary. Kill, kill, kill. Killing intent spewed from the Ghost King's eyes, the deep red on his face a symbol of his unquenchable rage. As long as he had a breath left, he would charge into the capital and destroy everything. The zither music grew more impassioned, the profound melody pouring into the world like pure radiance. Every note was like a heavy hammer striking the heart of the universe, its power constantly rising like a colossal wave crashing against the shore. All across Great Zhou, strange phenomena appeared one after another, shaking all of creation. A bright moon rose over the sea like a magnificent painting of mountains and rivers. Brilliant stars shone in the blue sky. The sun and moon shone together like two inseparable beams of light. The fishermen's songs on the river and the chorus of 100 birds painted a vibrant picture of nature. The whole of Great Zhou erupted in a frenzy, cheers echoing to the heavens like the prayers of the masses. At that moment, the one-horned Ghost King felt as if he had been struck by an invisible force. Ah! The one-horned Ghost King screamed, his blood-curdling wails like a wild boar struggling in a mire. His chi and blood rapidly dissipated, his body gradually revealing stark white bones. Every bone felt like it was being torn apart, and the spiderweb-like meridians in his body snapped inch by inch before his eyes. He felt everything collapsing, the world turning dark and hopeless. Who is it? Show yourself. Who is it? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. The one-horned Ghost King completely broke down in his despair. He had no more will to fight, only wishing to see the person controlling the zither from behind the scenes before he died. He didn't want to die without knowing why, unable to accept dying without even knowing who his enemy was. Unfortunately, even this thought became an extravagant hope. The person who killed him was nowhere to be seen, leaving only endless fear in the Ghost King's eyes. In the final moment of his life, he felt despair surge over him. The one-horned Ghost King's figure gradually disintegrated, turning to dust. His life, like a small flame, was quietly extinguished, leaving a faint trace in the unseen world. His consciousness sank into eternal darkness. Inside Tianhe Hall, Yi Junlin still sat quietly, his hands gliding gently across the zither strings. His technique was no longer as unrestrained as before, replaced by a restrained momentum. The light touch of each finger seemed to control the entire world. A moment later, the piece Quan Yang Tian Sha came to an end. The entire hall was silent. Yi Junlin let out a soft breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just now he had been completely immersed in the music, feeling its transcendent wonder. The piece Quan Yang Tian Sha was truly extraordinary, he thought to himself, a new light shining in his eyes. Ding, congratulations Master for defeating the Ghost Race army. Rewarding Master with immortal grade spirit roots, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The system's prompt sounded in Yi Junlin's mind. Yi Junlin frowned, a hint of confusion on his face. What are you talking about? Did I do something wrong? I've only been playing the zither from start to finish. I haven't even seen a single shadow of a Ghost Race member. How could I have defeated the Ghost Race army? Yi Junlin said jokingly, glancing at the system. You're not malfunctioning, are you? The system immediately replied cheerfully. Yeah, the Ghost Race had just invaded the army of Great Zhou and they were eliminated by the Master's zither music. This system is a professional. Please don't doubt the system. Be careful or the system will cry for you. Yi Junlin was stunned for a moment. Then it dawned on him. Next he felt a wondrous change within his body. A type of extremely rare spirit root. The immortal grade 5 element spirit root. This spirit root would make the control of all magical arts as easy as turning his hand, and the power released would be unprecedentedly strong, especially when casting the 5 extremes reincarnation grade annihilation art. If Yi Junlin were to use this move again, the total damage would be greatly enhanced, as if the might of heaven itself had descended, unstoppable. That sounds amazing. Master is so amazing. Bai Shaoxi was the first to come to her senses, shouting excitedly. Yi Junlin feigned a few coughs and said with a straight face, I already told you, all you need is hands. At this moment Nangong Chongfeng trembled all over, his eyes red, 2 streams of regretful tears silently streaming down his face. Am I dreaming? What a divinely wonderful piece, it's too wondrous, too wondrous. He felt his entire body and mind being cleansed, transparent from the inside out, soul as if it had undergone sublimation. Compared to this person's wondrous zither skills, his own meager talent was simply not worth mentioning. The sad thing was he had been complacent, priding himself as a master of the zither Dao, thinking he could be revered by thousands, when in fact he was just a frog in a well. Senior is right, what I played was indeed mediocre. How laughable that I, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, called Senior a boor who doesn't understand music. I deserve to die, I really deserve to die. Nangong Chongfeng was overwhelmed with shame. He knelt on the ground hugging his beloved zither and weeping loudly. His cries were filled with sorrow, echoing in the space like an indelible dirge. Master Nangong, the crown prince, was stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. No, I am not worthy of being called a master. Senior is the one who truly deserves the title of master. I am just a clown, a true clown. Nangong Chongfeng sobbed and cried, completely breaking down before Yi Junlin's supreme majesty. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on completing the mission. Master has obtained 10 bags of supreme grade pet food. The system's prompt sounded in the silent space. Yi Junlin knew his goal had been achieved, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Venerable Yi, how do you wish to deal with him? The crown prince asked cautiously, his tone becoming extremely respectful. The crown prince knew well that Yi Junlin was a mighty cultivator of the tribulation crossing realm, not someone to be trifled with. Yi Junlin waved his hand, signaling him to stand down. In any case, he had successfully crushed Nangong Chongfeng. There was no need to pursue the matter further. Hearing this, the crown prince's respect grew even more. He cupped his hands towards Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with admiration. This junior is truly impressed. Li Wuji stood to the side and snorted coldly. Looks like this old fellow got lucky. Otherwise I would have had to cut him down. He then turned around, looking at Yi Junlin with eyes full of admiration, and said excitedly, Master, thanks to your music just now, this disciple has already broken through to the Great Ascension realm. Yi Junlin just nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over Hong Tianye. Seeing that she had reached the completion of the Great Ascension realm, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This immortal fruit of yours is truly extraordinary. You're already about to face the tribulation so soon. Hong Tianye tried to remain calm, but her heart was in turmoil. She had never expected Yi Junlin to have such a skill, helping her avoid 1,000 years of bitter cultivation with just a single piece of music. At this moment a figure in a dragon robe appeared, exuding the overwhelming aura of the tribulation crossing realm. Father Emperor, you've broken through, the crown prince shouted joyfully, his tone filled with pride. With a true void immortal level expert presiding, Great Zhou's position in Kongzhou would be even more secure. With the national fortune soaring in the eyes of a tribulation crossing realm cultivator, who could be the emperor's match? Unexpectedly, the Zhou emperor turned to the seated white-haired youth, knelt without hesitation, his voice loud and full of respect. On behalf of the countless people of Great Zhou, I thank Venerable Yi for playing the divine music and blessing all living beings. The crown prince was stunned, watching the scene before him in disbelief. A noble monarch, a tribulation-crossing realm expert, was actually so humble. Just how powerful was this master of the profound sky sect? Rise. Being able to break through to the tribulation-crossing realm is your own ability, Yi Junlin said, waving his hand to signal the Zhou Emperor to rise. Venerable Yi is joking. If not for you playing the divine music, the national fortune of Great Zhou would not have reached an unprecedented peak. I was just lucky enough to take this opportunity to break through. Before, Yi Junlin's realm was only at the completion of Great Ascension. The Zhou Emperor had been somewhat wary of him. But that was all. He felt that no matter how strong the other was, with the support of the national fortune he could suppress him. After all, this was Great Zhou, his territory, not the distant barren state. But now, after breaking through and comprehending the zither music that contained the Taoist rhythm, the Zhou Emperor's perspective had suddenly widened. He finally realized just how terrifying this Yi Junlin of the profound Sky Sect was. Realizing this, the Zhou Emperor immediately cast aside all his dignity as a monarch, and humbled himself to the lowest possible level. He now only wanted to cling to Yi Junlin's thigh because the gap was too obvious to be ignored. Yi Junlin looked at him thoughtfully, then nodded. "It seems you are genuinely grateful." "Yes," the Zhou Emperor said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with sincerity. "As long as Venerable Yi says the word, Great Zhou will absolutely cooperate with all its strength. In that case, take me to see the Ancestral Mausoleum." "Of course, Senior, please. I will lead the way for you." The Ancestral Mausoleum, the most sacred place in the Imperial Palace, was so heavily guarded that no one could breach it. This was the resting place of generations of Great Zhou's monarchs. The Zhou Emperor waved his hand, breaking the restriction, and led Yi Junlin into the Ancestral Mausoleum. Stepping inside, the vast space felt like another world had opened up. However, inside the Ancestral Mausoleum, apart from the burial goods that would make any tomb raider drool, everything else seemed unremarkable. Actually, besides these things, there's nothing else worth noting here. I don't even understand why those beings covet this place, even going so far as to incite the ghost race to launch a full-scale attack on Great Zhou just to occupy it," the Zhou Emperor said helplessly. After walking down the corridor for a while, Yi Junlin frowned, not feeling anything unusual. "Forget it, let's go back." Just as Yi Junlin was preparing to leave, Hong Tianye, who was standing behind him, suddenly narrowed her eyes. With one hand, she channeled her power and shot out a magical art. A booming sound echoed in the void. Gradually, a huge ancient portal called a Stargate appeared before their eyes. The gate radiated an indescribably mysterious aura. This is, the Zhou Emperor's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could there be something like this in the Zhou family's ancestral mausoleum? And I, as the Zhou Emperor, knew nothing about it. "So pretty," Bai Xiao, she said, her eyes shining with curiosity. She walked around the Stargate, and when she reached out her small hand to touch it, she found her hand passed right through, as if what she was seeing was just an illusion. This Stargate didn't exist at all. But Yi Junlin knew that this Stargate absolutely existed. It just hadn't manifested in the real world yet. To fully activate it, a certain price would probably have to be paid. "Zhou Emperor, how long has this dynasty existed?" Yi Junlin asked, his eyes deep. The Zhou Emperor smiled with a hint of pride. "In response to Venerable Yi, Great Zhou has existed for 100 million years. Yi Junlin nodded and continued. "In Great Zhou, are there other countries?" The Zhou Emperor was taken aback for a moment and answered truthfully. "According to existing records, there are at least dozens of countries, and there are even some that haven't been recorded." Yi Junlin frowned and said in a low voice, "In that case, this Stargate must be traced back to a more ancient period. Perhaps there were records of this Stargate before, but through the vicissitudes of time they have been buried in the dust of history. The ancestral mausoleum just happened to be built in this location, and even the later monarchs of Great Zhou knew nothing about it, simply thinking the feng shui here was good." Yi Junlin glanced at his eldest disciple, his expression changing slightly. Yi Junlin said pointedly, "Xiao Hong, do you know something?" Hong Tianye pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Regarding the origin of this Stargate, this disciple has only heard rumors and has no solid evidence." "No matter, let's hear it," Yi Junlin said with an encouraging wave of his hand. Hong Tianye nodded and then said slowly, "It is said that in the distant ancient era, the Kunlun realm had many teleportation gates that could lead directly to the Great Thousand Worlds. At that time, countless cultivators of the Kunlun realm could freely travel through the universe, roaming various places. But for some unknown reason, these teleportation gates were later sealed by senior experts and never opened again." After hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Their gazes all turned to the Stargate floating before them, from which a mysterious and unfathomable aura was faintly emanating. "Does this thing really have that kind of ability?" the Crown Prince couldn't help but say excitedly. "Father Emperor, if that's true, can't we Great Zhou expand our territory outwards? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." In his mind, the universe outside must contain countless precious resources. If Great Zhou could be the first to develop the outer domains, its national strength would grow rapidly, and powerful experts would emerge in droves. Soon it would be able to stand on par with the top major powers. That's right, the Zhou Emperor couldn't help but be moved as well. This was a huge temptation, enough to sway any emperor, however. "HMPH, you two are truly daydreaming," Yi Junlin sneered, his eyes filled with ridicule. A single sentence, like a bolt from the blue, made the faces of the Zhou Emperor and his son change instantly, leaving them embarrassed for a moment. "Venerable Yi, what do you mean by that?" Yi Junlin crossed his arms, his eyes as sharp as swords. "Are you sure Great Zhou has the strength to set foot in the universe and not become the prey of those foreign races? If this Stargate were truly an opportunity, why would the seniors of the ancient era seal it? And why would that mysterious figure go to such great lengths, driving the Ghost Race army to invade Great Zhou just to occupy this place? use your brains." Each word fell like a clap of thunder, dousing the Zhou Emperor and his son with a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing the fantasy that had just ignited in their hearts. Finally, Yi Junlin snorted coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. "Besides, do you even know how to open this Stargate?" The Zhou Emperor and his son could only shake their heads awkwardly, their faces burning with shame. Indeed, they didn't even know how to open the Stargate, yet they were foolishly dreaming of expanding their territory into the universe. How laughable, and how pathetic. Yi Junlin smiled faintly. "All right, you can continue your efforts. I'm afraid that as long as this Stargate exists, Great Zhou's future will be fraught with disaster." With that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave the ancestral mausoleum. Beside him, Li Wuji clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, "Master, if it's as you suspect and those beings from the Nether Abyss deserve to die, how dare they betray the Kunlun realm and willingly become the lackeys of foreign races from beyond our domain?" A murderous intent burned like a cold fire in his eyes, making him wish he could exterminate them all, leaving none behind. Yi Junlin was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "What interests me most now is what exactly happened in the Kunlun realm in the past. I'm afraid that answer can only be found in the Immortal Realm." "The Immortal Realm," Li Wuji whispered softly, his eyes filled with reverence. It was a place countless cultivators yearned for their entire lives. It was said that the spiritual energy there was so dense that if you casually tossed a stone from a latrine, it could over long years gain sentience and embark on the path of cultivation on its own. The Immortal Realm is also just a place where the strong prey on the weak, 100 times more cruel than the lower realms. A glint of coldness flashed in Hong Tianyé's eyes, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly in a sneer. Back then, when he had crossed the tribulation and become an immortal, he was already qualified to ascend, but he was in no hurry to leave. He chose to remain in the central domain to continue cultivating because he knew the Immortal Realm was no paradise. It was said that the hierarchy there was extremely strict. Even a newly ascended true immortal could be suppressed, even lose their freedom like a pawn. Tell me who in this era could cross the tribulation and become an immortal without being considered a peerless genius. In the Kunlun realm, they were beings who could stir up heaven and earth, command the wind and rain, and be revered by thousands. Yet after ascending to the Immortal Realm, they could only climb up from the bottom, step by step. How many could accept such a disparity? There was a saying, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If one had a backer or a senior to guide them, it would be a different story. But if one had nothing and had to rely solely on themselves, that path was hell. Hong Tianyé was such a person, starting from scratch, going through 1,000 hardships and dangers alone, step by step becoming a true immortal expert. But precisely because he had offended too many factions in the central domain, if he ascended to the Immortal Realm without a patron, he would likely be hunted down and killed. By staying in the lower realm, he at least had a chance to survive. After all, immortals from the upper realm could not descend at will, and if they did, their strength could at most be maintained at the true immortal realm. Unfortunately, the cultivation environment in the lower realm was too poor to continue breaking through the true immortal realm. To advance further, one would have to tread the path of ascension sooner or later. In the sky, the magnificent Kunpeng spread its wings and rode the wind, slowly leaving Great Zhou. Inside the spirit carriage, Yi Junlin rested his hands behind his head, leaning back lazily in his chair, his expression relaxed and at ease. His thoughts were still replaying the experiences in Great Zhou. In the eyes of an ordinary person, the sudden attack from the Nether Abyss seemed to be a simple conflict. But upon deeper investigation, there was clearly a mysterious force pushing things from behind the scenes. Their goal was clear: occupy the Stargate, coordinate from within and without, and open a passage for the foreign races to invade the Eastern Domain. And once the Eastern Domain fell, the other 4 domains would not be able to stand alone. Sooner or later, the entire Kunlun realm would be drawn into a major upheaval. However, Yi Junlin's heart was undisturbed by all these changes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow and took out a bag of high-grade pet food from the system. The moment he opened it, a rich, milky fragrance filled the entire spirit carriage. That's right, it was top grade. "It smells so good," a joyful cry rang out. Bai Shaoxi, who had been curled up in a corner, immediately jumped up at the smell, her big bright eyes fixed on the package in Yi Junlin's hand. "Master, that thing, can I eat it?" The sight of her practically drooling made even Yi Junlin chuckle. "This is for pets." Bai Shaoxi tilted her head, stunned for a moment, then immediately retorted, "But I'm a pet too." Hearing this, he looked at her furry mouse head, his smile deepening. He had almost forgotten that this disciple's true form was a little white mouse. He had taken her in with the intention of keeping her as a pet, so by definition she was right. "All right, you can have this bag as a snack." "Really?" Bai Shaoxi happily hugged the bag of food, her little hands like a child who had just received candy, her face full of delight. "Thank you, master." In the distance, Hong Tianyé, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation, opened them slightly to glance over, his heart full of disdain. This stupid mouse did nothing but eat all day instead of cultivating. In his eyes, she was no different from that Yi fellow, although Bai Shaoxi had a powerful constitution. Ever since becoming a disciple, she had refused to practice diligently, content to be an errand runner for Yi Junlin. She was still stuck at the initial stage of the spirit god realm, a true waste of talent and a life. At this moment Bai Shaoxi had already sat down cross-legged, grabbing handfuls of the pet food and stuffing it into her mouth. Each round milk jade-like pellet emitted a faint white light. She ate with her eyes squinted, her expression one of indescribable enjoyment. This is so delicious. The more she ate, the more addicted she became, the more she chewed, the more she liked it, unable to stop. In an instant a brilliant light radiated from her entire body. Pure essence gushed from every pore as if she had transformed into a celestial spring. Boom, the energy within her body exploded wildly, and her cultivation began to soar. Mid-stage, late-stage, peak and completion of the spirit god realm, it didn't stop. With a heavy boom she broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the synthesis realm. After she finished the entire bag of food, the spiritual power in her body continued to surge, rumble. Her realm broke through wildly once more, stepping directly into the great ascension realm. What's happening? Hong Tianye was stunned, his body as stiff as a statue, his eyes vacant, his soul still reeling from the violent shock. The scene before him was like a heavy hammer, shattering all his previous cognitions. In that moment he suddenly realized he could no longer comprehend this world. On the other side, Bai Shaoxi was still relishing her snack, her cheeks puffed out, her eyes squinted into a line, her expression silly but full of satisfaction. "The snacks master gives are so delicious," she murmured, her voice drawn out like a pampered kitten. It wasn't until the sweet taste faded that her consciousness gradually returned. Just then, Bai Shaoxi suddenly felt something unusual. She blinked, her eyes first blank, then even more blank. How did I break through? Her eyes widened, her round silly face filled with surprise. She had almost no idea what had happened, or when her cultivation had skyrocketed again. She had just been eating a little snack. Yi Junlin stood to the side, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected that just one bag of high-grade pet food could raise the little mouse's cultivation from the initial stage of the spirit god realm to the initial stage of the great ascension realm. The thought made him ponder. If he fed her a few more bags, would she directly ascend and become an immortal? Not far away, Li Wuji, who was practicing with his saber, glanced over and was so startled he nearly dropped his weapon. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It must have been that bag of food. Meanwhile, Hong Tianye's eyes immediately flashed with an intense light. He stared fixedly at the bag in Bai Shaoxi's hands as if afraid it would disappear. His heart was in turmoil. What kind of treasure did this Yi Junlin possess? Why did he keep producing such astonishing things one after another? If he didn't know he was no match for him, he would have desperately tried to snatch a bag. Yi Junlin smiled as he looked at his cute little disciple hugging the food bag and asked jokingly, "Shaoxi, do you want more?" Bai Shaoxi's eyes immediately lit up like stars, and she nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, it's so delicious, I want more." With a wave of his hand, Yi Junlin casually took out 4 more bags of high-grade pet food and tossed them in front of her. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, wanting to see how much further she could break through. Seeing the 4 bags of food before her, Bai Shaoxi was so happy she was about to fly. She hugged them with both hands, carefully opened one and took a deep breath. The fragrance filled the air, making her tremble with joy. So fragrant. Without waiting another second, Bai Shaoxi immediately grabbed handfuls of the food, stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like little buns again. The small figure, under the brilliant spiritual light, chewed and smiled, so cute that heaven and earth were moved. Yi Junlin quietly observed Bai Shaoxi. After finishing the 3rd bag of food, Shaoxi's cultivation had only barely advanced to the late stage. At this point, Yi Junlin understood that the more she ate, the less effective it became. After checking Bai Shaoxi's condition, he waved his hand again and took out a bag of high-grade pet food from the system. The bag shone with a brilliant light as he gently tossed it into the air. "Kun, you've worked hard recently too. This is your reward." The bag of food, as if guided by his will, slowly flew towards the Kunpeng, emitting a faint golden-blue halo. The ancient divine beast immediately opened its mouth, gently cocked it, and swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the food entered its stomach, the Kunpeng's entire body emitted a brilliant blue light, and waves of spiritual energy surged out like the tide. With its pure divine beast bloodline, the absorption process was exceptionally efficient. In an instant, the Kunpeng's cultivation shot up from the initial stage of great ascension to completion. In a distant corner, Li Wuji could barely maintain his composure. His eyes were wide, about to pop out of their sockets. Just by eating something, one's cultivation skyrocketed as if it were a game. He gaped, his gaze turning to the white-haired youth standing on the dais, a deep layer of reverence welling up in his eyes. Master is indeed unfathomable. Meanwhile, Hong Tianye stood stunned for several seconds, his face gradually turning ugly. His expression shifted from astonishment to anger. This method of advancing one's realm, wasn't it just mocking the painstaking cultivation of countless others? He gritted his teeth, feeling his Tao heart being provoked. I must condemn this behavior. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't eat it." At this point, Shaoxi was no longer gobbling down the food like before. Instead, she began to carefully pick up one piece at a time, gently placing it in her mouth and chewing slowly. Her large, watery eyes and round face showed an expression of enjoyment, both cute and satisfied. Not far away, behind an old tree near the palace, Hong Tianye quietly shifted his position. He glanced around, then transmitted his voice softly. "Shaoxi, come here for a moment." Hearing the soft call, Bai Shaoxi looked up in the direction of the voice. Her small pointed ears twitched, and then she blinked, recognizing Hong Tianye sitting behind the tree. "It's senior brother Hong calling me." She then cheerfully set off, her small steps quick and cute, almost hopping as she ran. Her chubby cheeks jiggled, and her tail swayed gently with her steps. Reaching Hong Tianye, she looked up and smiled innocently, her voice crisp. "Senior brother Han, what did you call me for?" Her voice carried a hint of expectation, a bit of joy, and an innocence that made one reluctant to harm her. Hong Tianye stared at Bai Shaoxi's innocent yet incredibly cute face, sneering inwardly. "This stupid mouse," he coughed a few times and said seriously. "I wanted to tell you that the thing Master gave you to eat is actually poisonous." Bai Shaoxi was stunned, then shook her head frantically, her voice small but full of conviction. "Impossible, Master would never harm me. Besides, after I ate it, my cultivation even soared." Hong Tianye gently lifted her chin with his hand, his tone like a senior educating a junior, and said calmly, "It may seem like a rapid breakthrough, but it's actually like pulling up a seedling to help it grow. Your body will unknowingly accumulate toxins. Eating more is like committing suicide." Hearing this, Bai Shaoxi was stunned, her chewing stopped, and she swallowed with difficulty, saying weakly, "But Master gave it to me, which proves the food is fine." "Senior brother Hong, are you mistaken? Besides, I don't feel anything, my body isn't uncomfortable at all." Hong Tianye frowned, gently placing his hand on Bai Shaoxi's head and concentrating to feel inside her. All her meridians were intact, her foundation was extremely solid, and there was even a pure immortal aura constantly circulating within her body. Hong Tianye opened his eyes and said in surprise, "There are really no side effects? This is even more effective than taking medicine." In that moment, all his previous cognitions were overturned. He stared fixedly at the bag of food in Bai Shaoxi's hands, an unconcealable greed flashing in his eyes. Being stared at like that, Bai Shaoxi felt very uncomfortable and said carefully, "Senior brother Hong, if there's nothing else, I'll go now. Please leave the snacks for me." Hong Tianye's aura was imposing as he stared into her eyes and said, "Bai Shaoxi, look at the food bag in your hand. I haven't had enough yet. Hurry up, I'm your senior brother, you have to listen to me." Bai Shaoxi silently swallowed. Looking at the food bag in her hand, her lips moved, not daring to say more, but in her heart she thought, "Master gave this to me." Seeing that this mouse dared to defy his command, driven by the desire to improve his cultivation, Hong Tianye's anger flared. He sneered, a malicious glint in his eyes, and reached out to snatch the food bag from Bai Shaoxi's hand, saying harshly, "Give it to me." Bai Shaoxi stood frozen, her eyes wide, staring at the snatched food bag. Crystalline teardrops welled up in the corners of her eyes, falling silently like pearls. Hong Tianye held the food bag, his smile growing wider. Seeing Bai Shaoxi's pitiful state, he barked, "What are you crying for? Spit out what's in your mouth, and don't you dare tell Master about this, you hear me?" His powerful aura made Bai Shaoxi shrink back, and she replied weakly, "Yes." Hong Tianye gave her a contemptuous glance, then ordered, "What are you still standing there for? Get out of my sight." Bai Shaoxi's heart was filled with pain. She tried hard to hold back her tears, turned and ran away. Watching her fleeing figure, Hong Tianye's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Little mouse, I can easily handle you," he thought to himself. HMPH, next it's time to break through to the Tribulation Crossing realm. But he had no idea that this was food specifically made for pets. When a human ate it, it would cause a rejection reaction, having no effect on improving cultivation. Hong Tianye didn't hesitate, immediately pouring the entire bag of food into his mouth. The sweet milky flavor spread in his mouth, melting instantly. It was indeed delicious, but after eating he frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "What's going on? Why does my stomach feel so bloated and uncomfortable?" The pure energy in Hong Tianye's abdomen began to run rampant, as if a storm was brewing inside him. "This is not good," he thought to himself. If this continued, the energy would wreak havoc throughout his body, making him lose control. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face gradually turned as red as a ripe apple. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to guide the energy in his abdomen. Large beads of sweat rolled down, and his breathing became rapid. Poot poot poot, a fart sounded, and a powerful gust of air erupted as if breaking through a natural gate. Ever since her food was snatched, Bai Shaoxi had been feeling down, as if something was weighing on her heart. Seeing Bai Shaoxi walking over with a dejected look, Yi Junlin frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Shaoxi, what's wrong? You're usually never troubled, always full of energy. Why are you so listless now?" Bai Shaoxi wanted to explain, but thinking of the consequences, she could only swallow her words. She felt terrible but couldn't say it. If she told Master, Master would definitely punish Hong Tianye, and then he would surely hate her even more. Yi Junlin frowned, about to ask again, when he suddenly heard a deafeningly loud noise. The entire island seemed to tremble, shaking everything around. He immediately sat up, his eyes wide as he looked towards the source of the sound. A figure in red was soaring into the sky. Having left the Kunpeng's flight path, without hesitation he reached out, and a huge suction force emanated from his palm, directly pulling the figure over from thousands of meters away. Hong Tianye stumbled and fell to the ground. His exquisite, flawless face now so red it looked like it was about to bleed. He was so ashamed he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The demon sect master had just let out a wild booming fart, and to his surprise it had shaken the entire island. Yi Junlin coughed a few times, his eyes sharp as lightning as he looked at Hong Tianye, his tone stern. Zhao Hong, tell me what exactly happened. In front of the white-haired youth, the once imposing Hong Tianye had vanished, replaced by worry, anxiety, and fear, leaving him speechless. Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Yi Junlin barked, his gaze like lightning, sharp and cold. The yin energy in the air surged, pressing down like the might of heaven, making everything around tremble. This disciple was wrong. Please forgive me, master. Hong Tianye's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and he unconsciously knelt on the ground, bowing his head and shouting. He knew very well that the person before him doted on Bai Shaoxi the most. If the matter of snatching the food was discovered, he would be skinned alive, if not killed. Yi Junlin rubbed his nose, his expression somewhat displeased. What's the big deal? It's just a fart. Is it necessary to be this scared? Am I too strict with my disciples? Suddenly Hong Tianye broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorted, his body trembling uncontrollably as if he were trying to hold something back, but it was just too difficult. What's wrong with you? Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow in confusion. Poot, a loud fart sounded, and a powerful gust of air immediately spread out, blowing Yi Junlin's long silver-white hair into disarray. His face was one of undisguised shock. Hong Tianye was sent flying into the sky by another fart. Senior brother Hong, Li Wuji exclaimed in surprise at the scene before him. Bai Shaoxi sniffed, a surprised expression on her mouse face. This senior brother Hong smells so good. Smelling the sweet milky fragrance in the gust of air, Bai Shaoxi couldn't help but blurt it out. Not only was there no unpleasant smell, but it was filled with a sweet milky scent that was actually pleasant. Yi Junlin was completely stunned. What in the world was going on? Why would a great Ascension Realm cultivator suddenly fart? And why would the fart smell so fragrant? Suddenly, Yi Junlin remembered something and turned to ask Bai Shaoxi, "Did he snatch your snacks?" Bai Shaoxi's face tensed. She lowered her head, her voice faint. "Yes, I gave it to senior brother. Senior brother Hong said he wanted to try some too," Yi Junlin sneered, his eyes glinting, and he immediately guessed what had happened. It must have been Hong Tianye who saw the supreme-grade pet food and had ill intentions. He snatched Bai Shaoxi's food, resulting in this situation. And to snatch from his junior sister, that was indeed a bit much. It seemed he needed to be taught a lesson. Bai Shaoxi hesitated and said with difficulty, "Master, shouldn't we help senior brother Hong?" Yi Junlin snorted, his tone contemptuous. "Ignore him, he totally deserves it. He'll be fine once he's done farting." He leaned back lazily in his chair, smelling the sweet milky fragrance that filled the air. Yi Junlin closed his eyes slightly, his face gradually becoming intoxicated, but suddenly he snapped awake, his face darkening. "Oh, what the hell is this? As a master, I'm actually sniffing my disciples' farts." Yi Junlin's face darkened, and with a wave of his sleeve he dispersed the milky fragrance in the air. His expression relaxed considerably, though a hint of awkwardness remained. At that moment Hong Tianye was gritting his teeth, his body still struggling to suppress the energy in his abdomen. Behind him, a continuous stream of air jets propelled him across mountains and seas, chasing in the direction the Kunpeng had disappeared. A cold voice echoed from the distance, ringing in his ears. "Come back to receive your punishment after you're done farting." Hong Tianye's face was filled with displeasure, his heart with regret. Fortunately, none of his enemies had witnessed this scene, or he would have been too ashamed to live. "Look, everyone, look," a beautiful fairy-like woman said. In a remote village, the villagers all raised their heads and shouted excitedly as they saw Hong Tianye fly through the sky. "There's a strange sound," one person said, cupping his ears. Hearing the poot-poot-poot sound, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Why do I feel like that sounds like someone is farting?" a young shepherd boy asked in surprise. "Impossible," the old village chief roared, rapping the shepherd boy on the head with his staff and scolding him. Then he looked towards the beautiful figure in red on the horizon, his face filled with excitement. "This is a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world, bestowing upon us celestial chi and blessings. People of Jiba village, quickly, absorb the celestial chi. Absorb the celestial chi." The villagers of Jiba village, as if hypnotized, had a fanatical glint in their eyes. They ran in Hong Tianye's direction, sniffing the air incessantly, their faces full of excitement as if every breath brought them benefits. "Celestial chi or not, I think it smells quite fragrant," one person shouted after the others. "Hurry, hurry. Absorb the celestial chi." The crowd scrambled after Hong Tianye, as if this were a rare opportunity to change their fate. The atmosphere was tumultuous, a mix of panic and faith in a miracle. This incident later became a legend in the village. It was said that on a fine sunny morning, a beautiful fairy in red unintentionally passed by Jiba village. Seeing the simple and kind-hearted nature of the people, she specially bestowed upon them her celestial chi. From then on, the villagers of Jiba village benefited greatly, each one becoming as swift as the wind, their bodies filled with energy. 3 months later, under a bright sun with clouds and mist swirling about, a magnificent treasure ship rode the air currents, flying towards a certain destination. On board, cultivators from all 4 corners had gathered. Some were discussing the Tao over wine. Some were gossiping about trivial matters, some were flaunting their status, and others were eating, drinking, and making merry. "I really wish we could get to Wuzhou sooner," one cultivator lamented. "I heard the Medicine King Valley is about to open. I don't want to miss this rare opportunity." "Alas, the competition will surely be fierce then," another person responded, his gaze fixed on the distance. The Medicine King Valley had always been shrouded in mystery in the eastern domain, a wondrous land full of opportunities. Legend had it that the Medicine King Valley was first created by a great divine physician named the Medicine Sovereign. His medical skills were so superb that he was revered by all cultivators in the ancient era. The medicine sovereign planted all kinds of rare and precious medicinal herbs in the valley. Inside there was also a super-large spirit-gathering formation that absorbed the spiritual chi of half of Wuzhou to nourish them. Any ordinary precious herb from there could cause a bloodbath if tossed out into the world. Just then an old and cold voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable dominance. "You lot up ahead, stop for this old man." "What the hell, who's being so arrogant? What's going on? Why did we suddenly stop?" A man in a long robe with a face as fair as jade assessed, shouting sharply, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Even a clay figure has a bit of a temper, let alone us cultivators who can command the wind and rain. Now that our treasure ship has been suddenly stopped, many of us are displeased. We must find a place to vent our anger." Amidst the silence, the old voice from ahead sounded again. Coldly it said, "Fellow Taoists, hand over all your valuables. Don't force this old man to act." An uproar immediately broke out on the treasure ship. "What, a robbery? Who's so bold? We have a Heaven Monarch expert on board, and these blind fools still dare to cause trouble. Manager, just ram them to death." Cries for blood rose from all around, but when the ship's master saw the figures blocking the way, his voice became respectful, as if trying to confirm a suspicion in his heart. "May I ask for your esteemed name, senior?" The man wore a long robe of black embroidered with gold. His silver hair was disheveled and his eyes were like lightning. He spoke, his voice cold. "Shuenshan Sect Yi Junlin." Beside him stood three other figures. A tall woman in a red dress with skin like jade, her arms crossed, her expression arrogant as if she looked down on everyone. A tall man wearing a bamboo hat, his hand resting on the hilt of the saber at his waist, his gaze sharp as if he would draw his blade on anyone who dared to defy him. And a petite figure in a pink kipao with a silver hood, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, but had a very special air about her. These few figures stunned the ship's master and all the cultivators on board. Weren't these the spitting images of those four from the legends? Especially that silver-haired old man. It's him, the white-haired god of slaughter, Yi Junlin. Is it really him? A faint voice, full of doubt, sounded from the crowd. "I feel like someone of his stature wouldn't do something like this. It must be a fake." "Are you blind?" another person retorted with contempt. "Didn't you see the people beside him? They're exactly as the legends describe." "That's right. The woman is Fairy Hong, the man is the saber demon Li Wuji, and the shortest one is the white-haired god of slaughter's personal guard. With a lineup like this, you still think it's fake?" another person said, his tone dripping with disdain. "I truly admire your intelligence. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you," a hurried voice urged, full of irritation. But just then, another hesitant voice rose from the crowd. "But there are also legends saying he rides a divine beast, a kunpeng." "What, you believe that too?" a young man sneered, his eyes full of disdain. "That kind of divine beast went extinct in the Kunlun realm long ago. How could one possibly appear for him to ride?" "That's right," another person chimed in. "It must be an embellished reputation someone made up. No matter how powerful Yi Junlin is, he couldn't possibly ride a kunpeng. I advise those who think they're fakes not to get us all killed before you die." Seeing this, the silver-haired old man's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his sharp eyes seeming to see through everything. He coughed lightly, then said with feigned seriousness, "Li Wuji, aren't you going to go and accept the kind intentions of our fellow Taoists?" "Yes, master. This disciple will go at once." The man in the bamboo hat who was standing to the side replied respectfully. Holding his long saber, the bamboo-hatted man swaggered onto the ship. "If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables. Don't make me start chopping people up," he roared. His aura menacing, like a true bandit, the cultivators on the deck could only swallow their anger, silently taking out their storage rings, seemingly hoping only to avoid being caught up in the chaos. Li Wuji moved as if through an empty land, holding his saber in his left hand and collecting rings with his right, as cold as a god of judgment. One treasure after another, one storage pouch after another were swept away by him like autumn leaves in the wind. "Damn it, is everyone inside dead? All of you, get the hell out here for me." He strode directly towards the most luxurious room at the stern, where a dragon-patterned black banner hung emitting a faint spiritual light. A cry of alarm was heard. "Sir, please stop." The captain, dressed in a brocade robe, his face panicked, rushed over, forcing a smile, but the back of his robe was already soaked with cold sweat. "That room is the temporary residence of two distinguished guests from Guangzhou. They are important figures, we truly cannot afford to offend them." Li Wuji glanced at him sideways, a cold sneer on his lips. "No matter who they are, they must give my master face. If you don't know what's good for you and my master takes action, the only path for you is death." Hearing this, the captain's legs went weak, his face turned ashen, and he dared not say another word. Just then, with a creak, the door suddenly opened and a middle-aged man walked out. He wore a white robe with black trim, his hair tied up high, and sported a sparse goatee. With his hands behind his back, his eyes were as deep as an abyss, and the great Ascension realm aura emanating from him was as heavy as a mountain, making it hard for anyone to even breathe loudly. Beside him was a young woman with skin as white as snow, wearing a yellow dress, her face as beautiful as a painting. Her round eyes were wide, and she was trembling with anger. Li Wuji's steps faltered, his pupils shrinking. A true venerable one. For a moment his mind went blank, but he immediately relied on his seasoned killer instincts to steady himself. He raised his saber, pointed it straight at the middle-aged man, and shouted sharply, "You want to make a move? Believe it or not, my master can crush you like an ant." The young woman in yellow was furious, her willow-like eyebrows standing on end. An illusion of rotating stars appeared in her hands, and an aura like the cosmos descending. A terrifying pressure spread out. The violent fluctuation of spiritual power made everyone nearby tremble, their knees going weak. Li Wuji's heart pounded, every nerve stretched as taut as a zither string. His killing intent was suppressed to its absolute limit, and he almost turned and fled, but he had killed countless people, his hands stained with the blood of half the sky, and his acting skills were second to none in the world. He gritted his teeth and threw his head back with a cold laugh. "Little girl, are you trying to rebel? Who are you calling a little girl?" The yellow-robed woman's sharp cry was like a clap of thunder. Starlight converged into a fist, and with a punch carrying a brilliant river of stars she was about to smash this insolent person. Li Wuji stood there, the back of his neck as cold as if ice and snow had seeped into his bones, a premonition of disaster rising in his heart. "This is bad. This time I've really run into trouble." At this critical moment a large hand reached out and grabbed the yellow-robed woman's wrist. The man in the black and white robe spoke in a deep, low voice. "Miss, you must not be reckless." The yellow-robed woman was furious. She tried to struggle but couldn't break free, so she could only glare fiercely at Li Wuji. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, clasping his fist towards Li Wuji. His tone was gentle yet contained a hidden pressure. "I am Fan Dejung, a protector of the Asking Dao sect from Guangzhou. I wonder if this fellow Taoist could give me some face and let today's matter go. In the future we will surely pay a personal visit to the Xuanchen sect to offer our respects and seek guidance." Asking Dao sect. Hearing these 3 words, Li Wuji's heart pounded like a war drum. The Asking Dao sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects of the Eastern Domain with a lineage stretching back to the ancient era, had produced several immortals. Its fame was illustrious, resounding throughout the 9 provinces. "Damn it, this time I've really kicked an iron plate," he roared inwardly. But then a thought surfaced, suppressing his fear. "What's there to be afraid of? I am now the saber demon Li Wuji, disciple of the white-haired god of slaughter, Yi Junlin. So what if it's the Asking Dao sect?" Relying on the arrogant blood in his bones, Li Wuji forced himself to stop trembling and snorted coldly, his killing intent flaring. "The future is the future, for now. Quickly hand over all your valuables." Fan Dejung stared at him for a long time before finally letting out a slow sigh, as if he had just gone through a painful internal struggle. He took out a storage ring from his robe, his hand trembling slightly, and placed it before Li Wuji. "This ring contains 1 million high-grade spirit stones and several spiritual artifacts. Please accept it as a small token of our sincerity, fellow Taoist. At the same time, please convey a message. We of the Asking Dao sect offer this humble gift and extend our greetings to Void Immortal Yi on our behalf." The storage ring glowed brilliantly, spun once in the air and landed steadily in Li Wuji's palm. He took a deep breath, clutching it tightly, his heart filled with extreme excitement. "I've struck it rich, I've really struck it rich this time." On the other side, and Miaoyi was so angry her pretty face flushed red. She stomped her foot, the anger on her beautiful face unconcealable. "Uncle Fan, how could you back down like that?" Fan Dejung sighed softly, his voice steady and heavy. "Miss, everything I do is to ensure our survival. If we hadn't backed down facing Yi Junlin's murderous nature, I'm afraid this treasure ship would have become a sea of blood today." Li Wuji sneered, feigning composure. He put away the storage ring, slung his saber over his shoulder, and said with a faint smile, "You know what's good for you. I will report this to my master on your behalf." With that he turned and strode away, his figure dashing and arrogant, while his heart roared, "Haha, it worked, the act is over, time to scram." That was so thrilling. In an instant, Li Wuji was already standing before Yi Junlin, his expression smug as he respectfully cupped his hands. "Master, this disciple has accepted all the gifts from our fellow Taoists." Yi Junlin was draped in a black robe, his eyes cold, his aura profound. A single glance was enough to make one tremble. He nodded slowly, his voice like a blade cutting through the void. It seems there are still people in this world who will give me, Yi Junlin, some face. Let's go." In the top-tier room on the ship, and Miaoyi stood with her hands on her hips, her pretty face filled with anger as she admonished him. "Uncle Fan, you've really disappointed me." Fan Dejung frowned and sighed slowly. "Miss, I did this only to protect you. The Yi Junlin is vicious and kills without batting an eye. Even his disciple shows no respect for our Asking Dao sect. If something happened to you, how could I, Fan Dejung, ever face the sect master? Miss, what can we do when his cultivation is so unfathomably deep? Did you know? Just now he easily killed a void immortal from the feather transformation gate." Hearing this, and Miaoyi's beautiful eyes widened. "What, a void immortal?" Fan Dejung nodded slowly. "Yes, that man's title was Juyang. He was the master of the feather transformation gate's holy son, an incredibly esteemed figure. It's just a pity he was too confident, thinking he could kill Yi Junlin single-handedly. Who would have known that Yi Junlin was hiding his cultivation?" In the end, Juyang fell on the spot, his body completely obliterated inside the room, and Miaoyi's chest heaved with anger. Her petite body paced back and forth, her fury seeming to want to burn down the entire room. "Damn it, how can such an evil person exist in this world?" Fan Dejung watched the fuming yellow-robed girl, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke in a steady voice. "Miss, don't lose your way because of a moment's anger. Focus all your energy on cultivation. You possess the starry immortal physique, a constitution in no way inferior to the feather transformation gate's holy son's solar immortal physique. As long as you persevere, you will sooner or later cross the tribulation and become an immortal, surpassing all your enemies. Hearing this, Miaoyi's gaze gradually focused, her anger transforming into firm determination. She clenched her fists, her eyes seemingly burning with fire. Uncle Fan, rest assured, I will definitely cultivate diligently. When my strength is sufficient, I will personally eliminate villains like him, slay demons to defend the Tao, and bring justice to the world. In a desolate mountain somewhere on the horizon where mist swirled like a dream, several figures sat cross-legged gathered around a pile of freshly acquired loot. The air was filled with satisfaction and excitement. A short dwarf-like man threw off the bamboo hat on his head, revealing a shrewd face, and chuckled. "Ha, the name Yi Junlin is truly a priceless treasure. These past few days, every time we've gone out to rob, as long as we use his name, things have gone smoothly, without any hindrance." The man laughed as he spoke, the smug look on his face unwavering. "I was so scared just now I almost blew my cover. Luckily those people were scared witless just hearing Yi Junlin's name. Even a venerable from the Asking Dao sect had to bow his head and offer up a ring. It felt so damn good." "Get lost," another man sneered, his eyes filled with arrogance. "You think he really respected you? He was just in awe of the saber demon Li Wuji, in awe of the reputation of Yi Junlin's disciple. As for you, what are you? Just a jumping clown." A sharp female voice cut in like a knife. The speaker was a woman in red, her figure fiery and her look stunning, but her eyes were full of ridicule. She glanced disdainfully at the man in the bamboo hat, instantly infuriating him. His eyes flew wide open and he roared. "You bitch, you think you're so noble? Weren't you the one being ridden like a horse in the Fengchun Tower, and you dare to call yourself Fairy Hong Ba? You're asking to die." The woman in red trembled with rage, igniting like a ball of fire. She roared, her soft yet strong body instantly springing up. "I'll rip your damn mouth off." The two faced off, their auras menacing, their saber chi about to erupt. "Enough, both of you, shut up!" A cold shout exploded like thunder, shaking the entire mountain. Everyone was startled, their gazes quickly turning to the center. A silver-haired old man, draped in a gray robe, his eyes as cold as thousand-year-old snow, walked over step by step. The aura on his body was steady and profound, carrying the might of the completion of the spirit transformation realm. It immediately suppressed everyone present. This silver-haired old man was the leader of this group, the one who had single-handedly created this team specializing in impersonating Yi Junlin to rob people everywhere. No one knew his real name, only that this person had mastered a technique to hide his cultivation, making it impossible for others to see his true level. It was because of this that in every operation he made his targets wary, thinking they had encountered a peerless master, never knowing it was just a carefully orchestrated act. He sneered, each word cutting like a blade into bone. "You think you're so amazing, you don't even know your own worth, yet you're already scrambling to show off." He swept his gaze around, his eyes passing over every face. "Listen up, none of you are irreplaceable. All I have to do is kill you two, and 10 others will come to take your place, more obedient and more sensible. So, you'd better not make me lose my patience." The words were spoken lightly, yet they sent a chill down everyone's spine. The man in the bamboo hat swallowed, not daring to say another word. The woman in red also bit her lip, her anger turning to smoke and suppressed deep in her heart. The silver-haired old man retracted his aura, his killing intent coalescing, and slowly pulled back his gaze, which was as deep as the ocean. The ancient Tao says, "The strong live, the weak die." Is cultivation a matter of just talent or effort? He raised his head, his gaze gloomy as if it could pierce the dark clouds high above. "To become strong you must have resources. Cultivation requires spirit pills, spirit artifacts, and spirit treasures. If you don't have them, you go and rob them. After this last job we'll split the loot and disband. We'll retreat immediately, leaving no trace behind." He narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in the depths of his pupils. "For this last job, we're going big. We'll hit the Medicine King Valley." Just as he was sneering and preparing to lay out his final conspiracy, boom, from the distant horizon, dark clouds rolled and roared like a heavenly army descending. A massive body, 10,000 zhang tall, seemed to blot out the entire sky as it swept across the desolate mountain, bringing with it a world-shaking gale. The air shattered, layers of spiritual chi were torn apart, and a heavy pressure descended as if the entire world was meting out punishment. Boom, in an instant everyone felt their hearts beat erratically, their blood flow reversing as if they had been plunged into the cold deep sea. What is that?" The silver-haired old man's face was ashen, his scalp tingling as if pricked by 10,000 needles. His body trembled, a chill shooting up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He tried to see, but his eyes were filled with nothing but extreme terror. What kind of demonic beast is this terrifying?" The man in the bamboo hat trembled, his mouth agape as he swallowed hard. The woman in red was completely stiff, her face as white as paper, her eyes filled with fear, nearly losing control of her spiritual power. The 10,000 zhang figure slowly flew away like an ancient divine beast that had just descended upon the world. Only when the figure disappeared into the clouds did the group let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The backs of their robes were soaked with cold sweat. Meanwhile, atop the kunpeng, Yi Junlin lay leisurely in a sandalwood chair, a smile twinkling in his eyes. "Zhao Hong, your 3-month deadline is almost up. Master has prepared a gift for you that will surely make you cry with joy." Yi Junlin was still smiling gently as he turned and instructed, Xiaoxi, go fetch the chocolate ice cream master carefully prepared. By Xiaoxi responded cheerfully. Hopping away like a little gust of wind, in a short while she returned, overjoyed, holding a cold cone, the dark cream shining with a jade-like luster. Found it, it's an ice cream cone, master. Yi Junlin nodded slightly. Zhao Hong, this is the most delicious ice cream in the world. You've worked hard cultivating these past 3 months. This is your reward, don't disappoint me. Hong Tianye stared at the ice cream in his hand, stunned for a moment. This, thank you, master. Looking at the strange chocolate ice cream, Tianye's expression was as twisted as if he were constipated. Is this edible? But in the end he gritted his teeth and slowly brought it to his mouth. The moment the ice cream touched his tongue, Hong Tianye's eyes widened slightly, a bright light in them. A spoonful of ice cream touched his tongue and the cold sensation spread through his mouth, dissipating like a spring breeze. So this is ice cream, he muttered to himself, his usual resistance gone. And it's this delicious, master, master. A figure rushed over like the wind. Li Wuji's face was full of excitement, his eyes shining. We've arrived in Wuzhou. I heard the Medicine King Valley is opening in a few days. Before he could finish, he froze, staring at Hong Tianye, who was solemnly eating a black ice cream. Li Wuji's face contorted. Senior brother Hong looks like he's eating something strange. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, his expression serene. What's the Medicine King Valley? As soon as he spoke, a little Loli's voice sounded in his mind. Ding, it has been detected that the master has entered Wuzhou. The special location Medicine King Valley is available for check-in. A successful check-in will grant generous rewards. Yi Junlin stroked his chin and smiled faintly. Since we're here, we might as well make a trip. If there are benefits to be had, take them. No need to be polite. At that moment, outside Tinling City, the liveliest place within 100 miles, 4 figures in cloaks stopped in front of the Dragon Gate Inn. The cloaks concealed them completely, only revealing a transcendent aura. Master, Li Wuji took a step forward and said respectfully, this is the largest inn in the area. We can rest here for a few days and act when the Medicine King Valley opens. Yi Junlin nodded, his voice as soft as the wind. All right, we'll stay here. Although they could stay on the Kunpeng, it would get boring after a while. Staying at this inn would be convenient for gathering information and experiencing the local customs. Esteemed guest, please come in, the innkeeper, his face wreathed in smiles, greeted them with a bow. The 4 of them walked in silently, the hoods on their heads hiding their faces, and the surrounding guests paid them little mind. This had been their initial plan, to avoid causing a stir and disrupting the situation. Because now in the entire eastern domain the mere mention of Yi Junlin's name was enough to shake the 100 clans of cultivators for 3 days. Master, why do we have to be so secretive? Hong Tianye followed behind, hesitating for a long time before daring to ask. In the eyes of this demon cult's lord, each of them possessed absolute power, capable of controlling the lives and deaths of thousands with a single thought. Who in the world would dare to speak rashly? If there were, he would just kill them with a single sword stroke, he muttered to himself, his face full of dissatisfaction. I'm so famous now, there must be countless fervent fans. If my identity is revealed, I'm afraid they'll swarm me for autographs. I'll be in for it then. Yi Junlin sighed lightly and said this. It made Hong Tianye feel as if something was stuck in his throat. His facial muscles twitched and the corners of his mouth quivered non-stop. On the way, he had imagined countless reasons, avoiding the enemy's eyes and ears, gathering intelligence, preparing for a secret operation. But he had never imagined it was because he was afraid of being asked for autographs. Indeed, one cannot fathom the thoughts of this monster with a mortal mind. I was wrong, terribly wrong. Hong Tianye took a deep breath, his face full of self-reproach, and silently adjusted his mentality. On the second floor of the Dragon Gate Inn, Yi Junlin called out, Waiter, are there any dishes worth trying here? The quick-witted innkeeper hurried over. Esteemed guest, you've asked the right person. Allow me to introduce a few of our most signature dishes. I guarantee the taste is superb. You'll never forget it after one bite. With that, he opened the menu and began to introduce them enthusiastically. First, we have the braised lion's head. The ingredient is a nascent soul stage lion, personally slain by our chef. It's roasted 3 times over a furnace, cooled twice, leaving the skin crispy and the meat tender, rich but not greasy. It tastes like fire on the tongue, yet as sweet as aged wine. Then there's this sweet and sour carp. It's no ordinary fish, but a carp with a trace of true dragon blood. The meat is fresh and tender, the skin crispy. Eating it can clear your chi meridians, and some have even dreamed of becoming a dragon after eating it. And this spicy stir-fried beef is made from an azure ox at the spirit transformation stage. Each slice of meat is marinated with spiritual herbs. Eating it can boost your chi and blood, strengthen your body, and is especially effective for cultivators. As he rambled on, the innkeeper didn't forget to discreetly observe Yi Junlin's expression. These dishes were all expensive, and 9 out of 10 cultivators who came here would be deterred by the prices. This menu was usually for looking, not for ordering, but this time seemed different. Yi Junlin's expression remained unchanged, his gaze leisurely, his demeanor calm and elegant. Just then, Bai Shaoxi suddenly spoke up, pointing at a dish on the menu and tilting her head. What about this dish? Jade like snow, the name sounds quite alluring. Esteemed guest, you have excellent taste, the innkeeper smiled, his tone full of respect. Jade like snow, the name is elegant, but the ingredient is very special. It's from the polar ice rat. This creature lives only in the extreme cold of the far north, burying itself in the cold snow all day, using ice as its bed and snow as its nest. After being skillfully prepared by our chef, The rat meat becomes plump, fresh, and tender. Each slice is as crystal clear as melting ice in early spring, hence the beautiful name jade like snow. This dish is most delicious with a small hot pot. It's also great grilled or boiled. As soon as he finished, Bai Shaoxi, who had been somewhat excited by the poetic name, immediately turned pale, her expression stiff. The thought of several plump ice rats being skinned, sliced, and put into a hot pot almost made her faint on the spot. "Esteemed guest, would you like to try this dish?" Seeing her pale face, the innkeeper was a little bewildered and asked again carefully. Bai Shaoxi shook her head, her voice choked as if she were about to cry. "Sob, sob, why would you eat Shaoxi?" Sob, sob. The innkeeper was stunned, his face full of confusion. Why such a strong reaction? At this moment, Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes, staring at Bai Shaoxi, who was hugging her head and sobbing. "Except for that jade-like snow, bring one of each of the dishes you just mentioned." The innkeeper was startled and swallowed, his mouth dry, his heart pounding like a war drum. "My heavens, this is a real big shot. Yes, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I'll go inform the kitchen right away." Yi Junlin withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. "An inn run by cultivators, quite interesting." Li Wuji, looking experienced, nodded in assessment. From this disciple's experience, the chef here must be extraordinarily skilled. Just then, Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes, his gaze vigilant. "Wait, it seems someone is talking about us." Yi Junlin appeared calm, but in reality he had already perked up his ears to listen in the inn. Whispers rose like a tide. "What rotten luck, last time I just happened to run into that Yi Junlin and my life savings were completely cleaned out." "Me too. Not only spirit stones, but I also lost 6 7th grade magic treasures and 30 profound rank talismans. My 5 earth grade pills were also snatched by him. Not a single one left." "What, you were all robbed too? I thought I was the only unlucky one to run into that old dog." Seeing that my fellow Taoists share my misery, I suddenly feel much better. Discussions erupted everywhere, and the atmosphere in the inn seemed about to boil over. Nearly 80% of the cultivators in the main hall stood up at the same time, roaring in anger, like a protest march. "Yi Junlin, that shameless, despicable scoundrel, doesn't deserve to live in this world. May he be struck down by heaven and earth, his bones drowned to dust, and cast into the 18 levels of hell to never find peace for the hatred in my heart." The entire inn shook with these loud curses. "Ha ha!" Hong Tianye lowered his head, his shoulders trembling as if he were trying to suppress his laughter. At this moment, this lord of the demon cult felt incredibly gratified. Every curse, every accusation against Yi Junlin that rang through the hall was like a sharp blade piercing his heart, and he felt it was a great joy. "The heavens have eyes and karma is served. Not a bit off. Well said, you heroes have cursed so well." These words are practically shouting what's in my heart beside him. Li Wuji's eyes widened, his expression shocked, as if he had been doused with a basin of cold water. In his impression, his master was always elegant and righteous. How could he do such a thing? Immediately, Li Wuji's aura changed. Killing intent burst forth, his eyes turned cold, and his hand tightened on the hilt of his saber. He stood up abruptly, ready to strike. "He who insults my master dies." But just then, a large hand pressed heavily on his shoulder from behind, a pressure as heavy as a mountain, causing Li Wuji to freeze instantly and look up in surprise. Yi Junlin shook his head lightly, his voice low and calm. "Don't get excited. Let's hear them out first. It's obvious someone is impersonating me and swindling people. I don't know why I'm being cursed so badly either." Despite trying to remain calm, Yi Junlin's face couldn't hide its gloominess. He glanced sideways. Hong Tianye was still looking down, his shoulders still trembling slightly. He smiled faintly, his voice full of meaning. "Zhao Hong, if you want to laugh, just laugh. It must be uncomfortable holding it in." Hearing this, Hong Tianye instantly felt a chill run down his spine, a drop of cold sweat sliding from his forehead to his chin. He quickly composed himself, and when he looked up again, his face was already filled with burning anger, his eyes as red as if they were about to breathe fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, these ants are truly courting death, master. With just one word from you, this disciple will strike immediately and leave no one alive." Yi Junlin looked at him, saying nothing. He knew Hong Tianye's treacherous, smiling assassin personality all too well. When others curse his master, it would be strange if this person wasn't secretly overjoyed. He just hadn't had a chance to join in yet. Just then, a large man in the crowd slapped his thigh as if he remembered something. "How about we talk about Yi Junlin's first disciple?" Another guy chimed in. "I heard that Hong Tianye's beauty is enough to topple nations, his demeanor as cold as ice, and countless men are infatuated with him." That person paused, snorted, and his tone became contemptuous. "But I've seen him in person, and he's nothing like the rumors, although his looks are passable. The smell on him, well, it's like a brothel girl's." A short, cunning-looking man stroked his chin and continued, "Brother, you're right. Based on my decades of experience with women, that Hong Tianye is at best above average. I don't know how he got so hyped up." Another lecherous-looking man interjected with a laugh. "Esteemed guest, you're going too far. The first time I saw Hong Tianye, my mouth was watering. That place is so full it just makes you want to reach out and squeeze it." The crowd roared with laughter, and vulgar words filled the space, drowning out the initial anger. Hearing this, Hong Tianye's face immediately froze. The smile that had been on his lips moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by a rage like a furious ocean storm, wave after wave crashing violently in his chest. His whole body trembled with anger. His teeth ground together, and his eyes were so cold they seemed to want to swallow those people alive. Li Wuji, who was sitting next to him, was already extremely embarrassed. Hearing those vulgar words made him even more restless. His eyes unconsciously glanced over, landing right on Hong Tianye's flat chest. This light glance seemed to touch Senior Brother Hong's most sensitive nerve. Junior Brother Li, what are you looking at? Hong Tiany's voice was as cold as winter ice, and the killing intent within it made those around him shudder. The air instantly tightened like a bowstring. Li Wuji's whole body stiffened, goosebumps rising all over. He felt like he was being stared at by a terrifying presence powerful enough to suffocate him. No, nothing, Senior Brother Hong. I just got some sand in my eye, don't misunderstand. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, pretending he hadn't seen anything, but this clumsy acting and lame excuse made Hong Tianye feel as if his intelligence had been insulted to his face. Just as Hong Tianye was about to press him, Yi Junlin deliberately coughed twice. His tone laced with a hint of amusement, lazily teasing, Zhao Hong, you should be more magnanimous. Besides, they aren't talking about you, are they? They're talking about that imposter. And she's a woman. Are you a woman? I don't think so. You're a man, so why are you reacting so strongly? What? Have you really accepted the title, Fairy Hong? Otherwise, why such a big reaction? Hong Tianye's face immediately froze, and he hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum. I haven't. I really haven't. Oh, you really haven't. Yi Junlin tilted his head and continued to ask, his eyes teasing as if he could see through everything. Hong Tianye was so anxious he almost jumped up, vehemently denying, No, I really haven't. Ha ha ha, Master believes you. Yi Junlin waved his hand and smiled lightly, as if he had just watched a good show. Esteemed guests, the dishes you ordered are ready. The innkeeper came in, his face wreathed in a fawning smile, carrying plates of steaming hot dishes. The aroma filled the entire room. As one dish was set down, the previous one was already making mouths water. The flavors mingled, the colors were enticing, and even cultivators found it hard to resist. Bai Shaoxi wasn't interested at first, but after a moment her little nose twitched, her eyes lit up, and she muttered, It smells so good. Like a flash of lightning, she picked up her ivory chopsticks, put a piece in her mouth. She ate until her eyes dared into slits, her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's. That blissful expression looked as if she had never eaten anything so delicious in her life. Seeing this little mouse's silly look, Yi Junlin couldn't help but chuckle, and the annoyance in his heart dissipated a little. He picked up his chopsticks and waved them lightly. Let's eat first, we'll talk about other things later. At the same time, a woman in a bright yellow dress sneered, her tone full of mockery. Uncle Fan, did you hear that? The people below are cursing Yi Junlin's group to high heaven. I think this is the will of the people. Fan Dejung just sighed. Miss, they're just venting. People at that level are no longer affected by outside rumors, so what if they're condemned by the whole world 1,000 times? Yeah, Uncle Fan, why do you always speak up for that big scoundrel? And Miaoyi stomped her foot in anger, her face full of dissatisfaction. Fan Dejung could only raise his hands in surrender with a wry smile. All right, I won't say any more, okay? After the meal had temporarily concluded, Yi Junlin and his disciples had just walked out of the main hall when they unintentionally passed by Fan Dejung's table. Fan Dejung suddenly sensed a hint of abnormality, and his gaze followed them. He stared at the backs of those hooded figures, his heart suddenly leaping as if struck by something. Uncle Fan, what are you looking at? And Miaoyi's soft voice sounded. Fan Dejung withdrew his gaze, his expression solemn. I sense that those few people have unfathomably deep cultivation, especially the one in the lead. He makes me feel a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, and Miaoyi's face changed drastically. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. It should be known that Fan Dejung was a grand elder of the Asking Dao sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects of the Eastern Domain. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Ascension realm, and he was proficient in countless ancient secret techniques. His strength was enough to suppress a region and intimidate heroes. Yet now, such an existence was so wary of a stranger of unknown identity, especially the leader, that he even uttered the word powerless. This made her feel a palpitation in her heart. Could it be a void immortal? Thinking of this, and Miaoyi unconsciously swallowed. But then she shook her head, trying to shake off this somewhat absurd idea. A void immortal, that was a realm that only existed in legends, besides the white-haired old demon they encountered a few days ago, the one who led his evil army to rob their treasure ship. Could it be that they had encountered another one today? Thinking of this, she found it hard to believe and felt uneasy. Uncle Fan, you shouldn't belittle yourself and boost others' morale. And Miaoyi said softly, still not truly convinced in her heart. Fan Dejung sighed with a wry smile. Miss, when we're out we should be cautious in everything. Now that the Medicine King Valley is about to open, prodigies are gathering and experts from all 4 corners are converging. It's not strange to encounter a senior who is stronger than me. Night had fallen. In a dark corner of the Dragon Gate Inn, a group of strange creatures tore through the night's curtain. They were half human, half snake, their long bodies slithering on the ground, their deep purple eyes shone like ghost fire in the darkness, and forked tongues flickered from their mouths, emitting strange hissing sounds. This group of creatures exuded a cold and evil aura, their eyes filled with killing intent and bloodlust, staring fixedly at the inn, like hungry wolves stalking their prey. In the lead was Yelu Jiyu, the great chieftain of the snake demons. He wore a magnificent brocade robe, and held a scepter inlaid with green jade. They came from the Demon Snake Clan, a branch of the 100 clans of the Nether Abyss, treacherous, cruel, and feeding on blood and resentful spirits. This time, under the command of a high-level mage, they had secretly infiltrated Tinling City for one mission: assassination and destruction. Act immediately, set up the Grand Illusion Dream Formation. Yelu Gu commanded coldly. The Grand Illusion Dream Formation was one of the most ancient formations, long lost to the outside world but secretly preserved in its entirety by the Demon Snake Clan. This formation could make unsuspecting people fall into a deep sleep, and then guide them into dreams born from their inner desires. The deeper they sank into the dream, the more exhausted their spirits would become, their souls drained, eventually turning them into walking corpses despite their physical bodies being intact. Swoosh swoosh, more than 10 members of the Demon Snake Clan moved at once like ghosts flitting through the night, silently occupying various key positions of the Dragon Gate Inn. Without a word, they lightly cut their palms with knives, letting the viscous purplish-black blood drip slowly to the ground. Drop after drop of blood as hot as poisonous magma was guided to draw ancient and eerie bone script, stroke by stroke, gradually appearing on the stone slabs. A purple light emanated from it, carrying an indescribable evilness that suffocated the heavens and earth. More than 10 demon snakes held their formation positions, each one fully concentrated, not daring to be the slightest bit distracted. If even a small mistake was made, a flaw would appear in the formation. If a few cultivators were to wake up midway, the entire plan would turn to naught. Yelu Gu stood in the center of the formation, his magic power surging through his body like a torrent, frantically pouring into the green jade scepter in his hand, with his great ascension stage cultivation. And the assistance of more than 10 clan members at the integration stage, he was confident that once the Grand Illusion Dream Formation was complete, it would be enough to drag all cultivators below the Tribulation Transcendence stage into an endless dream. At the same time, an invisible force began to spread, silently enveloping the entire Dragon Gate Inn like a poisonous fog. Sure enough, the cultivators inside the inn fell into a dream one by one. In one illusion dream, on a shattered battlefield, the surviving cultivators of the Kunlun realm stood in a sea of blood, their eyes wide open, watching the armies of the outer clans slaughter wantonly. The cries shook the heavens, blood dyed the earth red, and bones piled up like mountains. The scene was like the end of the world descending upon the mortal realm. Heavens, are they trying to exterminate Kunlun? A white-haired old man knelt on the ground, wailing in pain and helplessness. At the most desperate moment, a dazzling light suddenly descended from the 9 heavens, its might like a heavenly punishment violently crashing into the outer clan's formation. It triggered a world-shaking explosion that made the earth tremble. Countless outer clan beings screamed in pain, their primordial spirits shattering, their bodies turning to ash. Who was that? A trembling outer clan general, his eyes full of terror. It was me. A resonant voice rang out, as majestic as a thunderclap on a clear day, shaking the entire world. In the sky, a towering figure slowly appeared, his long hair flying, his eyes shooting out brilliant light as they opened and closed. He held a 40-meter-long battle saber, like a god of war descending. It's him, it's the blood god Li Wuji. The blood god Li Wuji has come. Cheers rose like a tide. Men and women, old and young, shed tears of joy, kowtowing and weeping. You are the strongest cultivator in the history of Kunlun. The outer clan general's eyes widened, his throat roaring as if it would tear. Li Wuji's gaze was like lightning, his voice cold and unquestionable. All who offend my Kunlun shall pay with blood. As his voice fell, he swung his saber. A single slash like the judgment of the heavenly Tao. Boom, the entire world seemed to be split apart. The starry sky dimmed, the universe trembled, and the earth cracked. The outer clan beings let out miserable screams, swallowed by that brilliant light and turned into nothingness. Blood god, you are our hero. From the depths of the Kunlun realm, shouts like a mountain tsunami echoed through the clouds. Everyone knelt down together, tears streaming down their faces, dedicating their lives to this supreme being. The Kunlun realm shall be protected by me. Li Wuji's expression was solemn as he raised his 40-meter-long saber, uttering the strongest voice in the heavens and earth. In another illusion, amidst a dim fog on a tall throne, a tall and slender figure sat steadily, as still as a mountain. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Wherever it passed, all the powerful figures in the world knelt, not daring to breathe too loudly. They were like loyal servants, bowing their heads in submission, not a single one daring to voice any opposition. Hong Tianye raised his chin, a smile that was both charming and cruel playing on his lips. Now all his old enemies had been eliminated, and no one was qualified to stand before him. Here, he slowly declared that the era of the fire-worshipping demon cult had begun. His cold voice echoed through the air like a divine decree, spreading throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Hong Tianye sat on the highest throne and laughed aloud. In another illusion, Bai Shaoxi was curled up on a cloud of sweet cotton candy, yet amidst the thousands of entranced souls there was one absolute exception. Yi Junlin felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in his heart. With his peerless looks and extraordinary strength, he should have long been famous, with countless fans worshipping him like a god, yet they were all haters. Yi Junlin's eyes darkened, and a faint killing intent flashed in his mind. All of this was because someone was playing tricks behind his back, using his name to deceive the world, tarnishing his righteous, martial, and perfect image. He sighed softly and muttered to himself. Just then, the system's familiar ding sounded in his mind. It has been detected that the host has not checked in for 2 months. Would you like to check in now? Check in, he said faintly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 supreme-grade top-tier micro-detonation talismans. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bags of top-grade beast pet food. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic treasure. First longevity flute of the myriad worlds. All items have been automatically stored in the system space. Longevity flute? Yi Junlin asked with a slight frown. What grade is this thing? Ding, it has no grade. Its power depends entirely on the host's flute-playing skill and their own cultivation realm. Oh right, Yi Junlin seemed to have suddenly remembered something. My flute skills seem to be of the highest level. The longevity flute was a jade flute as green as jade, emitting a faint glow and a mysterious ancient aura. Yi Junlin held the flute to his lips with both hands. The sound of the flute rang out clear and melodious, imbued with a spiritual energy like spring water, as if it carried the breath of all things awakening, allowing the listener to glimpse the realm of eternity within the endless cycle of reincarnation. It sounds so good, a member of the evil snake clan whispered. His thoughts seemed to be drawn back to his distant childhood. Then his body involuntarily began to move with the enchanting melody. Yelu Jiyu, standing in the center of the formation to command it, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He slammed his scepter on the ground and roared in anger. What are you doing? Hurry up and focus on controlling the formation. However, things didn't stop there. One by one, the members of the evil snake clan, like puppets with their strings cut, abandoned their task of maintaining the Grand Illusion Dream formation. One after another, they immersed themselves in their own fantasy worlds. Some writhed their bodies as soft as water snakes, while others shook their hips as if dancing gracefully in the bustling mortal world. Yelugu's eyes widened, his face pale. Since birth he had never seen such a bizarre and crazed scene. At that moment, he understood that all of this was caused by that demonic flute music. That sound wasn't just a melody. It was a demonic sound that could awaken the instincts of the snake clan. His clansmen couldn't resist and danced wildly to the music. Who the hell is playing tricks? Get out here for this high priest. Yelu Jiyu roared, his hideous face contorted. His 2 sharp fangs glinted menacingly as if he wanted to tear the enemy to shreds, but before he could act his eyes began to blur and his vision gradually lost focus. He clasped his hands together as if holding a flower above his head, a strange smile on his lips. His body swaying gently in the wind like a sunflower turning towards the sun, the grand high priest of the mighty evil snake clan had now become a foolish puppet dancing to the sound of a flute. At the same time, the Grand Illusion Dream formation, the core defense of the evil snake clan, came to a complete halt. They could no longer maintain it, as all 7 of them were dancing frantically. At the Dragon Gate Inn, Fan Dejung suddenly awoke with a start, a chill running up his spine. I was actually caught in a dream just now. He immediately understood. With his cultivation, it was impossible to fall into a dream for no reason. Someone must be playing tricks in the dark. Not good. The thought had just crossed his mind when his figure instantly turned into a blur and shot straight into another room before him. And Miaoyi was sitting cross-legged in meditation, her expression serene and peaceful, her eyes tightly shut. A light wind-like smile gracing her lips. She was still asleep, dreaming a beautiful dream. Miss, wake up, Fan Dejung chanted solemnly, and a stream of light shot into the yellow-robed girl's forehead, and Miaoyi's body trembled slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly's wings in a spring dream, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened, still somewhat dazed. Uncle Fan, how did you? We've fallen into a trap. Fan Dejung's expression was grave, his voice heavy, as if carrying a suppressed killing intent, and Miaoyi gently wrinkled her jade-like nose, as if she had suddenly remembered something. Her delicate eyebrows trembled slightly, and her eyes filled with unease. No wonder I felt like I didn't want to wake up. The more I sank into it, the more exhausted my spirit became. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy has set up an ancient formation. The Grand Illusion Dream formation. This formation was banned from circulation in ancient texts. It can make people fall into a deep sleep unknowingly, and eventually die silently in their dreams, with no one the wiser. Fan Dejung's voice trembled. Even a powerful expert at the peak of the Great Ascension realm like him had been drawn in and had difficulty escaping. If he hadn't woken up in time, he feared his life would have been in danger. Miss, don't you leave this place, Fan Dejung instructed solemnly. I'll go out and check the situation. A moment later, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. In the blink of an eye, he was already hovering above the Dragon Gate Inn. Fan Dejung's gaze suddenly constricted. Yelu Jiyu and his accomplices had now stopped dancing because the flute music had abruptly ceased. They began to wake up groggily, their expressions dazed, their eyes vacant like wooden chickens. High Priest, a clansman said, rubbing his head and stuttering, still unable to believe what had just happened was real. But can this plan still continue? A murderous glint flashed in Yelugu's eyes, his voice as cold as ice. The dream was interrupted, but not completely. Most of the humans are still immersed in the illusion. If we act quickly, there's still a chance. Suddenly a loud shout came from afar, shaking the heavens and the earth. Stop! Fan Dejung appeared in the void like a bolt of lightning, his killing intent surging. He shouted, "You beast, you dare to lay a hand on our human race!" Facing him, a cold light flashed in Yelugu's eyes, his murderous intent surging, but there was also a hint of apprehension. So what? The Nether Abyss army will surely trample the eastern domain. Eliminating you human cultivators is only a matter of time. Impudent, Fan Dejung roared angrily. With a wave of his hand, a cyan longsword appeared, its edge glinting like starlight, exuding a sacred aura that made the surrounding void tremble slightly. Even at the Great Ascension stage, don't even think of escaping from here. Despite being 2 minor realms lower, Yelu showed no signs of retreating. His expression was as gloomy as the night. He sneered, "HMPH, I wonder who it is. Turns out it's just another human in the Great Ascension stage. Who are you trying to scare?" A sky-shaking bang came from the distance. "HMPH, what a lively scene." A sharp knife-like voice came from afar. Li Wuji, dressed in a black robe, walked over with his saber, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, his killing intent overflowing. Then, swoosh, a red shadow flashed in the air. "A lowly creature like you dares to have designs on me." A woman appeared in the void. Hong Tianye, the lord of the demon cult, had a flawless, exquisite face. Her cold countenance was shrouded in a thick killing intent, her phoenix eyes burning with golden flames so bright they seemed to want to burn the 9 heavens, her aura surging like a tsunami. Not good. 2 Great Ascension stage cultivators. Cold sweat broke out on Yelugu's forehead. Fan Dejung's expression also changed. Why do these 2 people feel so familiar? He had a vague feeling that these 2 were by no means simple. The killing intent they carried made even him feel suppressed. "High Priest," Yelugu's subordinate said tremblingly, facing 3 Great Ascension stage cultivators, his eyes filled with panic. Yelu took a deep breath, knowing in his heart that if he hesitated any longer, he would surely die here. "Transfer all your power to me," he roared. Streams of power poured into his body like surging waves. He raised his green jade scepter high. With a boom, a ball of dark green light erupted, turning into a huge pillar of light that enveloped the entire Nether Abyss army. Not good. They're trying to escape. Fan Dejung's face changed drastically, and he rushed forward with his sword. "Stop!" Hong Tianye and Li Wuji moved at the same time, using their teleportation techniques to block the way, but it was already too late. Yelu laughed wildly, his eyes full of smugness. "This scepter is a sacred object bestowed by my clan leader. Even a Tribulation Transcendent stage expert would find it difficult to keep me here, let alone you." The dark green pillar of light had already begun to merge into the void and was about to disappear. At this critical moment, the sound of the flute rang out again, but this time it was no longer a melodious tune on the wind, but a series of notes containing a strange rhythm, as if possessing an irresistible magic that quietly infiltrated everyone's soul. Li Wuji's face looked strange. He gently rubbed his nose. Even he, a man who had fought through bloody storms, felt an itch in his heart, as if an urge to dance gracefully between heaven and earth was seeping into his very bones. "This flute music, it's him." Hong Tianye frowned, seeming to have guessed something, and a sharp gaze immediately swept towards the distance. Then her eyes twitched slightly, as if pricked by a needle, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Yelu, on the other hand, trembled all over, his originally smug expression instantly freezing. "No, impossible. How could this tune make me want to dance?" The dark green light cluster suddenly exploded like shattering glass, and a horrifying scene appeared. In front of the snake people, some were twisting their hips, while others were swaying their waists, as if they were still immersed in a feast. But the strangest among them was Yelu. He had planted his scepter straight into the ground as a pole and then began to perform an unbelievably hot dance, sometimes spinning around the pole, sometimes twisting his body into various strange and incomprehensible poses so flexible it was almost inhuman, as if what he held was not a magic weapon but a steel pole in some bar. "Oh my heavens," Li Wuji muttered, "is this guy provoking us?" His hand tightened on the hilt of his saber, his face wrinkled as if he had just swallowed a live fly. Hong Tianye's hair stood on end, goosebumps all over her body, her eyes bloodshot. "I need to go get my eyes treated immediately. It's all that flute music's fault." Fan Dejung was initially stunned, but in a flash his heart was violently shaken. As expected, there is still a hidden master here. If it weren't for this senior, all the cultivators in the inn would probably be dead. Meanwhile in the inn, and Miaoyi, intrigued by the sound of the flute, went to the room where the music was coming from. She boldly pushed open the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw a figure in white, swaying gently in the wind, unstained by a speck of dust as if descended to the mortal world from the clouds. A head of long silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, his features handsome, his skin as fair as snow, and his aura as ethereal as the mountain mist, and Miaoyi suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She had never expected that the person playing that tune would be such a peerless, graceful figure, and Miaoyi took a gentle step back in surprise, her hands unconsciously crossed in front of her stomach, and Miaoyi's heart beat uncontrollably faster. She had never thought that the person playing that elegant and charming flute melody would be a youth with such an otherworldly temperament, truly a child of the heavens. Although she was usually quick-witted and unmatched in argument, the moment her eyes met Yi Junlin's, her face flushed like a peach blossom and the words on the tip of her tongue became stutters. "Senior, I'm so sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to." The moment Yi Junlin saw her, his eyes immediately shone like the night stars. Without a word, he pulled her into the room. Bang, with the sound of the door closing, the two of them faced each other. "Quick, come give it to me." Yi Junlin looked anxious, his hand still outstretched as if he were trying hard to grab something, and Miaoyi felt a wave of dizziness, and her beautiful face immediately turned crimson. She was the daughter of the Asking Dao sect's leader and was used to the admiration of countless young cultivators since childhood, but this was the first time she had ever encountered someone so direct, face to face, without any beating around the bush like tonight. although she was moved by the flute music. Didn't deny Yi Junlin's exceptional looks. For him to say such a thing within moments of meeting her really made her suspicious, and Miao Yi immediately took a step back and said sternly, "Young master, please have some self-respect." She's not that kind of casual woman." It was Yi Junlin's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth wide and let out a light cough. "What? I just wanted to borrow a pen for an autograph. Is it necessary to be so serious?" He raised an eyebrow, his tone becoming cautious. "Miss, do you really not want my autograph?" And Miao Yi was taken aback. Her mind raced, and in a flash she understood that she had misunderstood. Instantly her cheeks turned as red as the evening glow, and she wished she could bury her head in the ground. But this young lady's mind was also unusual, and she regained her composure in just a few breaths. Looking up at the white-haired youth before her, she asked with confusion, "When did I say I wanted your autograph? Are you famous in the Eastern Domain?" Yi Junlin was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, "So she doesn't know me at all." Seeing his stiff expression, and Miao Yi thought he was shy and explained gently, "You play the flute very well. I thought you must be some famous musician. It's just that I've never seen you before. I was just drawn by the music and boldly came to visit." Yi Junlin laughed dryly and nodded in agreement. "I see, it was I who was presumptuous," and Miao Yi smiled faintly, her demeanor natural, and she bowed generously. "To meet his fate, I am Miao Yi, a native of Guangzhou. May I know the esteemed name of the young master?" Yi Junlin's eyes flickered, and after a moment of thought he returned the bow. "Miss, and you are too kind. I am Yi Fan, from the Desolate State." He had originally intended to hide his true identity. After all, with all sorts of heroes gathering at the Medicine King Valley this time, that impostor would surely not sit idly by. He feared that the impostor would once again use his name to do something spectacular, so it's best to remain anonymous. "You're from the Desolate State?" And Miao Yi's eyes widened, her pink lips slightly parted, concealing her surprise. "Yes, what's wrong?" Yi Junlin smiled. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Actually, I never had a good impression of the Desolate State. The elders often said it was a poor and backward place. No one in the Eastern Domain was willing to set foot there, and it was difficult for even a single spirit transformation cultivator to emerge." Yi Junlin didn't get angry, just nodded lightly. "That is indeed true. In the past, a nascent soul stage cultivator could sweep across the entire Desolate State, let alone a spirit transformation one." And Miao Yi continued seriously, "But recently, ever since the profound Sky Sect rose, I've realized that perhaps that place has been looked down upon for too long. It's a land that has been underestimated by the world." Hearing this, Yi Junlin laughed. "So you've changed your view of the Desolate State?" "No, it's worse." "What?" Yi Junlin was stunned, almost choking with anger. And Miao Yi put her hands on her hips, her face righteous, her voice clear but full of indignation. "Yi Junlin, the master of Misty Peak, relying on his high cultivation, has committed countless evil deeds. A few days ago, he even led his disciples to Wuzhou to rob cultivators from all over, and even Uncle Fan and I became victims. A dignified void immortal at the Tribulation Transcendence stage actually did such a despicable thing. It's simply a disgrace to the entire cultivation world of the Eastern Domain." Cough, cough. Yi Junlin coughed twice and said with a serious and composed expression, "Miss N, I think there must be some misunderstanding in this matter, because in our Desolate State, Yi Junlin is a nearly perfect existence. Not only is his strength profound and his character upright, but his looks are so handsome there's no bad angle. He's so handsome that even I, a man, almost fell for him. Tell me, how could a person who is both talented in literature and martial arts do something that would damage his reputation?" After hearing this, and Miao Yi's expression became very strange. Her gaze slowly swept from the top of Yi Junlin's head to his heels as if she were sizing up a swindler in scholar's robes. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she probably would have been deceived by him. That he was powerful was barely believable, but his upright character and being handsome from every angle really made one want to vomit blood. And Miao Yi stared and said seriously, "Young Master Yi, there are no outsiders here. You can tell me the truth. Don't worry about being discovered by that white-haired old demon. I promise I won't leak a word even if it costs me my life." The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth twitched. "Miss N, your imagination is truly rich," and Miao Yi, however, became even more agitated. "Your behavior proves even more that the white-haired old demon's crimes are heinous. He used cruel methods to threaten the people of the Desolate State, forcing you to lie with your eyes open, gritting your teeth and bearing the humiliation. This is too much. How can you live like this? Don't worry, justice may be late, but it will arrive. When my cultivation is strong enough, I will personally kill that old fellow and rescue the Desolate State from its dire straits." After saying that, she even clenched her fist, her eyes burning like an angel of justice descending upon the mortal world. Yi Junlin was speechless on the spot. "Young Master Yi," and Miao Yi said seriously, seeing his strange expression, "What's with that look? Was I wrong?" Yes. Yi Junlin gave a thumbs up. "Go for it, I have high hopes for you. Defeat Yi Junlin, save the Desolate State." "I can definitely do it." And Miao Yi nodded seriously, not hearing anything strange in his words at all. Suddenly, and Miao Yi seemed to sense something, and her expression changed slightly. She turned abruptly and walked out the door quickly. "Uncle Fan, I'm here." Swoosh, a figure flew over like lightning, bringing a whistling wind, his sleeves fluttering. Fan Dezhong's expression was grave as he asked in a deep voice, "Miss, why did you run over here?" Didn't I tell you to stay obediently in your room? And Miaoyi gently touched her cheek and answered shyly. I heard the sound of the flute just now. The melody was very nice, so I followed the sound over. You mean you found the person who was playing the flute? Fan Dezheng's eyes lit up, his expression suddenly clearing, his voice filled with unconcealed excitement. Was it that esteemed master? You saved the entire inn? Yes. And Miaoyi nodded without hesitation and reached out to pull Yi Junlin in front of the old man. It was this young Master Yi Fan. Young Master Yi? Fan Dezheng's eyes shook, and he hurriedly clasped his hands in a salute, saying respectfully, I am in awe of the young master's divine skills. But when his gaze fell upon the white-haired youth's face, his expression suddenly froze, and an inexplicable doubt exploded in his ears like a clap of thunder, causing his aged heart to pound wildly. White hair, black robe, and extraordinary aura, could it be, could it be? He hastily dismissed the thought and forced himself to calm down. Yi Junlin still smiled, calm and gentle. You flatter me. They are just some trivial tricks. Seeing Uncle Fan's fawning gesture, and Miaoyi felt it was a bit strange. Swoosh swoosh, two figures descended like meteors. Hong Tianye and Li Wuji landed on either side of Yi Junlin. Hong Tianye's lips parted slightly, and the word master was about to come out when he suddenly heard a voice transmission in his ear, and the unspoken words were choked back. He frowned, his expression strange, and could only tilt his head and say, Yi, brother Yi, the matter outside has been resolved. Good. Yi Junlin nodded with a smile. And these two are? Miaoyi's beautiful eyes widened, her gaze seemingly drawn to Hong Tianye, her eyes filled with amazement and admiration. Truly a fairy descended to earth. Her appearance and temperament make it impossible to look away. Yi Junlin introduced them sincerely. This one in red is called Wang Kuihua, and the one with the saber is called Li Tiden. Hong Tianye immediately turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? Wang Kuihua? I will never accept this name. However, when his gaze met Yi Junlin's profound expression, this lord who had once shaken the demon cult with a single hand could only lower his head. He painfully spat out, Yes, my name is Wang Kuihua. Li Wuji, on the other hand, casually scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, my name is Li Tiden. He didn't care about names to begin with. As long as it was his master's order, he would absolutely obey without a single word of complaint. Greetings, fellow Taoists. And Miaoyi nodded in greeting after a few pleasantries, and Miaoyi and Fan Dezheng left. Master, just now you were... Li Wuji asked tentatively. Yi Junlin put one hand behind his back, coughed lightly a few times, and said with a serious expression, Your master feels that the impostor probably hasn't given up yet. It's best not to expose our whereabouts for the next few days so as not to alert the enemy. Master is wise. Li Wuji immediately flattered him. Hong Tianye, on the other hand, was silently speechless in his heart. It's fine for you to say that, but why do I have to be called Wang Kuihua? That name is just too cursed. Meanwhile, Fan Dezheng sighed with a deep voice. That young Master Yi is truly extraordinary. He didn't show his face all night, yet he resolved the crisis with a single tune, playing that group of nether abyss creatures in the palm of his hand. It's truly admirable. Uncle Fan, are you exaggerating? And Miaoyi asked, a little surprised. He added, Those two clearly see him as their master, which convinces me even more that this young Master Yi is no ordinary person. Fan Dezheng's gaze gradually deepened, and for some reason when they stand together I get an indescribable sense of familiarity. Uncle Fan, don't overthink it. Young Master Yi and the others are good people. When the Medicine King Valley opens, we can invite them to go with us. And Miaoyi said with a smile. The next morning, 100 miles from Sky Spirit City, in a valley shrouded by a mysterious barrier, a heaven-shaking phenomenon suddenly erupted. Rumble, a dazzling pillar of light shot straight into the clouds. Countless runes danced in the air like schools of fish, and the entire valley emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Cultivators, near and far, immediately changed their expressions, their eyes filled with pleasant surprise. The Medicine King Valley had opened. How strange, the opening time is completely different from the rumors. It's so sudden this time. The entire city was shaken. From the main streets to the back alleys, in inns, restaurants, and even brothels, cultivators everywhere moved quickly, flying on their swords, rushing towards the Medicine King Valley. In the inn's corridor, Let's go. Fan Dezheng's expression was solemn, and in the blink of an eye he had disappeared tens of thousands of meters away after finishing the meal prepared by Bai Shaoxi. Yi Junlin patted her head and praised her cooking. Master, we should also set off. Hong Tianye and Li Wuji appeared together and said in a deep voice. At this moment a dreamlike mist was slowly swirling around the location of the Medicine King Valley. The medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy contained within it permeated the air, refreshing the heart and soul. The fragrance seeped into one's lungs, making one's mind ripple with an intoxicated expression, continuously taking deep breaths as if just a few more breaths would allow them to break through their bottlenecks and ascend in a single step. Ha ha ha, I can already feel countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures waiting for me inside. If I can obtain a supreme-grade precious herb, I'm confident I can break through to the integration stage, step into the great ascension, be known as a venerable, have a lifespan of 50,000 years, and roam freely between heaven and earth. A supreme-grade precious herb, this fellow Taoist is truly bold. I would be content just to get an ordinary precious herb, hee hee. This is the world-famous Medicine King Valley. let alone rare precious herbs. I'm afraid even a medicine king might exist. If I can get a medicine king, transcending the tribulation won't be out of reach. The medicinal herbs of the world are divided into grades from low to high. Spirit herbs, precious herbs, medicine kings, great medicine kings, and immortal herbs. Each type is further divided from low grade to supreme grade. In the cultivation world, spirit herbs are the most common, but any precious herb would be auctioned off by major sects at grand auctions, attracting forces from all over the world to compete for them. If anyone dared to bring one out casually, they would likely be fought over until their heads were broken and bleeding. As for a medicine king, such a thing has been hard to find in the eastern domain for tens of thousands of years. Once it appears, not to mention great ascension stage cultivators being unable to sit still, even tribulation transcendent stage experts would fight over it with red eyes. Outside the crowd, and Miaoyi looked up and around. Her eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "Uncle Fan, can the Medicine King Valley hold so many people? This competition will probably be extremely dangerous." Fan Dejung, with his hands behind his back, replied with a grave expression, "According to ancient records, the Medicine King Valley does have restrictions on the number of people and the time. But if a cultivator encounters a life-threatening danger, they will be immediately transported out by the Grand Formation within the valley. Senior Medicine Sovereign was very thoughtful back then, allowing us juniors to benefit today. It's truly a boundless merit." Suddenly, Fan Dejung's face changed. His gaze swept across the crowded sea of people, a deep apprehension appearing in his eyes. "Uncle Fan, what's wrong?" And Miaoyi tilted her head and asked softly. Fan Dejung lowered his voice and said heavily, "Miss, you're right, this competition will be incredibly cruel. Once we enter, you absolutely must not act on your own. You must stay by my side at all times." He had just sensed that there were at least a dozen powerful auras in the crowd, no less powerful than his own at the peak of the Great Ascension stage, and there were even Tribulation Transcendent stage experts hidden among them. All he could say was that the opening of the Medicine King Valley this time was just too attractive at this moment under an ancient parasol tree. The group of monks in Kasayas stood at the very front. Among this group of monks, an old monk was thin and withered, his silver beard like silk reaching his chest, his hands were clasped together and his eyes were tightly shut. "Amitabha, with Master Randing leading the team this time, we will surely harvest many famous herbs," a fat monk said. Well said, well said. With Master Randing's help, this Medicine King Valley will surely be ours for the taking." The crowd exchanged glances and smiled lightly, their tones filled with confidence. The Zon Kong Temple, as everyone knew. Master Randing had entered the Medicine King Valley 100,000 years ago and immediately went into seclusion afterward. His strength broke through astonishingly, and he officially joined the ranks of top-tier experts. But the truth was not so simple. The Medicine King Valley was not just a treasure trove of medicinal herbs, but also a place full of dangers, hiding mysteries that no one could imagine. Master Randing opened his eyes, his deep pupils seeming to hold the entire galaxy. And within them, a hint of imperceptible helplessness and bitterness could be seen. After returning from the Medicine King Valley, he cultivated even more diligently. He had to obtain enough power. This time he was no longer the weak one. He could even suppress everything and turn that place into a plaything in his hands. Swoosh, 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 several figures tore through the wind, transforming into streaks of light that descended between heaven and earth. "Master, this is the Medicine King Valley. I've heard that countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures are planted in the valley. Spirit herbs that are hard to find in the outside world are everywhere here." Li Wuji couldn't hide his excitement. If he could refine a few spirit herbs, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation breakthrough. Interesting. Hong Tiany's eyes flickered, his interest piqued as he looked at the faintly visible valley. Judging from the description alone, this place, even if placed in the central domain, would be enough to make the major orthodoxies fight to the death for it. After all, no cultivation force would complain about having too many resources. Yi Junlin shrugged, his expression indifferent. He was only here to complete a system mission and make an appearance. The number of spirit herbs and rare treasures had no value to him, because he didn't need to rely on those things to break through his realm. Just then, the entrance to the Medicine King Valley suddenly changed. A huge vortex rapidly condensed in the air and expanded crazily. "Quick, rush in!" Tens of thousands of cultivators swarmed into the vortex like madmen. "Miss, let's go!" Fan Dejung shouted in a low voice, pulling in Miaoyi with one hand. He unleashed the rolling aura of the Great Ascension stage, sweeping away the people blocking the way and charged straight into the distance. Master Randing silently took a deep breath. This place is his unforgettable nightmare. Today he had returned once more. If he could pass this trial, he could attain the Tao and become an immortal. You few stay behind to provide support. The rest follow this old monk in, yes. On the other side, Yi Junlin, with a calm expression, led his disciples and directly flashed into the vortex. He only felt the world spin, and countless strange flashing runes appeared around his body. A blink of an eye later, a place of singing birds and fragrant flowers appeared before them. Here, the seasons were like spring. The sun was warm, the plants were green, and the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost liquid. Everyone was standing on a high hillside looking out. The mountain range meandered like a sleeping giant, shrouded in clouds and mist, as ethereal as a fairyland. So this is the scene inside the Medicine King Valley. It's truly magnificent, Li Wuji couldn't help but exclaim. But just then Hong Tianye suddenly froze. His face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "What's going on, my realm?" He found that his cultivation at the peak of the Great Ascension stage had now fallen to the Qi refinement stage, with only the 9th level remaining. Ah, me too. Li Wuji's face turned pale. For a Great Ascension expert, having their realm fall to the Qi refinement stage was no different from a millionaire with a vast fortune becoming a beggar on the street overnight. Even Yi Junlun was no exception. His mid-stage tribulation transcendence realm had also dropped to the 9th level of Qi refinement. "But I worked so hard to cultivate this," he frowned, pretending to be angry. All right, I'm overacting a bit." A moment later he regained his composure, his expression as usual without a trace of heartache, because to him his realm was just an external thing. As long as he encountered another tribulation transcendence expert, he could immediately recover his cultivation, or even become stronger. He reached out and touched his chin, his eyes flickering, and said in a deep voice, "It seems to be the Medicine Sovereign's doing. This is to forcibly suppress everyone's cultivation, to let everyone engage in a real battle in this valley. The old Medicine Sovereign is indeed profoundly righteous, having everyone at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Doesn't that ensure fairness? It's just that the destructive power of the 9th level of Qi refinement is really not worth mentioning. Even if everyone fought fiercely, it would be difficult to cause any damage to this valley." Li Wuji shook his head and sighed softly. "Alas, but this way the saber I brought is useless." The saber he carried on his back was a 9th-grade spirit weapon, which he couldn't wield with his Qi refinement stage cultivation. "Fortunately, I still have this." A worn-out tachi suddenly appeared in Li Wuji's hand. The blade was mottled and it must have been very old. Although the swirling spiritual energy was extremely weak, it was still clear that this was a magical artifact. Yi Junlin glanced at it, somewhat surprised. "Oh, you still keep such an ordinary magical artifact?" Magical artifacts were the lowest level in the hierarchy of magical treasures, followed by treasured artifacts, spirit artifacts, profound artifacts, and then immortal artifacts. Li Wuji smiled awkwardly. "Master, to be honest, this was the first magical artifact I obtained when I started my cultivation path. I was weak back then, and it was always with me. I still keep it even now." He gently caressed the blade, his eyes tinged with a silent nostalgia, and said in a low voice, "Old friend, I didn't expect we could fight side by side again. How can a saber cultivator be without a saber? Only by holding a weapon that feels right can one unleash their full strength. To be without a saber is like cutting off one's own arms." Yi Junlin nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, "I see." Just then the system's voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, it has been detected that the host has arrived at the Medicine King Valley. Would you like to check in?" "Check in," Yi Junlin thought to himself. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of supreme-grade Dao Enlightenment tea. You can use it to make tea in your spare time. Supreme-grade Dao Enlightenment tea. When a cultivator drinks it, they can achieve enlightenment, and their cultivation or techniques will have an astonishing improvement." Yi Junlin shook his head slightly. This thing was really useless to him. "Forget it, it's not bad to keep it as a beverage." Just then, Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the silver-haired youth. He saw the other party standing with his hands in his sleeves, secretly channeling his palm power. He used to be wary of the other party because of his cultivation, but now everyone was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, which was completely fair. Since that was the case, why not take this opportunity to make a move? He had already thought it through. He wanted to tie the other party to a tree and beat him up or burn his butt with fire. Just thinking about it felt satisfying. But just then Li Wuji spoke up, directly shattering the thoughts in Hong Tianye's mind. "Oh right, I heard that if a cultivator in the Medicine King Valley encounters a life-threatening danger during a battle, they will be immediately teleported out. So there's no need to be reserved, just fight as you please." Hong Tianye's face immediately stiffened. If that was the case, he would surely suffer a brutal retaliation after getting out. Thinking about how badly he was taught a lesson last time, he didn't dare to act rashly. Without confidence, he didn't dare to tear off the pretense. Yi Junlin glanced at his eldest disciple beside him and sneered in his heart. He knew what this guy was thinking, but it didn't matter. It wasn't too late to settle the score later. Just then, the grass in front of them rustled softly. Bai Shaoxi was startled and quickly pointed over there. Her mouse face was full of surprise as she said, "I'll look inside." In the grass, stalks of spirit herbs began to move. Some were long like leaves, winding like streams, reflecting starlight. Some had their roots intertwined, slithering across the ground. Others were shaped like sunflowers, emitting a brilliant glow with a commanding presence. There were even a few clumps of foxtail grass swaying in the wind, each emitting pure medicinal power. All of them pure precious herbs, you should know. It was already rare for spirit herbs to have spirituality, but precious herbs not only had spirituality but had also gained sentience. They could think like humans and even move freely. Li Wuji burst out laughing. "Haha, heaven is truly helping me. So many precious herbs actually delivered themselves to his doorstep." Hong Tianye frowned. "HMPH, the cultivation of these precious herbs is also at the 9th level of Qi refinement just like us." For precious herbs with sentience, cultivation was a normal thing. Even so, they were not naturally good at fighting. Their bodies were plants and their advantage lay in their long lifespans. As long as they hid well, they could survive for tens of thousands of years and avoid being refined by humans. For this reason, precious herbs had always been extremely valuable resources. At this moment, a 3-leaf clover sent a spiritual fluctuation which rang in their minds. Companions, the old grandpa medicine sovereign has sent toys again. Let's do as we did the last few times and capture this group of humans to torture them well. A mushroom showed a wicked smile, its laughter like a ghost. Hee hee, I want to strip them naked and make them run around the valley. Another plant shook excitedly. I'm going to hang them upside down and make them walk on their hands to let them know the shame of invading the Medicine King Valley. Li Wuji's eyes widened. The enemy. Precious herbs dare to be so arrogant. Outside, every precious herb is afraid of human cultivators, avoiding them at all costs, let alone talking back. But now they're so arrogant, Hong Tianye sneered. HMPH, truly courting death. With a light wave of his hand, a ball of fire flew out, trailing a dazzling arc. The mushroom suddenly flicked, shooting out a sharp wind blade. Bang! The wind blade collided with the fire, exploding and creating a violent fluctuation. Hong Tianye was a little surprised. In that last strike, he had only used 40% of his strength, deliberately holding back, afraid of burning the precious herb. But even so, it was enough to knock down most Qi refinement stage cultivators, yet it was blocked by a foxtail grass. Li Wuji almost thought he was seeing things, muttering, "Impossible. If I were hit by that move, I would have to block it with all my might." It seems the precious herbs in this Medicine King Valley are not simple. At this moment, the foxtail grass swayed its body, its spiritual fluctuations intense. "You damn woman, you dare to hit me, watch me strip you naked and then hang you from a tree and beat you." Veins bulged on Hong Tianye's forehead and he shouted coldly, "You're looking for death?" A mere precious herb dared to speak to him so disrespectfully. It was a huge joke. Hong Tianye circulated his magic power and with a wave of his hand, crimson flames burned fiercely in his palm, their power like thunder. The foxtail grass showed no weakness, flicking its head and shooting out several sharp wind blades, cutting crisscrossing cracks into the ground. Rumble. The power was extremely astonishing. No one would have thought this was just a battle at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Hong Tianye was stunned, feeling it was utterly absurd. He, a great cultivator, was actually entangled with a blade of grass. This thought flashed through his mind and he immediately roared in anger, crazily strengthening his attack. Under the raging fire, the foxtail grass finally couldn't hold on, retreating repeatedly, its whole body burnt and wailing. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help me. You want this damn woman to burn me alive?" The other few precious herbs, however, burst into laughter as if watching a play, almost rolling on the ground with glee. But after all, they were in the same group and it was too much to just watch one die, so one by one they all attacked, charging at Hong Tianye at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several powerful elemental energies shot over, immediately showing signs of suppressing the flames. What the hell? Hong Tianye's face turned grim. Now that his realm was suppressed to the 9th level of Qi refinement, many of his advanced moves couldn't be used, and his own advantages were greatly weakened. Yi Junlin frowned slightly, although this disciple had a crooked mind, and even betrayed his sect. He was, after all, exceptionally talented, possessing an immortal-grade fire element spiritual root and having cultivated a heaven-defying technique. Even if suppressed to the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was still strong enough to fight a foundation establishment cultivator to a standstill or even suppress them. Yet now he was being fought to a standstill by a few precious herbs. This wasn't because Hong Tianye wasn't strong enough, but because these precious herbs were too strange. "Senior brother Hong, I'll help you." Li Wuji charged forward with his tachi, unleashing the elementary saber technique, the chaotic sky saber art. Although it was just the elementary version, it was already a rare and exceptional skill in the Qi refinement stage. With his addition, the situation immediately changed. Hong Tianye no longer held back, unleashing his full power, continuously casting several fire element magical arts, pressing fiercely towards the group of precious herbs. "Senior brother Hong, go for it. Junior brother Li, go for it." Bai Shaoxi stood to the side, waving her two small pink hands nonstop, cheering excitedly, as if watching a martial arts tournament. The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth curled up, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Interesting, very interesting. So this is the Medicine King Valley? It really is the king of medicine." He knew very well that with Hong Tianye and Li Wuji's aptitude, even if suppressed to the 9th level of Qi refinement, they could still crush ordinary foundation establishment cultivators if they joined forces. But now they couldn't immediately defeat a few precious herbs. The fault wasn't that the people weren't strong enough, but that the precious herbs were too strong. You must know, if these herbs were outside, each one would be a rare genius, definitely able to crush countless humans of the same realm. They only needed to casually launch a basic move and its power would be abnormally terrifying. It was too unrealistic. After all, it was common knowledge in the entire cultivation world that medicinal herbs were naturally not good at fighting. That's why they always had to hide everywhere, to avoid conflict with human cultivators. But now each one displayed astonishing combat power, as if they had become true battle generals, not inferior in any way. This was definitely not a coincidence. Could it be? A flash of inspiration struck Yi Junlin. He suddenly looked up at the sky of the Medicine King Valley, and sure enough saw faint golden ripples quietly flowing. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. HMPH, if I'm not mistaken, This group of precious herbs can unleash such strange power entirely because of a formation's blessing, and the person who set up this formation was the medicine sovereign of that year. Things finally became clear, suppressing the participants' cultivation while enhancing the strength of the herbs. This whole show was completely the old medicine sovereign's prank. To say that he suppressed everyone for the sake of fair competition was reasonable, but then he went and enhanced the power of those herbs, letting them ride roughshod over the human cultivators. Eland stroked his chin, his eyes dark. This was blatant favoritism, undisguised partiality. At this moment the battle was nearing its end. A dozen or so precious herbs were beaten to a pulp, their bodies broken, their consciousness dissipating. Some twisted and fell, others had their roots severed, a miserable sight. "Don't burn me, fairy sister, don't spare my life." The foxtail grass was charred black all over, its initial arrogance gone. It could only send out spiritual fluctuations, pleading pitifully. The smell of burnt herbs was so choking it tore at one's heart. "I'll have you die." Hung Tiany's killing intent soared. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flame as brilliant as a firework shot out, instantly burning the foxtail grass to ashes, which then scattered with the wind. "Old hag, you will definitely get your retribution." A sunflower watched its companion suffer such a miserable fate and shrieked madly. "Oh, is that so?" Hung Tiany sneered, his killing intent undiminished. Firework-like flames circled his palm, his figure flickered like lightning, and with a wave of his hand he struck down fiercely. Ah! A long miserable scream rang out as a pile of herbs exploded into dregs. Peeved, Li Wuji's saber technique was like a storm, his figure as fast as lightning, impossible to see clearly. The saber flashed, and one by one the precious herbs were chopped to pieces, losing their ability to resist in a short while. The entire battlefield was cleaned up. "Clean them up properly. We'll use them to make soup later," Eland said indifferently from the side, as if evaluating ingredients in a kitchen. "Yes, master," Li Wuji responded. This one's still moving." Bai Shaoxi squatted down, curiously looking at a severed vine. It was still writhing like a severed snake. She gently poked it with a branch. The vine, knowing it wouldn't live, desperately used its last bit of life force. A strange flower bloomed at its tip, immediately shooting a brilliant light into the sky. Peeved, the light exploded in the air, forming an axe-shaped pattern that illuminated the entire sky. A strange look flashed in Eland's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Could it be a distress signal?" "That's right. These precious herbs have long since gained sentience. Hidden in the Medicine King Valley, they've already formed gangs and their own factions. That vine just now was clearly sending a signal to summon its companions. In other words, they are about to face a large-scale counterattack from a horde of precious herbs." Hong Tiany sneered. "Even if they call their entire clan, I'll burn them all to a crisp and grind them to dust." "Ahem, senior brother Hong," Li Wuji coughed a few times. "Hold back a little. These are precious herbs. I suggest just boiling them. No need to burn them." "HMPH, Hong Tiany glanced at him, his voice icy. "It will depend on my mood." Eland smiled and said calmly, "You two must have noticed something during the battle, right?" The two of them nodded simultaneously. Li Wuji said in a deep voice, "Master, logically speaking, it's impossible for medicinal herbs to possess combat power, but today, the later the herbs appeared, the stronger they were. Given the current situation, I'm afraid most of the cultivators who entered the Medicine King Valley," he paused, not finishing his sentence, but his meaning was clear. "If even the two of them had to struggle to suppress those precious herbs, how many others could possibly handle them? This place would likely become a graveyard for countless people. I suspect the medicine sovereign of that year definitely set this up on purpose, and he's supposed to be a sage of the human race. He's clearly biased towards that group of herbs, and even came up with the scheme of opening the Medicine King Valley every 100,000 years, Hong Tiany said, gritting his teeth. "The people outside think he's generous and magnanimous. How ridiculous. He's clearly digging a pit to trap and harm people." As a former true immortal, Hong Tiany couldn't be bothered with saving face, and directly exposed the conspiracy, his words filled with contempt. Li Wuji frowned and said in a deep voice, "Impossible. According to ancient legends, the medicine sovereign was benevolent and charitable, his medical skills were divine, and he could even bring the dead back to life. He was renowned throughout the entire Eastern domain in ancient times and hailed as a true great power. I don't think he would set a trap. Perhaps he was just trying to protect the herbs, which is why he showed special favoritism to the plants here." Hong Tiany sneered, his eyes as cold as frost. "Haha, do you hear yourself? If he really wanted to protect them, he could have just sealed the Medicine King Valley forever. Why open it every 100,000 years and put on this farce? Such fake benevolence is truly disgusting." Li Wuji was at a loss for words, unable to refute. He also understood that his defense was barely convincing even to himself. The more he said, the more far-fetched it sounded. Eland waved his hand, his tone gentle but tinged with interest. "All right, let's take it one step at a time. Since we're already here, I'm rather curious to see just how many herbs are in this Medicine King Valley." Meanwhile, in the depths of the valley, upon a throne woven from vines, a peculiar creature sat with its root legs crossed. It had the shape of a ginseng, its entire body a translucent golden yellow about the size of a palm. Its whole body looked as if it were cast from gold, and the life force it emanated was so immense that it caused the surrounding spiritual energy to fluctuate wildly. That was a golden ginseng, an existence that surpassed precious herbs, a true medicine king. Any medicinal ingredient that reached this level would drive even tribulation transcendent stage cultivators mad for its value. It was beyond words. At this moment the golden ginseng sat high on its throne like a king holding court, its tone steady, exuding an imposing aura. Did a member just send a distress signal? A precious herb below respectfully transmitted its voice, reporting to the Ginseng King. That is indeed the case. HMPH, who could be so bold as to touch a member of my axe gang? Its voice was icy, its tone as majestic as thunder. Is it one of those outside forces? Impossible. We've coexisted peacefully for so many years. Who would dare act so recklessly? Could it be the humans? A cotton-like flower spoke up, its tone full of doubt. Impossible, the humans are so weak. How dare they threaten our medicine clan? That's right, every time the humans come in we play them like stray dogs. And they still dream of eating us? What a fantasy. A wave of laughter echoed in all directions as the various precious herbs jeered, completely looking down on the human race. Silence, an invisible pressure swept over, silencing all the precious herbs. The golden ginseng stood up, its root legs straightening, its small body exuding a tyrannical aura. The Medicine King Valley is now open. Why don't we take this opportunity to catch a few humans to play with, and while we're at it, find out who was bold enough to touch my people? After speaking, it took out a silver axe, clearly a cultivator's magical artifact, and raised it high above its head, its presence imposing like a gang boss heading out. Inside the Medicine King Valley, countless cultivators had entered with excitement and expectation, but in less than half a day they had fallen into despair, their minds beginning to question their existence, their souls trembling at the cruel reality. No one had expected their cultivation to be suppressed to the 9th level of chi refinement, and they could have never imagined that this place was filled with precious herbs as ferocious as demons with outrageously powerful strength. Swish swish, a willow tree spirit whipped its branches, striking a group of cultivators, until they were lying on the ground, a bloody mess, wailing endlessly. In the distance, a supreme-grade pumpkin exuded the aura of the 12th level of chi refinement. It pinned a middle-aged cultivator to the ground and rode on his back, forcing him to crawl like a dog. The middle-aged man was utterly humiliated. He had once been a soul formation cultivator. Several female cultivators had their dharma robes stripped off and were crying miserably as they danced around a charcoal fire, surrounded by countless precious herbs cheering ecstatically, egging them on as if watching a play. All of this felt like an absurd dream. The great sects of the human race, who moved like titans in the outside world, had become fish on the chopping block here, to be carved up by precious herbs at will. Stop hitting me, run. The Medicine King Valley is a conspiracy, a huge conspiracy. Sob, no one ever mentioned anything like this. What truth is hidden in this valley? These herbs are as strong as demons. I am a top-tier prodigy from one of the 10 great sects, and now I can't even beat a blade of grass. How is this reasonable? Desperate cries for help and mercy rose and fell. The Medicine King Valley, once considered a land of blessed opportunities, was now like a purgatory, burying all the pride of the human race. Just as most cultivators were descending into chaos and madness, a group of monks moved through the Medicine King Valley as if they were fish in water, their actions orderly, advancing step by step. Master Rending, clad in a grey kasaya, formed a Buddhist mudra with his hands. With a single step he easily blocked the attacks of several spirit herbs, then his palm lit up with a glass-like radiance, and his figure moved as fast as lightning. Every palm strike carried immense dharma power, suppressing them in rapid succession. Bang bang bang, the few spirit herbs collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning. Their auras extinguished, no longer moving. Haha, Master Rending is truly amazing, we'll definitely return with a full harvest this time. A disciple from Zon Kong Temple shouted joyfully. He immediately ran over to collect the herbs, unable to hide the delight on his face. The monks of Zon Kong Temple all clenched their fists, their gazes filled with admiration for their master, as if they already saw him as a Buddha descended to the mortal world. When they first entered the Medicine King Valley, they too had been filled with panic. Everyone's realm had been suppressed to the 9th level of chi refinement, while the spirit herbs here were like demons that had lived for years, possessing astonishing power and easily able to beat them black and blue. But fortunately the eminent monk of Zon Kong Temple, Master Rending, repeatedly took action, suppressing the medicine spirits and sweeping away their worries. In a short time the master had already subdued more than a dozen precious herbs, making the disciples of Zon Kong Temple beam with joy. Perhaps this time they could really clear out the entire Medicine King Valley, and maybe even capture the Medicine King. Someone couldn't help but whisper, their eyes shining, "It's all thanks to Master Rending. We'll definitely be heavily rewarded when we get back." The group of monks was filled with joyful laughter, each one of them radiant, like flowers blooming in spring. Amitabha, Master Rending clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name, a flicker of imperceptible light flashing through his deep eyes. At this moment his heart was filled with satisfaction. Indeed, my previous preparations were not in vain. The last time my cultivation was suppressed I fell into a predicament and suffered so much humiliation from this group of spirit herbs, but things are different now. Today I'll let you all have a taste of being suppressed. Just then, you dare to lay a hand on our medicine clan, you bald donkey companions, come and capture them. Angry roars echoed from all directions as spirit herbs rushed over one after another, their presence overwhelming, unleashing all sorts of strange and wondrous techniques. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A fierce wind kicked up, sending dust and smoke rolling, the spiritual power roaring like thunder. Good, you've come, Master Randing sneered, his eyes shining brightly. Let this old monk teach you a lesson. As soon as his voice fell, his figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, crashing straight toward the group of precious herbs. The scene was like an old monk transforming into a golden-bodied Buddha, taking on 100 enemies at once, scattering the group of wild spirit herbs. Every fist and every palm he threw carried the Buddha's power to suppress evil demons, causing the once arrogant spirit herbs to immediately change their expressions, trembling as they shrieked. This old bald donkey skin is as thick as a tortoise shell, we can't break through it. Don't be afraid, attack together in the Medicine King Valley, we are the masters, charge. Soon cracks began to appear on Master Randing's golden bell shield, and it finally shattered into pieces under the ferocious assault. Seeing this, the group of precious herbs cheered excitedly, desperately intensifying their attacks. Thinking that in a moment this old monk would surely suffer a crushing defeat, yet strangely, Master Randing showed no sign of panic. Instead, a deep, unfathomable smile appeared on his lips. Rumble amidst the halo of the explosion, a gaunt figure stood firm, not falling, not retreating. Impossible, the group of precious herbs was aghast, taking a step back in unison. The scene before them was beyond their comprehension. Golden light flowed across Master Randing's body, and radiant patterns appeared on his skin as if he were a naturally formed divine stone, completely impervious to external attacks. From within the dust and smoke, an aged voice slowly spread, resounding through the sky. To deal with you, over these long years, this old monk has painstakingly cultivated my physique, using every means possible, traveling through famous mountains and great rivers and expending countless resources, all to temper this physical body to a state of indestructibility. As of today, this old monk's Vajra indestructible body has reached great completion. Although my cultivation is suppressed to the chi refinement stage, you can forget about doing anything to this old monk with just this formidable physical body. He clasped his hands together and stepped forward, a cold glint flashing in his aged eyes. Then, relying on his Vajra indestructible body, Master Randing faced the host of enemies, simultaneously blocking their attacks and launching a continuous counteroffensive. Every fist and every palm carried explosive force, smashing directly into the group of precious herbs, beating them down like candles in the wind. Before long, most of the precious herbs were suppressed by him, powerless to resist. Only a few scrambled to escape, their figures disappearing into the dust and mist, nowhere to be seen. On the side of Zon Kong Temple, every monk's face was glowing, and they looked at each other with proud smiles. A few even quietly picked up the scattered precious herbs on the ground and quickly stuffed them into their storage bags. Those were the spoils of war. Brimming with soaring confidence, Master Randing led his vast and mighty contingent, advancing towards the deepest part of the Medicine King Valley. On the other side, in a quiet forest, two sorry figures were desperately fleeing. That's right, it was Fan Dejung and Un Miaoyi. Fan Dejung had never imagined that the Medicine King Valley held such a secret. Miss, I'm sorry, it's Uncle Fan's fault for being useless. I needed you to act at the critical moment and even put you in danger. Uncle, I'm such a burden. Fan Dejung's voice was choked, his eyes red with self-reproach, and Miaoyi watched him quietly, a pang of pain in her heart. No, Miaoyi didn't blame her uncle. It was her uncle who took me away from the sect this time. Now that we are in danger, it is my duty as a junior to protect my uncle. Miss, Fan Dejung almost burst into tears, so choked up he couldn't speak, and Miaoyi clenched her fists, her cheeks puffing out in anger. It's all this damn place's fault. What kind of herbs are these? They're as strong as monsters. This is clearly not normal. To think I once believed old Grandpa Medicine Sovereign was a good person. Now it seems he's just an insidious old man. Just as the two were still running, a blue vine suddenly surged out from the bushes like an earth dragon. It rushed over violently, kicking up a cloud of dust, and wrapped around in Miaoyi's ankle like a bolt of lightning. Damn it! And Miaoyi was aghast. Before she could react, she was dragged backward. She immediately swung her palm, and her fair, jade-like hand burst forth with brilliant starlight, striking straight at the vine. But with a snap, blue electricity surged around the vine, not only blocking her attack, but also sending a powerful current through her, paralyzing her entire body. Ah! And Miaoyi convulsed all over, her hair standing on end as if she'd been struck by lightning. She was powerless to resist further and was dragged into the bushes by the vine. Miss Fan Dejung screamed in terror. He hurriedly formed a hand seal, condensing his chi into a sword and slashing out several sharp golden lights, trying to sever the vine wrapped around in Miaoyi. But it was useless. As soon as the sword chi touched the vine, it was neutralized, seemingly causing no damage at all. Fan Dejung was frantic. Before he could switch tactics, another vine whipped over, striking him squarely in the chest. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and his figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Uncle Fan, save me, please save me! And Miaoyi regained some of her senses and cried out in alarm. Her faint cries for help were all the more horrifying in the silent deep forest. Fan Dejung gritted his teeth and climbed up, a murderous glint in his eyes. He charged towards the vine, determined to save her, even if it meant death. However, a terrifying sight struck him right in the eyes. Before him stood a towering tree, its trunk so thick it would take several people to encircle it, its branches and leaves lush. Wrapped around the tree's body were more than a dozen deep blue vines. The vines intertwined like a net, emitting a strange blue light, and were covered in profound runes, exuding an extraordinary divine aura. Fan Dejung's pupils contracted instantly. A 9 Tribulations Thunder Vine, it's a mid-grade medicine king. A single herb has actually reached the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Fan Dejung trembled all over. A single plant like this was enough to crush all cultivators at the chi refinement stage. Forget about fighting back, it would probably be difficult to even stay alive. Let go of me, let me go, and Miaoyi struggled in despair. The vines wrapped around her like snakes, tightening with every struggle, leaving her unable to move. Fan Dejung, scorched black and with bloodshot eyes, pleaded earnestly, "Senior Medicine King, please let the young miss go if someone needs to take the blame. I'm willing to suffer in her place. I only beg you to let this child go, Uncle Fan." And Miaoyi looked at him with teary eyes, her heart feeling like it was being cut by a knife. "How ridiculous," the 9 Tribulations Thundervine laughed wildly. "Someone finally delivered themselves to my door. How could I possibly let them go so easily? Look at her. Listen to how she's screaming. Isn't she enjoying it?" The laughter echoed as the vines exerted more force. Boom, and Miaoyi was shocked by electricity again, her hair standing on end as her body twitched uncontrollably. "You?" Fan Dejung was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes looking like they were about to explode. "Ahaha, it seems you're not convinced. Well then, enjoy it slowly." Streaks of lightning lit up again as the vines danced like malevolent ghosts, striking down relentlessly. "Ah!" and Miaoyi groaned in pain, tears mixing with sweat as they rolled down her cheeks. Just then, "Master, I hear a woman's tragic screams up ahead." "No need to guess, she must have been attacked by herbs." "Ah, someone's tied up ahead. It's a young lady and she looks like she's in a lot of pain." A series of conversations was heard as a group of people walked out of the forest, their gazes falling upon the large tree. Yi Junlin looked over and was momentarily stunned. "My heavens, what the hell is this?" in Yi Junlin's eyes, and Miaoyi was currently tidally bound by layers upon layers of vines. Her soft body squeezed until her curves were exceptionally prominent. What made the scene even more indescribable was the flashing electrical currents running along the vines, which, combined with the echoing screams of pain, created a picture that was very hard not to misunderstand across from them. Fan Dejung immediately noticed someone had arrived. He looked back and his originally despairing eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. He quickly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, I implore you to lend a hand. If you succeed, my inquiring Tao sect will surely repay this kindness." He didn't really know these newcomers, but seeing their extraordinary demeanor, a sliver of hope rose in his heart. The moment Hong Tianye saw the scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "It's a 9 Tribulations Thunder Vine." Li Wuji's eyes lit up, his face full of excitement as he tightly gripped his tachi. "Heavens, it's a mid-grade medicine king. A great opportunity has delivered itself to our doorstep. Whether they saved the person or not, there was no way they were going to let this precious medicine king go." Yi Junlin's expression remained placid, but in the next moment his eyes turned serious and he declared in a deep voice, "Miss N and I are bound by fate. How could I stand by and do nothing? Go Wang Kuiwa, Li Tiden." Hearing this, Hong Tianye nearly stumbled and fell. What kind of way was this to order people around? Couldn't he give them some face? Li Wuji, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He charged forward with his saber, and even threw back a sentence, "Wang Kuiwa, remember to cover me." Hong Tianye was so angry he couldn't speak, but he steeled himself and shouted, "Li Tiden, I'm coming too." The two figures transformed into streaks of light and shot forward. The 9 Tribulations Thundervine saw that someone was coming to the rescue, but instead of getting angry, it laughed wildly. "Haha, new toys have arrived," Hong Tianye shouted coldly. "Let's see if you're still laughing after I burn you to ashes." As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling flame shot through the air, as scorching as the sun, powerful enough to pierce gold and stone. A vine whipped over, carrying deep blue lightning with astonishing power. Boom, a cloud of black smoke rose, and a large chunk of the vine was scorched black. "Bastard, damn you humans, you dare to injure me!" The 9 Tribulations Thundervine roared in anger, mobilizing more vines to strike like a downpour. Li Wuji charged into the center of the battlefield, his saber energy sweeping out as he directly met the group of lightning vines. Hong Tianye seized the opportunity, his hands constantly forming seals. One by one, icy blue spheres mixed with fire flew out, landing on the vines and forming layers of frost, which could both freeze and slow them down while also dealing extra damage. The 9 Tribulations Thundervine was pushed to the point of uncontrollable rage. It finally had to release the vines wrapped around in Miaoyi to concentrate all its power on dealing with the two opponents before it. Fan Dejung immediately pulled in Miaoyi to a safe distance, watching the two of them battle the Medicine King. Their hearts were struck with turbulent waves. So strong they're just too strong. Although we're all at the 9th level of chi refinement, the gap between us is like that between the clouds and the mud. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "Could they be from some mysterious land with strength like this? It's impossible for me not to have heard of them." And Miaoyi suddenly remembered something and murmured in reply, "Young Master Yi once said they came from the Imperial Prefecture." The Imperial Prefecture. Fan Dejung froze, his expression dazed. His gaze shifted from the battlefield in front to Yi Junlin and Bai Shaoxi, and that familiar feeling he had before suddenly became clear. He was then struck as if by lightning, and he whispered tremblingly, "Impossible." At this moment the 9 Tribulations Thundervine was completely enraged. It had lived peacefully in the Medicine King Valley for 1,000 years, and today was the first time it had encountered such troublesome humans. It roared, I swear I'll tie all of you up later and shock you until you can't breathe. Swoosh, 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 a dozen lightning-wreathed vines hissed like divine serpents, circling and flying, forming a lightning cage that trapped Hong Tianye and Li Wuji tightly inside. The two were trapped in a desperate situation, struggling to hold on in their hopeless predicament, and Miaoyi's heart tightened and she became extremely anxious. Oh no, can even they not hold on? Fan Dezheng's face was as grim as water and he said nothing. On the other side, Bai Shaoxi suddenly leapt up, shouting anxiously, Senior brother Hong, junior brother Li, Mousy is here to save you. At this moment even Yi Zhenlin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, watching with great interest and thinking to himself, is this little thing finally going to show her true abilities? At this critical juncture the two still hadn't broken through the lightning encirclement. Li Wuji gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, this medicine king has the advantage of time and place. We can't inflict a fatal wound at all. He tried to mobilize the demon-sealing bloodline in his body, but there was no response. In the end his cultivation was just too suppressed. Hong Tianye's face was ashen, and he felt as if he had suffered a great humiliation. A prodigy like him was actually being pushed around by a mere herb today. He cursed under his breath, Damn you medicine sovereign, if I ever see you again I'll definitely make you pay. Just then, Hong Tianye's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. What is that stupid mouse doing running over here? Li Wuji said in a panic. No, senior sister Bai, it's too dangerous here, get back. The Nine Tribulations Thundervine sneered and a vine wreathed in lightning immediately whipped over. HMPH, you dare to rush in too, do you want me to be gentle with you? But just then, boom, Bai Shaoxi's entire body lit up. A dazzling golden light shining like a god descending to the mortal world. She reached out with her small fair hand, grabbed the whistling vine and then pulled hard. Don't look down on Mousy. The vine exploded with a bang and the Nine Tribulations Thundervine let out a soul-shaking scream. Ah! A painful roar tore through the sky. Bai Shaoxi's entire body was protected by golden light. She threw punches and kicks that, while seemingly naive and clumsy, contained the ultimate principles of the great Tao. One by one the vines were smashed and burst apart by her. Disintegrating amidst earth-shattering rumbles, Hong Tianye was dumbfounded. Impossible. Is this the mouse that only knows how to follow people around? Li Wuji swallowed hard with a gulp and stammered, Senior sister Bai, so you were this strong all along? He recalled when he first joined the sect he had thought Bai Shaoxi was the master's pet in the distance, and Miaoyi and Fan Dezheng both gasped, their faces pale. The little girl in the short skirt and hood was actually beating the Nine Tribulations Thundervine with her bare hands until it couldn't even fight back. Yi Zhenlin nodded slightly, praising her, as expected of the power of the first immortal physique. The great overarching immortal physique is truly extraordinary. With the blessing of the great overarching immortal physique, combined with a supreme cultivation technique, Bai Shaoxi had finally erupted for the first time, revealing a terrifying combat talent sufficient to shake the heavens and the earth. With Bai Shaoxi breaking the stalemate, Hong Tianye and Li Wuji were as if divinely assisted. Flames surged forth like giant waves and saber light flashed sharply. In an instant the Nine Tribulations Thundervine's life force was completely severed and its massive body fell limply to the ground. Great, we won, Bai Shaoxi cheered happily, then trotted over to Hong Tianye, her eyes sparkling as if waiting for her senior brother's praise. HMPH, Hong Tianye snorted with a cold face, flicked his sleeve and walked away, ignoring her. Seeing her senior brother's distant attitude, Bai Shaoxi immediately lowered her head, her eyes turning red as she mumbled, Did Mousy do something wrong? Seeing this, Li Wuji quickly coughed twice and said sincerely, Senior sister Bai, you were truly magnificent just now. He had always thought Bai Shaoxi was just a cute, spoiled spirit pet, but he never expected this to be just her facade. As expected, how could anyone who entered the master's sect be an ordinary person? Hearing the praise, Bai Shaoxi beamed with joy, lowering her head in embarrassment. Hanging the hem of her skirt, she said, Oh, it was nothing, Mousy just wanted to help. On the side, and Miaoyi also recovered from her shock, she took Fan Dezheng's hand and hurried over, cupping her hands in gratitude. Thank you all fellow Taoists for your help. Miaoyi is deeply grateful. Li Wuji returned the gesture warmly. You're welcome, it was just a small effort. And Miaoyi's gaze then fell on Bai Shaoxi. May I ask for this fellow Taoist name? Bai Shaoxi was stunned for a moment. Is this big sister talking to Mousy? Mousy, hearing this interesting self-address, and Miaoyi couldn't help but laugh. Of course you're really amazing. I admire you very much. Hearing this, Bai Shaoxi jumped up in excitement and shouted, Master, master, this big sister says she admires Mousy. Mousy has an admirer too. Master, Fan Dezheng's eyes flickered, and he subconsciously glanced at the handsome silver-haired young man. A chill running down his spine, this feeling was becoming more and more like the rumors he had once heard. Could their last meeting have just been a disguise? At this thought his mind was in turmoil, and his expression gradually soured. At this moment Yi Zhenlin casually walked up and patted Bai Shaoxi's head with a smile. All right, look how proud you are. Hee, Bai Shaoxi giggled, scratching her head in embarrassment, and Miaoyi, standing beside them, couldn't hide her surprise as she looked at Yi Zhenlin. You are this little girl's master? Yes, Yi Zhenlin chuckled. I've poured my heart and soul into training her. Every step of her growth has my shadow behind it." Hearing this, Hong Tianye, who was standing nearby, rolled his eyes. Who, lying around like a salted fish every day waiting for his disciples to feed him. Training what? Cooking skills. Yes, master is very good to Mousy. Bai Shaoxi nodded happily and repeatedly, afraid that others wouldn't believe her. Is that so? And Miao Yi looked at the 4 people before her, feeling a sense of familiarity. But after the shock of being electrocuted, her head was still dizzy, and she couldn't quite remember. Seeing this, Yi Zun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This girl exuded a cleverness from head to toe. Just then a cacophony of voices came from the distance. "Ginseng King, there are humans here. The tremors just now were caused by them. HMPH, this is Thunder King's territory." From the depths of the dense forest, countless peculiar tiny beings poured out like a tide. They came in all shapes and sizes, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. Any one of them, if thrown outside, could be sold for a sky-high price. Precious herbs, so many precious herbs. Fan Dezheng's face changed drastically. His eyes filled with terror. If he had seen such a scene before, he would probably have gone wild with excitement. But now, after everything he had experienced in the Medicine King Valley, he would subconsciously feel fear just by seeing precious herbs. Perhaps after leaving this place he would need a long period of psychological treatment. Soon hundreds of aggressive spirit herbs had surrounded them. In the lead was a ginseng, its entire body golden yellow like a glowing piece of precious jade. This spirit herb had a cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment, its aura far surpassing the 9 tribulations thunder vine. It released a powerful divine sense tinged with anger, and asked word by word, "Who are you? How dare you touch Little Thunder?" Little Thunder was the 9 tribulations thunder vine that had just been defeated. It was clear they had a close relationship. Hong Tianye's eyes lit up, his expression one of hard-to-contain excitement. What a great place to think I'd encounter a medicine king of this quality. If he could obtain it, even breaking through to the tribulation transcendent stage would no longer be a distant dream. Insolent, a mere human dares to covet this king? The golden ginseng was furious, holding a large silver axe, its presence menacing. It had already decided to torture this group of reckless humans with the cruelest methods. Seeing the other party brandishing an axe, Yi Zun raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, "So it's the axe gang from before. Senior Sister Bai, can you fight another round?" Li Wuji asked. Hearing this, Bai Shaoxi felt she was being put to use again. She took a deep breath and patted her small chest seriously. Mousy will do her best. Minions, get them, capture them all." The golden ginseng roared, issuing the command. In an instant, countless precious herbs surged forward like a tide at that moment. Hong Tianye and Li Wuji attacked simultaneously. Meeting the group of precious herbs head-on the other side, the golden ginseng swung its silver axe, slashing and hacking with extreme ferocity. Clang with a crisp sound, the golden ginseng froze. In front of it, a petite figure blocked its path. Her fair, tender hand, covered in golden light, was as steady as a rock. "Your opponent is Mousy," Bai Shaoxi said seriously. "Just you?" The golden ginseng was enraged. Its life force erupted, and its whole body emitted a brilliant light as if shrouded in a blazing sun. Its aura like that of a descended deity. An invisible force empowered it, pushing its strength to its peak. Swish, swish, swish. The golden ginseng transformed into a streak of golden light, its speed as fast as lightning. It launched a stormy barrage of attacks around Bai Shaoxi, striking down with its axe again and again. For a moment dust flew and leaves danced wildly. After blocking a dozen moves, Bai Shaoxi began to feel dizzy, her steps staggering. "I'm not fighting anymore." Mousy surrenders. "Mousy feels sick. HMPH, you want to fight this king? You're still too green." The golden ginseng sneered and suddenly swung its axe, aiming straight for Bai Shaoxi's neck. Clang, a dull metallic clang rang out. "You!" The golden ginseng was stunned. Before its eyes, 2 fingers had lightly caught the axe blade. Clank, the silver axe shattered, fragments flying everywhere. A magical artifact had just exploded. Yi Junlin withdrew his hand, flicked his 2 fingers and said lightly, "I say, for a ginseng, you're quite arrogant. Looks like you need to be stewed in a soup before you'll listen." Bai Shaoxi had just regained her footing. She looked up, her voice aggrieved. "Master, Mousy has brought you shame." Yi Junlin patted her head and smiled gently. "Don't overthink it. You go help Hong Tianye and the others. Leave the rest to me." "Yes." Bai Shaoxi ran off like the wind to provide support. "Uncle Fan, young Master Yi is going to make a move," and Miao Yi's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Fan Dezheng stared intently at Yi Junlin, his heart in turmoil. Unfathomable, truly unfathomable. At this moment, the golden ginseng shrieked sharply, "You wet behind the ears brat, you dare speak so arrogantly before this king? I'll teach you some manners." The golden ginseng shot out like an arrow, its roots forming a fist. It threw a punch wreathed in blazing golden light, and the surrounding space cracked from the force, the momentum utterly terrifying. Just then, a system notification sounded in Yi Junlin's mind. Ding, detected an attack from a peak foundation establishment enemy. Triggering passive skill, stronger when facing the strong. Cultivation temporarily increased to early stage golden core. Boom. His cultivation, originally suppressed to the 9th level of chi refinement, instantly broke through its barrier, directly advancing to the early golden core stage. Well, now it can work like this. The next second, Yi Junlin casually slapped out. The force of his palm was like a flying dragon in the sky, its power vast and boundless. The golden ginseng, as if struck by heavenly tribulation, trembled violently. Its body was thrown back several dozen zhang. carving a bottomless trench in the ground with white smoke curling up, and at that very moment Junlin's cultivation, which had just broken through to the early golden core stage, was suddenly suppressed back to the 9th level of chi refinement, as if everything that had just happened never occurred. Junlin raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking to himself, so it can work like this. Behind him, and Miao Yi's eyes widened and she muttered blankly, "Uncle Fan, young Master Yi, was he at the golden core stage just now?" Fan Dejung was also lost in a daze. "I think so, but the feeling right now clearly tells me that young Master Yi is still only at the 9th level of chi refinement." The golden ginseng steadied itself, its expression filled with suspicion and uncertainty, its tone trembling slightly. "What kind of trick did you just play?" It had clearly felt that for a moment this silver-haired youth's aura had suddenly leapt to the golden core stage. In the Medicine King Valley, that was already a top-tier existence. You see, all the medicinal herbs here had their cultivation levels determined by their grade. Low-grade precious herbs were equivalent to the 9th level of chi refinement. Supreme-grade precious herbs were as high as the 12th level of chi refinement, and the Medicine King was at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore all human cultivators who entered this place would have their cultivation suppressed to the 9th level of chi refinement without exception. But he did not. "I am now just a minor chi refinement cultivator. What tricks can I play here?" Junlin stood with his hands behind his back. His expression sincere, but a hint of playfulness was hidden in the depths of his eyes. "It's clearly because you're too weak. If you don't believe me, try hitting me again." Before he had even finished speaking, the golden ginseng felt its face burn. It was so angry its whole body turned purple, and it roared, "You human brat, taste this king's golden fist technique." Boom, boom, boom. Fists formed from intertwined roots became like a demonic meteor shower covering the sky and earth. The momentum was overwhelming, the fist energy sweeping through the void like a fierce wind. Fan Dejung's face turned pale. Such strength was enough to crush all chi refinement cultivators. Even golden core cultivators from the outside world would find it hard to resist, let alone in this Medicine King Valley where cultivation was completely suppressed. Facing the storm of golden fist imprints, Junlin remained motionless, his expression as calm as still water, as if he were admiring a spring rain. Just then, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. "Din triggering passive skill stronger when facing the strong. Host cultivation has broken through to early stage golden core." In an instant his entire body's chi suddenly erupted. Divine light burst forth as his cultivation soared. The corners of Junlin's mouth turned up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just as I expected, he suddenly raised his hand and a seal shot into the sky. The human king's seal manifested. Boom, behind him, a towering phantom of an emperor silently appeared, its divine might rolling out, suppressing both heaven and earth. The dense golden fist imprints instantly disintegrated. The golden ginseng, as if struck by the palm of an ancient giant god, was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Its body slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, the air trembling to the point of cracking. At that very moment, the aura on Junlin's body rapidly receded, dropping from early golden core back to the 9th level of chi refinement in an instant. "That's right, young master, ye definitely broke through to the early golden core stage just now." Fan Dejung's expression was one of shock, his eyes vacant, as if his 30 years of cultivation had been completely overturned in this moment. How is this possible? Could he have cultivated some heaven-defying secret technique? And Miao Yi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with unprecedented shock. In the distance, the golden ginseng was covered in wounds. It lay collapsed on the ground on the verge of death, using its last ounce of strength to roar, "You cunning human, you tricked me. Heavens be my witness, I really am only at the chi refinement stage right now." Junlin had an innocent look on his face, like an honest man who had been wrongly accused, but in his heart he had confirmed his judgment. The clash just now had made him understand that the surge in his cultivation was the passive effect of stronger when facing the strong, allowing him to temporarily touch the early golden core stage, while the drop in cultivation was the suppressive rule of the Medicine King Valley reasserting itself. This system was truly magical. On the other side, the earth-shattering roar from a moment ago had naturally attracted the attention of many surrounding spirit herbs. When the little herbs saw their leader defeated by a human, they had a mental breakdown. "Impossible, how can a human be so powerful? In all these years I've never seen anything like this. Is a great disaster about to befall the Medicine King Valley?" As expected of Master, Li Wuji's eyes shone and he spoke with heartfelt reverence. "Even with his cultivation suppressed, his strength is still so far beyond reach." Beside him, Han Tianye looked as if he had lost his soul, his face ashen. He knew the strength of a supreme-grade Medicine King best, and he was well aware that if he had faced it he probably wouldn't have lasted a single move, yet that person had defeated such a powerful enemy so casually. Both at the 9th level of chi refinement. Why was the gap so vast? He roared in his heart. Why? What was even more ridiculous was that he had just been thinking of causing trouble. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move, otherwise he would have been the one utterly disgraced today. "Human, I hate you." The golden ginseng, its breath as faint as a thread, uttered its last words of resentment and then fell silent. "Run!" The remaining spirit herbs completely lost their will to fight and fled in all directions in a panic. Despite this, the ground was still littered with countless precious herbs, colorful and dazzling. Li Wuji grinned from ear to ear. This time we've struck it rich. Young Master Yi is truly amazing. If he continues to grow, he'll definitely be able to defeat that white-haired old demon and save the world. And Miao Yi clenched her small fists, her eyes full of admiration as she gazed at the figure's back. Fan Dejung stood rooted to the spot, wanting to speak but holding back. In the end he just sighed softly, thinking, this level of intelligence must be brought back to the inquiring Dao sect for nurturing in the future. Just as Yi Jianlin was about to have his disciples clean up the spoils of war, a fierce sound of rushing wind suddenly came from the distance. It seemed a large group of people was approaching. Everyone, look, there are so many precious herbs on the ground. Heavens, who did this? Could there be another expert besides Master Randing? There are people up ahead, it must be them. Discussions broke out as countless cultivators rushed over. When they saw the ground glittering with spirit herbs, their eyes burned with fiery desire, but after a moment of reflection they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. They had all experienced firsthand how powerful the precious herbs of the Medicine King Valley were. To defeat so many at once, that person must be an extraordinary expert. Master, look at that, a fellow disciple from Zonkong Temple asked in a low voice. Master Randing's gaze swept over and suddenly locked onto a golden ginseng. He then sucked in a cold breath. It's a supreme-grade Medicine King. Boom. The entire crowd erupted in an uproar. The name of a Medicine King was enough to make the entire cultivation world green with envy. This was a spiritual item that even Tribulation Transcendent stage mighty figures would risk their lives to fight for. Just then an elder from Zonkong Temple tried to sneak forward to collect the herb, but a sharp saber chi slashed through the air, sending the elder flying. He spat out blood and was viciously kicked back. You think you're worthy of touching it? Scram! Li Wuji shouted harshly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Elder Hutong, cries of alarm rose from the Zonkong Temple group. No one had expected that someone would dare to attack an elder in front of so many people. After checking the injuries, a cold light flashed in Master Randing's murky eyes, and the atmosphere around him instantly turned chilly. He clasped his hands together, his voice sinking ominously. Amitabha, so be it. Young benefactor, I wonder if you are aware that you just injured a member of my Zonkong Temple? He deliberately emphasized the words, Zonkong Temple. Li Wuji was completely unafraid, raising his chin and saying, so what if I know? Do I have to give you bald donkey's face? If it weren't for my master's sake, I would have taken his head just now, not just been so gentle. A chorus of curses erupted from the Zonkong Temple crowd. Shameless maniac, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Master Randing narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent quietly spreading. Benefactor, you've gone too far, he said coldly. Li Wuji casually swung the saber in his hand, his gaze contemptuous. Old bald donkey, if you're not happy, come on up. I'll spar a few rounds with you. Behind him, a fellow disciple couldn't help but shout, you spawn of evil, do you know who this is? He's a Tribulation Transcendent stage expert. Can you afford the consequences of offending him? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene shook, and everyone's gazes were immediately filled with awe. Tribulation Transcendence was the pinnacle for a cultivator. One more step and they could enter the ranks of true immortals. Even if they were suppressed by the rules here now, they would have to leave the Medicine King Valley eventually. At that time, the strong would still be the strong. Tribulation Transcendent stage. Li Wuji was stunned for a moment, then sneered. So what? It's not like I haven't cut one down outside. No one could believe it. Was this person mad? Master Randing frowned and asked probingly, may I ask for the benefactor's esteemed name? Listen up. My name is Li Tiden, and I won't change it no matter where I go, Li Wuji said, swinging his saber with a contemptuous laugh. Everyone looked at each other, never having heard this name before, yet he dared to challenge a Tribulation Transcendence expert. Seeing his disciples all shake their heads, Master Randing confirmed that this person was just a reckless fool. Benefactor, your killing intent is too strong. Allow this old monk to enlighten you. As soon as his voice fell, his figure shot out like lightning. With a wave of his hands he formed a lotus-shaped mudra. As soon as the seal was formed, it shot through the air like a cannonball. This move contained ferocious power, its momentum heavy and powerful, its might heaven-shaking. If an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator were hit by this move, they would be severely injured at best or have their souls scattered at worst. But facing such an attack, Li Wuji showed no fear. He laughed heartily, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Well, to be able to fight a Tribulation Transcendent stage expert head-on was not a crisis for him, but an opportunity. A saber light tore through yin and yang, its chi rolling and sweeping across the 8 directions. The surrounding space instantly changed color. Master Randing's pupils contracted. In an instant he felt the pressure of Mount Tai crashing down on him, an oppressive aura surging toward him like a tide. Boom, the air vibrated, and a thunderous explosion shook the heavens. Master Randing was forced back 2 steps, his face looking a bit ugly. Before he could steady himself, a second saber strike came, as dazzling as the sun hanging high in the sky. The saber light carried a ferocious aura, its intent incomparably domineering, both direct and profound, leaving one breathless. Master Randing dared not be careless. He struck out with a palm, the aura of Buddhism rolling out to suppress it. The two clashed head-on, fist techniques against saber light, Dharma seals against saber intent. Wave after wave of explosions left the spectating cultivators wide-eyed and speechless. No one had expected that this Li Titan could actually contend with Master Randing, a tribulation transcendent stage expert, head-on. Exhilarating, how exhilarating! Li Wuji's eyes shone, the large saber in his hands moving like a fierce wind. Each move was like a thunderstorm, seemingly chaotic but concealing exquisite killing intent. The more Master Randing fought, the more aggrieved he felt, his heart growing restless. A dignified high monk of the Buddhist sect, an existence with top-tier strength, was actually unable to take down a junior. Just then a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His body leaned back slightly, his expression solemn, as if he had become a Buddha on the spot. Golden light erupted from his body as bright as the sun and moon, illuminating the heavens and earth. His entire body was like it was cast from gold, impeccable and flawless. Clang, 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 a series of dense metallic clashes rang out, each sound striking the eardrums of the listeners, making them dizzy and their minds sway. Li Wuji frowned slightly. He found that no matter how much force he used, he couldn't break through the opponent's physical defense. The saber's edge swung out, only to be blocked by the golden light on the old monk's body, as if he were striking an indestructible golden statue. Master Randing stroked his beard, a smug look on his face. Benefactor, cease your useless efforts. Even if you were to chop for 3 days and 3 nights, you wouldn't be able to injure this old monk in the slightest. As soon as his voice fell, Li Wuji, without another word, took a deep breath and spat a thick wad of phlegm at him. Master Randing's face changed drastically. You spawn of evil, he roared in fury, feeling utterly humiliated. He threw a punch, the force of which tore through space, and the trees by the roadside exploded inch by inch. With his Vajra indestructible body he was indeed invincible, but that was all. Because he couldn't do anything to Li Wuji and Li Wuji couldn't break his defense, the two were locked in a stalemate. Even if they fought until the sky turned dark, a victor could not be decided. At first the crowd watched the battle nervously, but later they all showed expressions of boredom, and some even started yawning. Bang! With a dull thud, the two figures retreated simultaneously, creating distance between them, each panting for breath. Li Wuji snorted coldly, his gaze contemptuous. Old bald donkey, are you a cowardly tortoise? All you know is how to hide in your shell. Master Randing was furious in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a profound and mysterious appearance. He clasped his hands together, his expression kind. Benefactor, why must you be like this? After all, everything here is only temporary. Though his words were light, they contained a deep threat. No matter how strong you are only strong here. Once we leave this place, an arrogant brat like you can forget about staying alive. Just as Li Wuji was about to retort, a voice transmission suddenly reached his ear. He immediately composed himself and respectfully retreated to Yi Junlin's side. Yi Junlin raised his hand and flicked a finger. A faint voice rang out as if reading an imperial edict. This medicine king, I am taking it. If the people from Zon Kong Temple want to snatch it, they are simply insensible, and they deserve to be beaten. Master Randing narrowed his eyes, his tone still calm. Benefactor, from the moment you made your move, the nature of this matter changed. Besides, who decided that things on the ground belong to you? In this old monk's view, only what is held in hand can be called possession. With that, the white-browed old monk stepped forward, each step spanning 10 meters, and each step brought forth a brilliant golden light. His body shone with Buddhist light like a blazing sun, with tadpole-like runes circling around him. The sound of chanting scriptures resounded in all directions, shaking people's hearts. The direction he was heading was precisely that of the supreme-grade medicine king. Clearly he intended to rely on his heaven-defying defense to forcibly seize the spirit herb, showing no respect for anyone. Old bald donkey, you're courting death, fury ignited in Hong Tiany's eyes. He had disliked the Buddhist sect since childhood, and seeing Master Randing's arrogance now, his anger was even harder to suppress. Master Randing's steps did not stop, his expression indifferent. As compensation, this old monk will take this medicine king. Just then, with a boom, a tall figure suddenly appeared before him, its temperament otherworldly, blocking his path step by step. The figure clenched its fists, the chi and blood in its body surging and roaring. The spiritual energy within a half-mile radius immediately vibrated, converging on its body like a tide. Behind him, a hazy golden halo appeared, and a vast ancient aura spread out, making one feel suffocated. His voice was icy cold, each word etched into the heart like a knife. Old bald donkey, do you really think no one in the world can handle you? Boom! Yi Junlin threw a punch. This punch seemed as if it would pierce the 9 heavens and shatter the sun and moon. This was the battle Saint Fist. That punch caused Master Randing's heart to tremble violently. In that instant, his entire body stiffened uncontrollably, his chest tightened, and a sense of crisis spread through his limbs. He hurriedly circulated his magical power, and true essence surged out from his dantian. The Buddhist golden light shone as brilliantly as the sun, and his entire body was enveloped in a sacred brilliance so dazzling that one dared not look directly at it. But with a boom, Yi Junlin's clenched fist, containing a domineering aura and explosive power, struck Master Randing directly in the chest. Dong! A massive sound like 1,000-jin ancient bell being struck echoed through the sky. The surging sound waves made everyone's chi and blood churn, their chests burning like fire, an unbearable feeling. Master Randing's body was sent flying backward, his feet carving 2 long trenches in the ground. dust flying and plumes of hazy hot air shooting into the sky. It was only after retreating several dozen jong that he barely managed to stabilize himself. Still standing ramrod straight, but his aged face could not hide a streak of cold vicissitude. The entire world in that instant fell silent. The cultivators looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. The air seemed to freeze. Just then, a monk from Zon Kong Temple sneered, "With such a petty trick you dare to show off in front of Master Rending?" Another person laughed in agreement. "Indeed, all thunder and no rain. If you have the guts, try another punch." "What did you bald head say?" Li Wuji roared, a greatsword in his hand buzzing, his eyes crimson, his aura menacing, ready to rush forward and teach them some manners. However, with a swish, Yi Junlin gently reached out and stopped him. "Master," Li Wuji looked at him in confusion, only to see Yi Junlin's calm eyes locked tightly on the figure of the white-browed old monk, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, his voice like the wind blowing past. "How did that punch feel?" Master Rending remained silent. After a long while he let out a soft sigh, his face showing no emotion. "Amitabha, benefactor, please conduct yourself with dignity." With that he turned and left without hesitation. Everyone was stunned. It was over just like that. The monks of Zon Kong Temple looked at each other, but seeing that their master had already left, they could only follow silently. The crowd of onlookers behind them had already broken into a flurry of discussion. But when they saw Yi Junlin offend a tribulation transcendent stage expert like Master Rending, they were immediately filled with fear. After all, of all people to provoke, he had to pick a great power of the Buddhist sect. Once they left the Medicine King Valley, it was likely no one could save his life. Thus everyone hurriedly scattered, afraid of being tainted by the plague god. One by one choosing to leave, following in Master Rending's footsteps. In their eyes, sticking close to the Buddhist sect was the wise way to survive. The scene gradually quieted down. Yi Junlin flicked his fingers, the corners of his mouth turning up in a sneer. "HMPH, you old bald donkey, are at least sensible." Although that punch was the Battle Saint Fist with his cultivation suppressed, only a minuscule fraction of its full power was unleashed. Even so, in a special place like the Medicine King Valley where killing was forbidden, continuing to fight was meaningless. In the distance, after Master Rending retreated, his face remained grim. On the way he pressed a hand tightly to his chest where he had been struck, a flash of pain in his eyes. That punch had made him feel a real threat. If he had taken a few more of those, even if he didn't die, he would have been utterly disgraced in front of the whole world. At this thought he could only grit his teeth in secret. Taking a step back was the best policy. However, his mind was in turmoil. Who was that person? In this Medicine King Valley, why would someone possess such strength? The old monk frowned, a hint of confusion in his murky eyes. Has the great tide already arrived and even this old monk can't keep up with the times? But this thought was only fleeting, replaced by a bone-chilling, killing intent. HMPH, monks are meant to be compassionate, but once we leave the Medicine King Valley, this old monk will personally send you to your salvation. As soon as he was out, he would recover his peak tribulation transcendent stage cultivation. At that time, with his invincible Vajra body impervious to all techniques and his various divine abilities unleashed to their fullest, how could he be suppressed and humiliated like this? But for now he could only endure. Gathering herbs was the priority. This debt would be settled later. Soon after, news of Yi Junlin and Master Rending spread, causing a huge stir within the Medicine King Valley. The medicine clans were shaken, and the various medicine kings held a meeting. It was heard that the humans were sweeping through the precious herbs along their path as if they were in an uninhabited land. Many medicine clans had died tragically at the hands of humans. Even Thunder King and Ginseng King, two ancient and renowned existences in the medicine world, had already lost their lives to human cultivators. "I don't want to be caught and stewed by that group of humans. Let's find a place to hide. We just have to wait for the Medicine King Valley to close automatically, and those fiends will be teleported out." The Blood Jade Flame Bamboo roared angrily. "I refuse to accept this. This is our medicine clan's territory. In the past, humans were enslaved by us. Are we to retreat after one failure today? We are the masters of the Medicine King Valley. If we admit defeat this time, it will be an eternal shame for our entire clan." Among them, a palm-sized red spirit fungus, its whole body as crystalline as red jade with halos of light dancing like flames, was the crimson crystal fungus, a precious spiritual item most suitable for refining top-grade healing pills. It trembled with excitement, but soon a spirit nether lotus emerged from the medicinal herbs. Its entire body was ice blue, crystal clear, its petals like crystals inlaid with bone. It spoke cautiously. "The humans who entered this time are too strong. With the current combat power of us medicine kings, I'm afraid we can't resist them. If we act rashly again, we will likely be suppressed on the spot." As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere at the meeting of the great medicine kings became silent. They were unwilling to be humiliated like this, but they also did not dare to underestimate the current human cultivators. After all, even former leaders like Thunder King and Ginseng King had fallen one after another. According to the lucky survivors, the one who acted was a silver-haired youth who defeated the Ginseng King in a single move, his power astonishing, like a fierce god descended from the nine hells. In the entire Medicine King Valley, no one was his match. "How about," a Medicine King began, his voice low, "we ask it to come out of seclusion." Another Medicine King was stunned, then understood who was being referred to. In the Medicine King Valley, no one is more qualified than it. It once followed the Medicine Sovereign and holds a lofty status, but you also know its temper. It will probably refuse again. It has come to this. The Medicine King Valley is facing the disaster of extinction. It is the first successor of the Medicine Sovereign. Does it still want to stand aside? Does it even deserve to be our kin? I think that makes sense. How will we know if we don't try? Let's go, let's find it. I don't believe it will watch us die without helping. With that, the Medicine Kings made up their minds and left together, quickly heading towards the deepest part of the Medicine King Valley. At the end of the Medicine King Valley, a dark corridor seemed to lead to the netherworld, cold and damp all around. At the end of the corridor, a pitch-black mushroom grew on an ancient stone pillar entwined with vines. Its cap was nearly a foot high, its appearance very ordinary, nothing special. But all the medicine clans here knew that was it. The oldest having existed for even longer than the Medicine King Valley itself, it had personally witnessed the Medicine Sovereign's ascension to the immortal world, and was known as the Great Demon King. At this moment it was motionless, without a trace of life, as if it were a dead object from 1,000 years ago. The Medicine Kings exchanged glances, then simultaneously emitted strong mental waves which echoed in the black mushroom's ear like a demon-quelling mantra. Wake up, Great Demon King, wake up! The black mushroom's body trembled slightly, and a terrifying pressure as if from the awakening of the ancient wilderness spread in all directions, forcing all the Medicine Kings to their knees, not daring to breathe loudly. The Great Demon King has awoken. We pay our respects to the Great Demon King. We beg you to save our kin, to save the Medicine King Valley. A group of Medicine Kings kowtowed, their voices trembling with excitement as if ministers welcoming a wise ruler. The Great Demon King's aura began to expand, its life force vigorous, making the entire Medicine clan afraid to look up. This was the strongest existence in the Medicine King Valley, only one step away from becoming an immortal medicine. But just as everyone thought a world-shaking scene was about to unfold, plop, the Great Demon King fell from the top of the stone pillar, and then with a swoosh it hid behind the pillar, only peeking out with half of its round head. Its voice echoed in the minds of the Medicine Kings, its tone childish, trembling like a nervous teenager. You all stay back. If there's anything, you can say it from a distance. Seeing this, the Medicine Kings could only look at each other, utterly helpless. Since the Medicine Sovereign's ascension, this one, who should have been the ruler of the Medicine King Valley, had lived in seclusion for all these years. Its personality was eccentric, afraid of new things, and not good at communicating with its own kind. Its favorite thing to do was to be alone and quiet, undisturbed by anyone. After the Medicine Sovereign left, it entered a long period of slumber, silently passing the long years. At this moment, earnest calls rang out. Respected Great Demon King, the Medicine King Valley is facing a great disaster. We need you to take action. Human cultivators have broken into the valley. They are openly capturing our kin. If we do not resist, we will only face death. Great Demon King, we beg you. A group of Medicine Kings scrambled to speak, extremely agitated. Behind the stone pillar, the round head peeked out. The Great Demon King looked bewildered, carefully choosing its words, and replied in a low voice, "That's impossible. As long as we are in the Medicine King Valley, how can human cultivators be a match for the medicine clans?" It still remembered that the Medicine Sovereign had once made a vow that humans could never cause harm in this place, unless the other party was a peerless genius of all ages, with unprecedented strength. But today, such news had come. The Great Demon King began to panic. It didn't want to get involved in this mess in the first place. It's true, many of our kin have already been harmed. Now only you can save the Medicine King Valley. You are the strongest, the most senior. As long as you step forward, the entire Medicine Clan will surely work together to resist the foreign enemy. A group of Medicine Kings continued to plead, vying to speak. No, I can't do it. The Great Demon King shook its head vigorously like a rattledrum, its voice growing softer. I just want to sleep peacefully here. Besides, the opening of the Medicine King Valley has a time limit. When it ends, the humans will be teleported out. During this time, if you know how to hide, you might be able to save yourselves. As it spoke, its voice grew smaller and smaller, as if trying to escape everything. The Medicine Kings were frantic. Were they going to return empty-handed again? Just then, the Crimson Crystal Fungus had a flash of inspiration and said, Great Demon King, you're thinking too simply. Do you think those cunning cultivators will let you go? You are the most ancient existence in the Medicine King Valley. Once discovered, they will surely do everything in their power to capture you. Ah, will many people come looking for me? The Great Demon King asked, trembling. Its expression panicked, wishing it could immediately burrow into the ground and hide, not wanting to face the world even if it were the apocalypse. The Crimson Crystal Fungus immediately upped the ante. If you are caught, they will definitely gather around you, study how to cut you up, and even put you up for auction at that time. The entire human race will know about you. Don't say any more. The Demon King's body trembled, its spirit on the verge of collapse. The thought of being locked in an iron cage surrounded by countless scrutinizing eyes made it want to commit suicide on the spot. Actually, it's not hard to solve. The Crimson Crystal Fungus immediately seized the opportunity. There are a few particularly troublesome human cultivators this time. As long as you deal with them, we can handle the rest. That's right, helping us is helping yourself. Once it's over, you can go back to sleep. We absolutely won't disturb you. The Great Demon King was silent for a long time, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally it sighed softly and slowly nodded. "All right, I'll make a move, but I will only deal with the strongest among them. The rest you handle yourselves." "Great Demon King, thank you," the Medicine Kings cheered, eager to approach and express their gratitude. But this action scared the Great Demon King so much that it abruptly shrank back behind the stone pillar, trembling as it said, You all stay back, keep your distance. Let me adjust my state first, then I'll go out." Sigh, the Medicine Kings could only sigh and retreat helplessly. One of them muttered softly, "Look at it. Can it really suppress those few humans? It doesn't look very reliable to me. HMPH, don't you underestimate it either. According to the rules of the Medicine King Valley, an existence like the Great Demon King, once it makes a move, its strength may be far beyond imagination. Besides, they are just a group of chi refinement cultivators. How strong can they be? Defeating a Foundation establishment cultivator is somewhat acceptable, but can they fight against a golden core? That's true. I'll spread the news immediately. Unite all the medicine clans to fight back against those humans." On the other side, in the deep forest, Master Randing led the crowd to a successful retreat from the perilous situation. The human cultivators behind him all breathed a sigh of relief, no longer on edge as before, afraid of being captured and tortured by the medicine clans. On the contrary, the various precious herbs along the way fled in panic at the sight of them, like antelopes seeing a fierce tiger. A gray-robed old man stepped out from the crowd, took out a jade pendant to prove his identity, and said respectfully, "Master Randing, I am the Grand Elder of the Scorching Sun Sect. After we leave the Medicine King Valley, I wonder if I could discuss with you about buying a few precious herbs. Rest assured, the price will definitely satisfy the master." He had intended to use a voice transmission, but on second thought, everyone here was at the 9th level of chi refinement, and secrets were hard to keep. It was better to be frank and show sincerity. Master Randing clasped his hands together, his expression profound. "Amitabha, meeting is fate. My Buddha only guides those with whom he has a connection. As long as the benefactor is sincere, your wish will surely be granted." The gray-robed elder was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." Before his voice had even faded, the crowd was already in an uproar. One by one, great cultivators squeezed forward, vying to pre-order precious herbs. "Master, I want the lightning-struck wood. Any price will do. I need dragon's blood grass. Master, look here." On the Zonkong temple side, the monks were also very excited. It seemed they could make a big profit this time. Master Rending showed a compassionate expression and sighed softly. Good, it is my honor that my fellow Taoists need this old monk's help." But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. From all directions, waves of tiny shimmering life forms surged forth. They were all precious herbs, their auras making one's heart tremble. "Not good, it's an ambush," a panicked cry rang out. Master Randing was slightly stunned, then sneered. "Very good, this old monk was just worrying about how to find you, and you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep." One by one, Medicine Kings rushed out, shouting angrily, "Smelly old monk, don't get ahead of yourself." Master Randing's eyes narrowed, a glint of greed in their depths. "What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I can subdue them all, wouldn't that be HMPH? You don't know what's good for you. Then let this old monk send you to your salvation." He walked with light steps as if treading on lotus flowers, his entire body erupting with brilliant Buddhist light. The master was like a god descending to earth. "Take this." The Medicine Kings were not to be outdone and counterattacked in unison. Boom, boom, violent energy swept through, shaking the entire mountain forest. Amidst the spreading mist, a golden figure slowly walked out, each step like a thunderous tremor, his body not swaying in the slightest, like an old monk single-mindedly heading west. What terrifying defense! The Medicine King's faces all changed. "Great Demon King, it's your turn to act," shouted the Crimson Crystal Fungus. "Suppress this old monk, we beg the Great Demon King to act." A series of urgent pleas rang out, filled with expectation. Hearing this title, all the human cultivators shivered, cold sweat running down their backs. Great Demon King, there was a Great Demon King hidden here. Could it be? Master Randing's expression was grave, his voice trembling slightly. "The Medicine King Valley is guarded by a demonic expert." However, amidst the countless calls, the Great Demon King's figure had yet to appear. Seeing the situation, the Crimson Crystal Fungus could no longer hold back. It rushed forward, pushed and shoved, and dragged the Great Demon King directly in front of everyone. "It's your turn to act, don't let us down." The Great Demon King was pushed into the center of the circle, its whole body trembling like a sieve, its eyes darting around, looking extremely timid. Especially when it saw countless human cultivators staring at it, it was so frightened it almost turned and ran. Just then, someone shouted, "Wait, isn't that just a black mushroom?" Everyone was stunned and then burst into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is the Great Demon King you were talking about. I thought it was some supreme demon lord. Turns out it's just a mushroom. This is hilarious. What kind of Great Demon King is this?" Hearing the waves of ridicule, the Great Demon King buried its head even lower. If one could see its face, it would surely be redder than a monkey's bottom. But just then, Master Randing's gaze suddenly became serious. He focused on the trembling body, his expression changing from doubt to suspicion, from suspicion to shock, and finally to ecstatic joy. Impossible, could it be? The ancient texts of Zonkong Temple recorded that in the primordial times of heaven and earth, there existed an ancient medicine, shaped like a mushroom, its body as black as ink, known as the immortal chaos mushroom. It was said that if one could refine this spiritual object, a cultivator's strength would not only greatly increase, but their lifespan would be extended by 1,000,000 years. It could also transform one's constitution, refining the body and bones. If consumed over a long period, one could even possess an immortal bone true body and achieve immortality through the Tao. This was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, a great opportunity. Randing trembled violently, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his eyes as red as a rabid beast's. That's it, it's it, the sacred ancient medicine, the immortal chaos mushroom. Ha ha ha, the Buddha has blessed me. It must be my sincerity that moved the heavens to bestow this once in 10,000 years opportunity. Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. Master Randing couldn't help himself upon seeing the ancient medicine before him. Randing stroked his long beard, his expression solemn. This ancient medicine has an affinity with the Buddha. This old monk will take it first. His eyes gleamed as he immediately gathered his strength and reached out to grab it. Brilliant Buddhist light erupted, his sleeves billowed, and a large golden hand descended as if from the Pure Land, carrying the power to suppress evil demons. Slap! The golden hand descended like a divine might from the heavens, pressing down on the great demon king without hesitation. The great demon king's entire body emitted a ferocious aura. It trembled with grievance, tears in its eyes, yet mixed with a stern anger. You've gone too far. Why did you hit my head? An aura like a tidal wave surged out, making everyone around them struggle to breathe. Heavens, it's king-level supreme grade, someone exclaimed, and the entire scene was struck as if by lightning. He had clearly reached the peak of the golden core stage. Master Randing's face turned slightly pale, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart, but he still forced himself to sound calm. Insolent creature, cease your impudence. Just then a medicine clan member shouted, Great Demon King, he wants to capture you and auction you off. As soon as the words fell, the great demon king was stunned, and then its anger soared to the heavens. You want to auction me in your dreams? Take this. With a whistling sound, the great demon king shot into the sky. Its entire body was like Mount Tai crashing down, carrying a pressure that made all things bow, pressing straight down on Master Randing's head. That pressure was enough to make even a nascent soul cultivator change color. Master Randing raised his hands high, his whole body shining with Buddhist light. He chanted mantras continuously, and a phantom of a golden body faintly appeared behind him, majestic and solemn, as if about to become a Buddha on the spot. This old monk has a Vajra indestructible body. Don't even think about it. Ah boom! A thunderous crack echoed as if the sky had fallen, shaking the heavens and the earth. When the dust settled, everyone stared dumbfounded. The great demon king was sitting on the old monk, its dark, shiny bottom pressed firmly against him. Master Randing's face was ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shame and pain. After all, this was a peak Medicine King level creature, the true hegemon of the Medicine King Valley. Even with his Vajra body, he could not withstand a blow as heavy as Mount Tai, and was crushed like a piece of paper. The great demon king roared, You dare hit my head, you dare hit my head. In its rage, it repeatedly jumped up and stomped down. Each stomp was like the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking, landing heavily on Randing's body, as if venting all its grievances from being called a mushroom. Master Randing's eyelids twitched, his divine light shattered, and blood gushed out like a spring, his face deathly pale. A normal person would have been sent flying, but his physical body was too strong, his defense too solid. He couldn't die, nor could he escape, and so he was repeatedly pressed to the ground, becoming a laughingstock for the whole world. Vile beast, let this old monk stand up if you have the guts. Hearing this, the great demon king obediently moved its bottom off the old monk, but just as Master Randing tremblingly managed to stand up, it unexpectedly sat down again. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the clouds. Master Randing's face contorted in pain, his heart filled with both shame and rage. He wished he could be teleported out immediately to avoid this utter humiliation in front of everyone. Great Demon King, hand this old fellow over to us, let him learn some manners, a Medicine King said angrily. All right. Without hesitation, the Great Demon King waved its hand and summoned 2 verdant vines, which tightly bound Master Randing's hands, trussing him up like a chicken. This was its innate power, leaving the old monk completely unable to resist. What do you want to do? The Buddha will not forgive you, Master Randing shouted in panic. A sense of foreboding welling up in his heart, remembering his previous disgrace in the Medicine King Valley, a chill ran down his spine and his hair stood on end. He had intended to use this opportunity to wipe away his previous shame, but he had unexpectedly run into a great Medicine King, and one with such extraordinary talent that a single press was enough to keep him from standing up. Strip him, the Medicine Kings roared in fury, seemingly wanting to vent all their pent-up resentment. Stop! This old monk is an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. You will suffer retribution for this, Master Randing shouted, trembling, his aged face filled with anguish. On the other side, after a brief battle, tall ancient tree was uprooted, its trunk bent as it knelt on the ground, its leaves trembling and rustling in the wind as if in fear. Seniors, please stop fighting. This little one was just passing by unintentionally, with absolutely no intent to offend. I swear it's the truth. The ancient tree hastily waved its branches to swear an oath, but feeling the murderous aura envelop it, it couldn't help but shudder, its branches and leaves trembling non-stop. What's that up there? It looks like there are fruits, they're so pretty. And Miaoi's eyes lit up, her voice tinged with surprise. Fan Dejung looked closely and immediately exclaimed in delight, Miss, those are star origin fruits. They are an absolute tonic for your constitution. In the treetop, dozens of spiritual fruits were crystal clear, glowing with a soft and enchanting light. There were faint specks of light on their skins like miniature stars. These were the star origin fruits. Consuming these fruits could enhance one's spiritual power and strengthen the foundation of one's essence. In the outside world, a single one was priceless, almost impossible to find. Wen Dao sect had once searched the entire Gong province and failed to find any trace of them, yet now this ancient tree bore dozens. Take them all. The ancient tree immediately knew what to do. With a shake of its body, the spiritual fruits fell one by one. In a few thousand years it could grow dozens more anyway. Besides, even if these fruits fell to the ground, no spirit beast would eat them, which would be a real waste. Miss, look, this is a heaven-defying opportunity. Fan Dezheng's voice trembled, his eyes red with excitement. Uncle Fan, this trip was not in vain, and Miao Yi smiled like a flower, like the first sun of winter. As long as she refined these spiritual fruits, her spiritual power could reach a new level. At this moment the ancient tree whispered tentatively, "Seniors, may this little one leave now?" Yi Junlin stroked his chin, his eyes profound. "You were sneaking around just now, were you spying on us? Your dad is asking you a question." Li Wuji's voice was cold as he stepped forward with his blade. Hong Tianye raised her hand, and with a flick of her index finger a dazzling flame ignited at her fingertip. She said coldly, "Tell the truth or else." The ancient tree trembled so hard its branches were about to fall off, its leaves rustling down. "I swear to heaven and earth this one was just curious, with absolutely no ill intentions." Yi Junlin waved his sleeve. "All right, get lost. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life," as if granted a great amnesty. The ancient tree immediately used its two roots as feet, turned and ran, disappearing without a trace in a few breaths. Fan Dezheng frowned at this moment. "Young Master Yi, did you discover something?" Yi Junlin said slowly, "I feel that the medicine clan has not given up. They are probably secretly gathering strength to make a move against us. That ancient tree just now was a scout. What, in that case we should have cut it down with one strike just now." Li Wuji gritted his teeth in frustration. Yi Junlin shrugged lightly, his eyes cold. "Let it run, it's the perfect way to lure the snake out of its hole." Just then a gust of air whistled by, and in the distance the sound of footsteps as dense as 1,000-strong army rapidly approached. "Something's happening," a low shout rang out. A moment later a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. "This is..." Fan Dezheng was stunned. "Heavens!" and Miao Yi covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide. Li Wuji's face twitched, his voice trembling. "Am I going crazy?" Hong Tianye's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands in praise. "Interesting, very interesting. Master, that black thing looks so familiar." Bao Shaoxi tilted her head and said. Yi Junlin's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath. "Didn't he just leave a short while ago? How did this old monk end up like this?" Before him, Master Randeng was naked, hung upside down on a bamboo pole. His entire body pitch black, covered in foul-smelling filth, with flies buzzing around him. His face was dull, his eyes dim, a completely different person from his previous immortal-like appearance. Below were rows of kneeling cultivators, each carrying medicinal herbs on their backs, looking like livestock but were actually humans. If this scene were to happen outside, it would surely shock the entire cultivation world. A medicine king swept his cold gaze over Yi Junlin and his group and snorted, "Kneel and beg for mercy now, and you might still have time. Otherwise your fate will be the same as that old monk behind you." "Impossible. Did they really capture that old monk?" Li Wuji was shocked. He had fought Randeng before and knew how hard his Vajra indestructible body was. How could he have been defeated by this group of medicine kings? But the scene before him completely overturned his understanding. If even he was humiliated to this extent, could he still resist? Hong Tianye's face gradually grew solemn, and she couldn't help but shiver. "No, I don't want to be hung up and have dung thrown on me. That's just killing someone by trampling on their dignity." Yi Junlin, on the contrary, chuckled with interest. "I'm quite curious to know who gave you so much courage." After all, he had personally witnessed Master Randeng's abilities. The one who could suppress this man was by no means an ordinary person. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire medicine clan was enraged. "How arrogant! This human is too arrogant." At this moment, Master Randeng was hung upside down on the bamboo pole, covered in filth, his aura dim, his face pale as paper. His mouth was filled with a nauseating smell, and he had lost all face. The thoughts of revenge and clearing his name that had once surged in his heart had now turned to ash. Only one thought remained, to leave this damn place as soon as possible. It wasn't until he saw Yi Junlin standing there, his sleeves fluttering, coldly facing the medicine clan, that a cold light flashed in Randeng's eyes, and a sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, you'd better enjoy the rest of your time as a human. When you're being tortured later, you'll understand what true pain is." He had been humiliated, he had suffered, so he wanted to see Yi Junlin 100 times more miserable. Only then could his heart find some solace. At the same time, a cold shout echoed through the sky. "Outside, you humans may be the strongest, but don't forget, this is the Medicine King Valley, our medicine clan's territory. You lowly humans, only fit to be our playthings." As soon as the words fell, the crimson crystal fungus raised its hands high and shouted, "Let us welcome the Great Demon King. Great Demon King, Great Demon King, Great Demon King." The entire world shook, and all the medicine clan members roared with excitement, their emotions reaching a fever pitch, their cries surging like a tide, like a continuous mountain collapsing tsunami. "Great Demon King?" Fan Dezheng was shocked, his face pale. "There's such an evil existence here?" Hong Tianye frowned tightly, his brow twitching. Even in his prime he had never dared to call himself the Great Demon King. Who on earth was this being? But Yi Zunlin just raised an eyebrow lightly, his gaze as sharp as lightning, and said in a deep voice, "Oh, I'd like to see who this great demon king you speak of is." The shout still echoed through the sky, but the great demon king had yet to appear. Seeing this, the crimson crystal fungus jumped into the crowd in a panic, pushed out a huge mushroom hiding at the very back of the line, and shouted, "Great demon king, you're the baddest of the bad here. Only you can defeat that human now." Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Yi Zunlin remained standing, his eyes coldly fixed on the pitch-black giant mushroom before him. A mushroom over a meter tall, and it's all black. This is the great demon king? Everyone was stunned. Yi Zunlin, Fan Dejung, and Hong Tianye all had question marks in their eyes, suspecting they had seen wrong. And the black mushroom clearly didn't like being the center of attention. Its voice trembled, but it still managed to answer through gritted teeth. "That's right." This answer plunged everyone into a dead silence again. It was only then that Hong Tianye's expression changed drastically, as if he had remembered something. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Impossible. Could this be the immortal chaos mushroom?" Yi Zunlin tilted his head. "What shroom did you just say? This mushroom is..." Hong Tianye almost coughed up blood. Suppressing the urge, he gritted his teeth and explained, "This is no ordinary mushroom. It's the immortal chaos mushroom, a legendary ancient medicine. Eating it can increase one's strength and lifespan with endless benefits. In the cultivation world, it's considered the closest thing to an immortal medicine." "Closest to an immortal medicine," Fan Dejung repeated in a trembling voice, his face changing drastically. All traces of greed vanished from his eyes, replaced only by deep fear. A peak Medicine King. According to the Medicine King Valley's power scale, that was equivalent to the peak of the Golden Core stage. "It's over." Fan Dejung felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body trembling. Just then, boom, a terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, shaking the entire sky and causing the surrounding forest to sway constantly. Leaves filled the air. "Be careful," Li Wuji shouted, his hair standing on end, his mind screaming, "This is a level one can't possibly contend with. We're not in the same league at all." No wonder Master Runding was so easily suppressed. The black mushroom, the great demon king, roared in anger. "You've gone too far. Who do you want to eat? Who gave you permission to disturb my sleep?" Swoosh, its figure vanished in an instant, and a powerful aura descended from the sky like Mount Tai, striking everyone like a bolt of lightning. Their faces turned pale, their bodies staggered, and they hurriedly retreated. Hong Tianye was also utterly horrified. The power difference was too obvious, however. Amidst the gale, he saw a black-clad figure still standing in its original spot, as unshakable as Mount Tai. In the next second, Hong Tianye's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ding detected that the host is under attack by a peak Golden Core stage enemy. Passive effect: the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Triggered. Cultivation has skyrocketed to the early nascent soul stage. The system prompt sounded in Yi Zunlin's ear. At that moment, Yi Zunlin's aura surged wildly, instantly leaping from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the early nascent soul stage. His silver hair flew, his eyes were like lightning, and a powerful killing intent billowed, making him look like a god or demon descending, his aura sweeping through heaven and earth like a tornado. A low, cold voice echoed through the Medicine King Valley, carrying a majesty that could shatter the clouds. "Well met." Boom, a force like a meteorite falling, heaven-shaking and earth-shattering, was suppressed by Yi Zunlin with a single hand and forcefully pushed back. Crack, crack, swaths of trees collapsed. Mountains and rocks shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks split the ground. In the deep pit, the shape of a giant mushroom was clearly imprinted. The entire scene was dead silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. "Great Demon King," the Medicine Kings exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes filled with utter shock. They all knew the Great Demon King was the strongest existence in the Medicine King Valley, yet it had been sent flying by that human with just one hand. "Uncle Fan, did young Master Yi just go from Golden Core directly to Nascent Soul?" And Miao Yi murmured, her voice trembling. Fan Dejung's eyes were filled with admiration, and he sighed softly. "Such a move is truly heaven-defying. Even the suppression of the Medicine King Valley can't stop him. What kind of secret technique is this?" Hong Tianye's face was grave, his eyes flickering with deep doubt. "This is unreasonable. This is simply impossible." Since entering the Medicine King Valley, he had gradually seen through the mysteries of this place. The reason the medicine clans flourished here was not just because of the foundation of spiritual herbs, but also because of the rules personally set by the medicine sovereign. Anyone who sets foot in the Medicine King Valley will be affected by these rules. Whether you are Golden Core or Nascent Soul, Integration or Mahayana, as long as you have not yet become an immortal, you will be suppressed back to the 9th level of Qi refinement. This is the gap between immortal and mortal. An insurmountable chasm, an absolute order that no one can defy. But now someone had broken the rules, forcibly raising their cultivation to Nascent Soul, and had even sent the true Medicine King flying. Impossible. How could such an existence exist? Hong Tianye broke out in a cold sweat, his body stiff, an indescribable feeling welling up in his heart. If this was real, not only would the Medicine King Valley be in trouble, but he himself would likely not escape the demon's clutches. "Wang Kuei-Hua, are you okay?" Li Wuji asked cautiously. "Get lost." Hong Tianye was distraught and immediately snapped. Li Wuji was stunned, and could only shut his mouth in shame. Not far away, Master Randang, who was tied to the bamboo pole, had been hoping to watch the good show of Yi Zunlin being brutally suppressed by the Great Demon King. But now the entire situation had been completely reversed. He was dumbfounded, his mouth opened so wide it almost reached his ears. He still clearly remembered the feeling of that fist hitting his chest. He had thought that no matter how high Yi Junlin's strength was, he couldn't withstand the great Demon King's wrath. After all, the other party was a peak golden core, and with the Medicine King Valley's rules on its side, its power had long surpassed nascent soul enough to severely injure a soul formation cultivator. But Yi Junlin had sent him flying with a single slap. If that slap had hit him, he would have probably been teleported out of the Medicine King Valley long ago. Strange, he clearly didn't use this kind of power before. Was he deliberately holding back, leaving me here as bait to lure this group of Medicine Clan members to mock and humiliate me? At this thought, Master Randing's face turned ashen. He looked up at the black-clad figure, his eyes filled with hatred. Damn you, it's all your fault. I will settle this score one day. In the deep pit filled with rubble, the great Demon King was dizzy and disoriented, only slowly coming back to its senses. I was sent flying? Its eyes were filled with terror. It clearly felt that Yi Junlin had broken through the rule's suppression for a brief moment, his cultivation directly rising to nascent soul. No, impossible, the great Demon King whispered, trembling. The rules were personally laid down by the Medicine Sovereign, who swore that absolutely no one below a true immortal could break them. What's happening now? Did they expire after too long? Opposite the cracked pit, Yi Junlin's aura suddenly dropped, falling from the nascent soul stage back to the 9th level of chi refinement, that big mushroom. Yi Junlin let out a soft laugh, his smile lazy yet sharp as a knife. Whatever skills you have left, feel free to use them, otherwise I'll pull you out and stew you in a soup to see what a 1,000-year-old mushroom demon tastes like. He deliberately used words to provoke it, luring it to attack first. Only then could the system trigger the counterattack mechanism. Boom! With a loud bang, spiritual energy frantically gathered, turning into a surging tide. The great Demon King's body shot forward like a meteorite. You little beast, I will never let you succeed. Ding! Detected that the host is under attack by a peak golden core stage enemy. Passive effect: the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Triggered. Cultivation has skyrocketed to the early nascent soul stage. In Yi Junlin's mind, the system's voice sounded. At the same time, his aura suddenly surged, crossing from the 9th level of chi refinement to the early nascent soul stage, facing the great Demon King, who was rushing at him like a storm. He was calm and composed, raising his right hand to meet the attack, his movements fluid and smooth. Bang, bang, bang! A series of dense collisions sounded, like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a tiger, shaking the entire heaven and earth. He really ignored the rule's suppression, forcibly raising his cultivation to nascent soul. The great Demon King became more and more alarmed as it fought. Yi Junlin took a step forward, activating the indestructible tyrant body art. His physical body radiated a divine light that shot to the heavens, and a power of savage desolation burst forth. He then threw a punch like a clap of thunder. Bang! With a world-shaking sound, a great Demon King's body was sent flying, once again getting stuck straight into the ground. Boom! A huge cloud of dust rose like a pillar of smoke connecting heaven and earth. In the deep pit, the great Demon King lay sprawled, its soul trembling, as if even the will to live had been shattered. On the ground, the great Demon King's face was terrified, its eyes dull, a never-before-felt emotion welling up in its heart. Am I about to die? In its long and monotonous life, it had never had a goal, never had a dream. It was only when facing death that it felt its life had been meaningless. In my next life, I don't want to be a mushroom. I want to be a human. Just as it was lost in memories, Yi Junlin was looking down, quietly waiting for something. He frowned slightly. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Just as he was about to take a step, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a disciple acceptance mission. Subdue the disciple immortal chaos mushroom. Reward: peerless divine ability, 1 chi into 3 pure ones. 1 chi into 3 pure ones can split into 2 clones with strength equal to the main body. Yi Junlin was stunned for a moment. System, are you serious? He said to himself. You won't even let a mushroom off the hook? But on second thought, the reward this time was too tempting. If he could have 3 bodies, each with equal strength, wouldn't his combat power break through the heavens? His thoughts raced. Yi Junlin leapt into the deep pit and looked at the great Demon King shrinking in the mist, faking a couple of coughs. Want to live? I can give you a chance. According to common sense, he was certain this cowardly creature would nod its head in agreement immediately. Who would have thought the great Demon King would say, I refuse? Yi Junlin was petrified for 5 minutes. What? Yi Junlin's eyes widened. Before he could even state his request, the other party had flatly refused. He stared, saying sternly, You really don't want to live? The reply was calm. That's right, I don't want to anymore. Yi Junlin was unwilling. No, do you want it? I really don't want it anymore. Are you sure? I'm sure. A silence fell. Yi Junlin was eerily quiet, a sliver of doubt rising in his heart. Is this reward going to slip away again? Yi Junlin immediately changed his tune. His smile like a spring breeze on a bamboo bed, he said softly, Before you die, can you do me a small favor? What favor? In a moment you hit me and I'll take it with all my strength. I'll hit you until you're drooling, and I guarantee you'll die peacefully without any pain, just like falling asleep. The great Demon King was startled, almost unable to believe its ears. Are these words a human could say? No, these are clearly the words of a beast. It turned away in anger, not wanting to speak anymore. Kill or cut, do as you please, just stop nagging. Seeing this, Yi Zun narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching, his gentle smile gradually turning ferocious. He chuckled softly, like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. All right, since you've decided, then I'll throw you into a pot and make mushroom soup. Or maybe I'll kill a few chickens and stew them with you. Don't worry, I'll eat every last bit, leaving nothing behind. As he spoke, from who knows where, he pulled out a black pot as big as a wellhead and tapped it twice with a ladle. Climb in. Didn't you want to die? I'll help you get your wish. The great demon king immediately trembled all over and stammered, Gee, give me a chance. What, you don't want to die anymore? No, I don't. I want to try to live. Good. Yi Junlin grinned. First, you have to be my disciple. All right, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Reward. Peerless divine ability, 1 chi into 3 pure ones. Ding. Detected that the disciple's aptitude is extremely high. Additional reward. A supreme cultivation technique, Azure Emperor longevity art. Yi Junlin was ecstatic, as if he had found a treasure. He had finally achieved his goal. Yi Junlin walked forward and glared at the great demon king. Come here. From today on, you are my disciple. I've got your back. After speaking, he pointed a finger and a green light shot out, transforming into a sliver of essence that went straight into the great demon king's brow. This is the cultivation technique I, your master, am bestowing upon you. Go and comprehend it. Boom, the great demon king's head felt as if it were about to explode. The Azure Emperor longevity art, containing the supreme Tao, immediately unfolded like a sacred scroll in its sea of consciousness. Instantly, its body trembled, its spirit fluctuating violently. It was utterly horrified. What kind of cultivation technique was this? How could it be so terrifying? As everyone knew, the medicine clan was naturally weak and not skilled in combat. Their only advantage was a lifespan far exceeding that of humans. But if this weakness could be remedied, it would be a tremendous blessing for the beings of the medicine clan. And the Azure Emperor longevity art was the key to overcoming their fatal flaws of weak combat power and slow cultivation. As a peak medicine king with the potential of an immortal chaos mushroom, cultivating this technique was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, defying fate and ascending to the heavens in a single step. At this moment, the great demon king was completely convinced of Yi Junlin's deceptive words. Its eyes glowing, it prostrated itself, its voice trembling. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. It jumped up from the ground and knelt respectfully before Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. This scene struck the onlookers like a bolt from the blue, leaving them all petrified. What was going on? They were fighting to the death, and suddenly he was taking the other party as a disciple, and a mushroom at that. What kind of strange hobby was this? Li Wuji's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh, laughing. See that? This is our master's plan. We'll never be able to keep up with this kind of thinking. Beside him, Hong Tianye rolled her eyes, letting out a soft snort, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Does this bastard have an obsession with taking disciples too? In the cultivation world, battles were always life and death. To suddenly take an opponent as a disciple in the middle of a fight was something she had never seen before. Hong Tianye even started to think with her demonic logic. Could it be that he wants to cultivate it into an immortal medicine, and then refine and devour it when the time is right? The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. If an immortal chaos mushroom grew to its peak, it truly had the potential to transform into an immortal medicine, and immortal medicines were something even immortals would fight to the death for. While everyone was still bewildered and speculating, Bai Shaoxi clapped her hands happily. That's great, Master has another junior brother. On the other side, Master Randeng was tied to the bamboo pole, his eyes dull as if he had lost his soul. He began to doubt his life. This world had developed to a point he could no longer comprehend. If he were to tally everything from start to finish, he was probably the one who had suffered the most. At this moment, Yi Junlin turned around, looked at the great demon king seriously and said with a sincere tone, Now that you've entered the sect, you should have a proper name. The title Great Demon King can easily be misunderstood. The great demon king was slightly taken aback and said softly, Master, please grant me a name. Yi Junlin nodded. You look like a black mushroom, yet you possess the fate of an Azure Emperor and have extremely high growth potential. All things considered, let's call you Little Black. The great demon king hesitated. It wanted to object, but looking at Yi Junlin's eyes, it didn't dare to speak. After some thought, Little Black wasn't bad. Low-key, simple and natural, then, Yi Junlin asked with a serious expression. By the way, I have a question. Back then, the Medicine King Valley was managed by the Medicine Sovereign. Why did he use various means to suppress the human race and protect your medicine clan? Yi Junlin frowned, puzzled because he could never figure it out. The previous Medicine Sovereign had opened the Medicine King Valley to let humans gather herbs freely, appearing magnanimous on the surface, but in reality he allowed the Medicine Clan here to oppress human cultivators, making it nothing short of a huge trap. This two-faced approach was a deadly deception. After many years, countless people outside still respected the Medicine Sovereign, but who knew this place was a slaughterhouse for humans where anyone who entered had to behave like a docile grandson. He really couldn't understand why such a large-scale conspiracy was set up. The great demon king didn't hesitate and blurted out, because the old Medicine Sovereign was also a member of our medicine clan. What? Yi Junlin stood frozen. Not only him but everyone around him stared with wide eyes. The medicine sovereign, who was famous throughout the ancient world, was actually a member of the medicine clan. In other words, his true form was a rare 1,000-year-old ancient herb that cultivated its way to immortality against all odds. This news left the entire audience dumbfounded. The medicine clan was naturally weak, with few who achieved the Tao, yet the medicine sovereign not only stepped onto the immortal path but also left a name for posterity. No wonder. Yi Junlin's eyes turned icy as he asked, "What exactly is his true form?" "It's a Qilin herb," the great demon king answered softly, a hint of reverence in its tone. Back then the medicine sovereign was already at the level of an immortal medicine, and an extremely rare type at that. Its form resembled a Qilin, its spiritual energy soaring to the heavens, a rare creation forged by heaven and earth. Qilin herb. Hong Tiany's pupils instantly contracted and his heart beat faster. It was rumored that this item could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. If one were fortunate enough to refine it, even a dying person could live another life with boundless magical power. Yi Junlin snorted coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. So after becoming an immortal, he deliberately set up formations and traps. Wasn't it to harm later generations of human cultivators? What a fine move. Opening once every 100,000 years, the Medicine King Valley became famous everywhere, attracting countless people to compete. In reality, it was just a carefully arranged bloody stage. The great demon king shrank its head and answered cautiously. It wasn't that he did it on purpose, he was forced to. Back then, many powerful factions coveted the Medicine King Valley and wanted a piece of the pie. In order to leave the mortal world peacefully, the Medicine Sovereign had no choice but to open the valley, pretending to concede while secretly setting up arrangements to control the cultivation levels of outsiders, enhance the power of the Medicine Clan, and limit cultivation based on rank. For example, I'm a peak Great Medicine King, so my cultivation is capped at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Even with higher aptitude, I can't break through. Those were the rules he set to maintain internal stability. Here, my companions count down the days, looking forward to the opening every 100,000 years simply because countless humans will pour in to relieve our boredom. Hearing this, a complex look flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes, and he sighed softly. So that's how it is. The Medicine Clan is weak, so the Medicine Sovereign did this merely to protect his kin. After all, opening the valley was a compromise. Setting up formations was a defense, and the scheming was to preserve his descendants. He wasn't necessarily wrong. Li Wuji gave a bitter smile and looked up with a sigh. I thought the Medicine Sovereign was a sage of the Eastern Domain, renowned for his kindness and desire to help people. I never expected it was all just our own imagination. No, the great Demon King retorted seriously. That part is also true. The Medicine Sovereign did help many powerful human cultivators back then, but it was because he was forced to. Otherwise his true form would have been cut off and he would have lost his spiritual life. Listening to the great Demon King's story, Yi Junlin sighed softly. It was truly a lifetime of effort, worthy of a Qilin herb, a rare immortal medicine in the world with every part of its body being a treasure. A single piece could drive people mad. In that situation, with various giants eyeing him covetously, the Medicine Sovereign couldn't refuse when they came for help. Over time the world tacitly accepted his existence because no one could completely subdue him, let alone force his hand, and so he moved forward in secret, eventually proving his Tao and becoming an immortal. Boom! At that moment a brilliant light condensed from above the Medicine King Valley, forming a magnificent vortex. A huge suction force erupted, and all the cultivators sensed it at the same time. It was a sign that the Medicine King Valley was about to close. Amitabha, this old monk is about to go on a killing spree. Master Randang put his palms together, a cold killing intent appearing in his eyes. The long-suppressed resentment felt like it was about to burn his entire body. A peak tribulation crossing stage expert, yet he had to endure such humiliation. If he didn't wash away today's shame with blood, what face would he have to call himself a great power? Swish, 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 one figure after another was pulled by the suction, their bodies flying uncontrollably towards the vortex in the sky. Laughter and cheers resounded in all directions. Everyone, let's go! Li Wuji shouted loudly. His figure moved, heading straight for the vortex. Hong Tianye and the others immediately followed. Yi Junlin raised his hand, intending to take the great Demon King with him, but the mushroom hesitated and took a few steps back. Little Black, aren't you coming with us? Yi Junlin was taken aback. The great Demon King looked hesitant and stammered. I had originally planned to just deal with the crisis and go back to its cave to sleep, but it never expected things to change so quickly. Not only was it taken as a disciple, but it was also forced to learn a supreme cultivation technique. If it stayed in the Medicine King Valley, although it would be suppressed by the rules and unable to advance, it could live a stable and undisturbed life. Seeing the great Demon King's hesitation, Yi Junlin just smiled faintly. Master respects your choice. If fate allows, I'll come back to see you in 100,000 years. He had taken the great Demon King as a disciple only for the system's reward. As for whether this disciple followed him or not, he didn't really care. They would meet again in the future. Whoosh! Yi Junlin's figure quietly flew up, turning into a stream of light and heading straight into the vortex. The great Demon King stared blankly at that back, a sense of emptiness suddenly welling up in its mind as if it had lost something important. At that moment a voice vaguely sounded in the great demon king's mind, urgently pressing it to quickly chase after that silver-haired youth and leave the Medicine King Valley, or it would regret it for the rest of its life. But stepping out of here meant facing an unfamiliar landscape, unknown dangers. This thought made its heart uneasy, as if imprisoned by darkness, its heart shrinking in fear. It was at a loss, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. In just a few breaths the great demon king suddenly recalled its long life, a lonely and tedious existence, without light, without a soulmate. It also remembered those old friends who had long since ascended to the immortal realm and with whom it had lost contact. At that moment, a strong surge of courage suddenly welled up from the bottom of its heart, as if it had broken its shackles. An indescribable power surged through its body. The world is so big, I want to go and see it. Boom! A huge sound shook the 9 heavens. The great demon king's figure transformed into a black light, shooting across the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for Yi Junlin. "Master, take me with you." "Oh?" Yi Junlin was slightly surprised, not expecting this black mushroom to figure things out so quickly. He smiled slightly and reached out to grab it. "All right, Master will take you." The 2 figures, one tall and one short, transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the vortex in the sky. At this time, in various corners of the Medicine King Valley, the native little creatures also raised their heads, their eyes blank yet excited. "Crystal King, look, the great demon king is leaving too," a small creature cried out in panic. They all clearly saw the great demon king voluntarily rush into the sky and was finally caught and taken away by a human cultivator. The crimson crystal fungus also widened its eyes. What was going on? Then the vortex began to shrink and then completely disappeared into the air. Bang! Outside the Medicine King Valley, countless cultivators were teleported out one after another. Feeling the restoration of their cultivation levels, they were all overjoyed, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, breathing the free air of the outside world. Greedily, as if wanting to drink in all the fragrance of the world, they were finally out. Heavens, freedom feels so good. They're out. A group of cultivators who had failed to enter the Medicine King Valley were waiting outside. The moment they saw people appear, a commotion started. "Look at them, they must have had a great harvest. Heavens, I knew I should have fought tooth and nail to get in. Not entering the valley is the biggest regret of my life." Just then a golden light flashed. Boom! A filthy figure, stinking to high heaven, appeared. It was none other than the once renowned Master Randing, who had now escaped the valley. He immediately used a spell to cleanse his body and changed into a brand new Kasaya, looking once again like the enlightened monk he was before. The only difference, however, was that the clarity in the depths of his eyes was gone, replaced by a layer of brutal killing intent. Hidden beneath his compassionate face was the volcanic fury about to erupt. "Master, did you have a good harvest this time?" Several elders from Xuankong Temple came forward to greet him, asking with a smile. One of them laughed heartily. "With Master Randing leading the way, our Xuankong Temple will surely return fully loaded this time." Hearing this, veins popped on Master Randing's forehead, his eyes turned crimson, and he asked coldly, "Are you mocking this old monk?" As soon as his words fell, a sharp aura emanated from him. The cultivator broke out in a cold sweat, trembling, not understanding what he had done wrong. Just then a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire scene. "All of you who have been in the Medicine King Valley, stay right where you are." Everyone looked over. The speaker was a tall, middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, his eyes radiating a fierce, killing intent, his presence overwhelming. Beside him, a woman in a red dress was enchantingly beautiful, her figure graceful, her face stunning, her chest heaving with temptation. In addition, there was a person wearing a low-brimmed hat, their figure blurry and face hard to see. In the dark depths there was also an old man in a black robe with gold patterns, his hair as white as snow, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a dashing air, his eyes indifferent, as if he had seen through everything in the world under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing these 4 familiar figures appear, the cultivators who had been robbed couldn't help but shiver. Someone's voice trembled. It's that white-haired old demon. Don't tell me he's here to rob us again. Heavens, does he have no shame?" "Shush, keep your voice down. Do you want to die?" Discussions broke out, and the onlookers wisely stepped back, proactively avoiding the group that had just come out of the Medicine King Valley. "Listen up, everyone. My master has spoken. Anyone who dares to resist is making an enemy of him, and you will bear the consequences." The man in the wide-brimmed hat carried a large blade, his face full of brutishness, shouting loudly, his arrogance unparalleled. The white-haired old man maintained a stern expression, looking profound and unfathomable, but inside he was extremely excited. This time he decided to go all out and rob every single cultivator who had been in the Medicine King Valley. After all, those who could get in would never return empty-handed. Robbing them was like robbing plump sheep delivered to his doorstep. The white-haired old man glanced at the people, trembling in fear, a sinister smile tugging at his lips. The feeling of borrowing a tiger's might was truly exhilarating. The name Yi Junlin was just too useful. Just then the faces of the cultivators who had just left the Medicine King Valley all stiffened. This was terrible luck. They had just gotten out of the valley and run into this notorious group of bandits. The key was, what herbs did they have left to hand over? Wasn't this asking for their lives? Damn it, it's those people again. And Miaoyi's face flushed with anger, her small fair hands clenched tightly, her almond-shaped eyes wide. Fan Dejung's eyes lit up, but he still cautiously observed the reactions of his 4 companions, not daring to act rashly. Yi Junlin laughed in anger. Well, do these guys want to get caught? His eyes were cold, firmly locked on the white-haired old man. Old demon, you old coot, you dare to impersonate me, a person as dashing and handsome as me. You couldn't imitate an ounce of my charm even if you trained for another 1,000 years. Hong Tiany's eyes burned with fury, his fist cracking, and he gritted his teeth, saying coldly, damn it, they dare to find a woman to impersonate me, especially seeing that the impostor had a full chest. The demonic sect's master immediately felt an indescribable sense of shame that struck deep into his soul. Damn it, that guy is even more arrogant than me. Li Wuji was slightly stunned, then gritted his teeth. He was the Blade Demon. A name that struck fear into people's hearts, yet now he was being impersonated by a group of low-class bandits. The great Demon King shrank its head. Seeing the unfamiliar environment and the crowded space, its social anxiety immediately flared up and the courage it had just mustered instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Bai Shaoxi reached out her tender little hand and gently patted its mushroom head, comforting it softly. Junior brother, don't be afraid. The great Demon King's body trembled. It hated having its head patted, but in the little girl's innocent eyes it felt a rare warmth and closeness. May I ask, how should I address you? Master calls me Bai Shaoxi, so your senior sister Bai. A pleasure to meet you. Yeah, no need to be so polite. Bai Shaoxi spun around happily, hearing her junior brother call her senior sister. Felt like eating a sweet piece of candy. Senior sister Bai, what's the situation now? It seems like there are a few people wearing the same clothes as you, the great Demon King asked curiously. Bai Shaoxi answered foolishly, oh, they're impersonating us, getting ready to rob people on the road. The great Demon King's mouth fell open in surprise. You humans really know how to have fun. But just then a vast and terrifying pressure shook heaven and earth. The pressure of a peak tribulation crossing stage cultivator instantly spread like a tide, making countless cultivators' bodies turn cold, their minds buzzing and their bodies unable to move. Golden Buddhist light shone and a white-browed old monk stepped on lotuses and flew into the air. His gaze was like a thunderbolt, locking onto the four figures ahead. His aged voice resounded in all directions, the killing intent so restrained it was impossible to hide. Donors, must you really go this far? Master Randing was currently accumulating his anger, just waiting to vent it. And he finally found an excuse to erupt like a thunderclap. Boom, the white-haired old man and his three accomplices were struck as if by lightning, cold sweat pouring down like rain, their eyes wide in disbelief. How could this be? Someone actually dared to resist him. He doesn't seem to be afraid of us. Damn it, the aura of the tribulation crossing stage. This is clearly a virtual immortal. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Junlin has even killed a virtual immortal from the Yuha sect. It's all over the outside world. As long as I act well and intimidate that old monk, maybe I can scare him off. The few people communicated in low whispers, trying to keep their voices down. The white-haired old man suppressed his panic, forced a cold smile, cleared his throat and commanded, Disciple, this matter is not for you to interfere with. Step down. Yes, master. The man in the wide-brimmed hat, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly retreated and hid out of sight. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes cold, his voice laced with a deep warning. Fellow Taoist, do you know who I am? There are very few people in the entire eastern domain who dare to stop what I want to do. Master Randing frowned slightly. The cultivation of the three followers was negligible, but this old man alone was inscrutable, as if shrouded in a layer of mist, mysterious and unpredictable. Looking at this posture, he was probably someone of great background. Just then, a nervous voice came from the side. Master, that's Yi Junlin, the one who destroyed the Yuha sect's million-strong army. In that battle, even our Xuankong temple lost many elders and disciples. Oh, Randing's eyes immediately lit up. He remembered now. He had heard about this matter just after coming out of seclusion. He never expected to run into him by chance today. It was said that at the Shui family's banquet, even the Yuha sect's newly promoted Juyong virtual immortal was killed barehanded by Yi Junlin. His cultivation was unfathomably deep, his strength astonishing. Now it was the white-haired old man's turn for his heart to race. This monk was actually a high-ranking monk from Xuankong Temple. You must know, in the great battle in the barren state, Xuankong Temple had also been defeated by Yi Junlin. Now that they met, wasn't this old enemy's meeting? He might have hit a steel plate today. But just then, Master Randing suddenly smiled slightly, and the terrifying aura on his body instantly retracted, his expression becoming noticeably more amiable. Amitabha, so it is Donor Yi. This old monk has long heard of your great name. The white-haired old man was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. The effect of the name Yi Junlin was truly amazing. Even a high-ranking monk from Xuankong Temple had to give him face. The surrounding people looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. Just how strong was this Yi Junlin? Even Master Randing proactively treated him with courtesy. You must know, these were enemies who had fought before. Master, that old monk is really giving you face, huh? Li Wuji transmitted his voice, his face full of doubt. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. Don't be fooled, that old monk is full of tricks. He's planning to use those imposters to do some dirty work, as expected. The white-haired old man seized the opportunity and pretended to be close. Ahem, fellow Taoist, you just came from the Medicine King Valley too, right? Randing was still smiling, his face full of compassion as he said, that place is truly a sacred land filled with human truth, goodness and beauty. But in reality his heart was burning with anger. Hearing these words, the white-haired old man was even more ecstatic and smug. To receive such an evaluation from a high-ranking monk proved that the Medicine King Valley was indeed a supreme treasure land, and those who came out of it must have brought countless spiritual medicines, perhaps even treasures. His thoughts raced. He then raised his voice, his tone cold with a hint of brutishness. "Since fate has brought us together, please do not interfere in what happens next, otherwise humph." He flung his sleeve fiercely, his posture incredibly arrogant. The remaining people were silent as cicadas, thinking that this old fellow was both bold and thick-skinned, daring to provoke even a tribulation-crossing stage expert. But Master Randang not only didn't get angry, he even smiled lightly. "This old monk understands Donor Yi's intentions, but let me help you." As soon as his words fell, boom, he quickly formed a seal and a magic formula flashed. A huge bronze bell appeared above his head, shining with golden light, and instantly expanded at an incredible speed as if it were about to cover the entire world. A few breaths later, a giant bronze cage appeared, trapping all the cultivators inside. It was completely sealed, not even a fly could escape. The exterior of the bell was covered in dense golden inscriptions that shimmered with light, and the faint sound of chanting could be heard from within, filled with abundant spiritual energy, sacred and majestic. Seeing this, everyone was horrified, and an extremely ominous premonition surged in their hearts. "Fellow Taoist, you, what are you?" The white-haired old man's face stiffened, and cold sweat dripped from the back of his neck. What was the meaning of this sudden move? Just as everyone was bewildered, Master Randang, with a compassionate look, put his palms together and recited a Buddhist chant. "How virtuous, how virtuous! To meet his fate, this old monk has decided today to deliver all you benefactors to the Western Paradise, to the land of ultimate bliss and purity. Amitabha." The calm and indifferent Buddhist chant echoed, each word striking the hearts of the crowd like a bronze bell, sending shivers down the spines of all the cultivators present. Suddenly, one person had an epiphany and pointed a trembling finger. "I understand, you bald donkey, you want to get revenge on us." Before he could finish, a cultivator who had just come out of the Medicine King Valley shouted angrily, "We were forced to, why are you blaming us? Isn't it just a bit of dung? As a high monk, is your heart really so narrow? Master, spare me, I promise I won't breathe a word. Shouldn't you as a monk be compassionate? Isn't what you're doing today sullying the good name of Xuankong Temple?" Shouts, pleas for mercy and resentful cries rose and fell, echoing through the sky. "All of you shut up!" A thunderous roar erupted. Master Randing's face was filled with killing intent, the veins on his forehead bulging like a spider's web. "You bunch of evildoers, I, a mighty tribulation-crossing stage expert, was ganged up on and had dung thrown at me. How can I swallow such a monstrous humiliation? Today I must deliver all of you to enlightenment, to wash away the sins you have committed." Master Randang regained his composure, his voice as deep as an ancient bell. "Don't waste your energy. Without this old monk's permission, no one is leaving here today." A young man in brocade clothes stepped forward and said angrily, "Old senior, I am a prince of the great Yan dynasty. Have you considered the consequences of doing this?" Another immortal-like old man raised his horsetail whisk and said in a deep voice, "I am an elder of the Chinkan sect. If anything happens to me here, the sect will surely investigate it to the end." A Mahayana stage expert stepped forward, his eyes like lightning, his anger uncontrollable. "That's right. No matter how powerful you are, if you insist on a massacre, the forces behind us will never let your Xuankong Temple go." "Indeed," everyone chimed in, intending to use their backing to pressure him. Boom, a golden palm appeared in the void, striking down like a collapsing mountain. Are you insane? This old monk remembers that you were also involved at the time." After Master Randang calmly finished speaking, he clenched his fist. Bang! In the crowd, the white-haired old man quietly shuddered. He had originally planned to go into seclusion for 100 years after robbing this batch of resources, but he never expected things to develop to this point. Looking around, his companions all had pleading looks in their eyes, clearly pinning all their hopes on him. The old man sighed inwardly, knowing that he had to rely on himself again. His face darkened and his voice rasped out, "Fellow Taoist, are you going to kill me too, Benefactor Yi? The old monk has always respected you, but there's something today that I hope Benefactor will consider." Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" Randang put his palms together and slowly said, "You have the talent, and I have my life. I hope Benefactor Yi can step forward and bear the reputation of today's events for me. This old monk would be eternally grateful." Randang waited quietly. As long as Yi Junlin nodded, he would bear all the consequences for Xuankong Temple. Just then, Yi Junlin clasped his hands behind his back and burst into a hearty laugh, his voice like a great bell. "Fellow Taoist, feel free to do as you please. After this, I, Yi Junlin, am willing to bear all responsibility." Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene exploded like boiling water. You, the crowd was shocked and discussions erupted one after another. "White-haired old demon, may you die a horrible death. Demon Lord Yi, I curse your 18 generations of ancestors. Robbing us before was one thing, but now you're colluding with this bald donkey. Are you even human?" Curses flooded in like a tide, overwhelming everything, and Miao Yi stomped her foot in anger, her eyes wide. "Uncle Fan, Yi Junlin is simply insane, he's not human." Fan Dejung's face changed drastically and he tremblingly pulled her. "Miss, be quiet, be careful, he hears you. How virtuous, how virtuous. This old monk is about to begin the deliverance." Master Randang put his palms together, chanting Buddhist sutras, his entire body radiating a golden light as brilliant as the midday sun. A golden lotus appeared in the air, its dazzling light enveloping the surroundings. Many people began to feel headaches, and waves of intense panic surged in their hearts. No, the air became suffocating, and despair enveloped the entire scene. Master, as you instructed, I have clearly recorded the entire process, Li Wuji reported in a deep voice. Very good, Yi Junlin sneered. It was worth the wait. With evidence in hand, I will definitely crush Xuankong Temple this time. I'd like to see what these sanctimonious, compassion-spouting hypocrites have to say. Boom, a stream of light streaked across the sky. Yi Junlin's figure flew like a meteor, and the aura of the tribulation crossing stage suddenly erupted, shaking the entire void. He raised his hand and pointed with 2 fingers, and the golden lotus in the air instantly shattered into pieces. Who? Master Randang was greatly alarmed, his heart in turmoil. There was actually another tribulation crossing stage expert on the scene. In the sky, a young man in a black robe stood with his hands behind his back, his long silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. His sword-like brows were raised, his starry eyes were bright, his features handsome, and his presence was as divine as a celestial being. Just by standing there, he made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. Xuanchen Sect Yi Junlin, a single sentence like a great bell shook the entire field and echoed for a long time. What? He said he's Yi Junlin. All the cultivators stood frozen, their minds blank. Wasn't he one of the people in the Medicine King Valley? But his aura was too strong, and with his snow-white hair and black robe it was most likely true. Then wasn't the one from before an imposter? Swish, 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 countless angry gazes swept over in unison, locking onto the stiff white-haired old man. That old man's eyes were about to pop out, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. He had been immersed in his role-playing for too long, never expecting the real person to appear before him, watching from the shadows all along. It's over, what a huge embarrassment, what do I do now? The group wearing wide-brimmed hats had completely panicked, their hands and feet weak with fear. They were just small fry in the cultivation world. They had been bluffing with Yi Junlin's name, but now that they were exposed, their true forms were revealed with nowhere to hide. Young Master Yi is Yi Junlin. And Miao Yi stammered, as if struck by lightning, her head spinning. When she saw that handsome face clearly, memories from the Dragon Gate Inn flooded her mind, thinking about the words she had said. Her cheeks turned as red as if they were about to drip blood, her heart pounding like a drum. I always felt he was no ordinary person, and that feeling grew stronger in the Medicine King Valley. Fan Dezheng's face was full of reverence, and he sighed softly. As expected, he truly is a divine dragon from the 9 heavens, as the legends say. How could we ever dare to imagine touching him? And Miaoyi's cheeks were flushed with a hint of petulance. Uncle Fan, so you knew all along. Why didn't you give me a hint, letting me make a fool of myself in front of young Master Yi? Fan Dezheng smiled bitterly and didn't answer, just shaking his head helplessly. I did remind you, but you didn't take it to heart, miss. How can you blame others? At this time, Master Randang stood frozen, his gaze turning to the white-haired old man who was bowing his head and avoiding his eyes, looking flustered. Even a blind man can see that this person is clearly an impostor. To think I was calling him brother just now. I knew he was a fake. Master Randang smiled, but his heart was filled with hatred. He stared at the white-haired old man, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Amitabha, benefactor, you really know how to joke. The old man was drenched in sweat, not daring to look up. At that moment, Master Randang's gaze suddenly swept to another figure, his eyes shooting out a blade-like cold glint as he said coldly, "You rebellious disciple, you dared to oppose this old monk in the Medicine King Valley. I was planning to kill you after we got out and seize your immortal chaos mushroom. I never expected you to be Yi Junlin. No wonder you have such skill." Yi Junlin's lips curled into a faint smile. "Old bald donkey, my disciple has already recorded the act you just put on with a recording artifact. If I make it public, how do you think the world will view Xuankong Temple?" Master Randang laughed in anger. "As long as I kill you and everyone else here, who can prove it was me, I can even turn around and frame you for it." Yi Junlin remained composed. "Oh, are you that confident in yourself? Hey, when I roamed the Eastern Domain 100,000 years ago, I had never even heard of your name. In the Medicine King Valley, my cultivation was suppressed, and I couldn't use my full power. I couldn't even unleash my indestructible Vajra body. But now, boom, Master Randang's aura erupted like a mountain torrent. His white eyebrows flew up and his body shone like a glazed golden statue, radiating with holy light, filled with a domineering and indestructible presence. Golden Sanskrit characters faintly appeared on his body, wrapping around him like a layer of magic armor. Just looking at it sent shivers down one's spine. How strong was this defense? "Evildoer, accept your death." With a thunderous shout, Randang raised his hand and struck out. A golden light condensed in his palm, forming a giant wand character. The Buddhist light shone brilliantly, enveloping heaven and earth. He had previously only sensed Yi Junlin's aura as being at the mid-tribulation crossing stage, while his own was at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage. A sense of absolute confidence immediately arose in his heart. Yi Junlin was nothing special. Destroying him would be as easy as turning over his hand. Li Wuji clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "This old bald donkey is at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage. Master might be in danger this time." Hong Tianye glanced at him and sneered. Based on intuition, this guy definitely had tricks up his sleeve. How could someone who had broken immortal rules multiple times be so simple? Under everyone's gaze, the golden wand character blotted out the sky, and the Buddhist light poured down like a waterfall, sacred and majestic. Yi Junlin smiled faintly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Ding detected that the host is under attack from a peak tribulation crossing stage enemy. Activating the passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. The host has obtained the peak tribulation completion cultivation. In an instant, boom, Yi Junlin's entire aura surged, breaking through from the mid-stage directly to the peak of tribulation completion, just half a step away from becoming a true immortal. That aura was even a bit stronger than Master Randing's. Randing's triumphant expression instantly turned as pale as paper, his eyes filled with extreme shock, his lips trembling, unable to believe what he was seeing. You. How is this possible? Hey. Yi Junlin sneered, then suddenly struck out with his palm. The palm strike tore through the void, carrying the momentum to shatter the 9 heavens. Boom, the golden wand character shattered into countless fragments. The rebounding force surged like a tsunami, heavily striking Master Randing's arm, causing his sleeve to make a ripping sound as if it were about to be torn apart. Oh, Master Randing staggered, retreating several dozen jong. One hand was behind his back, trembling slightly, while the other was held vertically before his chest. His aged face was taut, his eyes grave. I really underestimated you, he said in a deep voice, his heart heavy. This person had clearly reached the peak of tribulation completion but had deliberately hidden it, just waiting for the right moment to strike. He was truly a big fish waiting for the prey to walk into its own trap. Yi Junlin flicked his fingers lightly and asked calmly, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" From mid-stage to peak tribulation completion in an instant, a distance that might take others 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, but for him it only required an opportunity. So as a reward he generously let this old bald donkey choose his own way to die. Master Randing gritted his teeth in anger. Yi Junlin, I admit you're powerful, but don't think you can make me surrender to my death. Once one enters the tribulation crossing stage, one's life force is far beyond that of a mortal. Even with just a drop of blood or a piece of flesh, one can be reborn. Moreover, he cultivated a supreme Buddhist technique and was protected by the indestructible Vajra Bati. Killing him was no easy task, so in his eyes, Yi Junlin was just trying to humiliate him. Seeing this, Yi Junlin shook his head and said indifferently, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, you no longer have the right to choose how you die. Evildoer, Master Randing roared angrily. Forming seals with his hands and gathering power above his head, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The winds and clouds changed color, and the phantom of a celestial dragon condensed, its massive body coiling in the air, exuding a world-shaking might. Its eyes were like the sun and moon, its draconic aura majestic, enveloping all directions. The next second the white dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, swooping down from the sky, its pressure like a heavenly tribulation descending. But Yi Junlin just chuckled and gently extended his hand. A little mud loach wants to become a dragon? Boom, in the void a giant white hand appeared. The hand was as white as jade, surrounded by mysterious patterns containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Hand of God, one of the supreme techniques of the supreme bone, roared the celestial dragon roared, struggling fiercely. But under the horrified gazes of the crowd it was tightly grasped by that hand and crushed like an insect. Yi Junlin let out a soft cry, his fair palm shimmering with brilliant divine power, directly shattering the celestial dragon's head, crisp and clean without any hesitation. What? Master Randing's eyes widened. The great mighty celestial dragon was one of the guardian techniques of Xuankong Temple, yet it was destroyed in a single move. Slap, the white hand continued to press down, carrying a monstrous pressure. Master Randing didn't dare to be careless, hastily forming seals with his hands and chanting a mantra. An ancient bronze lamp flew out from the top of his head, its golden light flickering, a mysterious aura faintly discernible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the lamp appeared, Master Randing's aura immediately skyrocketed. He stood tall and straight, like a god or a Buddha, sacred and inviolable. He raised his hands intending to block the hand of God, but boom, he was slapped from the sky to the ground by the white hand. The earth trembled, dust flew and rubble zinned. A moment later in the chaotic space, Master Randing's figure appeared, but he was now in a wretched state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the precious glow around his body dim, and the bronze lamp above his head seemed about to be extinguished. Yi Junlin clapped his hands lightly and smiled faintly. Not bad, you're tough. To survive the hand of God you have some skill, but in Master Randing's heart it was a bone-deep terror, because this was already his strongest defense. If that attack had been just a little stronger, his physical body would have likely been crushed. Master Randing suddenly raised his hand and channeled his power from a distance. Several Xuankong Temple monks didn't even have time to react before the storage bags at their waists trembled and flew towards him as afterimages. The precious herbs I obtained in the Medicine King Valley were for today's battle, he shouted in a low voice. With the circulation of his vigorous Dharma power, stocks of spiritual herbs were immediately refined, the essence of the medicine surged into his limbs and bones, and his whole body emitted a brilliant golden light. His aura gradually rose, and his aged eyes also flickered with a sharp cold light. Yi Junlin, don't get complacent. This battle has only just begun. His voice was cold, filled with killing intent. However, Yi Junlin just shook his head gently. No, it's time to end it. Master Randing's face darkened. What do you mean? Your defense is strong, I admit it. But if I use this move, what will you use to block it? Between heaven and earth, Yi Junlin raised his hand and slowly assumed an ancient fist stance. At that moment a brilliant golden halo appeared behind him. in which the sun, moon, and stars revolved and all the phenomena of the universe flickered. A figure like a god of war, descending undefeated and unrivaled, appeared. The wind howled, clouds churned, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The entire world seemed to tremble under the might of this one punch. Cold sweat dripped down Master Randing's forehead, and his eyes revealed a look of terror. "This fist technique, you've already experienced it in the Medicine King Valley. Have you forgotten so quickly?" Yi Junlin chuckled lightly, draped in the divine golden wheel, his silver hair flying, his pupils bright as stars. The force of his fist gathered like the shattering of the primordial wilderness, and an endless killing intent locked onto the figure of the old monk Randing. He forced himself to remain calm, pretending to be composed. "I remember, it was just a painless and pointless punch. Are you planning to use the same trick again?" Although he said this, his body had already secretly circulated all its power, preparing for battle. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Yi Junlin's lips. "Then watch carefully." Boom, the sacred fist of battle was unleashed. At that moment, all words in the world became meaningless. Randing's pupils constricted, his eyes reflecting the scene of the heavens collapsing, yin and yang reversing, the starry river shattering, and the sun and moon being destroyed. The golden fist print carried a destructive might, smashing down towards the mortal world like a falling planet. "HMPH, a mere bluff," Master Randing shouted, putting his palms together, his golden body standing as firm as Mount Tai, meeting the punch without dodging. He believed that since he could block it in the Medicine King Valley, he could do the same today. Boom, a huge ball of light exploded in the air like the sun exploding in broad daylight, the blinding light of 10,000 zhang. But countless people afraid to open their eyes. Amidst the deafening roar, Master Randing spat out a mouthful of blood, his body struck as if by lightning, his expression one of extreme pain, his eyes filled with terror. How could this punch be so terrifying? He staggered, his whole body trembling. "Die!" Yi Junlin shouted in a low voice. The sacred fist of battle broke through like a bamboo shoot, smashing down fiercely. Master Randing let out a painful groan, his whole body like snow meeting a fierce fire, his flesh and blood evaporating at an incredible speed. His past pride, protective artifacts, and body-protecting divine abilities all turned to dust under this one punch. When the light dissipated and the world returned to calm, the dust and smoke gradually settled. Many cultivators opened their eyes and looked forward with uncertainty, only to see a silver-haired figure standing with his hands behind his back as straight as an immortal god. Randing had completely vanished from this world at that moment. The entire scene was dead silent. After a long while, it was only then that the cultivators gradually reacted and cheers erupted like a tide. "We're saved, heavens. Who was it that slandered Senior Yi as an evil person before? It was clearly nonsense. From today on, if anyone dares to speak ill of Senior Yi again, I'll risk my life to kill them all. Thank you, Senior Yi, for your help, killing the demonic monk of Xuankong Temple with one punch." All the cultivators present showed expressions of awe, clasping their hands and bowing deeply, their eyes filled with reverent admiration. Many female cultivators' cheeks were as red as peach blossoms, silently watching that proud figure, his transcendent and otherworldly aura, a feeling of indescribable admiration welling up in their hearts. "Young Master Yi is truly amazing," and Miao Yi murmured softly, her eyes hazy. "Miss, for such a powerful being it's better to address him as Senior Yi." Ten Dejung, fearing she would be disrespectful, hurriedly advised, just his peak tribulation completion cultivation was enough to stand at the top of the Eastern Domain's cultivation world, and he was very likely to prove his Tao and become an immortal in the future. "Master is mighty." Li Wuji's eyes shone, his head bowed low, completely submitted to the core. Hong Tianye stood to the side, his whole body cold. With his keen eyes he had naturally seen some deeper meaning. With Master Randing's monstrous defensive ability, even in the Central Domain he would be a top figure among Tribulation Crossing stage experts. Upon entering this realm, one's life force becomes exceptionally strong. Even someone 1 or 2 minor realms higher might not be able to kill him. In a fight between Tribulation Crossing stage experts, victory and defeat could be decided, but life and death were extremely difficult. If you couldn't win, you could still run. However, just because he was careless and trusted his past experience too much, Randing was turned to ash by a single punch, his soul scattered. Who exactly is this person? A hint of confusion appeared in Hong Tianye's eyes, his mind a chaotic mess. Seeing Master Randing's tragic death, a dozen or so elders who had accompanied him were all pale, their lips trembling, their eyes filled with extreme fear. Only they understood how high this master's status was in Xuankong Temple. The death of one was a blow to their foundation. "Run back to Xuankong Temple," a group of monks, their faces panicked, turned to flee. But just then a thunderous roar echoed behind them. "Bald donkeys, where are you running?" Li Wuji immediately drew his blade energy sweeping across. One slash was invincible, the blade's light streaking across the sky like lightning. Poochie, one by one the monks were pierced by the blade energy, their bodies torn to shreds, their flesh and blood minced by the sharp blade, their corpses cuts as neat as if cut by a mold. In a flash, Li Wuji sheathed his blade and turned around as graceful as the wind brushing over water. So fast, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Slap! Yi Junlin flashed and was already blocking the path of those few imposters. He clicked his tongue and smiled faintly. "Making money with my name and now you want to run. Those who had been harboring a sliver of hope just moments ago now saw Yi Junlin blocking their way, and their spirits immediately collapsed. "Senior Yi, spare us, we were foolish, blinded for a moment, please don't hold it against us small-timers. It was him, it was all his idea." The man in the wide-brimmed hat panicked and shifted the blame to the white-haired old man. "Yes, it was all this old man's instigation." The white-haired old man trembled with anger, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Senior Yi, I admit I was greedy and did something stupid, but I couldn't have done it alone. I beg you to handle this fairly, you old coot, still trying to drag others down with you. You have no conscience." The man in the wide-brimmed hat cursed angrily. "Woo, I knew I shouldn't have listened to you. I was living just fine at the Phoenix Spring Pavilion." "Me too. I used to be a spirit farmer, tending to 100 acres of spirit grain. I only went astray because of a moment of greed. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely just farm properly." Yi Jun shook his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion. These guys were truly audacious. They were smug and conceited when they weren't exposed, but now that they were crying and wailing. Just as he was about to pronounce their punishment, Fan Dejung had already rushed forward, grabbed the collar of the man in the wide-brimmed hat and roared, "You shameless scoundrel, how dare you cheat me out of 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones? Spit them out now!" Intimidated by the pressure of a Mahayana stage cultivator, the man's face turned pale, and he stammered, "Senior, I'll pay you back. The money is all on me. We can talk this out. What about us? Give me back my spirit stones, magic treasures, and talismans." "And mine." A group of cultivators surged forward angrily, their killing intent palpable, surrounding them so tightly that not even water could trickle through. The white-haired old man was covered in sweat. Seeing this, Yi Junlin nodded slightly. In this cultivation world where the big fish ate the small, they would surely die without a complete corpse. No need for him to lift a finger. Li Wuji had intended to strike them down, but upon closer inspection he saw they were just a few low-level cultivators, not worthy of dying by his blade. He just snorted coldly and retreated behind his master. Hong Tianye, on the other hand, had a frosty expression. In his eyes, this kind of empty-headed woman wasn't worth his time, so he simply turned and walked away. "Miss N, what are you spacing out for?" Yi Junlin asked with a smile, and Miao Yi snapped back to her senses, put her hands on her hips and said huffily, "Young Master Yi, you tricked me and I trusted you so much?" Yi Junlin shrugged and chuckled lightly. "I didn't expect you to be so simple-minded either, only reacting now. Are you calling me stupid?" And Miao Yi frowned, her cheeks puffed out. "No, it's called having a pure heart with a quality like this. Your cultivation path will surely be smooth. Miss N, I have high hopes for you," Yi Junlin said with a sincere smile, and Miao Yi was taken aback, her eyes shining like autumn waters, revealing a trace of pure light. "Really, you're not lying to me?" "I never lie. Let me tell you, don't think you're invincible. I will definitely surpass you in the future." And Miao Yi lifted her chin, looking proud and full of confidence. Yi Junlin laughed out loud. "Then work hard, I'll be waiting for you." With that he waved his hand lightly and summoned the Kun Peng. Boom, a tremendous roar shook the 9 heavens. Spiritual winds surged, clouds shattered, and the massive body of a beast slowly descended. The Kun Peng, carrying an ancient aura, descended from the sky, shaking the firmament. Its eyes were sharp, its roar echoed through the void, its presence incomparably domineering. "It's Senior Yi's mount. Heavens, it's real. It's the legendary divine beast, the Kun Peng." The scene immediately erupted into a frenzy. Countless gazes were filled with shock and cries of amazement were endless. Yi Junlin clasped his fist and smiled. "Miss N, we shall meet again." Staring at the back of the young man in white, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, and Miao Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently bit her lip. See you again if fate allows." Yi Junlin nodded and turned to leave. With a light leap he and the others boarded the Kun Peng. Swoosh, under countless shocked gazes, the Kun Peng tore through the sky, transforming into a streak of light, soaring 90,000 li into the heavens and disappearing into the distant horizon. "We respectfully see off Senior Yi." All the cultivators on the scene clasped their hands in unison and bowed respectfully, their steady voices echoing through the heavens and the earth. Everyone swore that when they returned they would spread the truth, debunk all the rumors, and protect Senior Yi's reputation. On the Kun Peng's broad back, mist swirled around pavilions and towers, small bridges and flowing streams, green grass and decorative rockeries like an immortal village in the sky. The moment the great demon king landed, his soul trembled as if he had accidentally entered a paradise. At this moment, Yi Junlin's expression turned serious and his gentle voice sounded, "We have a new junior brother joining us today. Let's welcome him with a round of applause." Crisp applause rang out. Li Wuji executed the order earnestly. Bai Shaoxi hopped around clapping non-stop while Hong Tianye just waved his hand perfunctorily. The great demon king was a little embarrassed, his cheeks flushing red. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters." Yi Junlin chuckled and patted Hong Tianye's shoulder. "Little Black, this is eldest senior brother Hong Tianye. He is a warm-hearted and chivalrous person. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask him." Hong Tianye's body stiffened. He forced a smile that was uglier than a grimace and managed to say, "Master's teachings are wise. Fourth junior brother, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me." The great demon king was shocked. "What? This is a man, but in my 100,000 years I've never seen such a handsome man. Did I see wrong?" After that, Yi Junlin didn't say much more. With a flick of his sleeve he slumped onto a recliner. "Little Bai, come give your master a shoulder rub. Mousy is on her way." Hong Tianye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As he walked past the great demon king, the corner of his eye twitched with a meaningful glance. Buzz, in that instant the great Demon King felt a beast-like greedy fire flash in the other's eyes, his heart trembled, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. He wanted to eat me just now. At this time Hong Tianye had already sat down calmly under a parasol tree, meditating with his eyes closed, his expression peaceful as if nothing had happened. But in his heart he had already made a guess. This little black was a human-shaped immortal medicine that Yi Junlin had deliberately kept, just waiting for the right time to harvest and refine. This kind of thing was common in the demonic path. The most famous was the blood demon Shi Tianju, who would impart techniques and then, once the person had achieved something, would devour them to enhance his own power. Yi Junlin's schemes run too deep. If it were me, I would have refined and devoured him long ago. Why keep him around to slowly cultivate? Hong Tianye thought to himself. Over here, the great Demon King was conflicted. He wanted to report it to his master, but he had no evidence. He was genuinely afraid of being eaten. But if he spoke up, he would probably be seen as paranoid and just be asking for trouble. Just then he noticed in a corner of the courtyard a middle-aged man squatting stealthily with his back to him, seemingly doing something shady. Its third senior brother, Li Wuji. During the introductions, the great Demon King had felt that this senior brother was friendly and sincere. Third senior brother, what are you doing? Li Wuji's body stiffened. He slowly turned around, still chewing on a spirit herb. The great Demon King was struck by lightning. Third senior brother was actually eating one of my kind. Li Wuji, caught red-handed, felt a little guilty and offered the half-eaten remainder. Ah, junior brother, want a bite? In the great Demon King's eyes, this was no different from eating his own kind raw. Aya, fourth junior brother, don't mind me. I didn't do it on purpose. Li Wuji smiled awkwardly, then directly stuffed the remaining half into his mouth, chewing with a crunching sound, and even nodded with a feigned friendly smile. The great Demon King was scared out of his wits. This was more terrifying than the ghost cultivators in hell. His whole body shot up like a spring, and he dove headfirst into the woods. I seem to have done something wrong. Li Wuji scratched his head awkwardly and muttered to himself with a bitter smile. At this moment Yi Junlin was squinting his eyes, enjoying Mousie's little hands massaging him, when his expression suddenly shifted as if he had remembered something. He flipped his hand, and a jade porcelain bottle about the size of an arm appeared from his storage space. It was engraved with ancient array patterns that flickered with a faint spiritual light. Bai Shaoxi twitched her nose, her eyes shining, her mousy face filled with an intoxicated expression. Master, it smells so good. Shaoxi, come here. Today your master will teach you a great Dao technique. Bai Shaoxi immediately sat up straight, her eyes bright, waiting to listen to the supreme secret technique known as tea-making. Oh, aha! The master and disciple began to get busy, one seriously warming the pot and washing the cups, the other carefully controlling the fire to boil the water. Every move was calm and unhurried, like refining an artifact or a pill. When the tea was poured, its color was like flowing jade, and its fragrance wafted on the breeze, filling the entire small courtyard. In the distance under the parasol tree, Hong Tianye was sitting in meditation. When his brows suddenly furned, he abruptly opened his eyes, a look of suspicion and shock in his pupils. This fragrance, impossible! Swoosh like a gust of red wind, he instantly flashed to the tea table, just in time to see Yi Junlin picking up a teacup. Hong Tianye's expression was grave, his voice even trembling slightly. Could it be enlightenment tea? Yi Junlin answered unhurriedly. It is. One word of confirmation struck Hong Tianye like a bolt of lightning. His entire body went numb, his eyes sparkling, and he almost cried. It's real, it's really real. In the central domain, this tea is a rare treasure, revered as a supreme item for guiding one to the Tao. A single leaf is enough to make the major sects fight to the death over it. Back then he had been lucky enough to have a sip by chance, a taste he would never forget for the rest of his life. And now his master had brewed a whole pot. Yi Junlin waved his hand and poured another cup, placing it in front of him. Here, my filial disciple, a cup for you as a reward. Ah, thank you, master, for bestowing this tea. Hong Tianye's hands trembled as he held the cup and took a light sip. The next second his eyes flew wide open, his whole body shuddered, and his heart realm seemed to open up. The great Tao appeared before his eyes, ethereal and dreamlike, presenting itself strand by strand. Boom, a majestic aura erupted. Hong Tianye's cultivation level skyrocketed from Mahayana completion, breaking through to the early tribulation crossing stage, then to the mid-stage, late stage, and peak. Swoosh, his black hair flew like a waterfall. His crimson robe billowed like the evening clouds, his features were exquisitely carved, his skin fairer than snow, and his elegant collarbones outlined a demonic and enchanting figure. A crimson flame mark on his forehead glowed brightly, and his pupils turned into a bloody light as if a devil god had descended upon the world. What the hell is this? Li Wuji ran over from a distance, and seeing the scene before him, he was so shocked he was petrified on the spot. Eldest senior brother, you were just at Mahayana completion a moment ago. How did you shoot straight to the peak of Tribulation Crossing? Does it have to be this ridiculous? Hong Tianye felt the surging, endless power within his body, as if he could shatter the heavens and split the earth with a single lift of his hand. An arrogant confidence welled up in his heart. The corners of his mouth turned up crazily, and he threw his head back and laughed. Haha, if I continue to cultivate like this, won't becoming an immortal be just around the corner? I am invincible. What the hell are you laughing at? Smack! A hand slapped him on the back of the neck from behind, like a divine punishment descending from the heavens, cutting off his demonic laughter. Hong Tianyé's anger flared, and he whipped his head around, his eyes filled with killing intent. You! But as he turned, he saw Yi Junlin standing there leisurely, a half-smile playing on his lips. You have a problem, let's hear it. The moment their eyes met, Hong Tianyé shuddered. A blurry and terrifying image flashed in his mind, that old monk being blown to bits by a single punch, his soul not even having time to coalesce, and the one who had struck the blow was the person right in front of him. His killing intent instantly receded completely. He quickly dropped to one knee, clasped his hands, and said with a trembling voice, "Disciple was reckless and offensive, please forgive me, master." Provoking this person was no different from seeking death. The miserable lesson he learned back at the Xuanchen sect was still etched in his bones to this day. This person was not only unfathomably powerful, but his schemes were also deep and inscrutable, utterly cunning. Now that he was at the peak of Tribulation Crossing, only a step away from becoming an immortal, how could he be foolish enough to throw his life away here? Endure. I must endure. Yi Junlin calmly lowered his hand and said casually, "Get up, be more careful in the future." "As you command." Hong Tianyé let out a sigh of relief and slowly stood up, his heart still pounding with lingering fear. Yi Junlin beckoned, "Disciples, what are you standing around for? Come and have a taste." The 4 disciples quickly gathered around, each holding a cup of tea. The fragrance of the tea swirled rich and fragrant, making one feel intoxicated and mesmerized. "Disciple thanks master for the tea." "Master," Hong Tianyé hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, "This enlightenment tea, how much more do you have?" He hadn't forgotten that just one cup had elevated his heart realm and allowed his cultivation to break through consecutively to the peak of Tribulation Crossing. If he could secretly hoard some more, oh, it's all in here. Yi Junlin casually lifted a large tea canister. The moment he saw the canister, Hong Tianyé's entire body froze, his hands trembled, and his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. A full canister of enlightenment tea leaves, not a few leaves but an entire canister in the central domain. A small pinch of this stuff could cause a bloodbath. His master was actually using a large canister to store it. If this thing were thrown into the central domain, it would absolutely cause several great immortal sects to declare war, leading to rivers of blood and the world-changing color. Seeing his disciple's dazed look, Yi Junlin frowned. "What, worried there isn't enough to drink? If you want a drink, just help yourself." "Really? Thank you, master." Li Wuji and Bai Shaoxi raised their teacups high with both hands as if receiving holy water, and then drank it all down without hesitation. The moment the tea entered their mouths, both of them shuddered, their qi and blood churning as if they had been cleansed from their very roots. In that moment of enlightenment, Li Wuji instantly broke through the bottleneck of Mahayana completion, forcefully breaking through to the early Tribulation Crossing stage. The aura around his body surged, and a sharp blade intent shot into the sky, like a treasured blade being unsheathed, so pressing that one could not look at it directly. Beside him, an even stronger aura erupted from Bai Shaoxi's body. Her cultivation shot straight to the late Tribulation Crossing stage. Her skin became like snow and jade, her temperament ethereal and otherworldly. Her eyes as brilliant as jewels, but her face still wore the innocent and clueless expression of a little mouse. "Mousy, what just happened?" It turned to Yi Junlin and cheered like a child who had just received candy. "Master, this tea is so delicious." Li Wuji's eyes widened, and a trace of bitterness flashed through his heart. He thought his own breakthrough was impressive enough, but he never expected to be left behind again. "Fourth junior brother, hurry up and drink. It can help you achieve enlightenment and improve yourself." The great demon king held the teacup in both hands, thinking, "The senior brothers have all improved so much, but I wonder if it will have any effect on us of the medicine race." After a moment's hesitation, the great demon king finally raised the cup and drank it all. The tea was immediately absorbed by the great demon king. His realm soared from golden core to nascent soul to soul formation to body integration, as if climbing stairs straight to Mahayana completion. As a rare species practicing the Azure Emperor longevity art coupled with this supreme Tao tea, the great demon king's cultivation breakthrough was like smashing through rotten wood. Li Wuji stood to the side, muttering, "Thank goodness, at least fourth junior brother's breakthrough is less impressive than mine. At least I, as a senior brother, won't lose too much face." The great demon king felt the surging aura within him and couldn't help but tremble. What is this?" With his cautious nature, not only was he not pleased, but he was so panicked that his mushroom cap trembled. Yi Junlin silently frowned. "Why have you all broken through?" He looked thoughtfully at the teacup in his hand. "I drank it too. Why is there no reaction at all? Could it be that my comprehension is too poor?" After thinking it over and not finding an answer, he could only sigh and shrug it off. "Forget it, it's not like I need to cultivate anyway." Just then, a ding sounded in his mind. Ding detected that the host's disciples have all achieved rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Master Teacher achievement. Activating a new mission. Bring Xuankong Temple to justice. Please proceed to Buda Province to check in and complete the mission to receive a supreme reward. Little Jia, you still have the recording sphere, right? Yi Junlin asked. "Rest assured, master, I have it stored safely," Li Wuji promised, patting his chest. "Good, then get ready. We're taking a trip to Xuankong Temple. I have to go and demand an explanation in person." As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples were stunned, and then their hearts were thrown into turmoil. Xuankang Temple, a sacred land of Zen cultivation, one of the 10 great immortal sects, ranked firmly in the top 5 of the entire eastern domain. Their master was actually going to go straight to their door to settle a score. Wasn't this going to cause a major earthquake? Even Hong Tianye, who had never had a good impression of that group of monks, immediately became excited. The scene shifted to Lashan Kingdom, Wu City. A strange event was taking place here. Zen cultivators in yellow robes and stout builds were burning, killing, and looting in a city, setting fires and committing atrocities. When the local official soldiers tried to stop them, they were killed on the spot. Some young and beautiful women also failed to escape their clutches. Mother, a child of about 6, was snatched away by a burly monk while his mother knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, begging bitterly. Namo Amitabha. The leader was a tall monk with a string of skulls hanging around his neck, his face covered in fierce flesh, looking ferocious and evil. He put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist phrase, but his face wore a look of great compassion. Just then, a sword light cut through the air, carrying a biting, killing intent, slashing straight at the monk, followed by a squad of elite soldiers. Demonic monk, how dare you, Xuankang Mountain, this is the territory of my Lashan Kingdom. How dare you act so atrociously here, City Lord Murong roared, his sword chi shooting into the sky. Boom, the large monk opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting forth. With just a single angry shout, the sound wave turned into a raging flame and wind, shaking all directions. He sneered. Even if your king were here, he wouldn't dare to offend my Xuankang Mountain. On the contrary, you, benefactor, have repeatedly defied this humble monk. My patience is also limited. They are just a few children who have an affinity with Buddha and possess the roots of wisdom. Enlightened by the greatly compassionate Mountain Lord, they will surely achieve the great Tao and attain ultimate bliss in the future. Your obstruction, on the other hand, is a great transgression. Hearing this, City Lord Murong laughed in fury and shouted, Bullshit, Mountain Lord, he's a beast in a kasaya and he dares to talk about karma. Weren't all those children eaten by him? You, a mere commoner, willingly act as his running dog, and you dare to spout such nonsense here. His words were sonorous, like a clap of thunder. The large monk's face immediately twisted. With a flick of his wrist he clenched his fist, his presence menacing, and roared in anger. You dare to insult the Mountain Lord today? This humble monk will deliver you to enlightenment. Murong Hai's face was cold as he said word by word, You treat living beings as grass, allowing them to be slaughtered, and you still dare to call yourselves Buddhists. Green roaming flowing water sword technique. City Lord Murong met the enemy with his sword. The sword's shadow flickered, its edge sharp as if it would tear the void. The middle-aged monk, on the other hand, threw his fists like wind and thunder, each move carrying an incomparably fierce and powerful force. Two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Sword chi and fist energy collided wildly. The wind and clouds changed color and the earth and stones shattered. Both were at the nascent soul stage, their attacks evenly matched, and for a moment it was difficult to determine a winner. City Lord Murong, I'll help you. Suddenly a loud shout like a thunderclap on a clear day came. A man in black armor holding dual hammers rushed over from a distance filled with killing intent. Commander Yang, Murong Hai was overjoyed, his spirits lifted. The newcomer was none other than the commander of the City Lord's Mansion's Imperial Guards, Commander Yang. Although his cultivation was slightly inferior, his arrival at this moment was crucial. With Commander Yang joining the fray, the battle immediately tilted to one side, and the middle-aged monk was at a disadvantage. Demonic monk, why don't you surrender? Murong Hai shouted. The middle-aged monk suddenly sneered, saying meaningfully, Benefactor Yang, how much longer are you going to hide? A sharp glint flashed in Commander Yang's eyes. He suddenly turned and smashed a hammer towards Murong Hai's back. Bang! City Lord Murong was sent flying by the hammer blow. His body crashed through several rows of houses and fell into a pile of ruins. Amidst flying dust, he knelt on the ground, spitting out blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. You, surnamed Yang, Murong Hai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and resentment, looking in disbelief at this man who was usually honest and cheerful but had now stabbed him in the back. Swish, two figures landed in front of him. Amitabha, Benefactor Murong, that expression on your face, are you very surprised? The middle-aged monk put his palms together and sneered mockingly. Murong Hai glared at Commander Yang, who tore off his mask of pretense and sneered. You dared to oppose Xuankang Mountain. You were seeking your own death from the start. You colluded with demonic monks and harmed the city lord. If the Imperial Court finds out, you won't escape either, Murong Hai roared angrily. Hey, so naive, Commander Yang laughed loudly. Do you think the Imperial Court doesn't know anything? Lashan Kingdom has long been infiltrated by Xuankang Mountain. Even the king has to turn a blind eye. You, a brute who only knows how to brandish a sword, still dream of carrying out justice for heaven. He paused and narrowed his eyes. Want to know why all the previous city lords died under mysterious circumstances? It's because they didn't know how to adapt. I dealt with them together with Xuankang Mountain. To this day, the court hasn't traced it back to me. Why do you think that is? Hearing this, Murong Hai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, a chill running down his spine. It turned out everything had been arranged long ago, and he was just a disposable pawn. You, surnamed Murong, the middle-aged monk sneered. I warned you long ago, yet you still dared to oppose Xuankang Mountain, and even insulted the Mountain Lord. For this alone, your death is not unjust. Murong Hai drew his longsword, his killing intent soaring. "Old bald donkey, I'll fight you to the death," the middle-aged monk sneered mockingly. "You want to die?" Just as he was about to end Murong Hai's life, the sky suddenly trembled, and a clap of thunder seemed about to tear the clouds apart. The monstrous killing intent and pressure poured down from the void. Immediately after, Behemoth appeared, howling as it approached from the distance. Its body was like a giant whale, its massive wings covering the sky, whipping up a fierce wind as it arrived. A single roar echoed through the 9 heavens, piercing clouds and cracking stone, striking directly at the soul of every living being. Tribulation crossing stage. A supreme great demon. The middle-aged monk and Commander Yang's faces both changed drastically. Their entire bodies felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cave, and they trembled uncontrollably. They knew that this was the void immortal realm. One step into Tribulation Crossing, and one could shine with the sun and moon, their divine abilities reaching the heavens, and that great demon, if it wished, could swallow the entire Lashan kingdom with a single breath. City Lord Murong's face changed drastically, an extreme shock flashing in his eyes. Could it be the Kun Peng, the divine beast from the ancient legends of the Kunlun realm? The king of the demon race named Kun Peng had long been extinct, but at this moment it had truly appeared above their heads. Suddenly a lazy yet boundlessly murderous voice came from the Kun Peng's back. "Akan, swallow all those bald donkeys down there for me." Boom, the entire scene was struck by lightning. A Tribulation Crossing stage. Kun Peng was actually someone's mount? A void immortal level mount. What kind of existence was this? The Kun Peng opened its abyss-like mouth and took a sudden sharp breath, instantly sucking the monks below towards it. Strangely, all the civilians were unaffected. Only those yellow-robed demonic monks were swept straight into the sky. "Spare me, senior, spare my life," the middle-aged monk screamed in terror, his body sucked up like a piece of straw, unable to do anything no matter how he struggled. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, all the demonic monks were swallowed into the Kun Peng's belly, without even a speck of dust left behind. Commander Yang's entire body was stiff, his blood frozen, his soul trembling as never before. City Lord Murong, for his part, swallowed hard. He had only one thought: he would never forget this scene for as long as he lived. Immediately after, Yi Junlin and his 4 disciples descended from the sky and landed in front of the city lord. Yi Junlin spoke. "Tell me what happened here. Which bald donkey dares to burn, kill, and plunder in this place?" The city lord immediately fell to his knees and said with a trembling voice, "Senior, this humble one is the city lord of Wu City in Lashan Kingdom. Those demonic monks just now were the underlings of Xuankang Mountain. They came this time to forcibly abduct 800 boys and girls for the mountain lord's enjoyment." Yi Junlin's brows furrowed slightly. Xuankang Mountain, could this name be related to Xuankang Temple? Reporting to Senior, the city lord seized the opportunity and quickly explained the situation with Xuankang Mountain. Xuankang Mountain was established 200 years ago in the far west. On the surface it's a Buddhist sect, but in reality it's a den of demons. The mountain lord is a black bear spirit, and under him are the 4 great Vajras, all of whom are from the demon race. They command over 40,000 lesser demons. He also recruits wanted criminals from all over the world under the guise of laying down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot, attracting evil cultivators and demons from all directions to seek refuge with him. In recent years, Xuankang Mountain has become increasingly rampant, plundering young boys and girls throughout the 36 kingdoms, and our Lashan kingdom has not been spared. Hearing this, Li Wuji's face turned livid with anger. "Damn it, to aid a tiger in its tyranny. They're worse than beasts." Yi Junlin's eyes darkened, and his tone became icy. "The 36 kingdoms just let Xuankang Mountain run rampant like this? Has no one thought of joining forces to resist?" The city lord smiled bitterly. "Senior, you may not know, but that black bear spirit has backing for establishing Xuankang Mountain. His background is not simple. It is rumored that the black bear spirit was once enlightened by the abbot of Xuankang Temple in his early years, heard the Buddhist teachings and received incense offerings, but for some unknown reason, he secretly slipped away and established his own sect. Since then, countless boys and girls have fallen victim to him. Unfortunately, although the various kingdoms are aware of this, they are all wary of the black bear spirit's backing and can only swallow their anger. Previously, several kings sent envoys to the central domain, hoping to ask the abbot of Xuankang Temple to clean up his own house. But all the envoys went and never returned without any news. Therefore, Xuankang Mountain has become even more unscrupulous, turning into a gathering place for demons in the far west. All criminals who commit evil deeds desperately run there to seek asylum. Over time, it has become a cesspool of filth, a stain that the 36 kingdoms cannot wash away. Hang Tianye crossed his arms, his voice as cold as frost. "HMPH, that bunch of bald donkeys. I'm afraid that Abbot turned a blind eye, afraid of ruining Xuankang Temple's reputation, so he acted in secret and killed the envoys as well, chanting scriptures with their mouths, but behind their backs they are utterly devoid of conscience." At this moment, Yi Junlin's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Commander Yang, who was just about to flee. He stretched out his hand and pointed faintly. "This person seems to be in collusion with Xuankang Mountain." "That's right," the city lord gripped his sword hilt and said angrily. This beast colluded with Xuankang Mountain and killed several city lords. If it weren't for Senior's timely intervention, I would have already lost my life." Commander Yang was so frightened his face turned pale. He kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. "Spare me, Senior, I was momentarily confused." "Oh," Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes and sneered. "I'm not mistaken, that black bear spirit is planning some big move recently, right? Otherwise, why would he need to seize so many people on such a large scale? It's the Mountain Lord. No, it's that beast who is celebrating his birthday." So he ordered his subordinates to step up the captures. Commander Yang kept his head down, not daring to look up. He stammered out his confession. "A small Wu city requires 800 children. How many people will die in the entire Lashan kingdom? Add in the other 35 kingdoms, and how many living beings is that?" The city lord roared, his eyes crimson. Commander Yang knelt on the ground, his face a mask of grief. I was momentarily possessed, but it's not my fault. Xuankang Mountain is too powerful. Who would dare to resist?" Yijun shook his head lightly, raised his right hand and flicked a finger. Swoosh, an invisible force cut through the void. Commander Yang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, flying straight into the air with only the ear-splitting whistle of the wind left in his ears. Then he saw an abyss-like giant mouth open before him. The Kunpeng spread its wings and with a sharp inhalation sucked the living traitor into its belly. "Ah!" a shrill scream sounded, then abruptly stopped. A second later, all was silent. Immediately after, the system notification sounded. "Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the mission. Proceed to Xuankang Mountain to check in. Upon completion you will receive a special reward." Yi Junlin's gaze fell. "Do you know the location of Xuankang Mountain?" The city lord immediately replied respectfully. "Senior, that place is 1,000 li to the southwest. It was originally a remote mountain range called the Sleeping Mountain Range. After being occupied by the Black Bear Spirit, it was renamed Xuankang Mountain." Yi Junlin nodded. I'll go take a look later." As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's heart trembled, and he immediately prostrated himself. "Senior's great kindness, the people offer their thanks. You are the true great benefactor. Your merit is immeasurable." Hearing this, Yi Junlin smiled. "A great benefactor? HMPH, he was just passing by and acted on a whim." The city lord hesitated for a moment, then finally asked in a low voice, "May I ask for Senior's esteemed name, so that we may remember it in our hearts and be grateful for generations?" Yi Junlin slowly answered, "Shuenshan Sect, Yi Junlin." Boom, the city lord's mind was struck by lightning, his body froze, his eyes widened and his mouth was agape, unable to utter a single word. Yi Junlin, he had heard this name no less than 100 times, from the bloody legends on the border to the stern warnings of Buddha province, from the mouths of monks to the words of children. That person was an evil spirit, a demon lord, a being intolerable to heaven and earth. But today this person had saved the entire city of Wu, saved all its people. He had once firmly believed that Xuankang Temple was a sacred place of the righteous path, a place that saved the suffering. But it was precisely that place that condoned demons to cause chaos, sitting idly by as living beings were plunged into misery, and the rumored demon lord was the only one who dared to act, the only one who dared to protect children and slay demons. Two names, two images, two completely opposite moral poles. At this moment they were completely reversed. The city lord's mind was violently shaken. He trembled and muttered to himself, Who is the demon? Aken to Xuankang Mountain." Roar! The Kunpeng roared at the sky. With a flap of its sky-covering wings, it stirred up a gale and tore through the air. The vast airflow swept across the sky and the overwhelming pressure disappeared with it. The night was as dark as ink, with endless mountain ranges piled one upon another. The peaks were as sharp as if carved by knives and axes, the mountain roads winding like dragons and snakes, and the mountain's grandeur seemed to want to compete with the heavens, majestic and unparalleled. This was Xuankang Mountain. In a gloomy valley, white bones were piled up like mountains. The mountain lord, the black bear spirit, was sitting on a pile of skulls, gnawing on an arm. It wore a glittering golden fillet on its forehead. A figure clad in a 5-colored feather garment walked out. He had chicken feathers stuck in his head and a beak-like mouth. He respectfully said, "Reporting to the mountain lord, the disciples have been sent to various kingdoms to gather them. I believe that by the day of the birthday banquet in 5 days, we will definitely be able to gather 66,666 boys and girls." This person was one of the 4 great Vajras of Xuankang Mountain, the 5-colored rooster king. A figure like an iron tower with knotted muscles, a curved bullhorn on his forehead and skin as red as molten lava, glinting with a baleful aura. He said in a deep voice, his voice like spring thunder, shaking the earth and rocks in the cave, "Mountain Lord, news just came back that the troop of monk soldiers attacking Lashan Kingdom has been completely wiped out. It is said that a giant flying beast appeared in the sky, swallowed all the monk soldiers with one gulp and then swaggered away. He was the leader of the 4 great Vajras, the Red Bull King. Amitabha, could it be that there are other great demons in this far west?" The black bear spirit said with a calm tone, neither happy nor angry. But a cold glint flashed in his eyes, making it hard for others to look at him directly. The Red Bull King snorted 2 streams of white air from his nose and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Mountain Lord. My 3 brothers and I have guarded this place for 1,000 years. We know every blade of grass and every tree here like the back of our hands. Apart from us, we have never seen a demon with such a powerful aura." The 5-colored rooster king pursed his lips. "Ga ga ga, I don't think it's a local demon. It must be an outsider. The black bear spirit frowned, his voice cold. Even if it's an outsider, why didn't it eat the common people but instead swallowed all the monk soldiers? This is clearly trying to oppose my Xuankong Mountain, the five-colored rooster king said angrily. That's right, he must be blind to dare to provoke Xuankong Mountain. Just then a terrified scream echoed through the mountain gate. Mountain Lord, something terrible has happened. An unknown powerhouse has broken into Xuankong Mountain. You will come with me to greet this friend from afar. The black bear spirit's tone was calm, but a bone-chilling, killing intent was already hidden deep within his words. Yes, the Red Bull King and the five-colored Rooster King responded in unison, their baleful aura surging as they shot into the sky. At that moment, the entire Xuankong Mountain trembled. In the sky, a terrifying pressure descended from all directions. A huge shadow, like an abyss tearing through the sky, descended, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. These beasts, they dare to use a living human altar. Li Wuji's eyes were crimson. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw the bloody scene at the foot of the mountain, his face as cold as an asura's. Yi Junlin stood on the Kun Peng's back, his eyes like a god looking down from on high, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Xuankong Mountain, from this day forth, will be removed from the three realms. The Kun Peng flapped its wings. The wind and clouds changed color, the heavens and earth trembled, and a demonic aura shot into the sky. Below the valley, the black bear spirit came treading on clouds. HMPH, if he dares to come, I'll make sure he never returns. Ga, big brother is brave and unparalleled. The five-colored Rooster King nodded in agreement. The four demon kings were all at the peak of the soul formation stage, while the black bear spirit was a body integration stage demon emperor in this far west. He was the supreme existence. Above the demon emperor was the Mahayana stage, which was already a legend, but when Yi Junlin and the Kun Peng appeared in their field of vision, all the demons in Xuankong Mountain froze. A single glance was like thousands of blades tearing through their souls. Mountain Lordess, the four demon kings who had been arrogant just a moment ago, were now drenched in cold sweat, their bodies as stiff as stone statues. The black bear spirit could no longer keep up his pretense. He stared in horror at the pair of pupils burning like the sun and moon, his scalp tingling as he said with a trembling voice, "Friend, I wonder what your esteemed name is and why you have come this time." Before he could finish his words, boom, the Kun Peng suddenly spread its wings, unleashing its full cultivation. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Xuankong Mountain. Boom, 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 the four great Vajras were all sent flying, rolling on the ground like sandbags. The black bear spirit was no exception. He was pressed down from the clouds, dizzy and disoriented, screaming in terror. Demon Emperor, this is the tribulation crossing stage. What the hell did I provoke? The black bear spirit's heart had already collapsed. It, a dignified body integration stage demon emperor, had taken every step carefully to establish its dominance in this remote far west. This place had no people, no immortals, no great powers, and no ancient sects to guard it. It was the perfect place to establish a religion, control the human race, and build a Xuankong Mountain that was revered by thousands and followed by all spirits. It thought it had planned everything perfectly, but it took one wrong step and provoked a tribulation crossing stage demon emperor who was just a mount for a human powerhouse. If it had known how dangerous the outside world was, how would it have dared to leave Xuankong Temple? The heavens have eyes, why must they punish me like this? The black bear spirit trembled, having never regretted anything so much in its life. Just then a golden light burst forth from the center of its forehead. That's right, the golden fillet it wore on its forehead was a treasure. At this moment it emitted a brilliant light containing a divine might. What's going on? Swoosh, the golden circlet vibrated, and then released a terrifying wave of energy. In the sky, a phantom of an old monk in a kasaya slowly emerged. His face was thin, his expression compassionate, and he was holding Buddhist beads. Although he said nothing, he carried an overwhelming aura. Boom, a pressure as vast as the sea pressed straight down on the Kun Peng in the air. Abbot, the black bear spirit, was ecstatic. It turned out that the golden circlet was no ordinary object but a protective spiritual seal left by the abbot of Xuankong Temple, which could save its life at a critical moment. The Kun Peng sensed danger, let out a low growl, and retreated. This old bald donkey is quite protective. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, a trace of coldness in his eyes. Just then the abbot's phantom raised his hand and a golden wand symbol appeared in his palm, illuminating the entire sky. The Buddhist light shone for 10,000 zhang, the pressure seeming to suppress the 9 hells and subdue celestial demons. Boom, with a palm strike, it was as if hundreds of millions of monks were chanting scriptures within the palm. It was the Buddhist sect's realm-suppressing ultimate technique, the demon-exterminating palm. Li Wuji's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "The aura of tribulation crossing completion." The Kun Peng's whole body trembled, not daring to take it head-on, but Yi Junlin just raised an eyebrow and smiled. "A mere wisp of a remnant soul dares to show off in front of me?" He raised his hand and threw a punch that defied the heavens. Boom, space shattered. The fist, carrying a brilliant golden light, descended like a divine punishment from the heavens. The Buddha's seal was instantly crushed. The Buddha's phantom collapsed, and the powerful backlash shot out in all directions, sweeping away all the lesser demons at the foot of the mountain. Shrill screams echoed through the clouds. With the palm print dispelled, the abbot's phantom trembled for a moment, then dissipated into thin air as if it had never appeared. No, impossible. The black bear spirit's eyes widened, his face as pale as paper, his lips trembling. It had regarded that seal as a protective talisman, but it was shattered by that human's single punch. Could it be he was that demon emperor's master? A tribulation-crossing stage demon emperor was just a mount. In this heaven and earth could there be a more terrifying existence? The 4 demon kings were ice-cold all over, slumped on the ground, not daring to even breathe loudly. In their eyes, the body integration stage demon emperor, the black bear spirit, was already a towering existence, a hegemon of a region. But today he was like a child, beaten without any ability to fight back. That human, who on earth is he? The black bear spirit trembled as it came forward, drenched in cold sweat. Senior, this little demon doesn't know where he has offended you. Could you give this little demon a chance and spare my life? Junlin slowly descended from the void, his white robe fluttering, his long hair flying, his eyes as cold as ice and snow, like a god descending upon the world. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for choosing the wrong place. His voice was like thunder, yet like a gentle breeze. The black bear spirit knelt on the ground and said urgently, Senior, I will immediately disband the dojo and withdraw from the far west, never to set foot here again. Junlin chuckled lightly, but that smile was as cold as the frost in an ancient tomb. Didn't you want to return to Xuankang Temple? The black bear spirit was stunned for a moment, then nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Senior is right. A thought moved in its heart. It tried to force a deep expression and said in a low voice, Amitabha, I have deep ties with Xuankang Temple. If I am unable to return this time, the temple will probably send people to investigate. If Senior has the time, why not be a guest at the temple? The abbot is very fond of discussing Zen with great powers like Senior and will surely welcome you. Words were tactful, but every word struck Junlin's heart. The meaning was crystal clear. I have backing, don't touch me. Indeed, the black bear spirit knew that true great powers like this were existences above order. Unless necessary, they would not easily offend the sects behind others. A single sentence about being acquainted with the abbot was enough to make many people back down. It believed it had succeeded. As expected, Junlin smiled lightly. As it happens, I was also planning to be a guest at Xuankang Temple. Since that's the case, why don't I give you a ride? The black bear spirit was overjoyed, thinking it had escaped disaster. It secretly praised the name of Xuankang Temple for being so effective that even this great power gave it face. When the 4 demon kings heard this, they all felt a sense of envy. Having a background was different. They could even get an escort. However, little Jia, Junlin said faintly, cut off this stupid bear's head. I want to use it as a greeting gift for the abbot. The voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, but it fell into the black bear spirit's ears like a thunderclap on a clear day. Yes, master. A cold light flashed. Swoosh, before the black bear spirit could even let out a scream, a line of blood appeared on its neck. Its massive head rolled to the ground, blood gushing like a spring, and its heavy body fell like an empty sack of flesh. At some point, Li Wuji was already standing to the side, his blade swinging like the wind, as sharp as the god of death descending upon the world. He looked at the bear's corpse and sneered, Stupid bear still wants to go back? Dream on. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Destroy Xuankang Mountain. Reward, 9th grade Zon artifact Kongyuan sword. The Kongyuan sword, a mysterious ancient flying sword, contained unfathomably deep power. Its grade could be upgraded with the owner's realm, and its power was earth-shattering. After listening, Junlin's gaze quickly fell on the treasured sword he had just obtained, and a bit of curiosity arose in his heart. The Kongyuan sword, a 9th grade Zon artifact, and its grade can even be improved with my realm. Isn't this almost at the level of an immortal artifact? I'll have to try out what this high-end stuff feels like when I have the chance. The scene changes. In the center of Buddha province there is a country called the Pure Land Kingdom, which is the most prosperous country in the eastern domain and the place where Zen cultivators are most concentrated. This is because a world-famous ancient temple is located here, Xuankang Temple. The national preceptors of the Pure Land Kingdom have always been selected and sent by this temple, and even the king has to show a certain degree of respect. There is a saying among the common people, whether the Pure Land Kingdom is in chaos or not is decided by Xuankang Temple. Today was a very special day. The capital city was bustling with activity inside and out. Monks in various colored robes, travel-worn, silently converged towards the same direction, Vatican Hill. With every step they took, they would put their palms together and kowtow once, then continue forward. In this way, group after group of people silently worshipped and prayed. Many common people also followed behind, imitating the monks, piously worshipping towards the mountaintop. In the Pure Land Kingdom, this scene was not surprising. On the mountaintop, an ancient and solemn temple stood amidst the clouds and mist, carrying the vicissitudes of time. In a quiet hall, a withered old monk was sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat. Abbot, the Dharma altar is about to open and the disciples are ready, the young novice monk reported respectfully. The old monk slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as deep as the sea, and nodded indifferently. You may leave. The novice monk bowed and quietly withdrew. A moment later, the old abbot sighed softly. Who on earth could break my technique? A few days ago, he suddenly sensed that the seal left on the black bear spirit's head had been activated. And then he lost contact. It was clear that an accident had occurred. In a remote place like the Far West, there was actually a powerhouse who took action. Could it be a passing fellow Taoist from another Tao province who suppressed it? But if it were in Buddha province, those who dared to indirectly oppose me are few and far between. The abbot closed his eyes and frowned. That beast had privately descended the mountain to cause trouble. Now that it had been suppressed, it was also karmic retribution. He only hoped that the person who acted had a sense of propriety and did not blow things out of proportion. If Xuankang Temple were implicated, it would surely invite disaster. Recently he had been feeling uneasy. Previously, Elder Rundeng had died mysteriously after going out, and the news had been sealed and not spread. Now, with this added matter, the abbot's troubles grew. Amitabha, after chanting a Buddhist phrase, the abbot stood up and walked out of the hall. Today was the day to open the Dharma altar, which was a major ceremony that could not be taken lightly, but when he looked up at the fiery red sun above his head, the abbot was slightly startled and his eyelids twitched a few times. Strange, why do I have a feeling that something big will happen today? At this time on the mountain road, scattered conversations could be heard. Since the last time I listened to the Dharma, I have comprehended a trace of the golden body's true meaning. Even when facing a demon emperor, I can withstand a blow with my physical body. The speaker was the first prince of the Pure Land Kingdom. He was tall and imposing, his hair standing on end like steel needles and his eyes as bright as stars. Big Brother is indeed exceptionally talented in comprehension. The second prince on the side fanned himself, looking elegant and refined. Princess Mingyue smiled and teased, "Second brother, didn't you tell me a few days ago that you could suppress a demon emperor?" She wore a purple dress, her black hair like a waterfall, her figure graceful, and her upper body especially buxom. She could attract countless gazes without saying a word. The second prince broke out in a cold sweat and quickly waved his hand. "Little sister, you heard wrong. I just said I had a better understanding of the 6-syllable mantra." The first prince frowned and patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Second brother, why didn't you say you had such skills earlier? We'll have a match when we get back." "Big brother, don't, my sister was just kidding. It seems you really look down on me." The first prince gritted his teeth, his fists cracking as if silently declaring, "We'll fight whether you want to or not." The second prince fell into despair and sighed softly. "All right, a match it is. Excellent, you are indeed my good brother." Princess Mingyue on the other hand murmured softly, "In 2 months it will be father's birthday. I hope I can comprehend more Buddhist principles this time to make father happy." The crowd moved silently towards the mountaintop, step by step towards the sacred temple. The monks stood in line with their palms together, chanting scriptures, their expressions solemn. On the lotus platform, the abbot of Xuankang Temple sat cross-legged, his hands forming a seal, and chanted in a deep voice. "All bodhisattvas and mahasattvas should thus subdue their minds. All sentient beings, whether they have thought or no thought, whether they have form or no form, I will cause them all to enter parinirvana and be extinguished." Why is that? Subhuti, the old and steady voice was like flowing water, seeping into everyone's heart like a clear spring washing away all dust. Everyone listened, entranced. Some silently shed tears, others put their palms together, holding their breath in concentration. Suddenly a chaotic noise came from outside as if someone was pushing and shoving their way in. A few figures descended from the sky and landed in the temple square as if it were an uninhabited land. The leader was Yi Junlin, who was carrying a plaque from Xuankang Temple on his shoulder. That plaque was a treasure of the temple, refined by generations of eminent monks, and had received countless years of incense offerings. It contained magical power and was almost a spiritual artifact in itself. A middle-aged monk immediately walked out, his expression solemn, leading a group of monks to block the entrance. Unleashing the cultivation of the body integration stage, he shouted, "Sirs, this is Vatican Hill, a sacred Buddhist site. If you do not abide by the rules, please leave. You are not welcome here." Yi Junlin tilted his head, his eyebrow raised. "What did you say? I'll let you say it." Before he finished speaking, Yi Junlin kicked out fiercely, sending the plaque flying straight at the middle-aged monk's head like a soccer ball. The middle-aged monk was sent flying. "You think I need to give you face?" The impact echoed throughout the entire temple. All the monks were instantly shocked. "Senior brother Weed, who are you? How dare you cause trouble at Xuankang Temple?" Princess Mingyu's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Heavens, who is he? How could he do this to Xuankang Temple? The air seemed to freeze. Everyone stood there dumbfounded in dead silence. Who was this person? How dare he come to Xuankang Temple to stir up trouble? The first prince's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Big brother, don't be rash." The second prince spoke quickly, his tone tense. Just then angry shouts came from within the temple. "What foul creature dares to trespass into Xuankang Temple in broad daylight?" As soon as the words fell, figures in golden kasayas poured out from all directions like a tide, each with crimson eyes as if they could burn their enemies to ashes with their gaze. "Whoever takes another step forward dies." With a cold shout, Li Wuji flashed forward, drew his blade, and with a swoosh a cold blade chi slashed down. The ground in front of him instantly split open, revealing a bottomless chasm. The chasm still contained a ferocious killing intent, like a natural trench separating two worlds, sensing that terrifying killing intent. Not a single person dared to take another step forward. All the monks' faces immediately turned pale and they dared not make any rash moves. Li Wuji curled his lips into a cold smile. "HMPH, so even monks know fear?" The crowd of onlookers also began to whisper amongst themselves, "That person's blade intent is terrifying. I'm afraid he has reached an extremely high realm. He doesn't seem to be a nobody. Don't you think their auras are very familiar?" I also feel like I've heard of them somewhere." On the lotus platform, the abbot remained seated, a cold glint flashing in his eyes before he returned to his calm demeanor. In all his years he had never seen such an arrogant person, but today was the day of the Dharma altar opening, and Zen cultivators from all over the world were gathered here. The more critical the moment, the more important it was to maintain face. He put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. Then he slowly spoke, his tone neither happy nor sad. "I do not know how Xuankang Temple has offended you, sirs. I hope you will give me a clear explanation, otherwise please stay and repent before the Buddha with me." Despite the tense situation, he still displayed the demeanor of a high monk of the Buddhist sect, and indeed everyone secretly admired him. Only Yi Junlin sneered and said bluntly, without any courtesy, "Keep acting. You bald donkeys of Xuankang Temple are really good at putting on a show." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole crowd was in an uproar. The monks glared at him, their bodies trembling with anger. The abbot maintained his calm tone. "Sir, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of our Xuankang Temple, but the principles of the world still need to be distinguished between black and white. Today is the day of the Dharma altar opening. I am teaching the Dharma to save sentient beings. You have come without reason, injured people in my temple, destroyed a place of purity, and insulted us with your words. So may I ask how you plan to explain yourself?" Yi Junlin snorted coldly. "Explain? Open your dog eyes and see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a look. "Li Wuji, take out the memory sphere." "Yes, master." Li Wuji quickly took out a ball of light and bored his magic power into it. Buzz, a light curtain appeared in the sky, clearly projecting the recorded image. It was the scene outside the Medicine King Valley. In the image, a monk in a kasaya was confronting an old man with white hair. Someone immediately exclaimed, "It's Elder Randing." On the high platform, a sharp light flashed in the abbot's eyes. His hand unconsciously clenched, his heart struck as if by lightning. So Elder Randing was truly dead. The image clearly showed everything. The situation, the dialogue, and the cause and effect were gradually revealed. It's the white-haired demon lord, Yi Junlin, who wanted to snatch people from the Medicine King Valley. How could a mighty tribulation-crossing stage expert do such a disgraceful thing? Fortunately, Xuankang Temple sent a high monk to stop him. In the crowd, anger towards Yi Junlin instantly ignited, while admiration for Xuankang Temple filled them. What the crowd didn't know was that it was Xuankang Temple that had secretly spread the news and guided public opinion, making the entire Buddha province hate Yi Junlin to the bone. Benevolent, benevolent. A monk's duty is compassion. Elder Randing's actions are in fact very much in line with the consistent philosophy of our Xuankang Temple, but in his heart he was roaring, "Randing, you are truly foolish. Knowing that the other party was the white-haired demon lord, you still dared to stand up for that group of low-level cultivators. Why didn't you know to avoid his wrath?" In the memory sphere, the scene continued. The crowd clearly saw that after Elder Randing learned the other party's identity, his gaze immediately did a 180-degree turn. After just a few words, he moved to seal off the entire area, imprisoned all the cultivators, and even attempted to kill them to silence them. Not only that, but he also secretly proposed a collaboration with Yi Junlin. Boom, the entire crowd was shaken. What? Randing wanted to cooperate with the white-haired demon lord. Didn't he speak of a compassionate Buddhist heart? One moment they were full of reverence, and the next the crowd felt as if they had swallowed a fishbone that was stuck in their throats, unable to swallow or spit it out. The reversal was too fast. They almost sprained their backs. The abbot was stunned on the spot, feeling as if he had been slapped hard in the face in front of the whole world, each slap crisp and loud. Beside him, Princess Mingyu's eyes widened. Wanton slaughter of innocents, treacherous cunning, and heaven-defying hypocrisy. Was this the enlightened high monk they revered, one of the highest-ranking elders in the temple? However, the matter was not over yet. The final scene made everyone hold their breath. In the image, Yi Junlin appeared. With a punch like a god descending, he crushed Elder Randing and rescued all the imprisoned cultivators. That figure, that light, was deeply imprinted in their eyes and carved into the hearts of everyone present. A wave of gasps sounded throughout the square. Everyone stared blankly at the white-haired young man standing in the air, his expression indifferent, his sleeves fluttering. The crowd's gazes began to change, from astonishment, fear, and tension to a hint of awe. Princess Mingyue murmured, "So it was him. He is Yi Junlin." There was no fear in her eyes. Instead, a trace of incomprehensible curiosity emerged. "Little sister, quickly get behind big brother." The first prince hurriedly pulled Princess Mingyue behind him, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his tone filled with nervousness. The second prince, on the other hand, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his scalp tingling. "Should we report to Father Emperor immediately?" Yi Junlin. This name was not one that royal children like them could casually provoke. The abbot looked carefully at the person before him, his face suddenly stiffening. "It's you." He had never imagined that Randing would be killed with a single punch, and in front of everyone. But what frightened him more than Randing's death was that Xuankang Temple's 1,000-year reputation had been completely shattered in broad daylight. HMPH, an angry snort was like a clap of thunder on a clear day. The abbot finally stood up and shouted in a deep voice, "Demon Yi, you are truly despicable. A memory sphere, HMPH, one look and it's clear you tampered with it, faked it to slander my Xuankang Temple. Do you think you can fool the world with such low-handed tricks?" The crowd was stunned. Could there be a hidden story? Indeed, memory spheres could be faked. Although extremely difficult, it was not impossible. "You old bald donkey still dare to argue." Li Wuji stepped forward, his eyes filled with anger. Han Tianye crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "As I expected, you people of the Buddhist sect have mouths full of scriptures and hearts full of filth." At this moment Yi Jun sneered, flicked his sleeve and said, "Then take a good look." With a thud, a heavy object rolled onto the stone slab. It was a black bear's head, dripping with blood, its eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. "What?" The abbot felt as if his whole body had been struck by lightning. The black bear spirit's head, his mind instantly went blank. The moment the black bear spirit's head roamed onto the ground, the entire place fell silent. No one could speak, gazes froze, and there was dead silence. A head, what did it represent? Could Xuankong Temple be related to this demon beast? The abbot stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the head, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, his heart struck as if by lightning. Damn it, the black bear spirit was precisely the beast he had secretly sheltered back then. A hidden pawn for a rainy day. He never expected that Yi Junlin would wipe them out in one fell swoop and even bring the body back. Yi Junlin crossed his arms and mocked, "Old bald donkey, I brought your lost pet back. Aren't you going to thank me?" The abbot wanted to curse in his heart, but he still forced himself to remain calm on the surface. "Nonsense, this old monk has no connection whatsoever with this beast, is that so?" Yi Junlin smiled faintly. "This black bear, relying on you as its backer, established Xuankong Mountain in the far west. It has committed countless evils and harmed countless lives over the years. Do you dare say you knew nothing about it?" Boom, as soon as this question was asked, the entire square erupted like boiling water. "How is that possible? Abbot Master actually condoned a beast to do evil? I remember now, I once saw a black bear in the temple. Could it not be a coincidence? Master is compassionate, please give us an explanation." The crowd began to stir, many with crimson eyes questioning angrily. The monks of Xuankong Temple, however, lowered their heads, none daring to speak. The abbot took a deep breath, trying hard to remain calm. "HMPH, Demon Yi, don't you dare slander us. This temple did indeed raise a black bear, but it died 100 years ago. What you've brought out is merely fabricated evidence, a blatant slander." "That's right, it's slander, Demon Yi. You are truly despicable." A group of monks immediately echoed, roaring angrily, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Yi Junlin smiled faintly. "Little Jia, let them open their eyes." "Yes, master." Li Wuji waved his hand and a series of memory spheres whizzed into the air. In an instant, several light curtains lit up in the sky. From City Lord Morong's account, to the scene of eliminating the black bear spirit, to the abbot's phantom appearing amidst the siege, everything was as clear as day. Every move, every word was recorded without the slightest error. Yi Junlin stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "If you still suspect it's fake, feel free to go to the far west and investigate. For years the people there have lived in misery. Countless pleas for help were sent here. And what did Xuankong Temple do? They turned a deaf ear. Not only did they not save them, they even secretly silenced them. Take a good look. This is the highly respected, compassionate person who saves the world that you've all been praising." Boom, the noise around the square was like an explosion. Everyone's mind was violently shaken. They looked at each other, full of doubt. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the crowd. "Everyone, I am an elder of the Heavenly Phenomenon Sect." The entire place immediately fell silent. The Heavenly Phenomenon Sect was famous, specializing in making puppets, flying ships, and especially memory spheres. The elder slowly said, "I guarantee on the reputation of the Heavenly Phenomenon Sect that all of these memory spheres are absolutely real, with no signs of being tampered with by magic or forged." Boom, one sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. The entire place was in an uproar. The Heavenly Phenomenon Sect had stepped forward to vouch for it, so there was no room for argument. "I never thought the truth would be like this." The first prince murmured to himself, his entire body like a deflated ball. "We have been deceived for too long." The second prince smiled bitterly. Mocking himself in his heart, Princess Mingyue remained silent, her gaze quietly fixed on the white-haired young man. This person, was he really Yi Junlin? So Xuankong Temple from beginning to end was just a hypocrite hiding its filth under the cloak of righteousness. "You are not worthy of being the Orthodox Buddhist sect. Get out of the Eastern domain." Angry curses surged like a tide, roaring in the air, carrying long-suppressed resentment that completely erupted at this moment. Every cultivator present was trembling with anger, feeling betrayed in their hearts as if they had suddenly awakened from years of deception. The monks of Xuankong Temple lowered their heads, their faces stiff, extremely embarrassed. This was too shameful. The abbot's face was beet red as if he had been slapped in public again and again. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not swallow the shame of having all his lies exposed in front of the world. The most terrifying thing was that if this matter spread, Xuankong Temple's century-old reputation would be destroyed in an instant. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, his voice as cold as ice. "Old bald donkey, what else do you have to say?" The abbot's whole body trembled, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He glared at Yi Junlin, wishing he could swallow him alive. It was all because of him. It was he who exposed the old monk, who tore his mask of a false saint to shreds. He gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently with anger, and then, roar? A heaven-shaking lion's roar was let out. "Foul creatures, all of you shut up for this old monk!" The roar was like a gale, like thunder descending from the heavens. The entire Vatican Hill trembled, the ground shook violently. and even the sun in the sky seemed to shiver from the roar. Ah! Countless cultivators cried out, clutching their heads, their ears ringing, their vision blurred, and their heads splitting with pain. Master, this old bald donkey has gone mad. Li Wuji gritted his teeth, his face cold. HMPH, just a dog cornered. Yi-jun lightly flicked his sleeve, and a protective light shield instantly unfurled, blocking all the sound waves. The surrounding cultivators immediately rushed behind him, cupping their fists and bowing. Thank you, Senior Yi, for saving our lives. After so many twists and turns, their trust in Xuankang Temple had completely collapsed, leaving only anger and fear. That was close. I was almost roared to death. The first prince panted heavily, his face pale. Did he just try to kill us all to silence us? Princess Mingyue clutched her chest, her face pale. Let's go, there's no doubt. We must leave immediately, the second prince shouted, his face ashen. Right, we can't stay any longer. The first prince immediately grabbed Mingyue and began to retreat under the cover of his guards. Quickly, get out of here. The other cultivators also fled one after another in a sorry state, running for their lives. Just then, with a loud boom, golden light filled the sky. Vatican Hill sealed the void and Buddhist chants lingered, the sound of scriptures echoing in all directions. A mountain-protecting grand array had been activated. Old bald donkey, what are you trying to do? Frightened shouts rose up. The crowd was both shocked and angry. The abbot walked forward, his palms together, and chanted a Buddhist phrase, Amitabha. Since you sirs have come, it is by fate with the Buddha, it is better not to leave. Stay obediently and let this old monk grant you deliverance. Seeing this, as long as one wasn't a fool, I understood his intention. Without a doubt, Xuankang Temple was going to kill them all to silence them. Shameless, you are utterly shameless, a cultivator roared tremblingly, almost spitting blood from anger. Vatican Hill is sealed now. What should we do? Princess Mingyue trembled, her face pale. The second prince looked up at the abbot's figure and shouted, Demon monk, even if you kill all of us, how do you plan to explain it to the outside world? Your Xuankang Temple will not escape the crime of silencing witnesses. That's right, the first prince clenched his fists, his eyes like fire. Even if you deceive the heavens and cross the sea, you can't cover up the bloodstains. As soon as these words were spoken, responses echoed from all directions. Everyone understood that even if they were silenced, the outside world would definitely be suspicious. Because those who came here today were cultivators from all over Buddha province, including the royalty of the Pure Land Kingdom. If everyone suddenly disappeared at Xuankang Temple, the consequence would be a great turmoil in the entire eastern domain. The abbot put his palms together and sighed softly. Benevolent, benevolent today, this old monk opened the Dharma altar to spread the Buddhist teachings, but unexpectedly, the demon Yi came to cause trouble. The mountain-protecting Grand Array was forced to activate. This old monk exhausted all his strength, joined forces with his fellow monks, and finally killed him. It is just a pity that all the pilgrims were killed. Amitabha. Everyone in the square felt a chill. If it were as he said, then there would be no proof. By then, Xuankang Temple would not only be innocent but might even be hailed as a hero for slaying demons. Master, Li Wuji laughed in anger. This old bald donkey clearly intends to kill everyone to silence them, then frame someone else. Yi-zun let out a light breath, his eyes filled with ridicule. Good, what a orthodox successor of Xuankang Temple. First it was Randing, now it's the abbot. Has shifting the blame to others and walking away become a specialty here? He raised an eyebrow, his voice as cold as frost. You make it sound so simple. You want to kill me, then slander me as a demon who harmed people. Do you really think you can succeed? The abbot was silent for a moment, then said, Demon Yi, I have seen your strength through the memory sphere, and it is indeed not to be underestimated. But have you forgotten, this is Xuankang Temple, my home ground. With the blessing of the Grand Array and the magic power of all the monks, how much of a chance do you think you have left? As soon as the words fell, the air seemed to freeze. The abbot was not lying. If it were elsewhere, he might be wary. But at Xuankang Temple, with the mountain-protecting Grand Array guarding it and layers of Dharma gates providing cover, he had enough confidence to stand undefeated. Unless a true immortal descended, he would wash away the grievances with blood and slay the demon with the Tao. Boom, 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 the mountain-protecting Grand Array erupted. Vatican Hill trembled, golden light surged, and Buddhist chants echoed through the heavens. The entire sacred mountain instantly transformed into a sacred land filled with killing intent. The entire capital was shaking. People looked up at Vatican Hill, their faces filled with horror. What happened? Could it be that Xuankang Temple is in trouble? We should dispatch troops to reinforce them. As panic spread, a general rushed into the palace and reported, Your Majesty, the first prince, second prince, and the princess are still at Xuankang Temple. What did you say? The king of the Pure Land Kingdom was suddenly startled, his face pale. Summon all the garrison troops, immediately seal off Vatican Hill, and prepare for a rescue, yes. But after the general left the main hall, in a dark corner he suddenly stopped, a cold smile forming on his lips. He took out an ancient token from his sleeve, infused it with magic power, and a silver light flashed, seeming to send a signal to some dark force back at Vatican Hill. Yi Junnan raised his hand and ordered, Little Hong, don't waste any more time, do it. Finally I can go on a killing spree. Hong Tianye's face showed a crazed look, his red robes fluttering and flames in his palms swirled like a storm. Just in time, I'll use you as a sacrifice, the abbot sneered. Shut up, Hong Tianye roared angrily. At the same time, the aura of an ancient array filled the air and the annoying sound of chanting poured into everyone's mind. On my head, countless cultivators clutched their heads, screaming loudly, their chi and blood churning, completely unable to resist. Damn it, this array is truly sinister. Li Wuji gritted his teeth. Even I am affected. But it's still too weak. Hong Tianye frowned, his eyes cold. The abbot's whole body shone brightly with golden light, a dazzling halo appearing behind his head. His palm shadows pressed down like mountains. Dharma palm. Hong Tianye's whole body seemed to be burning, covered in a layer of flames, his power like a dragon's roar. Boom, fists and palms collided, the void collapsed, and the airflow swirled chaotically. HMPH, the abbot snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to have reached the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, but it's nothing to speak of. Since you are skilled in fire techniques, let's compete with fire techniques and see who is stronger. As soon as his voice fell, the abbot put his palms together, and a flame that seemed to come from the 9 hells erupted. Hong Tianye formed a hand seal, and the Crimson Emperor's departing fire erupted, blocking the abbot's attack. I didn't expect that the flames of you old bald donkeys would contain the power of the 9 nethers. You colluded with the Netherworld Abyss clan and still dare to call yourself a high monk of the Buddhist sect? Deviant heretics who do not know what the true scriptures are. This is karmic fire, specifically born to burn fiends and demons like you. Boom, a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering sound tore through the sky. In the vast sky, a massive figure 10,000 jong long broke through the clouds like a living mountain range, its majestic aura enveloping the entire Vatican Hill. That's a Kun Peng, the abbot cried out in alarm, his face changing drastically. An ancient divine beast, a supreme being of the demon race, the King of Kings, had actually appeared on Vatican Hill. Not only that, its aura was clearly at the tribulation crossing stage without a doubt. This was a true demon emperor. The Kun Peng flapped its wings. It opened its abyss-like maw, and countless frenzied energies converged into a terrifying beam of light that shot down with a roar. The beam pierced the heavens, blasting straight toward the mountain-protecting Grand Array. This earth-shattering attack came from the back of the Kun Peng. A small figure with a rat's head and a human body waved its hands excitedly. Master, your little mouse is here to help. Beside it, a tall figure shivered. It was the great demon king, his face pale, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. On the ground below, when the abbot saw this scene, his eyes rolled back, and he nearly fainted from anger. What? This Kun Peng is your mount? He had only seen a vague image of it through a memory sphere and never imagined it was this ancient divine beast. A divine beast at the tribulation crossing stage, willingly served as a human's mount. He simply could not comprehend it. The Kun Peng was inherently a king among the bloodlines of the demon race. Once it unleashed its power, the result would be absolutely apocalyptic. Before, it was just minor skirmishes. But now, with an opportunity to risk its life for merit, it unleashed its divine might with all its strength. Boom, 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 beams of destructive light erupted downwards, bombarding the mountain-protecting Grand Array, shaking the heavens and earth. Your little mouse is here. Bai Shao. She waved her small fists as a brilliant golden light burst forth, chaotic chi surging out like a waterfall. Fourth junior brother, called upon by his senior sister, the great demon king, no matter how unwilling, did not dare to disobey and had no choice but to activate the Azure Emperor longevity art. Boom, a cyan beam of light slashed down like divine thunder descending from the heavens, smashing heavily upon the array. The 3 of them attacked simultaneously, their 3 tribulation crossing stage powers converging into an earth-shattering bombardment. Crack, the mountain-protecting Grand Array shook violently. Then a huge gash split open on the surface of the light curtain, creating a breach in the barrier that enveloped Vatican Hill. Instantly, the cultivators who had been suppressed by the array to the point of splitting headaches finally began to regain their senses. Seeing the breach, the crowd immediately shouted, "Run!" Then, as if a hornet's nest had been stirred, chaos erupted. Thousands of people scrambled to flee for their lives, their cries echoing through the mountains. "Come back, all of you, get back here!" The abbot's face was crimson with rage. He roared furiously, and with a swoosh a giant hand condensed from Buddhist light slapped down from the sky, attempting to capture all the fleeing people in one fell swoop. This concludes this episode. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please remember to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment to give us more motivation.